From controversial episodes that got The Simpsons in trouble,
Charming neighborhood.
Mom, these are slums. Yeah, check out the rats.
Ooh, they look like Skittles.
to Mr. Burns actually being nice.
One. Bah! I'll just pay for the blessed liposuction.
I'm about to become the mayor of Yapsville over here because I'm about to go through damn near every single one of my Simpsons videos. Put this on your second monitor or something, or make this your lullaby if you want. Either way, we're going to start things off with the worst thing every Simpsons character has ever done. The Simpsons has been my go-to comfort show since, well, forever at this point. So after yet another sleepless night with Springfield's finest, I thought, hey, maybe it's time to step out of my comfort zone, disregard my sanity, and possibly...
Oh, crazy.
Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do. I slipped off the rose-colored glasses, or yellow-tinted in this case, and tried to find out what levels of degeneracy each one of these characters is truly capable of, starting with the best at being the worst, Homer J. Simpson. Part lovable doofus, part snack enthusiast, a touch of train wreck, and just the absolute worst in Season 10's Homer Simpson in kidney trouble. See? Even the title of the episode knows he's the culprit.
Oh, yeah, that would look so good on me.
Sure, buddy. So everything's off to a good start in my favorite TV families on a road trip to a Wild West-style ghost town.
That's so sweet of you to take us out like this, homie. 3 cheers for your father. Hip, hip.
Mom, don't.
Hip, hip.
We heard you the first time.
Hip, hip.
Hey, I'm trying to drive here.
The gang's excited by the promise of hootin' and hollerin', rootin' and tootin', and my favorite, tumbleweeds. Suddenly they're faced with this fork in the proverbial road.
Hey, Dad, that light says check engine.
Tape must have fallen off. There, problem solved.
Ah, homie. Bless him for trying, but you can't just cover up all your problems with the duct tape. Trust me, I tried. The car breaks down shortly after, and homie panics when he clocks that it's right in front of the Springfield retirement castle, where Grandpa lives. Poor old fella's pretty chuffed because he thinks the family actually remembered his birthday.
They remembered my birthday. Start, can you? Start! Happy birthday to me!
Which they didn't. Homer begrudgingly lets him join the trip. Kinda sweet, I guess, right? Right? Homer checks his watch, set on making good time. 2 hours go by, and they arrive at... Bloodbath Gulch. Interesting.
Founded by in 1849 and serviced by express riders who could bring in a fresh from St. Joe in 3 days.
A family-friendly ghost town that sounds like a Norwegian black metal band. Turns out the blood here is mostly metaphorical, or at least I hope so, given how weird this place is. Let's just say Amsterdam's red light district would blush.
Do we have to listen to you?
No, you don't, but if you have any interest in history...
I'm done.
The family's having a good time, at least. Homer's display of lewd behavior gets him on a wanted poster. They almost watch a man drown, and Grandpa's getting blackout drunk. Just run-of-the-mill Simpson things.
Can't get a good sarsaparilla like this back in Springfield.
They're leaving the ghost town when Abe makes this rather reasonable request.
Can I go to the bathroom before we leave? Gonna get home.
Turns out, getting drunk really fills up the bladder. Homer's not having it though, ignoring every single rest stop along the way.
Can I go behind a tree? What are you, an animal?
Even when they pass the world's biggest toilet, he just keeps his foot on the gas. Grandpa's practically pleading for his life at this point, but Homer, clearly embracing his dark side, just flat out refuses. Cut to later when, surprise, surprise,
But I might explode! You just sit back and relax. I'm not gonna let anything happen to my old dad.
Oh, dear God. This man's kidneys have exploded. There's nothing left.
Homer! Bro! What the act? On his birthday? I mean, who needs a present when you got the gift of a life-threatening situation?
Yeah, that's what happens when you get older. It's one of those natural things. Beautiful in its way.
Actually, his kidneys were fine yesterday when he had his annual checkup.
Excuse me, doctor. I think I know a little something about medicine.
But Homer is given a chance to do something right. He agrees to save his dad's life, which got everyone doting on him for this selfless act.
I blame myself for this.
We all blame you.
Come on, Doc. There's got to be something I can do to help my dad.
Well, you could give him a kidney.
A kidney? Okay, fine.
Feeling like a hero, he swings by Moe's to bask in the praise, and then it dawns on him. Selflessness means he has to give up, well, himself. And that's when things start to unravel, until Marge, bless her heart, appeals to his good side.
Well, giving him a kidney is a wonderful way to show him how you feel.
I'll do it. But if I die during the operation, will you do one thing for me?
Anything, sweetheart.
Blow up the hospital.
Well, it's in there somewhere. The time comes for the transplant. Just as I'm thinking my dude's finally gonna do the right thing, he straight up ditches the hospital and leaves Grandpa hanging.
I love you, son. I love you, Dad.
This'll all be over soon. What the?
I mean, that isn't just selfish, it's downright cold, because let's not forget, he's the one who caused all this. It's the bare minimum, but homie does feel bad about his piss poor decision to abandon his dying father. He decides to take to the sea and flee in shame.
I could live at sea. The sea forgives all.
He hops on a ship of lost souls, but when the crew hears what he did, they do this.
Good Lord.
How could you?
I think I'm going to be sick. I stole this accordion from a blind monkey. But you disgust even me.
I mean, can you blame them? They're lost souls, not complete and utter. Being a marooned moron has a sobering effect on my boy Homer, and he decides to give the surgery another try.
Even the sea won't forgive me. No more living in shame. I'm going to show my family the kind of man I really am.
But another surprise! My yellow fellow's courage don't hold up. He legs it again, only for this to happen.
Boy,
Yeah, karma's not subtle on this one. Homer wakes up all set to apologize, only to find out that they just went ahead and took his kidney while he was out cold. Ha! Probably not as cold as the shoulder my girl Marge Simpson dishes out in Mother and Child Reunion. She straight up cuts Lisa out of her whole life. I know Marge is usually just a mama bear trying to do her best, but sometimes her best can look a lot like pressure.
Lisa, I told everyone you're going to make your pick today. This is the greatest moment of my life. Drum roll!
A lot of pressure. The episode starts with a flash toward the future, and Marge is practically bursting with pride as she wakes up a grumpy 17-year-old Lisa.
Rise and shine!
Mom, please. I was asleep.
Today's the day you're gonna find out what colleges you get into.
Marge 3D prints pancakes, and Lisa joins everyone at the breakfast table as Abe tells her that she's the family's last and only hope. Talk about pressure.
our family's last and only remaining hope.
Putting on a little pressure there, Grandpa?
Just that you're the only worthwhile Simpson since ever. I'm counting on you to find the cure for everything that's going to kill me. No pressure.
Lisa's crying in the car on their way to school because she's having some doubts about going to college. When Bart asks her why she studied so hard instead of having fun, she goes into montage mode. Oh dear, my girl's spiraling. Wondering if all the years of hard work were even worth it. She finds out that she got into every single college she applied to, and she feels nothing. It's pretty tough to watch.
Why does this moment feel so empty?
Meanwhile, Marge is so excited that she blows an actual conch, which I admit is a little extra, to gather the whole family around to watch Lisa make her pick. Heck, even Flanders joins in on the fanfare in what Marge calls the greatest day of her life. Girl, dang, even I feel pressure to pick a college.
Congratulations, Lisa. Which one are you going to choose? Bob Jones, Bob Jones, Bob Jones.
I'm not going to college.
I kinda have a feeling Marge won't take kindly to that response.
What? Quit joking. Lisa, you can't do this. We're counting on you.
And call me the Oracle, because I was right. In fact, she does that thing that moms do where they get concerned instead of angry. And that is very concerning. As I listen to her emotional plea, I can't help but think that it's not even about college anymore. It's about Marge's own dreams for Lisa. It makes sense that 17 years of overachieving has left Lisa underwhelmed and burnt out. But instead of just letting Lisa breathe, she pushes her even harder.
But could you have decided you didn't want to go to college before 10 years of me driving you to saxophone lessons, SAT prep, college tours of colleges you were never gonna go to?
And there's the storm beneath the quiet that I was very concerned about. My blue-haired gal's having a full-on wig out. Now that Marge has played bad cop and sad cop, she comes through with a bit of good cop and tries to bribe Lisa with freshly baked brownies. I would have folded right there. But Lisa has what the kids call integrity and proudly sticks to her guns.
I'm not going to college. Oh, my life, I did what I thought other people wanted me to do. Now I'm doing what I want.
She attempts to have a rational conversation with Marge. This then leads to Marge making this rather telling confession.
No college? No kids? How dare you lead the life I wish I'd led?
Finally, the truth. Lisa explains that she's exhausted and needs space to think.
I'm burned out. I'm so burned out. I just need some time to think.
After that, Marge pulls what I'm quite sure is some type of Machiavellian power move and tells her to go talk to, get this, Flanders. TBH, he actually gives her some solid advice and tells her to get a job.
Get a job. Learn the pride that comes with getting your own paycheck.
Of course, the dignity of work.
Marge thinks Lisa's week of working a minimum wage job will make her change her mind about college.
I have no regrets. I have no regrets. I have no regrets. God, that job sucks.
Now you're finally going to college, right?
No, not ever.
But Lisa, femme icon that she is steadfast and determined. So she starts cooking.
I'm not gonna learn. I'm gonna teach. I'm gonna start an after-school program, individualized and accessible to children who fall through the cracks.
And it's delicious, I tell ya. Probably. Nothing makes more sense than this. And you know what? Lisa does what she always does and just throws down academically. Her school becomes a huge hit, eventually turning into a franchise with 100 locations. It goes so well, in fact, that she climbs her way up the political ladder to become governor.
Superintendent of schools Lisa Simpson is now running for governor.
And when she eventually runs for president, I get this said reality check.
Lisa Simpson, governor of Indiana, is running for president. Not even her highly damaged relationship with her mother can stop her now.
Marge, grow up, man! She is so checked out of her daughter's life that she holds on to the college thing for years and only finds out Lisa is president on the streets.
Great news about your daughter, Marge.
She's finally going to college?
No, she's president. You knew that, didn't you?
Oh, crap.
Bart goes to see her in the Oval Office, and as they toke on some sticky icky, he reminds her of everything Marge did for her and arranges a surprise meeting. They finally get to talk after all these years, and you're not gonna believe what Marge has to say.
I'm here to see if you'll finally admit you'd be better off if you'd gone to college.
Really, dude? Really?
Are you crazy? You still can't admit you were wrong. Let me tell you something, lady.
After all this time, Marge is not winning any Mother of the Century awards anytime soon. Luckily for the pair, a mother translator comes in clutch and they finally settle their differences.
All the respect and love I have for people came from you.
That's nice to hear.
I love you so much. I love you.
Oh, would you look at that? A mother and child reunion. Exactly like the title. I just love it when things come full circle. And speaking of full circle, sometimes the good guys end up crossing a few lines of their own. Yes, I'm looking at you, Lisa Simpson. She's the smart one, the heart of the family, kinda. Always striving to make the world a better place. And this is why I was shocked to learn what Lisa's capable of when jealousy rears its ugly little head. In Dude, Where's My Ranch? Let's just say, she really messes up.
I look forward to it. I hate you.
We kick off with the family caroling around Springfield. They seem to be singing on the lawns of the town's less savory residents, and one of them even threatens to sue them for copyright.
Cease and desist! You are forbidden to perform that song without paying royalties to the copyright owner.
Nobody owns Christmas carols.
For caroling? This inspires Homer to come up with a jingle belter of his own. He's playing at Moe's when it attracts the attention of David Byrne, the iconic lead singer of the post-punk legends, the Talking Heads.
FLANRDS. I'd like to see his house go up in flame.
Excuse me, I've been researching indigenous folk music of Springfield, and I couldn't help overhearing your delightfully cruel hate song.
I'm gonna need a moment. He presses a record with Homer, which becomes a colossal hit.
You don't have to move your feet, just hate Flanders to the disco beat.
A.R.S. Here's slow white bread.
The smiling mustache kid.
So big a hit, in fact, that the family gets tired of hearing it, and they decide to go far away.
Hey, Dude Ranch. And there's no radio or TV, so we won't have to hear your song. Or we could go to Walter Gropius's Bauhaus Village.
Listen, I am a peak nerd. I haven't touched grass in years, but I'm not going to a village dedicated to an early 20th century functional German design movement for a holiday kind of nerdy. So I don't blame the family for choosing to go to a dude ranch.
Yeah! Oh, yeah! Ah, ah, ah!
Krabby Hayes, get with the program. I'm sick of this horse slapping and cow taunting. This whole ranch is appalling. It's built on a legacy of cruelty to animals and oppression of indigenous people.
Lisa isn't quite vibing with the ethics of a ranch built on cruelty to both people and animals, so while the family enjoys various ranch activities, Lisa reads and sulks. Hey, if it ain't broken. As she heads off to her room for more sulking and reading, she meets Luke Stetson.
Hold it right there. Mama Rattlesnake will be mighty sore if you scrambled her youngin'. Luke Stetson.
A handsome young cowboy with a conscience. He invites her for a horse ride, and without missing a beat, my girl says,
I'm sure she'd be happier without someone sitting on her back all day.
Well, I'm sorry you're not interested, because I need somebody to help me hang these no hunting and free Tibet signs.
Aww, I think. Later, Marge and Lisa are in the hot tub, and my girl's got questions. She lets it slip that Luke is 13, which Marge thinks is way too old for her 8-year-old little girl.
He's really sophisticated for a 13-year-old.
What-year-old?
This does not stop them from making beautiful music together, though, under the soft glow of a starry night sky.
Want to play a little longer? It's only 10, and the moon is awful big.
The next day, Lisa's looking at a poster for a dance that evening when she overhears her crush talking to some fricker named Clara, who he loves.
Alrighty, I'll see you tonight, and I'll save you the first dance. Love you too, Clara.
Lisa feels that age-old sting of heartache and runs to her room for a little crying sesh.
I feel like such an idiot.
Later, she's doing a little mopey meander on a mare in the meadows when none other than Clara rides on by, asking for directions to the ranch.
Quicker way to the ranch is that shortcut.
Thanks, darling. See you at the dance.
Who are you? That shortcut does not look safe to me. Dang, Lisa just rode into her villain era without skipping a beat. Next time we see her, she's at the barn dance, two-stepping without a care in the world.
Grab your partner and start swinging. Forget the 2-drink minimum. Take by the hand. Get adult.
As they catch a breather on a haystack, Luke's worried about Clara, and Lisa, being just the worst, says she's either late or
she's not coming because she doesn't understand how special you are.
Well, that sure don't sound like my sister.
Sister? You mean she's not your girlfriend?
oh dear, she's screwed. This is not the Lisa I know. She's so caught up in her own jealousy, she ends up putting someone else in harm's way. That's a pretty dark move, don't you think? Worried, she bolts out of the dance with Bart, and they arrive at the nick of time to save her from drowning.
I'm sorry. I only sent you the wrong way because I thought you were Luke's girlfriend.
Well, that certainly justifies attempted murder.
Couldn't agree with you more. As they're leaving the next day, Luke comes to thank her for saving his sis, who, get this, didn't snitch on Lisa. I'm glad to see she's back to her old goody two-shoes self, because she snitches on herself.
That's despicable. You're the kind of city slicker my family left Central Park West to avoid. You got a lot of chutzpah, missy. Goodbye.
Which makes Luke hate her, but hey, at least Lisa's good again, because bad Lisa just ain't it. Sure, Lisa might flirt with trouble now and then, but Bart, he practically has a subscription pass. But in Radio Bart, I think he takes it a bit too far.
Hey, I almost tripped over this thing.
Starts off innocently enough. Bart's birthday is coming up, and Homer tries to buy him the perfect gift.
Bart's birthday's coming up.
Order now, supply is limited.
Limited!
He sees an ad for a mic that lets you hear your voice over the radio. Pretty cool, right? Homer's all in. The big day arrives and Bart's cashing in birthday coupons. Everything from a hot towel shave to a tango lesson. Later at his party, Homer gives him the mic and, let's just say, he's less than impressed.
Bart, I'll bet you think nothing's gonna top that. Well, check out my present.
Next, be polite.
Next, please.
It's given brat, not in a cool way. In a more ungrateful, petulant child type of way. Back home, Homer's trying to show him how cool the mic is, and Marge gives him this little nudge.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh my, do I sound like that?
Hey, it does work.
I bet you could have a lot of fun with this.
Don't encourage him, Marge. Can't you see the evil in the boy's eyes? Well, let's just say that's where the trouble begins. The entire town of Springfield is then subjected to a slew of pranks.
This is Bartron, commander of the Martian invasion force. Your planet is in our hands. Resistance is useless. We have captured your president. He was delicious.
Are you little?
Mama! Mama!
Maggie, can you say mama again?
Sorry, lady. Show's over.
Oh, Bart.
I dreamed I was married to Corey and we lived on a pony farm. And Corey was always walking around with his shirt off.
However, the real trouble begins when he decides to lower the radio receiver into a well and pretend to be a boy named Timmy O'Toole, stuck in the well.
Help me, please. I fell down the well.
I'll get help,
Somebody!
Groundskeeper Willie hears the cry for help and leaps into action with the entire town of Springfield to back him up. There's a carnival, a benefit song with Sting. It's a full-blown frenzy, and all Bart can do is sit back and enjoy it. That is until Lisa clocks this.
Drop that microphone. Drop it, boy.
This is a special report from Channel 6 News.
I was trying to gnaw my foot off.
Why, you little... Maybe Homer's right about him. She tries to warn him, but no, the boy's rotten to the core and too cocky to listen.
Bart Simpson, the thought of a boy trapped in a well brought out the kindness and love of the entire community. When they find out you've been fooling them, they're gonna want to cut you up with rusty razors.
She reminds him of one tiny detail. He labeled the radio in the well with a Property of Bart Simpson sticker.
And how are they gonna find out? The police will catch you sooner or later. The police? They couldn't catch a cold. Maybe not, but I bet you're stupid enough to have left a Property of Bart Simpson label on that radio.
To avoid getting into a mountain of trouble, Bart needs to head down the well and retrieve the radio. So he waits for the coast to clear, ties a rope around a tree stump, and starts making his way downtown to the depths when suddenly the unexpected happens.
Hey, I almost tripped over this thing.
As if he wasn't already screwed enough, Bart becomes completely untethered, and he plunges into a dark void, ironically becoming trapped in the well for real this time. In a poetic twist of fate, Bart's foot is caught under a rock, just like the story he made up.
Help! Help! I fell down the well!
Tell us something we don't know.
My name is Bart Simpson!
What are you doing down there?
Look, I'll level with you. There is no Timmy O'Toole. It was just a prank I was playing on everybody.
And now, he's the one calling for help. He comes clean to the cops, and guess what the cops do in response? They just frickin' leave him there.
Great joke, guys. Guys?
I guess dude's the boy who cried well. It gets worse, though. As if the universe wasn't punishing Bart enough, Mayor Quimby, the ever-scheming politician, comes to this decision.
Ever since I called for the rescue of that Simpson lad, I have taken a lot of heat. So I am flip-flopping. I say, let him stay down there.
Imagine being that hated. Public opinion hasn't just soured, it's gone completely rancid. The weight of the situation is now bearing down on Bart as he weeps over the things he'll miss, like smoking a cigarette and using fake ID.
You know, I've done a lot of bad stuff through the years, but there's so many things I'll never get a chance to do. Smoke a cigarette, use a fake ID, shave a swear word in my hair.
Maybe he does deserve to rot down there. Eventually, Homer ropes in Marge and groundskeeper Willie, who's ridiculously swole, might I add, to help dig a tunnel and rescue the little rascal. Soon the whole town pitches in, and after hours of hard work and some seriously questionable digging, they finally get Bart out. Has he learned his lesson?
Man, I was so scared.
No, probably not. Now it's time to go from one devout rebel to a devout believer. Let's see what happens when Ned Flanders diddly decides to shake things up. To his credit, his intentions are pure, or more accurately, puritanical. In Season 9's Todd, why hast thou forsaken me? His unshakable faith drives him to do some unbelievable things.
Be a way to scare religion back into my son. Isn't there some hell on earth I could briefly place him in?
It begins on a rather sad note, though. Flanders wakes up from a dream about his late wife, Maud, and has a little morning weep. And we've all been there, right?
Nettie.
You've come back. Completely clothed and untouchable. This is the sexiest dream I've ever had. No tongue, no lips, just like Maud.
Todd walks in, sees his dad in distress, and Flanders explains that he was just dreaming about Maud. He then casually asks Todd if he ever dreams about her.
I had a dream about your mom. Don't you ever dream about her?
And that's when we get this unsolicited glimpse into the mind of Todd.
Be faster!
What's wrong, Todd?
And oh boy, is it a mess in there. He confides in his dad, telling him that he can't even remember what his mom looks like. Flanders says he's got a video of her somewhere and takes his boys downstairs. As they watch, Rod comments on how nice their mom was, and Ned says that she still is.
Mommy was so nice.
And she still is, Rodley Dodley.
How do you know? Have you heard from her?
Then he goes on to break down the concept of faith to them. Todd says his math teacher told him believing anything you can't prove is crazy.
My math teacher said believing in something without proof is crazy.
And this sends Ned spiraling.
You think the coat of many colors was crazy? Noah's Ark and the Holy Ghost crazy? Don't tell me you're doubting Balaam's talking ass.
He said the ass word. He must be deeply triggered. Later, Todd rewatches the video on his own and asks his mom for a sign. It's at that moment that his faith begins to crumble. Cut to church on Sunday, and Reverend Lovejoy asks all the young guns to come to the front and spit some bars about baby JC. Then the Reverend passes the mic to Todd, who first refuses. But Lovejoy pressures him into doing it anyway, who then has this to say.
Thanks for nothing. My mommy's dead and she's never coming back, and I don't believe in God anymore.
Yeah. After Ned faints, we cut back to the Flanders' home, where things are a little tense, to say the least.
Son, let me put this gently. We're all going to hell! You opened a doorway to disbelief in God's own house!
Ned's absolutely losing it. He does what any rational person would do, and face times the Reverend? Later that evening, he begs God to punish Todd, you know, his grieving son.
Lord, please punish my boy thoroughly, so he may once again believe in thy divine mercy.
The next morning at breakfast, Todd doesn't say amen after the prayer, and what's Ned's solution to his young son's crisis of faith?
Todd Flanders, I cast thee out.
Wow, rule number 1 of parenting, Ned. You do not cast your 8-year-old son out. Doesn't make it better that he wants Todd to experience hell on Earth, so he forces him to live with the Simpsons until he gets his faith back. Because that's a totally normal way to handle a kid struggling with his mother, your wife's death. He does call Marge to say it's only for the night, but still. Lisa tries to comfort him by teaching him about Buddhism.
Consider the Buddha. He brings peace from within. He loves yoga and Yoda. He's lost weight.
That'll do it. Ah, big shocker. The kid's too sad to hear about any type of God. Despite this, he's a pretty good house guest, to say the least. He cleans up Bart's room, greets Grandpa.
Hi, Grandpa Simpson.
You're talking to me directly? Even my Alexa won't do that.
The only problem comes later when Homer's trying to get a little frisky with Marge, and she says,
Can't. Not with Todd in the house.
Oh, we've had kids in the house for 10 years.
Not that one. He's used to silence. He'll hear us.
No, he won't.
Yes, I will.
Gotta get rid of that kid.
Now, my boy Homer can handle a little heresy, but he draws the line at getting blocked. So the next morning, he tries to rejuvenate Todd's faith in the Lord by scribbling a badly drawn portrait of Jesus on some toast.
Oh my goodness, the face of our Lord and Savior in a humble piece of toast? Clearly no human could have made this.
But Todd's not falling for it. Later, Marge and Homer are struggling to find somewhere out of earshot so they can, you know.
I hear you.
What doesn't that little twerp hear?
I heard that.
But the kid's got the hearing of a barn owl. Homer takes Todd to the park for an ice cream to try and get him to at least pretend he's got faith, leading to an exchange that's responsible for at least 69% of my morning weeps.
Because my mommy's gone and never coming back. You know how that feels?
Oh, do I? Oh, no, don't relive it, don't.
Uh-oh, someone's unraveling. Homer has a flashback to his pretty tumultuous childhood. This makes him have a breakdown as well, and he legs to the pub where Mo pours him a shot of motherless child. And who walks into the bar but Ned Flanders?
I'll take one too.
What?
Just give me a drink.
Homer and Ned guzzle down a few, and that social lubricant kicks in. Later, as they're stumbling home from the pub, they get hit by a car and wind up in heaven.
Welcome to heaven.
Oh, Lord. It's just as beautiful as I pictured it.
Yes, both of them. Turns out their bodies are both lying in a coma, and everyone's really worried. Marge, being the true blue champ that she is, manages to get through to Todd by just being real with the kid and giving him some solid motherly advice.
Do what your heart tells you.
I'm not really sure what's happening, and I'm really sad, and I need help.
Just like that, Flanders and Homer are back in their bodies, and Todd's got his dad back.
Homie.
Dad! Doughboy!
Yay! I believe again!
2 lives saved by prayer.
It's a heartwarming moment for the family. But now I turn to Mr. Burns, the heartless man who wouldn't know warmth if it slapped him in the face. What can I say? It's Montgomery Planagana Chickagluber Burn. I can't say his fracking name. Dude's just the worst. When it comes to bad guys, he doesn't just take the cake. He is the cake. He's the whole pie chart. Pie chart? It's ironic that someone who owns everything somehow doesn't seem to own a soul. But even knowing that did nothing to prepare me for what he pulls and Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 1. Which kicks off with something a bit off. Turns out Super Dude, the class pet, passed away over the weekend, an event that sparks a whole chain reaction. As groundskeeper Willie buries the little fella, he strikes sweet black gold, making Springfield Elementary the richest elementary school in the state. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, that cretin Mr. Burns is going about his cretinous day until he opens the paper.
A non-profit organization with oil? I won't allow it. An oil well doesn't belong in the hands of Betsy Bleeding Heart and Maynard G. Muskie Vote.
Because heaven forbid wealth benefits literal children. This guy's like the little LeBron James of being a bad person. person. Back at the school, Chalmers and Skinner are approving everyone's budget proposal, including a well-deserved crystal bucket from our boy Willie. Suddenly, there's a knock at Skinner's office door.
Oi there, Dean. I understand you're taking suggestions from students, eh?
This Fricker's given "how do you do, fellow kids" vibes. Now Mr. Burns disguising himself as Jimbo, of all people. He tries to subtly nudge Skinner into signing the school's oil well over to his energy company, but Skinner's not buying it.
Me and my fourth form chums think it would be quite corking if you'd sign over your oil well to the local energy concern.
So Burns goes with plan B. Good old buying power. But Seymour still doesn't budge. He then makes a last-ditch attempt by going at Skinner with his old feeble hands. Bro, give it up. Fast forward and Skinner's giving a speech as they gear up to switch on the oil pump for the first time. But as the switch is flipped on, something unusual happens.
There's no pressure! Someone else has tapped this well!
Ay caramba!
Hey, that's Bart's line. Speaking of blatant theft, Burns has used his drilling company to divert the line from the school's pump to his own. This criminal maneuver wreaks all manner of havoc as the drilling messes up Bart's treehouse and injures poor Santa's little helper. The fumes are so bad that Moe's Tavern has to close. Grandpa's retirement home collapses and the school's bankrupt. Burns stands by a literal pile of cash, and Smithers asks him if he's satisfied with defeating, well, everything. Burns lets him know that he isn't even done yet.
No, not while my greatest nemesis still provides our customers with free light, heat, and energy. I call this enemy the sun.
What's the name of this episode again? When is it gonna happen? He tells Smithers that his big plan is to block out the sun. Yeah, you heard me. He wants to block out the sun and plunge Springfield into an era of darkness just so everyone has to rely on his power plant. Even Smithers is taken aback. He's like, whoa, hold up. He calls his plan fiendish. Cut to the town meeting where the mayor addresses everyone about Burns' diabolical plan as they sit, stroke their guns, and air their grievances. Burns comes in and shows them he's also strapped. He then taunts the entire town before pulling this rotten move.
Take one last look at the sun, Springfield.
Is it just me, or is this guy auditioning to be the new Satan? Because plunging a whole town into darkness just screams Beelzebub or something, dude. As Burns basks in the fluorescent streetlights, the target on his back glows with more vigor.
After all these years, things are finally starting to go my way. I feel like celebrating.
Mr. Burns is giddy walking down the street when he's lured into a dark corner because there's more of those now. A struggle ensues, followed by a lone gunshot. Burns stumbles out from the shadows.
Hey, man, are you okay?
Won't dignify that with response.
Maybe I'm as ruthless as Mr. Burns, but watching him sprawled out on that sundial gasping, it was satisfying. Evil, it shouldn't have happened. But I mean, call it poetic justice. But who was responsible? Was it Homer, Smithers, someone more unexpected? We find out in Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2, let's just say that one of the tiniest citizens of Springfield might know more than she lets on.
Was he anywhere near the parking lot when Burns got shot?
No, it's no use. He ain't talking.
We kick off with Smithers living the kind of life I've always pictured Barney living, because the dude's a mess. Man's spiraling, stuck in a nightmare of his own making.
Oh.
Cut to the news, and there's a true crime news report on Burns' shooting. Turns out, the made it. Maggie's now in the hot seat, getting questioned, but she ain't talking. Neither Santa's little helper, who's just wagging along. Nothing says out of options like interviewing a dog and a baby. At the Simpson home, Lisa's trying to solve the puzzle because, of course she is.
Everyone in Springfield had a reason to shoot Mr. Burns. Even us.
Marge mentions that the main suspect is Smithers, who's currently roaming in the streets, guiltily muttering to himself.
Could I have shot Mr. Burns in a drunken rage? No, not me. I know in my heart I...
The gun in his pocket doesn't help either. Neither does this foggy memory.
To run into Mr. Burns outside and... What have I done?
Well, I dare say it's not looking too good. In fact, it's looking pretty bad. It gets worse when Smithers seeks redemption through confession, but that's when Wiggum busts in, dragging him away as the press presses him for answers.
Smithers! Come here! Kent Brockman, Channel 6 News. How does it feel to be accused of the attempted of your boss and mentor?
Somehow, Sideshow Mel steps up with an alibi. Smithers couldn't have done it. He's as loyal as Burns is to his favorite show, which airs at the time of the shooting. Smithers' drunken fog clears, revealing Jasper? Dude, how drunk do you have to be to forget which old guy you capped? So they head to Jasper's, who gives them this surprise.
Can we take a look at your leg?
Yeah, that's real spruce.
Thank God.
God had nothing to do with this. Where's your bow tie? Suddenly he's free to go. To rehab, I hope. So the cops are back to where they started. Frackin' nowhere. Lisa's watching, meanwhile, and her nerdy senses tingle, itching for an answer. Back at the station, Wiggum and his boys are struggling. They've got this bullet from inside Mr. Burns. Time for some detective work, which unfortunately requires some thinking.
Mr. Burns is the richest man in town. Maybe it's about money.
That's some good thinking, Lou.
Thanks, Chief.
Hey, I said that. My name is Lisa Simpson, and I made a chart of all the suspects in the Burns case.
And I'm not one to condone snitching all the time, but I gotta give props where it's due. My girl's cooking here. Her suspect list just passes the vibe check. The cops seem more keen on Samba Maestro Tito Puentes as their guy, but all's good when you make them dance. Back to the list. While everyone has a very good reason to want to shoot Burns, their alibis all check out. Meanwhile, Marge finds the cigar box Abe stashes his gun in empty. She asks about the gun, and it turns out he's stashing it. We then get the surreal moment where Wiggum has this film noir-inspired dream.
Burns, it's you.
Huh?
Look at Burns' suit.
Yes, it's a dream. But that exchange convinces me that there's no other person in the world who could father Ralph but Wiggum. However, when they check Burns' suit, they find some DNA that belongs to a Simpson. Looks like Homer's the shooter because Burns yells his name when he comes to. Talk about the worst timing.
Homer Simpson. Bingo. Gunman has a name-o.
The cops bash down Homie's door, break the lamp for some reason, and piece their case together.
Look what I found under Mr. Simpson's car seat.
I swear, I've never seen that gun before.
Didn't wear your fingerprints all over it, sir.
Not a good look for my boy. The bullets in the gun fit. No way they're gonna acquit. So he's taken away in handcuffs and held in custody. Luckily, Wiggums pulls a Wiggums at the drive-thru, tilting the vehicle sideways, enabling Homer's escape. At the hospital, the doctor realizes that Mr. Burns can only say the words Homer Simpson.
Tell me, how are you feeling today?
Simpson, Homer, Simpson.
That seems to be all you can say.
Lisa still believes in her dad, though. She's cooking up a defense that would make Johnny Cochran proud. Smithers is back to his old psychopathic sober self, offering a $50,000 reward, about $100,478.33 today, for whoever captures poor homie, dead or alive. Cue in frenzied mob at the hospital after catching wind of Homer's whereabouts. Lisa, the only person in this town with a frontal lobe, searches the scene of the crime, and it all comes to a head when...
Don't shoot my dad! He's innocent! He wouldn't hurt a fly!
Stop telling him it was me!
Not the best look for someone trying to get out of a charge. Burns comes to his senses, allegedly, and forgets Homer's name. Homer loses it, pointing a gun at his head, leading to a Mexican standoff in the hospital. Burns looks at the town, now gathered in his room. Taking a cue from his empty brain, he clears the air.
One who shot me was Maggie Simpson.
Aw, baby's first billionaire execution. They grow up so fast, don't they? Honestly, I can't say I'm not a little proud. Burns had it coming, trying to take candy from a baby.
I said drop it.
He just picked the wrong baby to mess with. Maggie don't play, but up next is someone who's made a career out of clowning. Krusty's a mess on a good day, but Camp Krusty takes things to a whole new level. It's painfully clear why it's Krusty's worst offense.
This was a really crappy camp. Can I say crappy on TV?
Yes, on this network you can.
Is it true you attempted when you heard the news?
Bart and Lisa can't wait to head off to Camp Krusty, a trip they can only go on if they pull a C average. And by they, I mean Bart, because my boy's academically challenged.
If I don't get at least a C average, I can't go to Camp Krusty.
Have a delightful summer.
Sure enough, his grades come back to a shoddy D- average. He sits on the couch contemplating his even shoddier attempt at forging better grades when an ad for Camp Krusty comes on. Krusty's promising the world, plus his presence at the camp. Bart's FOMO levels skyrocket. He bites the bullet and takes his report card to Homer.
A plus? You don't think much of me, do you, boy?
No, sir.
You know, a D turns into a B so easily. You just got greedy.
So I won't get to go to camp?
Now, Bart, we made this deal because I thought it would help you get good grades.
You mean I can go?
Yeah.
That'll teach him that his actions have no consequences. The next day, the kids get on the bus and wave goodbye to their parents. And it is here we spot the first red flag when the rickety bridge to the camp barely holds as the bus crosses it, promptly collapsing right after. Krusty's idea of a summer retreat is giving hellscape. Remember how the ad said Krusty would be there? Spoiler alert, he's not. That's red flag number 2. What's the third flag, you're asking? Well, brace yourself.
I've turned things over to my bestest buddy in the whole wide world.
Mr. Black.
I want you to treat
Mr. Black.
with the same respect you would give me. Now here's
Mr. Black.
Wow, that's more a dark omen than a red flag. Like the giant serpent that slithers out of the cabin they're meant to call home for the next few weeks. Bart may believe in Krusty's seal of approval, but it's clear that Krusty is just a clown, but in a bad way. That evening, the kids are sitting around a fire roasting pine cones, pine cones, when Kearney throws gasoline on the open flame. Dude, what? Just when I think it can't get any worse.
Here's your cabin. If you don't like it, TS.
It's the collective gasp for me. Nothing good ever warrants a collective gasp. The poor chubby kids aren't having a great time either, being in a full-on boot camp. The kids gather to sing a song as we're treated to a montage of what I'm sure are OSHA, FDA, WHO, and Geneva Code violations, all climaxing and the stage collapsing. And what do they get for their day of hard singing, running away from boulders? A nice steaming pile of gruel. Well, Krusty brand imitation gruel. They then retire to their cabins for the night of freezing under a thin U.S. Army surplus blanket. It's almost like Krusty wanted things to go wrong. Speaking of, where is he?
strawberries.
Just great. The degenerate slurping strawberries with the queen. Talk about a royal ass wipe. Marge sends a letter and sends cookies to the kids, and of course, these are intercepted by one of the bullies. Lisa writes back to Marge, a letter that reminds me of those old World War I POW camp distress letters. This is meant to be a summer camp.
Dear Mom and Dad, I no longer fear hell because I've been to Camp Crusty.
And get this, the arts and crafts is just child slave labor. The kids are forced to sew wallets for export while the camp bullies act as merciless overseers, driving them like Shane factory bosses. Bart's clinging to the hope that Krusty will swoop in and save the day, but Lisa has no such illusions. She sends the letter to Marge, who just thinks she's exaggerating.
Well, she complains now, but when we go to pick her up, she won't want to leave.
There's a glimmer of hope, though, when the camp leader announces that Krusty has finally shown up.
Mr. Krusty the Clown.
I told you Krusty would come, just like I said. He's gonna bring us food and water and smite our enemies.
Wait a minute. It's that booze hound Barney Gumble dressed as Krusty! This is the last straw for the kids who go full-on Lord of the Flies. It's just riot. Honestly, it feels good watching the kids finally take control and tear down this prison camp. When they replace the flag with a Camp Bart one, I feel like a weight has been lifted, fluttering off my shoulders. The rebellion of the camp is so wild that it makes the news, forcing that swill of a merchant to finally arrive at the camp he made. After convincing the rightfully skeptical kids that he's the real deal, he has this to say for himself.
They drove a dump truck full of money up to my house. I'm not made of stone.
Oh, he did it for the money. Well, that makes everything fine. Move along, folks. The dude just did it for greed. Excuse me, are you even hearing yourself? He enslaved children and endangered their lives to make a quick buck. I know I say this a lot, but this dude is just the worst. After all that, his big solution is a trip to Tijuana. Let's just forget all the pain and suffering with the vacation. Talk about betrayal.
Get ready for 2 weeks at the happiest place on earth, Tijuana!
Speaking of betrayal, Milhouse Van Houten, Springfield's most tragic best friend. I usually just feel sorry for the guy, but that all changes as Milhouse doesn't live here anymore, where he reveals the more insidious side to his character.
What up, B? Milhouse, is that you? Yeah, I gave my look some new flavor. Suck it in. Maybe later.
It starts with the kids on a field trip. Nelson gets kicked off the bus for having not $7 for the trip to the television museum.
Nelson might be poor, but I'm sure he has the $7 for today's field trip.
Actually...
While Mrs. Crabapple's explaining more about the trip, someone chimes in from the back of the bus.
Today.
Hey, don't tell us how to feel.
Bart Simpson, be quiet.
Hey, that wasn't me. Milhouse?
Milhouse? What happened to my little class coward?
Right? That's what I'm wondering, Edna. It gets worse because he starts acting up, calling Mrs. Crabapple Crabapple, which is exactly what I've been calling her too. Jimbo, Dolph, and Kearney are very impressed with this rising star in delinquency, picking on the teacher. That takes some big kahunas. At the museum, Bart asks his best friend what's all the hullabaloo about this attitude, and Milhouse reveals that he just doesn't care what people think of him anymore. This seems believable because the boy is wilding, wrecking the display in the museum. Even Bart looks slightly concerned. Later, when they get to Milhouse's house, he reveals the real reason behind his newfound rebellious streak.
I I'm moving. My mom got a job in Capital City. Capital City? You can't move that far. You're my best friend.
No way. And just like that, Bart is done. Milhouse is his guy. His BFF is ride or die. Now I'm done too, because I mean, what's gonna happen? His dad is trying to plead his case to his mom, but it just comes off as pathetic. She takes Milhouse and drives off, leaving Kirk and Bart standing on the lawn looking defeated. Cut to that evening on the couch, where even watching Itchy and Scratchy doesn't get Bart's mind off his bestie. Lisa tries to comfort him, but he deflects, saying he's moved on. He's got a new friend now, which turns out to be Ralph.
Now I got new friends, guys who get me. There's one right now. Who is it, Ralph? It is not Ralph. Hi, Bart!
Who's my personal fave, but no one ever agrees with me. And I got a feeling that Bart doesn't share my sentiments either, as his play date with Ralphie is going exactly how you'd expect it to.
20! I found you, Bart!
We're playing checkers.
I don't like you, boy mommy.
Would you look at that? He hurt my boy's feelings. Not cool. Needless to say, this arrangement isn't quite working, so the next day we see Bart at the airport about to embark on a flight to Capital City to see his pal. The plane's made out of wood, but that shouldn't get in the way of his true bromance. But you know what might? Milhouse's makeover. Dude's dressed like Timu Run DMC with a big gold chain and an awful bleaching of his hair and eyebrows. The doorbell rings and Milhouse's new gang of friends enters.
What up, M-Life? Milhouse, this isn't you.
Bart takes him aside and says that this ain't him. But Milhouse explains to him that this is his only chance of being cool. And then he asks his friend who flew hundreds of miles to see him this.
Please, let me give you a wedgie in front of these guys. No way. Please. I'll be gentle. Fine. Wedgie!
Talk about weak form. The heck is wrong with Milhouse, dude? He then joins this group of losers in chanting, "Springfield, baby!" Ew! Milhouse not only joins in, but he gaslights Bart with some love bombing.
I'll always love you, Bart. Springfield, baby!
This obviously does not ease Bart's pain. The boy he thought was his best friend betrayed him. I'm gonna need a power nap to get over how angry I am. Ironically, back in Springfield, Bart's crying like a Springfield baby while watching an old video of him and Milhouse pranking Homer. Marge sees them down in the dumps and suggests that he goes outside. At first he refuses, but then he goes to help Lisa wash the car.
I'm gonna hit you so hard, I'll your whole family.
You're in my family.
Shut up!
Looks like my dude's having a good time playing with his little sis. It's like my mom always said, there are friends at home. Who needs fake friends anyway? Lisa and Bart reach the realization that they're each other's best friends, and this is just as wholesome as holes. I couldn't think of a simile, but it is awesome. I'm just happy because Lisa's actually treating Bart with the respect anyone should get from their BFF. Everything's going swell until...
I cracked the code of the pictograph. It says there's a curse on the mound. Of course, I don't believe it. Ah!
Hi, Lisa.
Well, look who's decided to slither back into town. The nerve of this little gumball.
The judge said I was the most pathetic person he'd ever seen in court. Pity custody. Booyah!
Turns out Kirk's pathetic display in court made the judge grant him pity custody of the little four-eyed weasel. And you know what grinds my gears even more?
Hey, he's my best friend.
I see how it is.
Bart just takes him back like just frickin' that. Dude, have some self-respect. At least demand an apology. Feeling sidelined, Lisa does what any respectable girl would do and sulks. But Bart quickly makes it up to her with a stack of coupons for nice things, showing that he's a surprisingly good brother and a way better best friend than Milhouse. Now, I can think of one guy who could use that kind of support system. Barney Gumble has always been the kind of guy who drifts through life, getting by, or more accurately, getting drunk. Bye. In Season 4's Mr. Plow, we catch a glimpse of what ambition does to Barney, and let's just say, I actually don't like it. There's no better place to start Barney's story than at Moe's, where Homer's having one too many as a bad snowstorm takes over Springfield. It's either the beer or the blizzard, but as Homer makes his way home, this happens.
You're dead weight, Barney.
Name one other person who's capable of totaling both family vehicles in one shot. I'll wait. I told you I'm serious. I'm waiting. I got time. We're over half an hour in this video. You're not going anywhere. It's okay, neither am I. That's right, you can't think of any. If you actually thought of someone, leave it down in the comment section below. I'm pretty curious. The next day, after some minor insurance fraud, Homer's on the lookout for a new automobile. He tries a Slavic dealership before taking the family to the Springfield Auto Show. They mill about, checking out some displays. They even run into Adam West, voiced by Adam West. You know, the guy who plays Adam West in every single Adam West adaptation, including Batman in 1966. Anyway, while trying to make a subtle exit from West's yarns of the good old days, days, Homer stumbles upon a snowplow. He knows he can't afford it with the insurance money, plus he has to talk it over with Marge first. But the salesman makes this rather compelling pitch.
I really should discuss this with my wife.
Your wife?
What, do you think I'm gonna buy a $20,000 truck just because you make that noise? I'll take it.
Nothing like a dose of toxic masculinity to drive some questionable decision-making. Go to the next day, and Marge is understandably furious. Determined to prove her wrong, Homer decides that he's gonna use the plow to make the money back he recklessly spent. He prints out flyers and naturally makes one last, slightly impulsive purchase. A jacket emblazoned with his new title, Mr. Plow. He's placing the flyers under the windshield wipers of parked cars when a gust of wind blows them away. As he watches his hopes scatter in the wind, literally, who should be there to console him but his old drinking buddy Barney, who's doing a flyer hustle of his own. Homer digs deep and finds another, less moral way to get the word out about his plowing business.
Dear Lord, in your infinite wisdom, you know the number to call when you need a plow is Klondike 53226.
This is really low.
Not as low as my low prices.
Reverend Lovejoy deserves some kind of Understatement of the Year award because this is just downright wretched. But hey, bro's gotta eat. That's why he buys an ad spot on All Access TV. Homer was cooking with the ad because my dude starts plowing every snowy driveway in town. The retirement home, the school, you name it. Eventually, Homer becomes so successful that Mayor Quimby gives him a key to the city. Barney's pretty indifferent to Homer's success until he sees Moe give Homer a beer on the house because he's that much of a hero.
Here you go, Mr. Plow. A beer on the house.
Barney, looking bleak, says he wishes he was also a hero. And Homer's quite the solid friend because he gives him a motivational speech, which Barney must have taken to heart because the next day Homer sees this.
What's it? What that? Hiya, Homer!
Talk about a slap right in the face. The Plow King. You weren't even trying. Now, look, I get it. He's trying to make a living, but this is just scum. He's not just taking the snowplow idea. He's taking the whole identity. He's literally plowing him right in the ass. He goes so far as to make an ad with Linda Ronstadt calling Homer a loser and a drunk.
When the snow starts falling, there's a man you should be calling. Mr. Plow is a loser, and I think he is a boozer.
The nerve to be completely factual. Wait, didn't this all start because technically Barney wanted a free beer?
That is some sheer hypocrisy.
And I don't stand for hypocrisy. Justice. It's one thing to compete in business, but it's another to attack someone's character. Granted, Homer may have inadvertently ruined Barney's life.
Want a beer? All right, just one. It'll get you off my back. Hey, where have you been all my life?
But we've already talked about Homer 1,000 times. This is about Barney, who's just stealing all of Homer's customers, his business, even his key to the city. But Homer's not just one to take this sitting down. He's got a bit of fight left in him. So he tricks Barney into taking a job at Widow's Peak. The whole thing starts as a plan for petty revenge, but as the avalanche hits, I'm not gonna lie, I start feeling kind of bad for Barney. And life ruiner or not, so does my boy Homer, who risks his own neck to do the right thing.
Barney! Homer, you saved my life, and I'm not gonna forget it. From now on, we'll be partners. Barney, that's great.
As much as I really want to believe in Barney's loyalty, he's blackout drunk throughout this entire thing, so who knows what he's really remembering here. Just as he and Homer agree to join forces, the sun comes out, melting away their big plans. And just when I thought I'd seen Springfield's worst betrayers, there's someone else waiting in the wings, waiting to kick things up a notch. Moe Sislock, Springfield's grumpiest bartender. Here's a guy who's always struggling to keep Moe's tavern afloat, doing just enough to scrape on by. In Flaming Moe's, I got a front row seat to watch Moe's loyalty go up in flames, and you can too for the low price of keep watching.
Hey, this drink is delicious. What do you call it?
Well, it's called a Flaming
Moe. It's called the Flaming Moe.
Homer watches late night TV while Lisa has all her friends over for a sleepover.
Your brother is so gross. You should smell his room.
They're cackling, tormenting Bart, and even giving Maggie a ridiculous makeover. All the racket drives Homer to his happy place.
That's it, I'm out of here.
His happy place is looking pretty grim. I mean, grimmer than usual. Even Barney's not around. Homer asks Moe for a beer, but he's really slipping on his bills and the taps are dry. That's when Homer goes down memory lane about the time he ran out of beer while Selma and Patty were visiting.
I decided to mix the little bits that were left in every liquor bottle. In my haste, I had grabbed a bottle of the kids' cough syrup.
No freaking way. Did the Simpsons also predict lean? Maybe there's something to those crazy conspiracy theories after all. The drink isn't complete until Patty's cigarette literally sparks it up. That's how he invented the Flaming Homer. Now, it might not be the most appealing origin story, but Homer shares it with Moe, and what does Moe do?
Well, it's called a flaming...
Moe. It's called a flaming Moe. That's right, a flaming Moe. My name is Moe, and I invented it.
More like a flaming Judas. This guy, I'm shaking my head. Fast forward to Moe's Tavern is looking less sad. Dare I say, business is a boomin'.
Oh, I haven't seen the place this crowded since the government cracked down on you for accepting food stamps.
Moe straight up lies to Homie about the secret behind his very sudden success. A pretty girl applies for the waitering job, and Moe goes full-on Harvey Weinstein, asking for measurements. Which is just, ugh. Gross, man. The betrayal really hits home for Homer when Moe refuses to sell the recipe to a rep from a famous restaurant.
Good for you, Moe. Only an idiot would give away $1 million idea like that. Oh.
Poor, sweet, naive, trusting Homer. Turns out a rare moment of clarity from a town drunk can have a surprisingly sobering effect. And the saddest part, Homer's not even mad at Moe, just disappointed. That cuts deeper, doesn't it? I'm literally flaming with anger. Meanwhile, people are lining up down the block just to get a taste of a drink my boy Homer invented. The cover of Time magazine before print media went belly up? That's a pretty big deal. I just hate to see Moe eating it all up, basking in that glow, knowing full well that he's stolen the whole thing. Overnight, Moe's Tavern goes from Springfield's dustiest dive to the hottest spot in town. I'm talking about Aerosmith, not only jamming there, but inviting Moe on stage. But while Moe's living it up, Homer's left on the sidelines. To make things worse, Lisa asks for virgin flaming Moe's at dinner, followed by this.
Take that off this second.
Jeez, Bart. Talk about a lapse in familial loyalty. I mean, we weren't talking about that, but if we were, then yeah, that's it. Marge, true to form, advises him to just go there and talk to him, so Homer navigates his way through the crowd, avoiding one particular frisky patron as he makes his way to the bar. When he finally catches sight of Moe, he has this to say.
How could you do this to me, Moe? This bar was going under, and it was the drink I invented that saved it. If there was any justice, my face would be on a bunch of crappy merchandise.
I don't see a single lie. And you know how Moe responds. He says the old cliche, it's nothing personal, just business. Can you believe this guy? Actually, yes, I can. This is very much in character. So remember the restaurant chain dude? He's at the bar again, and he offers Moe a cool $1 million for the recipe, which is about $2.2 million today.
Hey there, what can I do for you, Hoff?
Well, sir, Tipsy McStagger would like to buy your drink. We're prepared to offer you $1 million.
Moe's so wrapped up in his own success that he turns it down. I mean, bro could have cashed out, retired maybe, but he's blinded by greed. He doesn't even listen to what the dude says. They're one ingredient short of cracking it. In the meantime, Homer's looking for a new watering hole.
Now, what do you want?
A beer?
Okay, then.
Can I have a clean glass?
Go! Here you go, your majesty.
So much for service with a smile. This is the kind of bar you need to get blind drunk before you go into. Later, Homer's just miserable, and to make matters worse, Moe's just all over the television. Flash forward to Moe in bed. Wait, my eyes must be playing tricks on me because there's a girl in there.
Now that's what I call a happy hour.
I was just thinking about Homer Simpson.
That's okay. I was just thinking about Sybil Danning.
I think you should sell your drink and give half the money to Homer.
Anywho, it's the waitress, and she's telling him to sell the recipe and split the money with Homer, who, let's just say, is going through it. Unable to take it anymore, he snaps, and just as Moe's about to sign the $1 million contract, he drops this bombshell.
I'm going to tell you. The secret ingredient is...
Homer, no!
Cough syrup.
And just like that right there, everything's gone, everything falls apart. Flaming Moe's are everywhere, and Moe's Tavern is just another bar. Moe's rise and fall can be ripped from a Shakespearean tragedy, which brings me to a villain whose love for literature is only rivaled by his love for revenge. Sideshow Bob. Sure, he's tried to kill Bart a few times, but in Sideshow Bob's last gleaming, Bob's at his most unhinged, taking extreme to a whole new extreme.
I agree.
It all starts with Krusty doing something ridiculous on live TV. Homer is unimpressed with Sideshow Mel's performance and asks about Sideshow Bob's whereabouts, and we get this nice little rundown.
Don't you remember, Dad? He framed Krusty. He tried to kill Aunt Selma. He rigged an election. And he tried to murder me.
Jeez, dude, save some acts of terror for the rest of us. So of course, Bob is in prison, fully focused on building a tiny replica of the Westminster Abbey in a bottle. As he places the last piece in his intricate little puzzle, he's interrupted by the laughter of the other prisoners who are watching the same Krusty show in the rec room. I can almost feel Bob's contempt radiating through my screen. For him, TV is everything wrong with the world, a symbol of mindless distraction. Wait until he sees TikTok. It seems his contempt for everything that isn't high culture also extends to the upcoming air show they're prepping to the airfield.
Buzz-cut Alabamians spewing colored smoke from their whiz jets to the strains of Rock You Like a Hurricane? What kind of country fried rube is still impressed by that?
Criminally insane or not, the man's got away with words. Later, as he tries to fall asleep, his cellmate interrupts him by watching a portable TV on the top bunk. This might just be the last straw, because the next day, after work detail, Bob is nowhere to be found. Wiggum, being Wiggum, somehow lets this slide.
Where's Sideshow Bob?
He ran off.
Oh, great. If anyone asks, I beat him to death, okay?
Right.
The air show's off to an uneventful start. Homer's stealing beer, Milhouse is having father and mother issues, while Bob's hatching up an evil concoction. He somehow manages to impersonate a high-ranking Air Force colonel, and to this day, I still can't figure out how he pulled that off.
Authorization code?
Son, this is Colonel Happablap. That fool McGuggett sprayed runway foam all over Chuck Yeager's Acura. Now get down there with the chamois triple time.
But, Colonel, I'm under strict orders.
Sweet Enola Gay, son. Get moving or I'll tear you up like a Kleenex at a snot party.
Right away, sir.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, acting? He used the evil power of theater to fool his enemies. The crowd's all gathered to watch the show, and Sideshow Bob somehow got his hands on a 10-megaton nuclear warhead. He's laughing menacingly, which I'm guessing is not a good thing. Hey, at least it's an educated guess. Everyone's in the bleachers watching the Air Force flex and having a good time.
Jump jet!
That is, until Sideshow Bob appears on the big screen and announces,
I've stolen a nuclear weapon. If you do not rid this city of television within 2 hours, I will detonate it.
Quite ironic how he used a giant television to communicate his ultimatum to get rid of television. Think about that for a second. Bob, in a town full of people who wronged him with a nuclear bomb, he's no longer just Sideshow Bob. He's a full-blown super villain Bob.
Afraid we're out of options. Television must go. May God have mercy on our souls.
It's crazy how Bob would have gotten away with it if he just waited for the internet. I just feel the sense of doom creeping over Springfield. Except for Krusty,
If I could only stay on the air, I'd have 100% of the audience.
who sees this as an opportunity. If he's the only one left on the air, he'll have the entire audience to himself. Only Krusty would see a nuclear threat and think, ratings. Meanwhile, Lisa's trying to get Bart out of the base when he hears the Colonel talk about Bob's high-pitched voice. Lisa, being the smartest person in any room, really, figures that Bob's hiding somewhere filled with helium. Somewhere like the Duff Blimp. Here, Bob switches through the channels, ecstatic that it's all static until...
Stand by for an urgent bulletin.
Hey, hey! Krusty the Clown is back on the air. 12 hours a day. The only game in town.
Really, dude? Risking everyone's lives for this? To Bob, this slapdash improvised show is proof of how far TV has fallen. He's finally had it. He's caressing the red button on the detonator when Lisa and Bart come into the blimp and try to talk some sense into him. Sideshow Bob, being far from sensible, does this.
Don't you see? That would be taking the easy way out.
Oh, great heavens. Turns out the thing's a dud and Springfield was never in danger of being nuked. But in my eyes, it doesn't change the fact that Bob pressed the button. Bob, not being the one to let things go, grabs Bart and holds him hostage. He's got a new plan. If he can't nuke the town, he'll crash a plane into Krusty's hideout. And not just any plane, the Wright brothers' plane. You know, only the slowest, least aerodynamic plane ever made. Classic Bob, always has a flair for the dramatic, but not always the most practical execution. Case in point.
What is the freaking holdup?
Die, Krusty! Die! Oh.
You know, for someone who hates television, he sure knows how to execute a slow burn. Bob's not the only one who's tangled in an identity crisis. Over at Springfield Elementary, a familiar face hides a secret that'll leave the whole town in shock. At last, we arrive to Principal Skinner. The straight-laced, overly dedicated head of Springfield Elementary has a sizable skeleton in his closet. In The Principal and the Pauper, we discover that the truth's a lot more complicated than you might think.
I know we were planning to see a film tonight, but instead I'm leaving town forever.
Like many bad events, everything starts off rather routinely. Principal Skinner proudly inspects the halls of the school, meticulously checking everything from the dust on the lockers to the accuracy of the hall clock. You can tell he lives with his mom because my dude does this.
Oh, yeah.
Do you see more? Because I'm seeing a full bin at the start of the day. Something's off. My guess is that he's being trailed by Superintendent Chalmers, who I called Chambers earlier, that I don't know where it was and can't go back to fix. So frick you. Chalmers has been secretly watching his every move. Turns out it's the eve of Skinner's 20th anniversary as principal of Springfield Elementary, and the school is planning a bit of a surprise tribute for him. Mother disrupts their lit Friday night of cutting out silhouettes so she can lure Skinner to the school for a surprise. Everything's going smoothly. The entire town is there, and even my boy main man Ralph, who's being...
Principal Skinner is an old man who lives at the school.
Well, Ralph, they can never make me hate you. The episode then ages me by at least 5 years when it drops a monumental bombshell.
I have never been happier or prouder to be Seymour Skinner.
You're not Seymour Skinner.
Skinner? Skinner?
I'm Skinner.
He's a what now? Mother just straight up faints. Everyone's confused, mostly me. I've learned that the man that I've come to know as Principal Seymour Skinner has been living a lie for decades. Get this, it turns out
I'm an imposter. That man is the real Seymour Skinner.
Then who the heck are you, bro? We find out his real name is Armin Tamzarian, an orphan turned street punk from Capital City who chose the army over jail time in apologizing to his victims. Dude was somehow unaware that the Vietnam War was happening. Like, how? The real Seymour Skinner was his sergeant in Vietnam and ended up playing the role of a much-needed positive male role model in young Armin's life.
Skinner took me under his wing and showed me that life is worth living. I came to think of him as the big brother I never had. It made me believe I might have a future.
This is a war memory, so unfortunately Sergeant Skinner goes missing in action and is presumed dead. Armin goes to break the news to his mother when he decides to take on Skinner's identity, bringing some comfort for both him and Mrs. Skinner, for some reason. Back in the present, and oh, she's awake and she's mad. Principal Skinner, Armin Tasmanian Devil, or whatever the frick his name is, decides that the right thing to do here is to give the real Seymour Skinner his life and mother back. So he quits his job as the principal, heads back to Capital City to take up street punking once more.
Well, it's time to pick up where I left off, as a no-good street punk.
Principal Skinner?
Up yours, children.
Bit dramatic, but I mean, I guess it did lie to an entire town for like literal decades. He leaves Springfield torn. On one hand, they formed strong bonds with the man who's been a part of their lives for 26 odd years, and on the other, they and me feel betrayed, finding out that this person they've known for so long is also an imposter who's been lying to them, and me, and you, the whole time. However, sooner than not, the cracks begin to show as the so-called real Principal Seymour Skinner starts acting as off-brand as Timu's entire stock. The cracks become a vast canyon when he does something Skinner, well, Armin, would never do.
Tonight is silhouette night. Sit there.
I really just came home to change into a turtleneck.
Seymour, sit!
In the morning. Oh, Mom, I'm borrowing your car.
Abandoning silhouette night with mother to go to the bar. This guy's clearly a monster. Who cares what his birth certificate might say? This guy's no Seymour. Everyone realizes that they missed the old Armin, so the ladies enlist Homer to drive them to Capital City to get their own personal Skinner back. This road trip winds up including nearly half of Springfield. Heck, even Jasper and Abe come along for the ride. Grandpa gives me this beam of light in the darkness.
Hello, beautiful.
In your dreams.
We'll see about that.
Damn! Grandpa's got that nursing home whiz. They finally get to Capital City, where Mrs. Skinner uses the power of mom voice to convince Armin to return to Springfield. The townspeople decide, imposter or not, they prefer the Seymour that they know and love, even though he kinda is the worst here. In the end, the real Sergeant Skinner is forced to leave town, while Armani T remains as Principal Skinner, teaching me that it's okay to commit identity fraud, as long as you don't miss silhouette night. Those are some pretty awful things, but trust me, it gets worse, because now we're gonna talk about all the controversies the Simpsons have found themselves in. Whenever I need to pick me up, a cackle, or just a little something to take the edge off, I turn to The Simpsons. That definitely can't be said for everyone, though. Some episodes spark debate, others age like milk. There are those that are just frickin' plain. Borderline unhealthy obsession aside, I zeroed in on moments that ruined friendships, ended dinner parties, and made entire countries gasp.
Ay, caramba.
And things kick off down under with Bart versus Australia, which should have been called the Simpsons Writers' Room versus Australia, because crikey, the things go south. That was terrible.
What the hell is the Southern Hemisphere?
Haven't you ever looked at your globe? The Southern Hemisphere is made up of everything below the equator. This line.
Bart and Lisa are racing bathroom products, and naturally Lisa wins. Bart, ever the sore loser, blames it on the water draining the wrong way, though. Enter Professor Lise, who schools both me and Bart.
In the Northern Hemisphere, water always drains counterclockwise. It's called the Coriolis effect.
The what now? I guess you learn something new every day. Bart doesn't buy it, flushing every toilet in the house to see, oh, in this economy? Bart's determined to prove Lisa wrong and make his parents poor. He makes some calls to the South Pole, South America, until he eventually connects with Tobias, an Australian boy whose Australian accent's a little off. Kind of like mine. Calling collect, Bart pretends to be some International Drains Commission expert when Toby confirms that they drain clockwise. Bart asks the poor kid to check the neighbors, and Toby hops on his bike, and get this.
Return from the Kulamagary's place. They're draining clockwise too.
I don't care about that anymore.
That's right, the dude's away for like hours, leaving that line open. Need I repeat it? Yes, I need. Say it with me now, guys. In this economy. 3 weeks later, an astronomical phone bill arrives. Luckily for Bart, Homer gets the bill, and my dude's not the fastest dingo in Queensland. Sorry, Australia. So he's off the hook. Unlike Tobias, whose dad's freaking out over their $900 bill, which equates to roughly $1,800 today. The dad's angry calls are answered by a very rude Bart, leading to this escalation.
You owe me $900, mate.
You owe me $900.
Which leads to then this escalation.
You picked the wrong guy to tangle with here, mate.
I don't think so. You're all the way in Australia.
Which, you guessed it, leads to this escalation.
That's it. I'm gonna report this to me member of parliament.
And just like that, Bart finds himself in a huge heap of kangaroo doo-doo. The Australian government indicts him for fraud via snail mail. These letters pile up in his wastebasket until Lisa finds them, telling him he needs to tell their parents. Eventually, Marge gets hold of the U.S. State Department, and to make this already awful situation even worse, the agent says this little flub will weaken the already delicate relationship between the U.S. and Australia. Finally, he comes up with this hardcore solution.
We'd like to imprison Bart for 5 years.
That's tough but fair.
Sure, sounds reasonable. Bart's lucky that dude's not talking to my parents. Marge, the voice of reason, finds out Bart just needs to go to Australia and apologize. So the Simpsons are off to the continent. When they arrive, the family encounters kangaroos everywhere, lewd official signage, and this.
What's your camera?
I needed that so much. Later, Bart apologizes to the Australian Parliament, who demand a traditional booting, a boot to the bum. When Homer sees this ginormous boot, he's appalled. The U.S. agent warns him to zip it, as it's a proud Australian tradition, but chaos ensues when Homer being Homer, Homer's hard.
Stay back, or I'll boot your Prime Minister!
That can't be good for international relations. So Bart and Homer escape to the U.S. Embassy, narrowly avoiding capture. After a heated phone call, they reach an agreement. Bart will take one regular-sized boot to the butt through the gate. Everyone gathers around both sides of the fence for Bart's corporal punishment. The Prime Minister shines his shoes and takes a run up to the position when... This obviously bums everyone out, but alas, the family now escapes in a helicopter as an angry mob chucks Foster's cans at them. Some saw the episode as harmless satire, others called it a giant slap in the face to an entire continent, and honestly, the producers admitting that they took liberties and made up a lot of cultural gags did not precisely help. Speaking of liberty, next up is the City of New York versus Homer Simpson, where we learned that the show doesn't need a passport to offend entire populations.
I don't want to go to New York City. New York is a hellhole.
And we're off. Moe introduces a new rule because the bar's regulars are responsible for 91% of Springfield's traffic accidents. So for safety, they've all got to draw eggs from the jar to choose a designated driver. Barney, as in the town drunk Barney, draws the black egg. His friends party hard while he resists, and it's looking rough already. Matters do get worse as he wins a Duff promo contest at the absolute worst time possible. I'm entirely convinced he's gonna fold when this happens.
I've got Duff extra cold for Barney.
I don't know if I would have been able to hold back there, but my boy Barney stays true to his word. Later, he drives his very drunk friends home, and it's clear that 6 hours sober was way more than the guy could handle. Flash forward 2 months, and Homer's putting up wanted posters for both his car and Barney, who arrives in the trunk of a limo, drinking from a bottle of champagne. Why am I not surprised he's been blacked out this whole time?
Where's my car? All I remember about the last 2 months is giving a guest lecture at Villanova.
Glad I'm not the only one pissed here. But still, Homer can't hit him harder than the hangover headed his way. As homie tries to build a makeshift vehicle, he receives a letter from New York City where his car's parked. Apparently, he's got to fetch his wheels within 72 hours or it'll be swimming with the fishies in the East River. Homer reluctantly agrees to go to New York, but remembers this disastrous trip he had. Yeah, that would also leave me with a lifelong grudge against any city, really. However, Lisa says that the bus station offers super cheap trips to the city, as noted in this handy-dandy magazine.
We could all go with the bus company's special Super Sitter Fare. Super Sitter Fare?
It's crazy how that magazine cover dang near broke the internet. If you know, you know. Finally, the family arrives in the city. Homer heads to the World Trade Center to fetch his car, now booted and full of parking tickets. In true Homer J. Simpson form, he tries to remove said boot with his mouth. When someone tells him to call the city council, he ends up having to wait for a parking officer. Starved and parched, Homie spots a vendor within the car's radius and eats and drinks a lot of crab juice. Soon he's bursting, and finding a bathroom ain't easy. He finally gets to the observation deck of the South Tower, only to observe the parking officer he's been waiting for. Can you find a more perfect dull moment than this? Frustrated about his $250 pee, Homer puts his foot on the gas, boot be damned. This obviously wrecks his car, but at least he's moving. Very, very slowly, causing a traffic jam, until he tricks a construction worker into leaving his jackhammer unattended. He gets rid of the boot in like 86% of his car, but he's free. Homer speeds to Central Park to get his family. They all climb in, and as they drive off, this happens.
Can we come back next year, Dad?
We'll see.
I guess Homer in New York City's bad blood didn't end in the 70s. After 9/11, this was banned in some areas because of its focus on the Twin Towers and re-edited in others. The satire of New York is a chaotic, crime-filled mess didn't sit well either, clashing with the city's post-9/11 unity. But for these guys, controversy is a global game. Next, we go from the East Coast to the Far East. Goo Goo Guy Pan set off with good intentions, but landed on some bad actions that didn't quite receive everyone's stamp of approval.
A Buddha statue? We cannot leave it outside. It is bad feng shui.
I thought that was just a trick to sell crappy end tables to the west.
We kick it off with Mr. Burns behind the wheel and Selma riding shotgun? What fever dream am I experiencing right now? Well, it turns out it's not a dream, it's a driving test. He's trying to renew his license, which expired in 1909. As they drive, Selma starts experiencing intense hot flashes, causing the two to crash. Later at the hospital, Dr. Hibbert tells her that she's experiencing symptoms of menopause, meaning she can't have children anymore. And as you can imagine, Selma does not take this well.
I'll grow old.
What about your pet iguana?
All he can do is eat me.
Hey, let's not sleep on Jub Jub. He might be the Florence Nightingale of iguanas. Shout out to the nurses who got that joke, by the way. Selma continues to brood before Patty finally suggests that she adopt. Next, the whole family is outside Springfield Orphanage as Selma beams at her new baby, promising to trade her smokes for chewing tobacco. It's a start. I'm sad to see your joy short-lived, though, when the baby's parents, resident rednecks Cletus and Brandine, show up. Seems they had a little miscommunication.
I misheard my wife. She's tired of having rabies.
Look, I doubt rabies is great for getting your point across. Lisa tells her Aunt China's got thousands of baby girls who need adoption, but when Selma applies, she's informed only married couples can adopt from China. Also, her husband must travel with her to fetch the baby. So, in a panic, my girl Selma does the most insane thing she could ever do and and puts Homer's name down on the application. I have a feeling things are gonna get weird, to say the least.
Homer Simpson is my whole world.
I just felt a chill go through my soul.
That makes two of us, homie. Everyone knows why they're all flying to China, besides Homer, who thinks Selma's just being insanely generous. Nervous, Selma asks Marge when they should tell him the truth, and she says when the drugs kick in. They must have given him Burning Man doses, because my guy's straight up seeing things. Looks like it's showtime.
You have to pretend to be my husband.
No! Homer's reluctant until his beloved Marge asks him very nicely, sealing the deal. When they land, they meet Madame Wu, the adoption rep, who informs them the process takes a few days, meaning they've got time to explore China's rich culture. Fun. On the other hand, this also gives the rep time to observe Homer and Selma as a married couple. Not fun. Now let's give them a chance. They're just two people who despise each other. Should be fine. Unlike Homer, who gets his rocks kicked in by Shaolin monks while sightseeing, then this happens.
Look at him sleeping. He's like a little angel that killed 50 million people.
Yes, you are. Unlike some people, I'm just keeping my mouth shut. So Bart and Lisa head to the Great Wall where Mongolians attempt to jump over before everyone watches the play, which must have inspired Homer's inner performer, because the next day when Madame Wu asks him what he does for a living, my dude has this not-so-bright idea.
These guys don't know me. I can be whatever I want. I'm a Chinese acrobat.
Not to fat shame, but homie doesn't even look like an American acrobat. I'm stunned when they get the green light to fly home with the baby, but remember Homer, that famous Chinese acrobat? Well, he's at a local show when the lead acrobat suffers a bullet-related death after making the mistake of speaking freely. Disappointed, the audience will riot unless Homer saves the day with his acrobatic skills. For a second, I thought he was killing it. And by killing it, I mean his chance at ever walking again. At the hospital, Selma finally introduces her daughter, Ling. Marge is so proud of Homer that she can't keep her hands off him when they're alone. Tragically, Madame Wu catches this canoodling and takes Ling away, forcing the gang to cook up a plan to smuggle Ling out of China.
Just put this hook in his nostril and pull.
See? My boy may not have the grace of an acrobat, but he's got the body of a god. Buddha. My nose hurts. Nah, it hurts watching him get dragged by that hook, but Homer powers through, rescues Ling, and sets off their chaotic escape. They're intercepted by Madame Wu in a tank in Tiananmen Square. This is moving way too fast for me. However, Selma, as a DMV agent, sees Madame Wu and tries to appeal to her cold, bureaucratic heart.
But there's a greater joy in bending the rules to help someone who thinks all hope is gone.
It's beautiful, man. Makes me want to go fill out a form. Madame Wu shares that she too was raised by a single mom and lets them go. They tackled adoption and politics with classic Simpsons satire, blending cultural stereotypes with jabs at Chinese bureaucracy. Toss in a Tiananmen Square gag and cue debates about where humor should draw the line. Okay, next up we cross the line without crossing the border. Letting a linguistic lunatic loose in Cape Fear scared the frick out of people in 1993. The internet was yet to drive us all absolutely bonkers, brain rot, and texting hadn't been invented yet. Anywho, Bart and Lisa are watching TV and...
That is some outfit. It makes you look like a homosexual.
Yep, that type of gag 10 seconds in. Finally, Marge comes in with mail, a letter for Lisa, and a series of harrowing death threats for Bart, written in blood. That's cute. Bart's visibly frazzle-dazzled as the threats just keep rolling on in, and the family's worried too, wondering who would want to harm Bart like this. Okay, besides Homer, who wrote one threat? He sends Bart spiraling when he says,
"It's probably the person you least suspect."
Wow, talk about paranoia-inducing fatherly advice. As a result, Bart spends the following days freaking the frick out, suspicious of everyone around him. Marge goes to Chief Wiggum, who's miraculously less helpful than usual. Turns out the bloody culprit is Sideshow Bob, who's up for parole soon. At his hearing, Wiggum testifies, not helping again. Then Selma, Bob's ex, takes the stand. The toxicity of their coupling must have made cyanide seem healthy. She recalls how Bob tried to kill her on their honeymoon, and naturally, Bob's lawyer asks the court who's thinking of killing her.
She's always leaving the toilet seat up.
Patty? Does sharing a womb mean nothing? Bob's next. His tattoos that include Die Bart Die are of massive concern, but he cleverly explains it's actually German for the Bart Ignoring all the red flags, the parole board is convinced and off Bob goes into society. Later, the Simpsons go to the movies where they encounter an obnoxious man who turns out to be none other than...
You wrote me those letters.
Stay away from my son.
I guess Bart's finally figured out who's behind all those letters. Gulp. Anyway, dude's legit obsessed with an actual child. I honestly cringed for an entire 37 hours after watching him air quotes prep for their showdown. I timed it. I timed myself for 37 hours. No, I did. Chief Wiggum's been called in to not help once again. World record for not helping. Desperate, they hire a no-nonsense private eye who looks promising when he confidently states,
When I'm through, he won't set foot in this town again. I can be very persuasive.
Leave town.
No.
I'll be your friend.
No.
brother, I trusted you! How could you be less helpful than Wiggum? Bob's driving an ice cream truck, naming everyone he won't kill. Or they go to the FBI, whose witness protection program gives them a fresh start, but only somewhere with an abjectly terrifying name, like...
New Horrorfield, Screamville.
Yeah, I told you they were terrifying. Objectively. Yeah, I'm saying abjectively. Look it up. It's a real word. I didn't think it was a real word. They're given a new surname, Thompson. The Thompsons. Yeah, no, that ain't it. That's not it. Homer's not vibing with it either, taking him forever to answer to that name. Eventually, the Thompsons are all set anew. They've got a sweet new convertible. Bart and Homer got sweet new hats. Life's good. Until it isn't. A stowaway. Looks like old Bob's tagged along for the ride. Sick obsession or not, someone's gotta put the terror in Terror Lake. The family settles into a houseboat, which they're low-key into. Bob is less of a fan, though, as the boat only further worsens his already awful stalking prowess. It gets to the point that he ruins his big scary reveal to his child nemesis by getting run over. First by a car, then a marching band. Bro even gets trampled by elephants, allowing Bart to run and tell his folks. One of them is helpful, and the other one is Homer Thompson, whose intentions are pure despite his actions being questionable. Bart confesses that he's feeling on edge and asks his dad to take it easy on the crazy antics for once. For a second, I think Homer gets him, but...
I'm sorry, boy.
Bart, do you want to see my new chainsaw and hockey mask?
Hey, I said a second. 1 second, all right? Technically, not wrong. Bob, can we get an instant replay? The editor's name isn't Bob. Later, the actual Bob sneaks aboard the houseboat and cuts the rope, sending them floating down the lake. Finally, he barges into Bart's room. The boy calls for help, but Bob's tied his family up. He tries to escape, but realizes he's stuck. In an excruciatingly tense moment, Bob offers him a last request. Bart uses flattery to stall the psychopath by asking Bob to sing the entire score of HMS Pinafore, an opera Bob performs elaborately, even changing outfits mid-performance. His crescendo of killing Bart, however, comes to an abrupt halt.
Hold it right there, Sideshow Bob. You're under arrest.
Your eyes are fine. That is in fact Wiggum being helpful by arresting Sideshow Bob and putting an end to this Thompson BS. The Simpsons are back, baby! Looking back, this episode is really the show at its best, but pushing the envelope's never easy, and one filled with blood-scrawled threats to a child was a tough sell for a cartoon back then. The Nazi gag also didn't help matters much, earning a German ban. Killing kids never ages gracefully, unlike smoking pot, which went from dope to dope in recent years. Meaning that Weekend at Burnsies blazed through the controversy and came out on top. Red-eyed and ready to roll. You know what they say about the medicinal nature of laughter.
Man, I don't do drugs.
For your eyes, the best tonic is chronic.
An unsettling experience with genetically modified food inspires Marge to plant her own garden, but my girl faces some hurdles. First, crows rock up and eat the seeds that she's planted. Not phased, though, she built a scarecrow using iconic items from previous episodes. Bart's horse-riding trousers, Lisa's hockey jersey, Grandpa's hat, and even the pumpkin from a few Treehouse of Horror installments. Not gonna lie, this extra Simpson trivia is making my simple brain geek out! Her second problem, the Flanders keep flocking to her scarecrow's frame, giving us this classic gag.
Shoo!
Heaven and earth, where were we? Oh, now I'm lost.
Yes, Ned, you are lost. That ain't your yard, man! She fixes her Christian and Crow concerns, but not for long. Later, when Homer gets home, the darkness combined with his bird brain makes the Scarecrow look like a scrawny man. He destroys the Crows' biggest foe, resulting in their unwavering devotion. Homer takes on the mantle of King of the Crows, which comes with some sweet perks.
Now go do my bidding!
Scarecrow Fight Club could work. Cool idea for later. Anywho, I get why Homie enjoyed his reign as Crow King, but then they booted him from Moses and stole Marge's spot in bed. It's lonely at the top. Things escalate when Homer has his crow minions fetch Maggie from the second floor, basically sending a flare to child services.
Put her down!
Talk about insolent. I guess these goth birds ain't no glazing Oompa Loompas. Fuming, Homer attempts to assert dominance, triggering a feathery rebellion. He ends up getting pecked into the emergency room, meaning Dr. Hibbert's gonna put some stitches in his eyes, and I won't lie, it looks agonizing. The good doctor prescribes medical marijuana to help him cope, but Homer's hesitant. But hey, doctor's orders are doctor's orders. Plus, that wizard bong looks pretty freaky. Back home, Homer lights up a Jay the Devil's Lettuce. My dude looks like he's training for a Snoop concert. He's making odd calls to Marge and dabbling in the sacred stoner art of that would make a great pipe with Elisa's saxophone, which he's taking a sudden shine to. Cut to the nuclear plant and Burns is not happy. Shocker! He tells Smithers that he needs someone who laughs at all his jokes. Cue in Hi Homer, who finds Burns' old-timer quips hilarious, making Burns promote him to Executive VP. Homer's professional highs aren't doing anything to ease Marge's mind, though.
Homie, I don't mean to nag, but what does this have to do with healing your eyes?
It's got everything to do with his eyes. His third eye, more precisely, which could be closing again as a marijuana recriminalizing initiative, which Homer signed, will be up for a vote. Homer takes to the stage only to realize that the vote went down yesterday and they lost. Cops are even burning weed outside the town square, and Homer's sad to see it all go up in smoke when Marge steps in.
I want you to look at your children and promise them you will never do drugs again.
She's kind of giving off narc energy here. Is that just me? Probably. But Homer loves his wife and kids, so he hangs up his lava lamp and heads to Moe's. Meanwhile, Mr. Burns is writing a speech for an important shareholders meeting and needs Hi Homer. But Homie confesses he doesn't find him funny anymore. Duh. Regardless, a concerned Homer preps for the meeting as Marge tries to reassure him in the worst way possible.
Picture him naked. Or, with a funny hat on.
I doubt any drug could fix that. Flash forward to Burns' house where his speech isn't tickling any funny bones anymore. Burns doesn't take too kindly to this, leaving the room in a huff. Speaking of, Homer's got a joint stash that he and Smithers partake in. They get lost in stoner chatter until Smithers realizes that Burns has been in the tub too long. Homer freaks out when they find him dead, but Smithers' Wall Street game is on point as he devises this scheme.
Mr. Burns, may we skip your speech and go directly to the questions?
Now that's a corporate puppet. Luckily, the movement causes Burns' heart to start beating again, saving the company from a financial disaster. When it aired, this episode lit up debates on responsible portrayals of drug use. While Homer never tokes on screen, his stoner antics were enough to get this censored in the UK and rated M in Australia. In this next episode, though, the show swapped Hi Homer for something more grounded and home-based. In Little Big Mom, a broken leg nearly becomes a broken home, mostly due to the boys being...
brains! Use your brains to help us.
The episode starts with the usual, Homer and the kids watching TV. Marge is in full stealth mode, though, trying to get rid of the old junk the family refuses to throw away. Unfortunately, her cover's blown. Homer and the kids protest, and to prove her point, Marge whips out a set of skis Homer bought in 1998, but is never used. I'm not amazed, but this only inspires Homer to take the family on a ski trip. After an uncomfortable brush with heights in the cable car, Marge decides that she ain't feeling this whole skiing thing and decides to chill at the lodge. Her reason being,
skiing fanny first into a crevasse isn't my idea of fun.
Talk about comedic timing. See, because it's a clock. She's taken to the hospital where Dr. Hibbert says that she'll be staying until her cast comes off. Tragically, she doesn't want to miss laundry day or de-meeting Lisa's baloney. Bless her cotton socks. Homie tells her to focus on getting better. They'll be fine. Even Bart has some reassuring words.
Don't worry, all the laundry and dirty dishes will be there when you get back.
And they say chivalry is dead. With Marge out of the picture, Lisa wants to step in and take charge, assuring her mom that she's got this domestic thing down. But doubt slowly creeps in. And the next morning, when she sees Homie's walking around in his briefs, she realizes that this is gonna suck a lot. Turns out Marge has been dressing him this whole time. Undeterred, she creates a detailed chore plan, which she places in a chore hat so everyone can pick a task at random. This does not go well.
Lisa, I'll do the dishes when I pick it out of the chore hat, and it's not a practice. There it is. That was a practice.
The sheer nerve of these two. I'm mad for Lisa. I hate watching them take the piss like this, bro. It's like fracking. She even packs them lunch because they don't have hands, apparently. Lisa eventually struggles to maintain order in the house, which is currently giving Saw energy. Mainly because when she finally gets Bart and Homer to do something, they do it poorly, magically making the place even more filthy. Meanwhile, Marge is living her best life, dude, enjoying her bed rest as the doctor gives her acupressure treatments. Poor Lisa's feeling abandoned, calls Marge, asking her when she's coming back.
Think you'll be getting out of there soon? I really thought I could handle this, but...
I think so too. Bye.
Oh no, don't tell me Marge has also joined the dark side. Later that night, Lisa's struggling to sleep because the boys are watching TV with the volume very loud. In a moment of desperation, she starts hallucinating the ghost of Lucille Ball, one of TV's most famous trad wives from 60s hit sitcom I Love Lucy. Lucy's been watching all that stuff in that house, and she's also had it, suggesting that Lise get revenge. Lucy's been watching all that stuff in that house, and she's also had it. She needs revenge. She needs a W, so she waits till they fall asleep. Summoning the power of arts and crafts, she uses green paint and oatmeal to carry out her plan. The next morning, Homer and Bart are horrified when they discover...
We better check with a doctor.
You've got leprosy.
Unclean? Have you looked around you recently? Lisa tells them leprosy thrives in unsanitary conditions, so their only chance is to clean up the house. Refusing, they remember that Jesus cured lepers, so they go to the Flanders hoping Ned can help. Terrified by the sight of their leprosy, Ned tries to do the Christian thing and lets them down easy.
We're not really set up for lepers.
You're shunning us.
Homer would never. Meanwhile, it's time for Marge's cast to come off. At the house, Mo calls, asking about Homie's whereabouts, and when Marge suddenly bursts in the door, and she's pretty stoked about its general cleanliness. She asks Lisa where everyone is, and now worried by Mo's call, she reveals her scheme to her mom. They ask Flanders, who tells them he emptied his savings to send them to a leper colony in Hawaii, and I'm not gonna lie, that place is stunning. Someone give me leprosy. I mean, one thing stands out.
Can we get a room with a view?
Well, you'll have a great view of the whole beach from the electric needle room.
Should've just washed the dishes, bro. Marge and Lisa arrive to tell them they don't have leprosy, but Homer and Bart choose to stick to the story. A lovely vacation for the small price of
2 hours of blinding pain.
This one sparked backlash for trivializing leprosy, causing Japan to ban it. Marge's hospital stay also drew criticism for reinforcing outdated gender roles, as Homer and Bart's absurd laziness pushed the humor a little too far. Though that's not the only time Japan banned the Simpsons episode. In fact, in 30 Minutes Over Tokyo, the Simpsons go directly to the source.
Go home to Jamaica. I've been in Babylon too long.
Lisa's reading a magazine called The Wired Mag, and she's stoked to learn about a cyber cafe opening up in Springfield. They head to the Java server where everyone's experiencing the joy of being online back when the internet was nice. Homer looks like he's crushing it, investing in stonks and all that jazz, when the family's checking accounts takes this critical hit.
We've still got $1,200.
All right, dorks, download to Papa.
An IRL cyber attack. How quaint! Homer tries to make up for the lost vacation funds with crime. His first mark? The Flanders. Shocker. Ned catches him yellow-handed. Homie's lucky Ned decides to teach rather than to tattle, dragging him to a seminar instead of a cell. Eventually, Homer takes Marge to the saving seminar where the speaker shares some niche cost-saving tips like buying tuxes people died in and getting deals on pea-soaked yachts. His mantra is...
Come on, let me hear you. Squeeze every penny.
Hey, I squeezed so hard it went into my hand.
Too literal, bud. I'm just chuffed to see Homer grasp an idea. A penny for his thoughts, perhaps. Sorry. After hitting the 33-cent store, they break their piggy bank open, checking their vacation fund progress. They're a bit short, but Marge squeeze every penny Simpson flexes some frugal financial finesse. I meant to say finesse, but we roll with it.
Your obedience says you can fly mega cheap if you don't care where you go.
That's right.
Are you going through our garbage?
That's right. Now it's mine.
Call me picky, but I wouldn't take travel advice from the guy eating my trash. Guess the Simpsons are built different, I suppose. At the airport, there's an announcement for 4 seats to Tokyo, but Ned and Co. are ahead of them in line, so they steal a golf cart, not letting small things like basic human decency get in their way. Homer's not impressed, giving the worst reason.
If we want to see Japanese people, we could have gone to the zoo.
Homer!
The guy who washes the elephant is Japanese.
Bro's cooking less than a sushi chef. Once settled, Bart switches the hotel TV to a stream of Homer enjoying the high-tech toilet before choosing something less traumatizing, seizure-inducing cartoons. Everyone's got to reference that Pokemon episode, huh? At a restaurant called America Town, their waiter holds his own with some quips about America's education system, and there is a lot to poke fun of there. Hey, who needs ABCs when you got AR-15s? Don't cancel me for that. Don't shoot the messenger, especially not literally. Later, Homer buys a $150 watermelon, which, yeah, I'd do the same.
1 square watermelon, please.
Homer, those are $150.
It's worth every cent.
Don't! I stand by my decision. Marge is tired, but Lisa, the OG hipster, apparently wants to do something Japanese. Bart and Homer leg it, ironically ending up at a sumo wrestling match. Then an ill-timed pretzel salting leads to an emperor assault, landing them in jail where they live Lisa's best life. Hey, they even have an itinerary of kabuki plays. Inner peace. In this economy? Homer tries to soothe Lisa's FOMO with some prison origami, delicately transforming their last million-yen note into a crane, a symbol of good luck. This talisman must be broken, because a gust of wind blows this cash bird right away, leaving them stranded. At the U.S. Embassy, the ambassador gives them these encouraging words.
How are we going to get home?
Try getting a job and earning some money.
Because why would a U.S. embassy ever actually help American visitors? Cut to Osaka Fish Concern, where the family guts fish for money. Marge gets a light bulb moment when she sees an ad for a family game show. I feel guilty for underestimating Marge because we flash forward to them on said show, playing for tickets back home. They're given some options.
Our categories are, "Ow, that hurts. Why are you doing this to me? Please let me die."
When life gives you lemons, pick the least painful sounding Japanese game show category. First round, Homer, the human pinata. Blindfolded, his family wails on him with wooden rods. And this must have been catharsis by proxy. Next, some mild, severe electrocution as they tie Homie to Tokyo Tower during a lightning storm. The presenter congratulates them for their win, and I think the worst's over until he reveals,
"Pick them up inside that volcano."
Who hurt you? So they embark on a long hike. At the top, they find a rickety bridge over bubbling hot lava. Their ticket sitting right in the middle. Being the lightest, Lisa tries to cross. She gets the ticket, but as she hits back, the presenter collapses the bridge. Marge rushes to help, but also gets trapped, as do Homer and Bart, who follow. And I gotta say, things are looking pretty perilous.
Marge, your shoe!
That lava is just orangeade by our sponsor.
Wait, he loves inhaling molten rock? Safe space, no judgment, just questions and concerns and confusion. My heart freezes until I realize the lava's just wasabi orange soda, restarting when they finally get their tickets. I'm beaming with pride when a livid Homer grabs the mic and just spits these truth bombs.
Game shows aren't about cruelty. You lost your way.
Homer, the moral compass. Not on my bingo card. Exhausted, they take off for Springfield, sleeping through a Godzilla attack. From absurd game shows to riffing on the infamous Pokemon Caesar incident and running on stereotypes, naturally, Japan was not amused again, banning it then, and now on Disney Plus Japan. Even South Korea felt some type of way, only airing it in 2007. I'm stunned that the Simpsons can still book international flights, but hey, they're off again, this time heading south to Brazil in Blame It on Lisa. Call me a dummy, but it took this entry for my sleep-deprived brain to finally click that these guys will never learn.
The Simpsons are going to Brazil!
Homer and Bart are watching Itchy and Scratchy when Marge fills them in on an insanely high phone bill, hundreds of dollars for calls made to Brazil. Homer blames Bart, who's innocent for the first time since ever, and I don't blame him. Wouldn't be Bart's first phone bill incident. Convinced it's just a billing error, Marge takes Homer to the phone company the next day. They meet with Lindsay Nagel, a customer service rep, to plead their case.
We are not paying this bill.
I'll cut off your service.
I'll cut off your ponytail.
Yikes, talk about a masterclass on how not to negotiate. Frustrated with having no phone service, Homer tries to get an illegal connection, which results in him getting severely electrocuted. Finding his smoldering body in the bushes makes Marge insist that they just pay the bill. When Lisa learns that it's for calls to Brazil, she comes clean.
Why did you do it?
I've been sponsoring an orphan boy in Brazil.
Okay, that's pretty wholesome. I can't think of anything more Lisa, really. She reveals that Ronaldo, the boy she's sponsoring, wrote her every month before abruptly stopping. Worried, she called the orphanage, who said he disappeared. They spent hours pressuring her for donations, running up the phone bill, and turns out you can't hang up on nuns. Lisa shows them a video Ronaldo sent her after her first donation. Here, he thanks her for his new shoes and a new door for the orphanage. Touched, the family decides to go find Ronaldo, leaving Maggie with Patty and Selma. On the flight, Lisa gives Homie some travel tips.
Only drink bottled water, don't get into an unlicensed taxi, And remember, they have winter during our summer.
So it's opposite land. So hot snow falls up?
Yes.
Woohoo!
Hey, he's not the brightest, but he does have a wild imagination. Meanwhile, Bart learns Spanish, which would be great if Brazilians didn't speak Portuguese. When they finally arrive in Rio de Janeiro, they learn that you can travel anywhere in the city via conga line. How convenient and uncomfortably stereotypical. At the hotel, Bart discovers a raunchy kid show called Teleboobies. Marge is not happy. He and Homer find some weird hats in the room, put them on, and start dancing all over the place until Lisa hits them with this little reminder.
Ronaldo is waiting to be found.
Is she right? Yes. But is she a party pooper? Also yes. They start their search for Ronaldo at the orphanage, and to get there they walk through the slums with painted rats and bright buildings designed to distract tourists. At the orphanage, one of the nuns tells them that Ronaldo went missing months ago, making Lisa worry about their chances of ever finding him. But she's not one to shy away from a challenge. Later, while they're having dinner at a restaurant, she whips out this plan.
Okay, on this map, I marked all the places that Ronaldo liked to go. We should be able to search them all.
If I ever go missing, I want Lisa to lead the search party. The gang splits up, with Homer and Bart heading to Copacabana Beach, where they're forced to wear Speedos. Let's just say Homer's new look, not a hit with the ladies. Cut to Marge and Lisa, who start their search at a samba school. Odd choice, I'm not surprised when this fails. Meanwhile, Homer and Bart's search isn't going any better either. They get pickpocketed by a group of kids. Undeterred, with one more spot to search, they hail a taxi.
I'm afraid that this is a kidnapping.
Ah, the time before Uber. Homer's so busy celebrating the free cab fare that he doesn't see Bart escape. What's worse, the fake cab driver takes him to the rainforest. Bart arrives at the hotel and just calmly switches the TV on. Like, dude, what? Only when Marge asks where his dad is does he tell them Homer's been kidnapped. Marge then goes to the police, who just don't believe her for some reason. Meanwhile, back in the rainforest, Homer manages to call Marge, telling her that the kidnappers demand $50,000. A high sum compared to what the family managed to scrape together.
We have $1,200.
That'll buy you one of my legs or something they call a mystery bag.
Is it actually a mystery bag if they know it's just pieces of Homer? Shocker, the kidnappers aren't happy. He then makes a call to Mr. Burns, who says he'll advance the cash and just have him work it off. Homer flat out refuses and calls Moe, who ends up asking him for 50 grand. He agrees, then calls Flanders asking for 100 grand. Unfortunately, Ned can't help and offers to pray for him. Elsewhere, Marge and the kids are walking through a carnival, sad but trying to be festive. Bart notices the stripper from his kids show when out of the blue, or pink bird to be exact, this happens.
Lisa! Ah! It's me, Ronaldo!
No way! Ronald's now a flamingo dancer, having used Lisa's donations to learn dance. He explains he stopped writing because he didn't know which state Springfield's in. You and the rest of the audience, pal. But apparently, being an orphan child star has some ups and downs because this kid is loaded. He offers to pay Homer's ransom, handing them a briefcase of cash before the family takes a cable car to the spot of the exchange. Homer and the kidnappers are on a cable car heading towards them. Saying his goodbyes, Homer shows his captors the scrapbook he made.
This is a cigarette butt you burned me with.
Nothing brings people together like Stockholm Syndrome. The family hands over the ransom, but when Homer jumps onto the other car, the cable snaps, sending them plummeting. They survive, but Bart's swallowed whole by an anaconda dancing inside the snake as the episode ends. The unflattering portrayal of Rio, complete with painted rats, kidnappings, and hypersexualized kids' TV, had Brazilian tourism officials threatening to sue Fox. James L. Brooks issued an apology, but that didn't stop the episode from being banned in Brazil for years, only making its way back via a delayed DVD release. Next, the show shifts from upsetting one soccer-loving nation to another in the Cartridge family. This one brings the Simpsons home, making Springfield their battleground, and they are armed to the teeth.
But surely you can't put a price on your family's lives.
I wouldn't have thought so either, but here we are.
Kick off with Bart and Lisa convincing Homer to take them to a soccer match between Mexico and Portugal. Cut to Springfield Stadium, where the gang watches a game of footy, a sport Americans, about 99.99999% of the crowd, don't quite take to. Sideshow Mel can no longer bear the boredom, so he gets up to go. Moe pushes in front of him before putting Flanders in a headlock for trying to keep the peace. Skinner says, "That's not called for." Then Lenny tells him to shut it as Flanders and Moe tumble through Skinner, rolling the fight into the aisle, where this really sets things off. That can't be good. I'll put it lightly and say that things escalated pretty quickly. The whole of Springfield's beating each other senseless, and every car's on fire, no windows safe. The rioting pushes Marge and Homer to hire home security. The rep, who just embodies shadiness, is doing well until he says $500, about $983 today. Homer chucks him out immediately, soothing Marge's concerns about their safety and coming up with this plan.
I'd like to buy your deadliest gun, please.
Aisle 6.
Well, that's not comforting. Neither is the brief 5-day waiting period, which feels like forever to Homie, who gets rewarded rewarded for his patience with some cold, hard steel. Later, he proudly unveils it to Marge, who just frackin' hates it. She wants it out of the house, reminding him of that time Maggie shot Burns. Homer says she just needs more education on the matter and takes her to an NRA meeting the following day. Here, Homer gets up and declares,
I would like to become a lifetime member of your wonderful organization.
Hey, at least she gave it a shot. Marge isn't sold, but can't say no to her homie, agreeing to meet him halfway. Big mistake, though, as he treats his gun less cautiously than a toddler treats his toys. Waving it around like a set of keys, he almost robs the Quickie Mart accidentally, then shoots Lisa's ball off the roof because who needs ladders? Finally, he destroys the family's dinner plates, using them as targets. Marge is sipping spaghetti bologna, inquiring about their whereabouts when Homer whips out his gun, breaking their compromise. Marge is mad, with a capital M, despite Homer's efforts to ease her fears about the gun.
No guns at the dinner table.
I'll put the safety on.
Yet another not reassuring sentence. Marge begs Homer to get rid of the gun for her and the kids, and thankfully he yields and agrees with her. Or does he? Because not long after that heartfelt exchange, Bart and Milhouse find it in the vegetable crisper. And so, kids being kids, the boys play a dangerous game of William Tell. When Marge comes home to find Bart pointing a gun at an apple in Milhouse's mouth, she finally loses her mind.
Of all things you've ever done in your life, this is the worst.
Come on, that's not fair. We all know he's done far worse things. She takes the kids and leaves, vowing to not return until Homer gets rid of that thing. He holds his ground, even doubling down by hosting an NRA meeting. Here he uses his gun as a can opener, shocking everyone. Then he ups the ante by using it to switch on the TV. His recklessness horrifies the group into giving him this lecture.
Guns aren't toys.
I never thought I'd say this, but Krusty's stance is quite morally sound. His membership card's shredded, and he's told to leave the meeting as he's no longer an NRA member. Later, Homer's walking around the house shooting the lights off when he has a rare light bulb moment, realizing that his gun has cost him everything: his wife, his kids.
We got a pool. Can we go swimming, Mom?
Not right now, dear.
I bet he's got way more than a shot in the dark because his family's not doing so hot either. Their stay at a motel wouldn't look out of place in any horror movie. I can feel how relieved Marge is when she hears Homer's voice as he barges into every room yelling her name. He finally finds their room and pleads with her, begging her to come home. She asks about the gun. He says it's gone. And this time, I believe him. No veggie crisper in sight. However, their checkout gets cut short by none other than Snake Jailbird.
All right, everybody, hands up. Give me the cash drawer.
Freeze, bad guy!
How could you? I trusted you! Snake grabs the gun from Homer while he bickers with Marge, but it's empty. Luckily, the NRA members picked up the motel's silent alarm, and they save the day. Homer confesses to Marge about the gun's stronghold on him because it makes him feel powerful and cool. He gives it to Marge, begging her to throw it away, and with Marge eyeing a reflection of herself holding the gun in the bin lid, the cycle of gun addiction. Here the show takes an aim at gun culture, a loaded topic in the United States, pun not intended. Some critics felt it misfired and the NRA wasn't impressed. The UK banned it for the soccer riot and overzealous gunplay, only airing it later with Marge's ending tweaked to suggest that she ditched the gun. Next, The Simpsons checked out of the gun debate and checked into a mental asylum with Stark Raving Dad, a classic satire of the film One Flew Over a Cuckoo's Nest. And let me just say that things get a little cuckoo in this one for sure.
This isn't fair! How can you tell who's sane and who's insane?
Well, we have a very simple method.
Things start off pretty sound enough. Lisa tells Bart that her 8th birthday is coming up, and when she says that he's disappointed her every other birthday, he promises, no, this time will be different. At breakfast, Homer's in full panic mode because all of his work shirts accidentally turned pink when they were washed with Bart's red cap. So he's forced to wear a pink shirt to work, and I guess this was a big deal in 1991 because everyone is making fun of him. Eventually, things take a somewhat dark turn after Mr. Burns spots him, seeing the shirt as a symbol of rebellion.
Drop that donut. Let's go, Pinky.
My son just threw his red hat in with the white laundry.
Wait, can your boss do this to you? Dissatisfied with finding nothing during what I'd call too many cavity searches on Homer, Burns orders a psychological evaluation. They give poor homie a take-home personality test to fill out. That evening, he tries to get Marge to fill out for him, but she's too ethical. Darn! Then he goes to Lisa, who will only do it if he listens to her poems, so that doesn't work either. Finally, he turns to someone with no morals or poems. Bart. He agrees, asking his dad some of the questions on the form.
Do you wet your pants? Yes.
Dude should have just sat back and enjoyed some prose, man. The next day, he finds out he failed the test. Whoa, didn't see that one coming. Homer's taken away for a more formal psychological evaluation, which is going surprisingly smoothly. That is until an ink blot that resembles Bart makes the man absolutely lose it. Not a good look. He's deemed insane and gets committed to a mental health care facility. His new roomie is a big, bald, white dude who claims to be Michael Jackson. Having never heard of Michael Jackson, Homer believes him. So do I. When I close my eyes and listen, and stop caring about my life, the two form a quick bond, having this heart-to-heart.
You seem like a nice guy. Why'd they put you in here?
Because I wore a pink shirt.
People thought I was crazy for the way I dressed.
Seems the haters don't like it when your drip's different. Later, Michael takes Homer for a tour of the ward, introducing him to everyone there. Homie wants to call home, but is ashamed of calling his family from a mental asylum. Michael offers to make the call for him. Bart picks up the phone thinking it's a prank call until Michael answers his question correctly. Michael tells him that Homer needs his help. Ecstatic, Bart breaks the news to Marge.
Hey, Mom, Dad's in a mental institution.
I guess that's one way to share incredibly bad news. Marge frantically searches the phone book for the place her homie's being held. The next day, Marge is at the hospital, desperately trying to convince the psychiatrist that her man's not crazy. Good luck with that. The embrace she and Homer share when they reunite is just too adorable, though. The doctor sends him home, giving him a certificate that declares him not insane. Sounds very official, by the way. As he says his goodbyes, he finds out that the dude's there voluntarily. Homer invites him to spend the night at their home, where poor Lisa is having the most depressing 8th birthday of her entire life.
Happy birthday to me.
Homer calls Bart to tell him he's coming home with Michael. He asks him to prepare beer and meats, but Michael tells him that he doesn't drink nor eat meat. He then tells Bart to solemnly swear that he won't tell a soul about Michael's visit, and naturally, Bart is now convinced he'll be hosting the real Michael Jackson.
Can you keep a secret? No. Oh, well, who cares? Michael Jackson is coming to my house.
Ladies and gentlemen, a new promise-breaking record. 3 seconds is all my boy can handle. The news spreads like wildfire, creating a media storm with Mayor Quimby setting up a podium on their lawn. The crowd disperses when they realize the Michael Jackson they were excited for is just some overweight white guy. Everyone's disappointed in Bart, but none more than Lisa. When he admits that he forgot to buy her a present, she is shattered, penning this letter to him.
Dear Bart, we are now brother and sister in name only.
Yeah, that is very sternly worded. Michael overhears her and encourages Bart to make amends by writing a song for Lisa, telling him to get in touch with his true feelings about her. And so the two work together to create a song. In the morning, Michael pushes the piano into Marge's room and wake up the birthday girl for this world premiere of Happy Birthday, Lisa.
Lisa, it's your birthday.
It is quite the bop, I must admit. Touched, Lisa jumps out of bed and hugs Bart, saying that's the best birthday present she's ever gotten. She's got a point, because that song really does go hard. Decades later, and it's still stuck in my head all the time. Finally, on his way out, Michael's voice changes, revealing he's actually Leon Kompowski, a bricklayer from New Jersey. He explains that adopting Michael Jackson's persona helped him find happiness by spreading joy. This one's infamous for its guest star, Michael Jackson, who voiced Leon Kompowski under the pseudonym John J. Smith. Though Jackson didn't perform the singing, his involvement became the focal point of controversy after Leaving Neverland reignited his essay allegations. Some fan called its 2019 removal censorship, but James L. Brooks stood firm, calling it a moral decision. Now, trading a moral stand for something far less noble, let's talk election rigging in E Pluribus Wigum, where an extravagant display of gluttony sets things off to an explosive start in a somewhat wholesome end. Homer, Lenny, and Carl have their eyes glued to the car park, waiting for Mr. Burns to go home. He finally drives away, setting them free. On the drive home, Marge reminds Homer that it's the start of the month and his new diet. Freaking out, he bolts to Springfield's fast food boulevard for one last epic binge. Inhaling enough fast food, and I put money on this to make any YouTube mukbanger blush. While clearing out his car, the scene of the crime, he unwittingly ignites mayhem. Talk about killing the thing you love. This dude straight up obliterates Fast Food Boulevard, inciting a town hall meeting, where Springfield's residents demand the street's reconstruction. The most vocal resident being one Homer Simpson, which I find deranged considering. Mayor Quimby is down, moved by Homie's passionate speech. He declares,
I hereby move the election up to next Tuesday.
It's crazy to see what one incident of overzealous overreacting can achieve. This unexpected move causes presidential candidates and media outlets to swarm Springfield. Heck, even Jon Stewart's in town. News panels, debates, and focus groups are everywhere. Lines have been drawn, even families' lawn sports signs with their chosen candidate, except for one, whose sign reads undecided, causing this very normal reaction.
I wonder who that could be.
I mean, who else would it be other than The Simpsons? Everyone and their mother flocks to their house for photo ops. Finally fed up, Homer kicks everyone out. Later at Moe's, he finds out that everyone's had it with all the political pandering. After a brainstorming sesh filled with some pretty out there ideas, most unhinged goes to Carl, who wants military dictator like Juan Perón. Glad they went for the way more chill option of voting on the most ridiculous candidate, eventually landing on
this new face is now favored by 53% of likely voters.
Who needs a front runner with a frontal lobe, right? My boy Ralph's nomination has Lisa visibly losing it. By that, I mean her faith in democracy, because she's well aware of Ralph's intellect. But Homer and Bart are sold. Turns out being unable to articulate basic political ideas is a no biggie if you've got that adorable Ralph Riz.
And he's already a master of the soundbite, from his take on immigration reform,
Stranger danger,
to his disciplined stance on government spending.
Well,
Hey, I can't say his points aren't reasonable. I'm legit delighted when my boy wins over Republicans and Democrats, both parties officially endorsing and harassing him. Lisa's sick of the charade and shoos them all away, calling them vultures. She finally confronts Ralph about his political career, telling him that they're all using him. He's alone in the line of fire, but my boy Ralph holds his own, surprising her with this rare sign of intelligence.
What? Use them to make this country great again.
Where's the lie? Exactly! Ralph's sincere desire to unite the country finally wins Lisa over. He picks both parties and they sponsor what I think is the greatest political ad ever made, like ever. However, Carl's joke about Juan Perón and the dirty war did not go down well in Argentina, deeming it insensitive to their dark history of disappearances. Fox Latin America preemptively chose to not air that episode, fearing it would reopen old wounds. Despite this, some networks in the region still broadcasted it, and Fox finally aired it in 2016 after an 8-year hiatus. Many fans also criticized the episode's overly political subject matter. Yeah, fair enough. Now let's talk about what happens to every Simpsons character in the future. It is currently 2 a.m. and here I am, rewatching The Simpsons. Again, surrounded by the soft yellow glow of the screen. As I dust the last mustard Cheeto crumbs off myself, it suddenly strikes me. Where does each member of my custard-colored family end up? I don't know, call it yellow fever, but I suddenly had this burning need to know. So instead of calling it a night and sleeping a normal 7 to 8 hours like a functioning adult, I re-Cheeto dusted myself and dove even deeper into Simpsons lore, determined to piece it all together in one singular night. Impossible maybe, but I went insane. So I cracked open a fresh whiteboard marker and pieced together what I think may be the most consistent future for my favorite TV family. This consists of what I like to call the 5 main timeline episodes. Future Drama, which is set 8 years into the future. Holidays of Future Past, set 30 years into the future. Days of Future Future, set 1 year after the previous episode. Atticus Finch, and It's a Blunderful Life, set 60 years ahead. My sanity also depended on me keeping in mind that The Simpsons doesn't exactly follow what I'd call the straight and narrow. Kind of like my boy, Bart.
I know it's you, Homer.
Simpson, the eternal troublemaker, class clown, master of pranks. He's the kid we all knew in school, the one everyone would place good money on to never grow up. And for a long time, I believe Bart wouldn't. I figured out that the main timeline kicks off from season 16's Future Drama, where Professor Frink uses the power of astrology, yes, astrology, to take us 8 years into the future. Turns out it is, in fact, a real science, and not just a way to connect with chakra baddies on Instagram. But don't get me wrong, that does definitely work. Future Drama thrusts me into the era of teenage Bart. My boy's off to a good start as he's set to graduate high school. Plus, like the extreme sportsman he is, he manages to land Jenda, a dope skater girl that he takes to prom. After the dance, Bart professes his undying love and proposes to her, but she's not really feeling his future aspirations.
Bart, I hate to say this, but I think I outgrew you. Just this minute.
Comes to show, the worst thing she can say isn't no. This kind of sets the stage for their on-again, off-again love affair. After high school and his first taste of serious love, we jump forward to Holidays of Future Past, where Bart's world has completely changed. The skater boy who once avoided all responsibility now has a family of his own. It's surreal. He's trying to make it work as a husband and father, but just like those early pranks, his marriage to Jenda has a way of unraveling. The rebellious spirit is still there, only now it's mixed with the struggle of keeping his family together. and some deep, profound sadness. Unfortunately, Genda was spot on about his pretty shaky prospects and winds up divorcing him. My boy Bart winds up right back where he started at Springfield Elementary. Relax, he's not doing that badly. The school's been converted into crummy apartments. Sad? Almost definitely. But tragic? Oh yeah! At this point, I'm starting to really think that things are heading downhill for my yellow fellow. And you know what? For the first time in a very long while, my thinking just may be right.
Don't worry, I got some buyers coming over. Think we're back, right?
Just get me that rent, or you'll be...
Victor?
And the crowd goes oof! From class clown to divorced dad, Bart's biggest battles are with the walls he's built up himself. Seeing his sons who barely tolerate his company only brings that home. The algaes just keep on coming too. I get the feeling his sons forget it's frickin' Christmas. A time to be nice at the very least. They honestly did not have to tell him this.
Mom's boyfriend is good at detangling them. Well, maybe Mom should marry him. She did. We weren't supposed to tell you. Your mother remarried?
But kids will be kids. Very brutal and unimaginably cruel. This tough love must have struck a nerve with Bart because he later confesses to Lisa that he thinks he's a lousy father. My boy looks sincerely saddened by the emotional distance between him and his sons. I literally cried for a long time after watching this particular moment from his heart-to-heart with his little sis.
You're the person I always wanted to be.
Blame it on my profound sleep deprivation and the fact that I love a good redemption arc, but I'm a complete mess. But I'm also truly touched when I see him get real with his boys and come clean about being a lousy father. I find myself being beaming with pride when I see my dude finally take sincere strides toward clearing the air with his boys.
I'm a deadbeat dad. Anything in my life is you.
And despite all his efforts, I can't help but feel for how the mans just don't seem to catch an iota of a break. Because just when I think Bart has finally found his stride, he's got it back, we hit season 25's Days of Future about 1 year after Days of Future Past. Here, the fallout of his choices starts showing. Still divorced, trying to connect with his kids, things seem to be doing a whole lot better. He and Jenna's relationship, however, is just so bleak that I can almost feel the pain leaping out of my monitor and physically strangling me, Homer style. I tried to say strangling, but I got choked because I was getting strangled. Just play the clip.
We're going camping this weekend.
But our thing was camping.
Oh, my boy Bart has somehow reached the peak of Mount Divorced Dad. Congratulations. Plant that flag. You frackin' earned it. In a bid to get over his messy romance, he goes to the club with Nelson reluctantly. That's how you know you hit rock bottom. He's trying his luck with the ladies, but he's straight up just not having a good time. Bart even gets kicked out for bumming everyone out. He then comes across a suspiciously targeted billboard that mentions him by name, and he accepts the invite and goes inside to get his brain zapped to get over Genda. Bro goes full eternal sunshine of the spotless mind. Slowly, things start looking up for him again. I'm especially happy to see my boy get his pimp stride and pull out some of that classic Bart charm again.
Wow, now I see you, Miss Hoover.
No way. Did I just see this mad lad riz up Miss Hoover? Dude's getting so much! He should change his name to Bartholomew! I'll let myself out for that one. I'm sorry, I apologize, sincerely. He then has this rather unsettling Diddy-like encounter with Krusty in an entire circus of clowns. I'm happy to see his renewed boost in confidence is actually helping him grow up emotionally.
He's the fool.
You're just saying that.
His ex looking hot is everything he's lost.
This leads to another brief on-again-again affair with Genda. That's until some problems arise that are the same problems as last time, and Bart sees that this time he's over her now. Which is when we're shown he's been hooked to the machine the whole time. Meaning, yes, he didn't bang Krusty in his insane clown posse. This procedure helps him close the Genda chapter in his life as he finally gets closure on their tumultuous relationship, allowing him to focus all his energy on himself and his boys rather than clinging to old flames. I catch a prophetic glimpse of where this change takes him in season 30's Dedicus Finch. We see that he's even grown more comfortable wearing the dad badge as he seems close with his boys. He even takes them on a play date.
Have an affair?
Yet.
Don't rush me.
The dude truly seems to be enjoying these signs of a real connection with his boys. Speaking of connections, I feel there are some dots I need to connect by taking a look at some of Bart's semi-alternate timelines. This is my attempt to piece together a fuller, if somewhat chaotic, glimpse into his future. No, you're the nerd here, not me. I touch grass every day. So my investigation takes me to season 11's Bart to the Future. And if we try to piece this into the main timeline, it seems that at some point, Bart became a transient and tried to bum off Lisa, who also happens to be the president of the United States. That's when he uses that classic charisma to pull off one hell of a diplomatic maneuver.
Guys, the thing is, we totally have the money. Hire it to you. But, go on home and look in your mailboxes, because I checks out.
Turns out being a deadbeat gives you some skills in the calming debt collectors department. Lisa's so grateful that her big bro bought her and the entire United States a bit of time to out their money trouble.
What can I do to thank you?
Legalize it.
Legalize what? Consider it done.
I can't believe how incredibly and hilariously on brand this is, despite us never catching a glimpse of the side of him at the present, because, he's 8 years old. But the legalization sets off a chain of events that ultimately saves Bart from being a deadbeat. A dead Bart. I'm sorry. As we can see in episode 20, season 32, an entire 11 years later.
I know what you need. Some president.
Why did you bring that here?
A, it's still cool, and C, you really need to chill out.
Hi, caramba! I spat out my Rain energy drink. Look, watching that. Not sponsored, but hit me up, Rain. I always love you. Bart becomes a cannabis entrepreneur, and he's loaded. My dude has not only procured, but has also secured the bag. He used the profits from his successful weed business to buy 3 sports teams. Talk about seed money. And Bart don't stop there. And a plot twist I, for one, never saw coming. He ends up... Wait for it. Are you waiting? Good, because I'm waiting too. Ooh, I bet you just really want to... It's a judge. He became a judge. He must have put himself through law school. I suppose with the trouble he's gotten into, he thought he might as well learn how to get himself out of trouble. But Bart being Bart, he don't stop there either.
1 senior citizen and 1 Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
My guy becomes Chief Justice of the Supreme freaking Court. Maybe he has to do some mooning of my own. I mean, I doubt there's ever been a better glow up in The Simpsons, actually, all of television history. He even spends some time with Homer. Even with all his success and despite his and Homer's ups and downs, I'm guessing hundreds of strangulations, these 2 scoundrels finally grow close to each other in this heartwarming twist.
Which one's a mouse?
Itchy.
Itchy's a jerk.
Yeah.
So it's no surprise that by the time we reach season 35's It's a Blunderful Life, my boy seems to have truly come full circle. He's transformed into a wizened patriarch in his own right. As the entire Simpson clan gathers for Thanksgiving, we see Jiff and Skippy are now grown-ups. 10 points if you can spot Bart's grandson in the mix. After all the growth he's done, it's no surprise that in his later years, we see a much older Bart living in a retirement home, looking back fondly over his life.
What a great ride.
For someone who's never quite fit the mold, Bart's future turns out surprisingly well. And in true Bart fashion, it's packed with authenticity and adventure every step of the way. And I'm thinking maybe he legged it from the old folks home, because at some point in season 29's Flanders Ladder, we see now an 80-year-old Bart at the sunset of his life. In a true Bart form, he goes out as he lived, with a banger of a prank. Poor old Skinner couldn't handle seeing Skinner sucks in fireworks, and he suffers a heart attack, slumping over in his electric wheelchair. In an ironic turn of events, this happens. And that is how Bart Simpson, the legendary prankster, dies at age 80. I can't argue that this is the most Bart way to go, who's laughing until the very end. If that's not committing to the bit, I don't know what is. You know who would know, though? Lisa Simpson, the brilliant and kind saxophone virtuoso of Springfield. Not to toot her horn, but deep down, we all know Grandpa was cooking when he said she's the only worthwhile Simpson since, ever. However, haters will say that my spiky-haired girl may suffer from a strong case of know-it-allism. Someone give this man an apron, because he's cooking yet again. Through my years as an avid Simpsons fiend, I feel like I've practically watched Lisa grow up. That's why it's no shocker to me that whichever timeline I follow, our golden gal always winds up at the very tippy top.
Tarot cards don't work.
Don't they, Madam President?
Lisa's path toward greatness really starts to take shape in future drama, 8 years into the future. I see our girl isn't just ahead in class, but in life as well. She's prepping for prom because even though she's only in her mid-teens, Lisa's graduating an entire 2 years early, which, let's be honest, is just classic Lisa. She's also set to receive Mr. Burns' prestigious scholarship.
Bart tells me you got into Yale.
Yeah, even though McDonald's owns a school.
Finding out Lisa's going to Yale is like finding out the sky is blue or that crooked Mr. Burns sleeps on a spiral staircase staircase because, I mean, no one else in Springfield even stood half a chance. I must admit that I'm pretty shocked when I saw that she's dating Milhouse. The unlikely pair even ended up going to prom together. I'm not gonna lie, the dude's looking pretty jacked here. I come to learn it's something he managed to pull off during his brief stint in Juvie. But that's a messed up story for another time. Today's messed up story is about how Bart's nerdy bestie ended up pulling femme icon Lisa Marie Simpson. If you're thinking that he must have carried out some kind of heroic feat to get this straight up queen's attention in the first place, then you're kind of close because...
Sorry I'm late, Lisa. Totally gunning my lap.
Yuck, man. I mean, the levels of slime would not only match, but raise Nickelodeon's Kids' Choice Awards any day of the week. Plus, I also doubt that my boy Milton's toad physique is all Maddie, because he takes one of their many breakups in what I'd like to call a roid ragey kind of way.
Problem! Milhouse mother's handsome!
As we move along, it's clear that their future romantic partnership is basically canon at this point, which I just hate. I just feel that my girl Lisa deserves way better, you know, man? But things don't seem to be going too great for her, as her rough patch gets even more grim when her Yale scholarship is awarded to Bart, of all people. This is after he somehow saves Mr. Burns from a burglar. Dude, I fell off my chair when I saw this amazing remix of an old Simpsons classic.
You wrecked my life! You're gonna wreck my life!
Lisa resigns herself to a pitiful future with Milhouse, which is why I'm relieved when Bart gives her Yale scholarship back and her future begins to resemble something more Lisa-like. Her focus on academic pursuits is confirmed as we fast forward to Holidays of Future Past. The photo montage in the beginning of this episode shows us that she definitely went to college, where she belongs. True to her bold and somewhat non-conformist nature, Lisa becomes quite the explorer of her identity. And like many college students before her, she explores her sexuality. Like, really explores her sexuality. She even finds herself in a throuple, or as the kids call it, a polycule for a time. I mean, who can blame her with what rent prices being what they are these days? Talk about living life on her own terms. As time passes in the montage, I see that her and Milhouse end up married. Lisa looks quite unhappy, and no matter how much I passionately yell at my monitor at 3 a.m., waking up everyone in a 10-mile radius, these two end up together. Heck, they legit wind up having a daughter together. Her name's Zia, and she is, from what I can see, a typical teenage girl.
Hi, Zia. How did you do on your math test?
Gee, I'm fine, Mom. Thanks for asking. I'm going online.
I'm not surprised that Zia's uber lax attitude towards schooling has Lisa, a chronic high achiever, freaking out. She vents her concerns to Milhouse, telling him how she's worried about Zia turning into her older brother, who, as you know, isn't exactly doing too hot right now. Milhouse reassures her in his own way by reminding Lisa that they used only the best genetic material to have Zia, which apparently didn't include any of his genes.
Oh, you poor thing. This is a tough time of year for someone who's allergic to holly, mistletoe, the red part of candy cane.
Dang, dude! Save some allergies for the rest of us. Milhouse suggests that she take Zia over to her parents' house while he escapes to a non-Christmas celebrating state to alleviate his allergies. Zia and Lisa's relationship isn't doing any better either. She tries bonding with her daughter over a Cher concert, but Zia just is not interested, and I can't blame her. Instead of plugging into the Ultranet, a Black Mirror virtual world where she spends most of her time. Frustrated, Lisa vents to Marge about her disrespectful daughter. Marge, in her classic calm way, suggests Lisa let Zia be, but Lisa snaps, assuming Marge can't possibly understand. So still frustrated, she confides in Bart as they drown their sorrows. Can't say I'm happy about it, but my theory that Lisa has a thing for degenerates is proven valid when I hear this low-key shocking part of their conversation.
Should I have married Nelson? 'Cause we still talk on the phone.
It doesn't surprise me one bit that her and Milhouse's marriage isn't exactly what I'd call working, but Nelson? Girl, go back to the throuple! What do I know, though? Eventually, Lisa's motherly worry takes over. She decides to enter the Ultranet herself to see what Zia is really up to. Inside Zia's virtual interweb room, Lisa finds a wall of posters featuring powerful women, including a portrait of herself. Finally, Lisa realizes that despite her teenage attitude, Zia does look up to her. They share this sweet, heartfelt hug. Well, teenagers will be teenagers, no matter where we find ourselves in the space-time continuum. Feeling satisfied with this brief return to order, I then catch a glimpse of Lisa's life a year later in Holidays of Future Future. By then, her union with Milhouse is anything but a fairy tale. A twist that feels especially ironic in a timeline where fantasy elements like the undead roaming the streets are somehow more believable. Here, Lisa shifts her focus from academic achievements to showing compassion even for the most unconventional creatures. That's right! My girl actually helps out in a zombie soup kitchen! Or should I say, Zoop! I'll let myself out. Anyway, all that doesn't surprise me. This, though, certainly does have me doing several double takes.
All we do bite, bite, bite.
I'm sure you're one of the good ones, of course, but all stereotypes come from a place of...
I didn't have Milhouse turning into a zombie on my bingo card, yet here we are. I learned that Lisa is very much into zombie Milhouse. For one, he doesn't breathe, meaning he doesn't wheeze from his geek boy allergies. He even finally starts to fight his own battles, laying the smack down on the 3 school bullies, now grown-up bullies, when they try to rob him and Lisa. She's surprised and impressed that Milhouse is actually brave, and our Lisa, who I'm starting to think is a bit of a freak, starts to prefer him this way.
The old Milhouse would have been helpless. Love how you're dropping all your definite articles.
I guess ladies love the undead. I know I do. At first, I just didn't want to believe it, so I convinced myself that it was a mere pity partnership, but the proof is in the loveless pudding, I'm afraid. But hey, I guess what she lacks in romantic success, she makes up for in ambition. In fact, in many semi-alternate futures, Lisa becomes the president of the United States, and when I say many, I mean a lot. Bart to the future, The Kid Is Alright, The Margian Chronicles, Grampy, Can You Hear Me, Daticus Finch, Hail to the Teeth, Mother and Child Reunion, Homer's Adventures Through the Windshield Glass. In season 11's Bart to the Future, Lisa becomes the first female president at 38, inheriting a nearly bankrupt nation from none other than...
As you know, we've inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump. How bad is it, Secretary Van Houten?
We're broke.
Donald Trump, an entire 16 years before the reality TV star actually took office in real life. Spooky, am I right? It's clear through her style of collaborative leadership that she's the right person for the job, even willing to make decisions for the best of the country. The fact that she lets Marge, Homer, and eventually Bart move into the White House with her is a great reflection of her staying tethered to her roots, despite her high office. Then in Mother and Child Reunion, we get a more personal look at just how high she's willing to let her office be as she reconnects with Bart and even tries his product.
He's with me.
Oh, I gotta tell you something.
I guess it technically is vegetarian. Her term does naturally conclude eventually, and she goes back to being a mostly regular mom. I'm not quite sure if their romance eventually fizzles out, or Milhouse succumbs to one of his many allergies, or just the circle of life, because we don't really see him at the family gathering in It's a Blunderful Life. We do see a much older Lisa along with an older Zia. She's sitting next to 2 of her future grandchildren. As she aged, Lisa chose to take her quest for meaning more seriously as she ends up at a Buddhist monastery where she achieved enlightenment, topping off a long list of W's with the ultimate achievement.
Oh my God! Been a waste of time.
Well, ain't that a bitch? She realizes it was all just a waste of time, which also leaves me pondering about the true meaning of existence. But I, for one, can't deny that she's had a long, fascinating ride. Lisa ends up passing away at the age of 98 from a heart attack on a silent spiritual retreat. Speaking of silent, Maggie Simpson. She's the quiet one, right? Barely says a word throughout the entire series, but when she does, it is iconic. Like this rousing speech she gives to her fellow Rugrats.
Throughout the ages, the finger painter, the Play-Doh sculptor, the Lincoln logger stood alone against the daycare teacher of her time. She did not live to earn approval stickers.
Wow, I guess she's been quiet for a reason. And that reason is deep thought. I see that Maggie doesn't show up much in future dramas, I only catch a glimpse of her enjoying a holiday in Alaska, which I have recently learned is a fantastic place to be. The snow is wonderful, definitely pay it a visit. But here, it's become some sort of a beach resort. Climate change. Speaking of progress, do you remember Unibrow Baby? I mean, Gerald? He's been Maggie's arch nemesis since day one. Like, literally day one. The born day. The same day they were born. And Maggie got the last nappy, causing Gerald to have a rash that he blames her for. So these two have an immensely long-standing mutual animosity towards each other until... well, till those little pesky teenage hormones come into play. We catch another glimpse of a teenage Maggie in this little foreshadowing of her future self in the photo montage at the start of the Holidays Future Past episode. But I digress. However, I implore you to put a pin on this. I'll be real, I love to see the Simpsons writers' knack for the art of story on full display as they weave the classic ops to lovers narrative into Maggie's future. This scene had me wondering if Gerald's the father of Maggie Jr. And I've also been talking amongst my fellow sleep-deprived basement dwellers that these two end up married. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, back to that pin. Maggie's far less little the next time we see her. And we flash forward 30 years to the photo montage in Holidays of Future Past. We get treated to nothing short of a cosmic twist. The baby who barely talks ends up becoming, wait for it, A music superstar and the voice of her generation. Yeah, I had to let that sink in for a second or 30. Maggie Simpson becomes a world-famous rock and roll star. It's always the quiet ones, huh?
Hello, St. Louis!
Well, not really. But come to think of it, I remember in Lisa's wedding when Dr. Hibbert dropped this little hint.
She's quite a hellion, but she does have an incredible voice.
I just brushed it off as a throwaway line. Turns out Maggie's got pipes. Girl can belt it out with the best of them. The medbot examining Maggie's pregnant belly says that she can't make a sound until the baby comes. How convenient. And so Maggie remains silent. Turns out her bandmates aren't exactly pleased with the doctor's orders, though, because Maggie is, after all, their lead singer. They might have more to worry about, because from where I'm sitting, it looks like Maggie's life is anything but straightforward. She's all grown up and living the full rock star cliche.
Now, can you tell me who the father is?
We will not. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to watch.
Oh, Maggie. Now, I'm not one to slut shame, but... I mean, she's sleeping with every single band member. She has no idea who the father of her baby is. Maybe it is always the quiet ones. We then see a heavily pregnant Maggie is at Heathrow, attempting to travel back to Springfield for Christmas. She's told she's too far in her pregnancy to teleport and will have to use a more antiquated form of travel, flying. I can see that Boeing still has a monopoly on the air travel industry.
Oi! Can I get a pillow for my head?
Suicide pills, mohawk gel.
I'm just kidding, Boeing. Please don't kill me, please. I'm too broke to die. The passenger next to Maggie even orders a can of dog food from the stewardess and wolfs it down in a manner I can only describe as inspiring. She eventually makes it to her hometown and gets into a cab where she goes into labor. If that's not great timing, I don't know what is.
I'm sorry, but there's no room at the inpatient facility.
Lady, this is Maggie Simpson. She just played a sold-out show in Beijing.
Must be all the rhythm she's been gifted with. She gets taken in and witnesses nothing short of a touch of genius-level future medicine. An epidural with a design update that's just tailor-made for Maggie's oral fixation.
Should we start an epidural?
No, they're much more effective.
Balance. Maggie reunites with the whole family, and good old Abe say it don't really matter who the father of Maggie's baby is, because if there's one day to give unwed mothers a break, it's Christmas. This is a very progressive take for someone his age. Gonna get a you go girl for Grandpa! No? Okay. We see her even less in season 35's It's a Blunderful Life, where the entire future Simpson family is all gathered around. I see that Maggie's had another daughter at some point in this timeline. No sign of Gerald or her other bandmates, but I'm glad they all look healthy and happy. I gotta say, I'm awash with relief when I see that Maggie's story does not follow the old rock and roll cliche of spiraling into tragedy like so many rock stars before her. Instead, Maggie Simpson winds up transcending this entire plane of existence. She neither burns out nor fades away. That's right. In the end, we see Maggie go full cosmic entity and become immortal, living out her days as a literal star. Radiant and bright, unlike the next Simpson on the list.
Lord help me, I'm just not that bright.
I hate to say it, but my boy Homer's got a point there. If there's one thing I feel we can all agree on, it's that Homer J. Simpson is practically a sentient hazard sign. Get this, I found a study by Downtown LA Law Group that crunched the numbers on Homer's accidents. They looked at 50 well-documented incidents covering everything from broken bones and head injuries to food poisoning to this wild encounter.
Oh my God, I'm gonna be killed by a bear! Well, I guess I don't have to worry anymore about the dangers of smoking.
It's how nonchalant he is for me. Brave, stunning. Some would say even demure. Anywho, this study found the total cost of his injuries would add up to a staggering $143 million in medical bills, or in American terms, one ambulance ride. That's assuming he's uninsured, which, knowing Homer, is most definitely the case. No! Go indeed, homie. Go indeed. In future drama, he and Marge are separated. This, I have to say, is entirely his fault. Dude blows their savings on a ridiculous real estate purchase, but he manages to patch things up with Marge because, I mean, come on, these two lovebirds were made for each other. Plus, just when I think everything's over for him, he pulls a Homer and weathers whatever life hurls his way, like being a granddad, and an amazing one at that. We see this on full display in Holidays of Future Past, where, wait for it.
Wow, Dad, that's really impressive.
After I stopped drinking, way to stay close to my bottles.
That's right, Homer's given up the drink, becoming an actual pretty decent grandpa in the future. I know, it sounds wild, but it's true. He messed up a lot with Bart, and by a lot, I mean a lot. Watching him with Bart's kids to see how Homer's mellowed out. It's like all those years of trial and error finally taught him something about being a family man. Or maybe he's just too tired to mess up anymore. I'm low-key touched by this cute, nice little redemption arc for Springfield's king of catastrophe. Someone who isn't so happy about this change, though, is Bartholomew, who's a bit astounded by how Homer can go from being such a lousy father to such an awesome papa. Seems all the dudes in the Simpson brood all have some generational issues.
Why did you bring us here, Homer?
To prove their dad's a jerk. And everyone's right. But you love him.
Speaking of issues, I was pretty sad when I thought this is a future where Abe Simpson is no longer with us, which based on his age isn't so far-fetched. Imagine all the crypto I poured into grief therapy to get over Abe's death, only to find out that Abe is alive and chilling. Like literally in Springfield's cryogenic facility. But hey, that's the Simpsons writer's room for you. Story over continuity every time. And honestly, I stand. And it turns out Homer's become a better son as well.
But you'd always come out on the freeway. 'Cause deep down see me smushed. You did?
Yep, shockingly, these yellow weirdos sure do consistently show love for each other. When it comes to Homer's future, his innate penchant for disaster doesn't exactly slow down. In Days of Future, Marge wakes up to find Homie belly up on the kitchen table where he passed out after binge eating the entire contents of the fridge and pantry. She, being a good wife, gives Homer a concerned speech about him watching his health. It looks like she's finally got through to her husband as he proclaims his good health starts now. Of course, it's a little too late as Homer suffers a fatal heart attack on his way to tell Marge about his commitment to a lifestyle change.
Ooh, pepperoni! All that's left are clever words.
When it comes to The Simpsons, things have a way of getting more ridiculous than my human-sized brain can comprehend. Like when I witnessed Moe with my own two bloodshot eyes hitting on the dude's wife at his funeral. Luckily for Marge and all of us homie stans, Springfield's resident genius, Professor Frink, always has some kind of wacky plan up his lab coat sleeve.
Stop! Stop with the wailing and the gnash. Made a copy.
Look, I'll be real. If I had to pick someone who needed a backup plan for dying, Homer would top my list every single time. The dude just has this habit of dying. Looks like Homer's mortality is something of the past, as we have plenty of Homer clones to spare thanks to Frank's genius move. The professor goes on to explain that he was going to clone a sheep, but needed a less complex creature. Turns out being not so bright has finally paid off for my boy. Marge pleads with the Homer version 2.0 to not waste the second chance that he's been given. Bless her cotton socks for trying, but I think we all know that Homer's gonna do Homer things, like eating the potato salad poor Marge made for the dude's own funeral until he dies of a heart attack again. Homer decides to take this whole clone business and run with it all the way to the Diddy danger zone. Over. And over.
Homer, you'll be alright. Oh, solid food.
And over again. Before I knew it, 30 years goes by, and I can't say I'm surprised that Homer's zillionth funeral isn't really filling up the pews like it used to. Frank comes into the church and announces that he can't bring Homer back to life this time around. Yep, the endless clone supply is finally dried up. I must admit, it was an insanely good run. A homie run, if you will. But what next? Well, Frank stored the remaining essence of Homer in a USB drive that he plugs into a TV. And I'm not one to body shame, but...
Where's my body?
From now on, you're just going to be a face on a monitor.
The guy who spent most of his life glued to the screen literally becomes one. I guess you are what you watch. Finally, Marge, who dare I say is a gosh darn saint, gets rid of this BS and kicks Homer out. He then lives on Bart's TV for a bit, where I witness a rather unsettling scene where Homer watches Bart have sex. Yeah, this is all kinds of creepy. Well, at least it was technically part of a dream sequence. I'm guessing there must have been some point where Homie gets part of his human anatomy back, because there's also this part of his future where he practically becomes...
Hey, you're kind of quiet tonight.
A fracking human robot keg? Can't say I don't love him for this. I guess dreams do come true. As we move forward in time to the episode It's a Blunderful Life, Homie has apparently shed his robot body and is just a hologram with a fierce appetite. This brings me to one of those narrative pit stops I mentioned earlier. In Flanders Ladder, where I watch what I'm guessing is one of my dude's clones get shot down in a hail of bullets at age 59 while he's holding up a bank.
I I knew it was a sandwich.
A food bank, that is, in true Homie fashion. I'd mourn this particular death of Homie because, I mean, while it does feel final, the robot thing seems to have a quite consistent theme for Homer, because there's this scene from season 30's Atticus Finch featuring a far, far future Homer.
I'll kick Homer in the butt.
You can kick it if you can find it. Go.
Sometimes generational healing comes from a little kick between a son and his robot father. In the end, no matter how many times he dies, gets cloned, or is reduced to a floating noggin, I appreciate how Homer really never changes. Sure, he might be a walking, talking catastrophe, but what gets me every time is how he always manages to make it back to his family. And the one person who's been there through it all, Marge Simpson. This blue-haired queen is the glue that holds the Simpson family together. Homer in particular. The relationship has been a roller coaster from the start, and the future is not exactly what I'd call different. Because let's face it, Homer's often dangerous shenanigans don't exactly always give forever marriage material.
Homer, we're separated. Can't just walk in without knocking.
Partying so hard with my single friend forgot the rules.
Well, that's one way to not get your wife back. I find myself 8 years from the present in future drama where Marge is doting on Bart and Lisa as they get ready for prom. She keeps getting interrupted by Homer, who we learn has been kicked out of the crib.
Sometimes people just grow up, Mom.
No, Mom dumped you underwater house.
Dude, what did I just hear? I won't lie, I love this somewhat misguided big guy, but heck, it's hard to bat for the dude who blew an entire nest egg on an underwater house. I can see why Marge has finally hit her limit and ended up kicking him out of the house, but then for a brief and slightly weird moment, she starts dating.
I've started seeing someone.
Hey, Krusty the Clown.
I'm gonna need a bite of your most flaming hot Cheeto because what the actual fuck? Krusty the Clown? Really? Krusty? I get that she's angry. She's looking for something different. Krusty! I guess Marge sure does love her a clownin' man. Silly little guys, if you will. Which probably explains this.
Marge, I thought you'd never take me back after what I did to Krusty.
You mean get beaten up by him?
Exactly.
Hey, if you can't beat them, get beaten up by them? Anywho, Marge ends up not only taking Homer back, but she actually grows to like their underwater home. I can't tell if that's sweet or just Stockholm Syndrome, but it's Marge, so she probably just found a way to make the best of it. As I move forward to holidays of future past, I can see that she and Homie are as into each other as ever. I'm particularly stoked to see that these two crazy lovebirds making the most of their golden years together. This doesn't stop her from being the go-to for Lisa and Bart as they struggle with the pitfalls of parenting. Marge is excited to have everyone together for the holidays because of course she is. She tries to share her approach to momming with Lisa, who's just not having any of it. That is until she has a drunken epiphany, leading us to a moment that straight up backs up my entire claim of Marge being an IRL saint.
Mom? Sweetie, I've been waiting for so long.
I mean, just look at that. She's a walking, talking saint. My mom would have thrown all kinds of hands if I dared to barge into her room in the middle of the night hooting and hollering while she was fast asleep, but not my girl Marge. It's probably because she's as high as a giraffe's nose on that sweet LSD.
The only thing I'm high on is love. Love for my son and daughters. Yes, a little LSD is all I need.
I guess a little LSD never hurt anyone. Kind of, not really. This will probably need to be updated to LSDGC to include her grandchildren, which are growing in number by the day, mind you, as we get to see Marge fetch Maggie and Maggie Jr. from the hospital. We then find ourselves about a year later, where my girl Marge goes through about 31 years of burying what has to be 100 Homer clones, which must have started off as sad, but I think she eventually got over it, especially because that sad Mo keeps hitting on her at every single one. So it's no surprise when she pulls off this moment of being a straight up gangster.
No, I'm throwing you out of the house.
Hey, what did I do?
Nothing for 30 years. You're perfect for each other.
Can I get an ouch in chat? Ouch! I love it when she spills out of the traditional nice housewife mold, quote unquote, considering everything she's been through. I can't really blame her for wanting them to put some respect on her name. I don't see much more of her until I get a glimpse of the true power of standing your ground and setting boundaries with your loved ones here.
After 35 years of marriage, we've finally gotten it right.
Even my personality has gotten an upgrade.
Whoa! Sure, it took about 120 different clones, but I'm happy Marge finally gets the hubby she deserves. In most future timelines, Marge always proves to be the wisest amongst the Simpson clan, although she can be pretty stubborn, like in season 32's Mother and Child Reunion, where we see her and Lisa beefing because despite everyone's expectations, Lisa refuses to go to college. This isn't your typical insignificant mother-daughter fallout. When I say they were beefing, this is what I mean.
But could you have decided you didn't want to go to college before 10 years of me driving you to saxophone lessons, SAT prep, college tours of colleges you were never gonna go to?
Exactly. That's enough beef to open up my own steakhouse joint. This fallout really takes a toll on their relationship, which remains strained as Lisa does the least Lisa thing imaginable and chooses to not go to college, contradicting certain timelines, but we'll let that slide. Lisa's refusal to go to college ensures that this strain in the relationship lasts for years, even after she becomes president of the United Frackin' States. But hey, it's not all doom and gloom for the Simpsons family, because the mother and daughter eventually make up. That is one dystopian-looking future. The reconciliation sets up as perfectly for the events of It's a Blunderful Life, set 60 years from the present. We get to see everyone's back together as one big happy family. Eventually, when Homer has finally exhausted all his clones, robot bodies, holograms, and passes on, at last, our Marge finally has the freedom to explore that thing she's always had for Flanders. Remember the horny mom fanfiction? Now, that's a sequence of words I'd not like to say, nor hear ever again. Anywho, this happens in the semi-alternate timeline explored in the episode Flanders Ladder, which shows a much older Marge hitched to a stupid sexy Flanders for whatever reason. I just know my boy Homer would absolutely hate this holy union. Marge's eventual death at the age of 84 looks pretty peaceful on the outside, and, well, it's not exactly clear how she goes. It could be that she simply passes away from old age after living a long and exhausting life, keeping everyone else in check. And is it just me, or is Ned Flanders' extremely prolific wall of diddly dead wives so incredibly sus? Maybe there was something else in that cup other than tea. Okay, enough dwelling in the future. We don't even completely understand the present yet. Like, can you tell me how the Simpsons house really works? No? Well, allow me to educate you. This is the Simpsons home. Good old 742 Evergreen Terrace as we know and love it. But do we really know it? I mean, here's a little thing. Do you recognize this room?
Homer, it's really coming down. Could you check on the boys?
They're fine.
I sure don't. But better yet, tell me, what does this door in the foyer lead to? Did you guess the basement? Well, you'd be correct. Did you guess the bathroom?
No smoke detector. Let's roll.
Also correct. Did you guess the closet?
Patty and Selma will be here any minute.
Oh no. Better ride this one out in the closet.
Sorry, Dad, this is our spot.
Correct again. Wow, you're really good at this. So yeah, if you can't tell, the Simpsons household isn't exactly bound by the laws of reality, and today I'm showing you exactly why the Simpsons home just doesn't make any sense. So before we begin, let's look at the canonical layout of the Simpsons home according to a former writer. To start, let's take a look at the first floor. Pretty surreal to see what the writers refer to when making the show, to be honest. We've got all the mainstays, the dining room, the living room, the kitchen, the entryway, or foyer if you're fancy, the patio complete with 6 windows looking out. 2 are covered in this scene.
I can't believe it!
The garage.
I knew all this stuff would come in handy someday.
And of course, the TV room.
How come you can watch cartoons but the kids can't?
Because
Why?
I said so.
But look carefully, the top right room of that layout. We're forgetting about the rumpus room. Now, I know what you're thinking. That can't be a real room. Who would ever name something a rumpus room? Rick and Morty? But amazingly, it really is an actual room, Rick and Morty not included, and it's been seen several times throughout the series. In fact, it's actually one of the more consistently placed rooms in the house. Take a look.
Homer, it's really coming down. Could you check on the boys?
They're fine.
Here it is in 3 Men and a Comic Book, where we can see Homer watching over the kids through a window on the outside. Sure enough, look back at that graph, and the room has a window that'd be in perfect view of the treehouse. And here it is in the background while Homer's in the garage and Itchy and Scratchy and Marge. And once again, if we look at that layout, we can see it's right there where you'd expect it to be.
Can you point to the monkey? What do babies know?
In case you had any more doubts, here it is in the episode Lady Beauvoir's Lover. You can even see the tree through the window yet again, though it looks like they rearranged the furniture so that the TV is in front of it rather than to the side. A little change, but as you'll see, not nearly as bad as things can get with these rooms. But even still, despite it being as reliable as it is, the writers have the gall to make this joke about our cherished rumpus room.
Is there any chance you'd have a spare room for us?
Rec room off the kitchen, but sometimes it's there and sometimes it isn't.
Simpsons staff, the rumpus room is actually consistent and as such is my favorite room in the house. And I won't have you slander it! You wanna talk inconsistent? Well then, let's talk about this hallway! Let's take a good look at this scene from Lisa's Substitute. It starts off with Marge and Lisa in the basement and then has them go up these stairs, exit into the hallway, and then out into the kitchen.
When Mr. Bergstrom smiles, see these teeth. But when you really make him laugh, these two teeth. I think they're called the eye teeth. They're absolutely perfect.
I notice little things about your father, too.
No, Mom. I mean, this man makes you feel like there's nobody better.
Your father does that to me.
Are we gonna talk or are we gonna talk?
We can talk, but first you have to accept the fact that I feel that way about your father.
Yesterday, he read a Charlotte's Web and cried at the end.
Where do I even begin? First off, we haven't talked about the basement yet because quite frankly, it's about as consistent as Homer is on a diet. The way Marge and Lisa enter the kitchen actually implies that they'd be exiting from the garage, which we know isn't the case. We'll talk more about that nightmare in the basement later, but for now, let me ask you this very important question. Where is the door to the rumpus room? Because I can't see it. The cursed hallway took away my favorite room, the humanity! Yeah, the door to the rumpus room is missing entirely, and we know this is the same hallway that leads to the garage because of scenes like this.
Thanks for calling, kids. A new message every day.
Maggie! Bart, I asked you to watch your sister.
Look past Maggie dangling like a chandelier and take a peek at the hallway. What's that goofy-looking room in the hallway? It's the rumpus room, dang it! In plain view! I'm sorry. I'll calm down now. I just get really passionate about rumpus rooms, man. But okay, now that we know for certain that the hallway is supposed to have those two doors only, let's see just how wrong this hallway is most of the time. Let's look at the episode Duffless. In this shot, you can see the door to the glorious room of rumpus, as well as a mystery door at the end of the hallway. If I didn't know any better, I'd say this was the way to the basement, considering how we saw Marge and Lisa come up from there and into the hallway earlier, but, maybe not. That's the door in the foyer. Oh, and if you want to get even more confused, here's the mystery door disappearing again in the episode of the Canine Mutiny, because that makes sense. What, do they seal off the room? What dark stuff, what chicanery is going on in there? Is it evil? Murder going on? Murder?
He's so smart.
And so handsome.
Hi, Marge. Hi, Santa's little helper. Hi, kid.
Let's move upstairs for a bit before we take a look at the most inconsistent room in the series. Trust me, it's infuriating. So let's once more take a look at the official layout for the upstairs. Again, we got all the main hitters, everything you'd expect. The main hall, the bathroom.
Hey, look, is that Dad?
Either that or Batman's really let himself go.
Maggie's room.
Uh-oh. Sleep well, Maggie. 3 for 3.
Bart's room.
If just me, Milhouse, and Lewis had voted.
Would you have to do extra work?
Yeah.
Would you have gotten any money for being class president?
No.
And is this Martin guy going to get to do anything neat? Huh?
Well, no.
So let the baby have his bottle.
Lisa's room.
Lisa, don't hold anything back. You can tell me. Are you crying because you called Daddy a baboon?
No! Look, if you just want me to forgive you...
No, I just wish I knew what to say. Although maybe this music will help. You lost someone special and it hurts. I'm lucky because I never lost anyone special. Everyone special to me is under this roof. Now, you'll have lots of special people in your life, Lisa.
Marge and Homer's room.
You know, Marge, I was thinking about how much I enjoy your interest. I wandered over to that theater you went to, and I bought tickets to their entire season.
And, of course, their bathroom. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Now, while we don't really have any disappearing locations up here, that's not to say that these bedrooms are without issue. And the biggest example of this is in the episode of My Sister, My Sitter. To put it simply, these rooms are shuffled around more than a deck of cards. Let's just take a look at this scene. Lisa's just gone upstairs to check if Bart is in his room. His room seems to be in the right position, but just a door down, we've got Bart jumping in this room.
You didn't say which bed.
Now, according to the official chart, this room really should be Lisa's. But I think this is Marge and Homer's room right now, which in this case may make sense actually, as Bart's room at the beginning of the episode sees him looking out a front-facing window, which would be impossible according to our handy-dandy little layout.
Thanks for the ride.
Well, you did a first-rate job of babysitting.
Now, normally, it'd only be Maggie in her parents' room that could see out front, but maybe Bart and Maggie switched rooms so he could have a front-ways view? Well, actually, no! With Lisa going out this window to get around to Bart, she'd have to go through a front-facing room's window, meaning Maggie's room is also now in the front alongside Bart. And don't even get me started on the non-existent tree she climbs! There's never been a tree in front of the house. Does your head hurt yet? Mine sure does. So yeah, these windows are actually our biggest clue on where the room is located. Most of the time, things are actually where they should be. Case in point, look at Bart of Darkness. There's Bart in his room, exactly where it should be, overlooking the backyard.
Oh, look, there's Bart. Wave to him.
See, all is right in the world. Until he looks out his window and sees Flanders' house.
Oh my God, what have I done? I've killed her!
You'd kind of need a side-facing window to get a glimpse like this, even with a telescope. So, I mean, there goes my compliment to Bart of Darkness. Okay, but what about Lisa's room? Well, here it is, where it should be in Hurricane Nettie.
Dad, wake up! The hurricane is coming!
There's no record of a hurricane ever hitting Springfield.
The records only go back to 1978. Hall of Records was mysteriously blown away.
Isn't that perfect? Lisa can look at Homer in his hammock and not have to deal with looking at cars rolling down the street. And it matches the layout. Beautiful. Mwah! And here it is in Lisa the Simpson with a front-facing window.
So, honey, wake up.
Why bother?
Because your father has a big surprise.
I'm adopted.
Better. Come look.
Lisa, it's me, Daddy. I rounded up every Simpson in the Tri-City area. Prove to you there's nothing wrong with the Simpson genes.
We were so close. Dang it! But okay, we covered the first floor. It's mostly consistent. We covered the second floor. It's inconsistent beyond all belief. Now it's time to look at a room beyond our comprehension. I think it's time we, alas, finally talk about the Simpsons' basement. Check out this little snippet of Some Enchanted Evening.
Run for it!
Pause! Before we continue, there's more evidence of the rumpus room existing with a foosball table in the back for all you skeptics. Take a look at where Bart entered the basement.
Bart!
He went in through a door on the side of the stairs in the foyer. Now, I mean, according to the episode of Bart the Mother... Yeah, okay, enough of that clip. You get the bit. Disregard Homer breaking his spine and notice that this is certainly not the same place where Bart went to hide out from his evil babysitter. I mean, at least it's in the foyer, I guess. That's kind of similar to the clip where Homer falls down the stairs. Either way, this house has some major disappearing door issues. And it's not just confined to the interior either. Look at where the basement is in Hurricane Nettie.
Everybody into the cellar.
Spin the middle side top-wise.
Now I remember why I put this down here in the first place.
To be fair, they call it the cellar here, but I mean, if this really is a different room than the basement, then we've got even worse problems than just a teleporting room. We've got a disappearing room instead. I mean, I don't see any cellar basement door here, do you?
Is it a pool yet?
Yes, Dad.
But if you want one more big basement appearance, look no further than the episode of The Day the Violence Died.
There's a box you can sleep in. Just move that cot out of the way.
Okay.
Do you know what radon is?
No.
Bart takes a homeless man in and gives him a place to sleep, and in this shot, we see that the basement actually has stairs above it, implying that it'd be directly underneath the stairs at the second floor. Looking back at the original layout, essentially the only way this kind of makes sense is if the room was in the kitchen. But what do we see just seconds later?
Spare change?
Yep, that's Homer chucking money down the basement. But it should be the door to the rumpus room. Not only does that just not make any sense with the stair ceiling, but it also replaces my favorite room in the entirety of existence ever. That's low. So what do we know about this reality warping room? It disappears, reappears, shifts location, is where the garage would be, is called multiple names, and is just generally wherever it needs to be for a joke, I guess. Which, hey, you know what? Fair enough, it's a cartoon. It's the least consistent room in the series in my opinion, but you know what? Also, it's got Bender in it, so it's still got more points in that hallway in my book.
Inexcusable!
Hello, robots. We sent Bender back in time to kill Homer before the monsters could evolve from him.
So how does the Simpsons house actually work? In my opinion, it just doesn't. Bet you didn't know nearly that much about the Simpsons house, did ya? Now let's bump up that knowledge by talking about the Simpsons moments that caused a massive backlash. Today, we're taking a look at all the episodes that got the Simpsons team into some hot water.
Get up here, you kabiter!
And why don't you be polite, you stinking puss bag pal? You gotta call that number on a booth. Think all the jerks in Tower 1.
That's it!
Yeah, why don't you come over here? I got something for you.
And I mean scalding hot. So let's jump right in with In the Strong Arms of the Maw. When Marge, trying to deal with the trauma of being mugged by a homeless person at the Quickie Mart, decides to leave her basement.
Marge? I'm gonna sleep down here tonight.
Sounds like most of the Reddit users who still live with their parents. I mean, shoot, in this economy? Bored, she turns to weightlifting with the weights Homer bought from a bankruptcy sale to pass the time, and quickly afterward, Marge gets ripped. She manages to beat up the hobo who mugged her and becomes addicted to weightlifting after hanging out with her old friend, Ruth Powers. And while the story itself is an obvious satire of the bodybuilding scene and has a strong message about overcoming your fears, it was this gag that really didn't go down well.
Let's do it.
Oh, listen, my bulky flower. I have an early date.
I wasn't asking.
I don't think I need to explain why that got backlash. What upset people the most was that Marge didn't see anything wrong with what she did, and it was used as a throwaway gag. What made it worse was that the very next scene shows Homer looking distressed. Many fans thought the jokes about violent encounters went way too far. And this isn't the first time that a Matt Groening show used sensitive role reversal gags like this, with the boys from Futurama once being sentenced to death by a group of horny Amazonians by the way of snoo, but that one's for another video. But at least the Simpsons don't discriminate with who they offend. Take Bart versus Australia, which starts with Bart and Lisa putting shampoo and toothpaste in the sink for a race. Lisa keeps winning and tells her brother the reason.
Bart, water will only go the other way in the southern hemisphere.
What the hell is the southern hemisphere?
Haven't you ever looked at your globe?
Didn't think you'd get a science lesson here, did ya? I mean, I don't actually know if that's true, but still. Bart makes a collect call to a remote farm in Australia, which means the one picking up will have to pay for it, just to find out the truth. Unfortunately, Bart gets distracted by Milhouse and leaves the call running, amassing a $900 phone bill. I guess this is the 90s equivalent to getting hooked on Candy Crush today. People still play Candy Crush? Bart ignores a ton of collection letters for the bill, and Australia indicts him for fraud. Thankfully, Australia agrees to let Bart off the hook, but only if he apologizes. Easy peasy, right? Well, once the Simpson family travels down under, Bart discovers that he needs to be kicked in the butt, because that's totally normal. With no other choice, he eventually agrees, but doesn't exactly go through with it.
This is for the Commonwealth of Australia.
States of America.
Well, the moon came out early that day. Understandably, many Australians weren't the greatest fans of how the Simpsons made their country look. Over 100 complaint letters flooded in after the episode aired, with many of them insulted by the parodies of their culture. Even the newspapers reported on the episode, with one angry viewer stating that although the country has its faults, laughing in their faces and mocking their heritage was not called for. Uh-oh. I wonder if any of the writing team had to go to Australia to get their butt booked. Booked? You know what I mean? But you know what's worse than being kicked in the keister? Having Lisa morally manipulate you out of free cable television. That's today's equivalent of deciding to not use your friend's Netflix password because some see it as stealing. Brother, I call that saving 18 bucks. In Homer vs. Lisa in the 8th Commandment, Homer is awoken from a biblical dream to Flanders yelling at the cable guy for trying to hook him up with illegal cable. After hearing this, Homer jumps at the chance to get all the free channels, but Lisa gets scared that it means Homer will go to hell because he broke the commandment, thou shalt not steal.
Could I have a volunteer?
Wait, Lisa, don't be too hasty. Free TV and free heating? I mean, that's a pretty sweet deal, don't you think? Reverend Lovejoy tells Lisa to avoid watching the TV to set a good example, but that doesn't stop the rest of the family from taking full advantage of it. Homer invites his friends to watch a fight, and Bart charges the kids to watch the adult channels. After seeing how upset Lisa is by everything going on, Homer decides to disconnect the free cable, and inadvertently does this.
Third time's a charm.
So surprisingly, it wasn't the cable companies that were upset that they were letting people know about illegal cable, but religious groups that thought the idea of making fun of the 10 Commandments and glamorizing illegal activity to America's youth was distasteful. Maybe they didn't realize all the worship channels would be included too. But it's not just joking about topics that were sensitive at the time that has resulted in The Simpsons being criticized. Take the city of New York versus Homer Simpson, where it took 4 years for that to become offensive. In the episode, Homer's car is towed to New York and the begrudging father goes to pick it up. The reason why he's so reluctant to go to the Big Apple is because in the past, he had a bad experience.
Anyhow.
Come on, can you really say you've been to New York if you haven't been mugged? Or tried the deep dish pizza? When the family arrives, Homer finds that his car has been clamped and is being kept at the World Trade Center. This is when an unfortunate joke is made.
And why don't you be polite, you stinking puss-bag pal? You gotta call that number on a booth. Sorry about that, guy.
Coming over there.
Yeah, you wanna go over here? I got something for you.
Shut up!
I don't really need to tell you how this aged like a glass of milk. When it was released, the episode was funny, but after the tragic events that happened in 2001, it became incredibly hard to watch, especially with how it focused on Homer's hatred of the city. For a while after, the episode wasn't aired, and later in a DVD commentary, executive producer Josh Weinstein said that the joke was regrettable. When it finally saw TV screens again, several of the shots of the towers were edited out for quite a while, and the gag about the jerks in the tower was also removed out of respect. Yeah, you can't really blame the writing team for this one. While The Simpsons is known for its satirical take on the culture at the time, poking fun at politics, celebrities, and everything in between, there have been times when it was accused of being too preachy itself. In Lisa the Vegetarian, the Simpson clan goes on a family trip to Storytown Village. While it's mostly lame, the petting zoo makes up for it.
Oh, you are so cute! Yes, you are! I just love you!
Okay, I'll admit it, that lamb is pretty cute. After they got home, Homer learns that he wasn't invited to Flanders' barbecue party because it's strictly for family. So being the mature adult he is, Homer decides he's going to throw his own party, but accidentally invites Ned. When the family sits down for dinner, Lisa is horrified at the lamb chops and making friends with the little fluff ball back at the park. Now she can't really bring herself to eat meat at all.
Are you saying you're never going to eat any animal again? What about bacon?
No.
Ham?
No.
Pork chop?
Dad, those all come from the same animal.
I'm convinced that Homer believes there's a bacon tree out there somewhere. Things at school don't get much better when Principal Skinner shows the kids a propaganda film about how cows are turned into steak, prompting Lisa to yell at everyone, saying they're brainwashed into eating meat. Later, all the party guests mock her when she brings cold tomato soup to the barbecue so they don't have to eat meat. Feeling embarrassed, Lisa steals Homer's prized roast pig, which ends up being shot into the nuclear power plant. I'm sure it's still good. Homer, just a little crispy and glowy. Lisa feels isolated and eventually gives up on her new diet by biting into a hot dog at the Quickie Mart, but it turns out to be tofu. With some reassuring words from Paul and Linda McCartney, she chooses to stick to the veggie life.
When will all those fools learn that you can be perfectly healthy eating vegetables, fruits, grains, and cheese?
Hey, don't judge me. I do eat cheese, just on top of my burgers. Many viewers found this episode too preachy, especially those who like their meat without a side of guilt. Meat industries also attacked the episode, claiming that they had been shown in a negative light and insinuating that they didn't treat their animals humanely. But I'm sure the writers had good intentions when trying to put a spotlight on a sensitive social issue. It just didn't go down well. Kind of like the time The Simpsons outed Smithers as gay following years of innuendos. In the Burns cage, Smithers confesses his love for Mr. Burns after he saves his boss during a skydiving accident. With the adrenaline pumping, he's about to confess his love for Burns, but gets cut off with this.
The truth is, sir, I'm in love with...
The sound of your own voice, yes. Well, no dog would I listening to the nightingale trill her unending tune. Don't take this the wrong way, but you mean nothing to me.
Oh sure, how can you possibly take that the wrong way? Feeling upset about getting shut down, Homer decides to set Smithers up by inviting a ton of guys from a dating app. This is where he meets a dude called Julio, and they fall in love and move to Cuba. Unfortunately, Julio knows that Smithers isn't over Burns, and the two break up almost immediately. At the same time, Mr. Burns realizes how much he needs Smithers, and over dinner, the two make up.
All right, Smithers, there's one thing I've never given you. I kept it bottled up inside all these years, and here it is, your performance review. It's excellent.
Ah, those three magic words. An excellent performance review. Maybe if he's lucky, he'll get a $5 coupon as a thanks. When the episode aired, it got a lot of coverage in the mainstream news, but unfortunately, it was not all positive. The LGBTQ community was split into two sides of thought. Some believed it was just a gimmick to use sexuality as a way to promote an episode and make a joke of coming out, while others celebrated it for dealing with sexuality in a more mature way compared to the jokes in previous seasons. Regardless, the reason for the episode was because writer Rob Lazebnik wanted to show his son, who is gay, that he loves and accepts him. Now you can't say that ain't sweet. As seen in Bart vs. Australia, The Simpsons have never shied away from making jokes about the stereotypes of different countries. Often these gags are to show how crazy and outdated these opinions are, but sometimes the Simpsons writing team go a step too far. Take Kiss Kiss Bang Bangalore when Homer has to go to India because the nuclear power plant's being outsourced there. She's talking about a commute. Turns out that Homer got Indiana and India mixed up, so he ended up thousands of miles away from home. Easy mistake. I once ended up in Mexico after thinking I had booked New Mexico. Oh boy, was my face red. No, literally, it was like really hot. After having an awkward run-in with the sacred cow who ate his iPod, Homer must find Apu's cousin Kavi, who will help him out. But tracking him down is a little difficult.
Okay, Apu said his cousin Kavi could help me out. Let's see. Apu's cousin is medium height, dark complexion, brown eyes, black hair.
I wonder why this offended people. Homer is ordered to rally the workers, and after reading a random part of a book, they cheer him, so they just can get back to work. This leads to Homer getting promoted to plant manager, which gives him a god complex.
Silence! Now for my amusement, let the monkey fight the elephant.
Hey, I don't see much work going on. It turns out the workers only worship him because he's brought in all the new bonuses of working in America. Overtime, breaks, and muffin baskets on their birthdays. Of course, Mr. Burns can't have this fair work treatment nonsense, so he fires them all, which makes the workers even happier as they get months of severance and retirement benefits. This episode got a ton of criticism, and many saw the exaggerated cliches of India being outdated and oppressive as super offensive. Also, people didn't appreciate how they included Indian landmarks in the wrong places, such as the iconic Taj Mahal being in Agra, not Bangalore, and the river Mr. Burns floats down being the Yamuna, not the Ganges. The writers were accused of having no respect for Indian culture and using stereotypes to get a laugh. Well, at least they didn't get a non-Indian guy to voice an Indian character. Wait, we'll get to that. But it's not just bad stereotypes that have resulted in some bad press with The Simpsons. Other times it's been the promoting of things that are considered harmful. Yep, and I'm not just talking about how all the time Homer eating donuts has made people crave a Krispy Kreme. Weekend at Burnsies begins with The Simpsons sitting down to some genetically modified vegetables, but after the potato starts eating a carrot, it's safe to say that this food isn't exactly safe to eat. Marge decides that she'll grow her own food so she knows it's 100% natural. Only problem is, the crows want in on the action, so Marge builds a scarecrow. But Homer don't get the memo. Well, he sure showed that pumpkin who's boss. Let's just hope there aren't any genetically modified pumpkins hiding behind the tree. Without a scarecrow, Homer makes friends with all the crows, but after the birds turn on their new master and try to carry Maggie away, he tells them to get lost. The birds refuse, so Homer swings a bat at them, causing them to fight back and peck at Homer's eye. Ouch, these guys fight dirty. Dr. Hibbert offers medical weed to help with the pain, convincing him that it's perfectly legal and prescribed. Back at the Simpsons residence, Homer lights up a doobie and, he was teleported back to the 70s. My question is, without Homer eats, how can you tell when he's got the munchies? Homer begins living the life of a stereotypical stoner, becomes friends with Springfield's Prince of Pot, Otto. With an incoming ban on medical weed, Homer makes a speech and convinces everyone to fight against it, but it's too late, and the ban on blunts goes into effect, ending Homer's trip, the spoil sport. And while this episode wasn't banned, it did get a lot of censorship. In the US, it was marked with a violent content warning. In Australia, it was given a mature rating, and it couldn't be shown in the UK before 9 p.m. Because after 9 p.m., the UK just wants to start hooking up. I don't know. I guess it's fine though. It gives smokers enough time for their 5-meat feast pizzas to be delivered. The next episode that got backlash also has Homer at the forefront. There seems to be a bit of a trend here. In Homer's Phobia, which from the title you can probably work out, is all about his more questionable views. After Bart breaks the dryer by turning it into a lottery machine, Marge tries to sell a Civil War doll to make the $900 they need to fix it. At the collectible store, Homer and Marge meet John, the owner of the antique store, who breaks the news that it's actually just a decorated booze bottle from the 70s. While they don't get the money they need, Homer makes friends with John and everything is going well until...
John is a ho-mo-sexual.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I danced with a gay.
Wow, don't hold back your feelings, Homer. Sheesh. After Marge and the kids hang out with John, Homer's first question is if he passed on his gayness. Yeah, I think someone missed... class when they were younger. Worried it can be caught, Homer convinces himself that Bart is gay, so he decides to straighten himself out by making him look at partially clothed women and taking him to a steel mill.
I want all of you to say hello to the Simpsons.
Has the whole world gone insane?
Dad, why did you bring me to a gay steel mill?
I don't know. This is a nightmare.
While Homer's reaction stinks, I'm kind of concerned about the lack of protective equipment. Open flames and mustaches don't seem to be a good mix to me. Homer's next plan is to get Bart to shoot a deer, but after they attack, it's down to John to save them. Homer finally respects his new friend and tells Bart he can live his life however he wants. Once again, the LGBTQ community didn't take too kindly to how they portrayed gay guys as over the top and more camp than the Pink Pony Club on Pride Night. In 2003, Igor Smykov tried to sue a Russian TV channel for the episode, claiming it to be homophobic, but it was thrown out. And while Homer was the one shed in a bad light in that episode, in Marge in Chains, it was the matriarch of the family who became the center of a controversial episode for once, although it wasn't exactly her who ruffled feathers. In this episode, the Osaka flu hits Springfield, and Marge is exhausted from taking care of the rest of the family, who have come down with the illness. Running errands, she goes to the Quickie Mart, but accidentally leaves without paying for Grandpa's bourbon.
All right, come out with your hands up, 2 cups of coffee, an auto freshener that says Capricorn.
Well, that escalated quickly. Marge is treated like a criminal and loses her case in court, which is partially due to Helen Lovejoy spreading rumors that she's a drunk and is slapped with 30 days in the Springfield women's prison. Think of it as a holiday, Marge. It's a whole month without doing everything for your family. In prison, Marge makes friends with some of the inmates, including Phillips, who got the nickname for killing her husband with a screwdriver, and Tattoo Annie, who has more ink than the tank of a nervous octopus. Back at the Simpsons household, they're struggling without the matriarch of the family doing absolutely everything for them.
Excuse me, but I think if we can keep this house clean.
Wow, all that in 10 minutes. I bet Marge wishes she had swiped 2 bottles of liquor to extend her stay. When Marge is finally released, the people of Springfield welcome her back with open arms. You see, they realize she was the one who baked the marshmallow squares for the bake sales. They must be super delicious, as it caused a full-blown riot in the streets when people noticed that they were missing. This episode seemed like an unlikely one to cause controversy, but some viewers didn't like how the criminal justice system was portrayed as a lighthearted thing, especially with the prisoners being portrayed as jailbird stereotypes. Homer becomes a very different kind of prisoner in Homer vs. Dignity, but this time it's what happens while he's trapped that delivers one of the Simpsons' most twisted jokes. In this episode, the Simpsons family runs into money troubles, which comes to light when Homer can't pay for a family meal, forcing them to work the bill off instead. A few songs for a free meal? Sounds like a pretty sweet deal to me. I'll remember to bring my triangle next time I eat out. Desperate to make more cash, Homer agrees to work for Mr. Burns as his own personal prank monkey, basically being paid to do whatever Burns he wants. This leads him to causing all kinds of trouble, including buying the rare first edition of Spider-Man from the comic book guy just to eat it. Good prank, bro. He even dresses up like a giant baby and tells everyone he's got a deuce in his diaper. So it turns out Mr. Burns is thinking up content for prank YouTube videos years ago. Homer selling his dignity comes to an abrupt end after Mr. Burns forces him to dress up as a panda, leading to this super dark moment.
Look, she's presenting. We thought that... You ain't going nowhere, cutie.
I'd just like to say that no pandas were actually harmed in the making of this episode, but I can't say the same for Homer. After discovering that it was her dad in the panda suit, Lisa tells him that his dignity is not worth any amount of money, really. And when Mr. Burns offers Homer a sack full of cash to dress up as Santa and throw fish guts at everyone, he refuses and finally breaks Mr. Burns' hold on him. The panda scene has become infamous and has been heavily criticized. In 2009, DVD Movie Guide said that it was a bad sign that the writers found this funny, while the British newspaper The Guardian said it was a low in the show's history. As you've seen throughout this video, there have been several times where the show's iconic satirical take on society went a little too far, but in the later seasons, they began to mirror the culture they once poked fun at, and the fans weren't happy. In Lisa Goes Gaga, Lady Gaga rolls into Springfield on a glittery train to help cheer up the town. With her self-esteem senses tingling, she discovers Lisa's been voted the most unpopular kid at school, and after pretending to be her own supporter on a school forum, she only makes things worse for herself. At her impromptu concert, Gaga talks to Lisa, and the two go back to the Simpson household to try and sort out her problems. Lisa just wants to be left alone, however, but Gaga keeps pushing the issue until this happens.
It's me, Gaga. Why's everyone looking at my purple hair full of bluebirds?
I mean, in Gaga's defense, with the crazy outfit she wears, her purple hair is the least attention-grabbing thing. Gaga thinks she's failed and is ready to leave Springfield, but Homer manages to distract Lisa from her self-absorption long enough to realize she's been acting like a huge brat. Lisa rushes to stop Lady Gaga from leaving, who says that she will forgive her under one condition. She must join the superstar on stage and put on a show for Springfield. I'm with Milhouse. Please end the song. Old school fans of The Simpsons saw this episode as a way to cash in on Lady Gaga's popularity and pander to her fan base, and they did it in the most cringeworthy way possible. To many, it was beneath the show's usual standards, and it's regarded as one of the worst Simpsons episodes ever. While Bart Simpson never aging has allowed the family dynamic to stay the same over the last 36 years, it has also had its downsides, like not being able to tackle teenage issues, but that has not always stopped them. In Beware My Cheating Bart, Homer takes Bart and Milhouse to the mall to watch Happy Little Elves 2 so he can stuff his face at the food court. When they come out of the movie, they bump into Jimbo and his teenage girlfriend Shauna. While Jimbo wants to watch a horror movie, Shauna would rather catch a Jennifer Aniston flick. Wow, she must be really scared of horrors. Not wanting his girlfriend to watch the movie alone in case she gets hit on, Jimbo recruits Bart to keep an eye on her. Taking his job seriously, he scares away any guy that even looks her way.
Listen, lady, you do not two-time the man with the skull t-shirt.
Jimbo doesn't care about me. He didn't even notice my side braid.
Ooh, that is cool. Looks like two snakes trying to kill each other on your head.
Yeah, he's probably just trying to avoid a knuckle sandwich. After Jimbo and the rest of his gang come out of their film, Bart thinks he's off the hook, but the bully tells him he's got to keep an eye on Shauna the next day too. On their second date, however, she gets caught shoplifting. But Bart takes the heat to stop Jimbo from kicking his butt for letting his girlfriend get locked up in mall jail. Bart manages to escape with the help of Shauna, and as a thank you, she does this.
What could a girl have that I... Oh my god, it's just like Dad's.
Whoa, the kid's only 9. A packet of Pokemon cards would have been enough. Bart and Shauna begin having a secret relationship, but when Jimbo finds out, he beats Bart up, also revealing he's been going bald underneath that beanie the whole time. I think it's time to shave it, man. With the bullies distracted, Bart manages to get away and hides out in his treehouse with Shauna, but that's when Lisa convinces her to dump both of them so she can concentrate on herself.
I want to find out who I am, and that's something only an inappropriately older man can tell me.
Well, that is one lucky creepy guy.
Here's a wild idea. Why not just stay in a relationship with someone your own age? Some viewers found the flashing scene a bit disturbing, especially as there's a clear age gap between Bart, who Jimbo earlier described as a prepubescent, and Shauna, who's literally a teenager. Bart's naivety didn't do the episode any favors either, and made Shauna look very creepy. Now, we've already covered a few countries the Simpsons have offended, so why not talk about another one for good measure? Like the time the Simpson family visited Brazil and made the country look just absolutely terrible. In Blame It on Lisa, the Simpson family's phone is cut off as they didn't pay their last bill, which was way more than usual. Lisa admits that she had made a call to Brazil because she was concerned that the orphan boy she was sponsoring had stopped sending her letters. She discovers that Ronaldo has disappeared, and the reason for the $400 bill is because a nun talked Lisa into donating more cash. Wow, get those sisters on the shopping channel. They could sell water to a fish. Concerned, the Simpsons head to Rio de Janeiro to find the missing boy and discover the country isn't very glamorous. The slums are filled with brightly colored rats, the kids' TV shows are sexualized, and all the jewelry is made from live animals. As Bart and Homer continue their search, things only get worse.
My American friend, I'm afraid that this is a kidnapping.
Fine. Take me, but let the boy go.
I'm afraid he has already gone.
Poor Homer. Goes looking for a missing person, then becomes one. The irony. The kidnappers demand a ransom to get Homer back, but the Simpson family can't afford to pay it. But luckily, after a chance encounter with Ronaldo, they finally have enough money to save Homer. How can an orphan boy afford thousands of dollars, you may ask? Well, it turns out that the money Lisa sent him was spent on some dancing shoes that allowed him to get a job on the weird TV show
Brazil's favorite kids show, Teleboobies.
Clockwise. Counterclockwise.
Sesame Street would have been quite different if they decided to go down this creative route. Clearly, The Simpsons didn't give Brazil the most flattering of portrayals, and what angered residents of the country further was the use of Spanish-sounding accents when the official language is actually Portuguese. This episode was banned in Brazil, but was later released on DVD. But while that upset is understandable, there have been times where the complaints now seem pretty bizarre. Take the final episode of the first season, where a shift in tone received a pretty negative response. In some enchanting evening, the Simpson family is sitting down to breakfast, which is more like a banana being tossed into a monkey house. Bart and Lisa argue over a donut, and Homer rushes out of the house without saying bye. Marge is fed up with how her family treats her, which prompts a call to Dr. Monroe's radiotherapy show, and unfortunately, Homer and his colleagues at the plant hear the whole thing.
You've got to tell him you're fed up.
And if he doesn't start loving Pink...
Leave Homer?
Don't use his real name.
Leave Pedro?
I don't know why they're laughing. She was totally talking about Pedro. Homer feels bad about how he's treated Marge, and most suggests he take her out for a fancy dinner to say sorry. Wanting to save his marriage, he does just that, and Marge forgives him. The only thing left to do now is find a babysitter for the kids. The problem is that the Simpson name is like mentioning Tom Brady at a Jets game. Nobody will take the job. But under the alias Homer Simpson, they managed to get a babysitter called Miss Botts. Botts turns out to be a really rude individual. But that's the least of their problems, as they discover she's a criminal called the Babysitter Bandit, wanted for robbing homes around the country. Bart and Lisa get tied up by Miss Botts, but luckily for them, she underestimates Maggie.
You have to untie me first.
Be tied up too.
Is it just me, or does she give off like serial killer vibes? And with that, the Simpson kids capture the robber and save the day. Well, almost. When Homer and Marge get back home, they find Miss Botts tied up and assume they have just terrorized her. They apologize, let her go, just as the police show up. So as Simpson plots go, this is pretty tame. But what viewers had a problem with at the time was how dark it was, feeling completely out of character for the new cartoon storming America. Regardless of the feedback, the Simpsons incorporated the edgy black humor into the show, turning an early criticism into part of its success. So besides edgy jokes about sensitive subjects and gags based on stereotypes, the Simpsons have also been called out for making comments about their own network. Now that is ballsy. In The Full Monty, TV networks from around the country hold a secret meeting in the Statue of Liberty to plan the next big story they can make money off of. So that's why nobody's allowed in the Crown. It's now rented out as a function room for millionaires. They start spreading news about a fake virus, and before anyone puts their conspiracy hats on, this episode aired almost like 10 years before current events, okay? Luckily, there's a vaccine for the house cat flu, and the Simpson clan take a trip to the hospital. But they're in for a long wait as Mr. Burns gets 37 doses to use on himself, Smithers, and his dogs. Well, it means there won't be any left for the other residents. Mayor Quimby agrees, as Mr. Burns is the only taxpayer in Springfield. For a guy known for being stingy, I'm surprised he dusts off his wallet for a tax bill. Unfortunately, no amount of vaccines will cure his long list of illnesses, and the doctor tells him he has no longer than 6 weeks left to live. Burns and Smithers are obviously upset, and they plan a lavish dinner party to break the news to everyone in the town, but the news isn't received in the way he expected.
I'm dying.
This better not be a gag.
It's not.
I mean, seriously, after everything he's pulled, what did he expect? Feeling hated, Burns tries to, let's just say, rush his demise by jumping off a cliff. Miraculously, the dude survives, and Bart finds him confused, with no memory of his past. The residents of Springfield decide to treat Mr. Burns terribly to get revenge. Eventually, Lisa decides enough is enough and takes him back to his mansion, where he regains his memory.
Daddy's home.
And the crazy part, he's no longer dying, as he learns his hatred is what keeps him going. So this episode didn't just get flack for accusing the media of fear-mongering, but for what they said about their own network. Bill O'Reilly, who was the host for Fox News at the time, said that the Simpsons continue to bite the hand that feeds them. Well, the next company picnic is going to be awkward. But unlike the house cat flu, the Simpsons once made light of a serious illness, upsetting an entire nation that had a tragic history with the disease. Little Big Mom starts the Simpsons going on a skiing trip, giving birth to one of the most memorable moments in the show's history.
It allows for maximum mobility. Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all.
Great, I'll have that stuck in my head all day now. Stupid sexy Flanders. Marge's trip is ruined, however, as she breaks her leg, but it's not because of some epic stunt or an avalanche, it's because a clock landed on it at the lodge. Now that's just unlucky. While Marge recovers in the hospital, Lisa tries to keep the house clean by giving Homer and Bart jobs to do, but as we saw in Marge and Jane's, they're about as useful as a chocolate teapot. Lisa decides to get revenge on them by mixing paint and oats to make fake sores.
You've got leprosy.
Leprosy! Unclean!
Oh, it's a savage prank and a waste of perfectly good oats. The two are sent to Hawaii to get treatment, which involves the sores being lasered off. Eventually, Marge and Lisa find them and explain it was just a joke that went too far, but Bart and Homer are fine with it as it means they get a free vacation. I mean, I get it. What's a few agonizing scorch marks when you can enjoy a few pina coladas and chill on a Hawaiian beach? This episode was never released in Japan, as the country has a long history with leprosy, which has been responsible for thousands of deaths, which led to a lot of discrimination towards those suffering from the awful awful disease. And yeah, I can see why they skipped this one. The way Lisa treats Homer and Bart in that episode is pretty twisted, but this is The Simpsons after all, and it doesn't mind dabbling with darker plots now and again, but sometimes characters do things that are just downright despicable. Homer's Enemy is considered one of the best, if not the best episode in the entire franchise, especially for the old school fans. Mr. Burns offers a job to a guy called Frank Grimes after learning he's worked his way up from nothing. Grimes is a model employee at the power plant, but his job is not made easy by Homer.
Look at your control panel.
I'll handle it.
Homer may want to refresh himself on how not to blow up a nuclear power plant, just a thought. Grimes' hatred for Homer only grows when he discovers that he has everything and does absolutely nothing for it. He even stops Homer from accidentally drinking acid, but instead of being thankful, he blames Grimes for burning a hole in the wall when he knocked the acid away. This leads to Mr. Burns reducing his salary and putting him on a final warning. Angry, Grimes comes up with a plan to humiliate Homer in front of the entire plant by tricking him into entering a kids' competition to design a power plant. Unfortunately for him, the plan backfires and everyone praises Homer, including Mr. Burns. This leads to Grimes having an entire mental breakdown, and it does not end well for him.
What's this? Extremely high voltage. Well, I don't need safety gloves because I'm Homer Simpson.
While loved by many, when this episode aired, some said it was too cynical and depressing, with not enough humor to balance it out. Josh Weinstein, a writer on The Simpsons, said it became one of the most controversial episodes and blamed a generation gap for the hate it got. So we've already talked about how the leprosy jokes offended the people of Japan, but before that, they had even more reason to find the show offensive. In 30 Minutes Over Tokyo, the Simpson family is forced to live thrifty after Snake steals the money Homer and Marge were saving for a family vacation. By tightening their belts, they managed to save up some money for a vacation, but only enough for a mystery flight. At the airport, the family finds out they're going to Japan, but not everyone's happy about it.
No, Japan, America, I want to pass a Ducci on the left-hand side.
Let's just hope Homer doesn't try to do a Japanese accent there. When the Simpsons land in Japan, they head to their hotel room where Homer rips through the sliding doors. The family all have seizures because of a flashing TV show, and they discover a camera in the toilet. I really would not want to be in charge of cleaning those lenses. The family explores Tokyo and discovers it's super expensive. Not exactly what they need with their money problems right now, but that doesn't stop Homer and Bart from going to see a sumo wrestling match and eating $50 pretzels. When Homer realizes that the wrestlers sprinkle salt, he asks one to season his snack.
Hey, that's mine.
Maybe someone should have told him that throwing the Emperor into a pile of sweaty thongs could be seen as kind of disrespectful in Japanese culture. To get back to Springfield, though, the family takes part in a sadistic game show, which includes being struck by lightning and climbing over a bridge suspended above a volcano. Despite falling in, it turns out the lava was just orangeade and wasabi. They may as well have used lava. Wasabi in delicate places will not tickle. The over-stereotyped depiction of Japan got this episode banned throughout Asia, including China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, and of course Japan. What upset people the most was how Homer threw the Emperor into the pile of butt straps, which is seen as incredibly disrespectful. So it's safe to say that The Simpsons has used countless cliches and stereotypes throughout its 36-year-long run, and many things joked about in the 90s have since become unacceptable. A fact The Simpsons acknowledged after being called out in a documentary. In No Good Read Goes Unpunished, Marge forces everyone to give up their phones and electronics so they can go to an old bookstore and start reading more. Well, at least I don't have that problem. Reading YouTube comments counts, right? While Bart tries to manipulate Homer into taking him to the Tunnelcraft convention, which probably means the show couldn't get the rights to use Minecraft, Marge realizes that her most cherished book from her childhood has since become culturally offensive. This is where the writers take the opportunity to break the fourth wall and comment on the complaints the show has received over the years.
It's hard to say. Something that started and was applauded and inoffensive, now politically incorrect. What can you do?
Some things will be dealt with at a later date.
If at all.
And if you're wondering why there's a picture of a poo, you're gonna want to hang around. Later, Marge goes to Springfield University and gets the opinion of a couple of professors who tell her that the offensive stereotypes in the book were said ironically, with the author not actually believing them. You gotta hand it to the writers. This episode's a clever way to defend themselves after years of criticism. No Good Read Goes Unpunished was written in response to a 2017 documentary called The Problem with Apu, which claimed that Apu's character was harmful to Indian people.
I hate Apu. Hate Apu. Hate Apu. And because of that, I dislike The Simpsons. Wow, the whole series? Yeah. The whole series? Yeah.
And it seems the show got the message, as Apu's voice actor Hank Azaria stepped down in 2020. Next, I got a bit of a sad one lined up. I'm talking every single tragic death that has happened on The Simpsons. Cartoon characters don't die. It's just a rule, part of cartoon logic. I mean, just look at Homer. Yeah, pretty much immortal there. So when people do die in The Simpsons, it's safe to say that it comes as a surprise. just like the one we saw in Mona Leaves
I've realized that the most important thing in my life is you.
That's right, Mona Simpson, aka the queen of deadbeat moms, returned for one last heart-to-heart before being whisked off to the great Springfield in the sky. Now, given what we do know about Mona, you know, how she's an absent mother to Homer, and probably the reason he's, well, Homer, one wouldn't normally call her death a tragedy, but somehow this episode turned her passing into the guttest of punches. And not in the usual Simpsons dope kind of way either. The episode kicks off at the mall, with Maggie, for once, getting the VIP treatment at the toy store. Naturally, Bart takes his golden opportunity to torment Homer, and boy does he deliver.
Homer is a lard butt.
What did you say?
Homer is a big jerk.
Who told you these things about me?
Homer has booger breath.
It's a medical condition.
Okay, but can we talk about Bart knowing what boogers smell like, though? I feel like that's normal. I mean, they reside in your nose. After some toy store chaos, because you know Homer's not letting those jabs slide. The family heads home, but plot twist, the front door is open.
The door's open. I think someone broke in.
I'm ready for this.
And what does Homer do when he suspects a burglar? Well, if you guessed craft a makeshift weapon out of a concrete block and chain, then it's safe to say that you've been paying attention.
I hear noises coming from the kitchen.
Uh-oh, that's where the food sleeps.
Definitely wouldn't want to be that burglar right about now. Weapon in hand, because food is serious business, Homer storms the kitchen. Only no burglar.
Mom!
My aquarium!
Instead, he finds his long-lost mother, Mona, casually baking an apple pie.
Hello, Homer.
You're alive.
What's going on?
You go get ice cream.
Because nothing says, hey, I faked my death like a fresh pastry. They settle on the couch where Mona explains that she's done running and wants to settle down to the family for good. Sweet, right?
I can finally stop running and be your mom.
No thanks.
Except Homer's not buying it. And honestly, can you blame him? Years of disappearing acts have left Homer with abandonment issues big enough to fill the Springfield Gorge.
You left a hole in my heart that could never be filled. I filled it with food, but I'm never full.
I mean, that's as deep as I've ever heard Homer speak, and honestly, I couldn't help but feel sad when I heard that. Still, Mona keeps trying. She bonds with the kids, digs out Homer's childhood photos, and does her best to prove that she is here for good.
Wow, Dad was so cute as a baby.
When did he lose his cuteness?
Oh, I have a picture of that.
And for a hot minute, she had me believing. But just when things seem to be too good to be true, well, tragedy strikes. That night, Homer, who's been struggling to get some shut-eye, realizes he's been too hard on Mona.
Oh, I feel terrible. My own mother reached out to me and I rejected her. I'm gonna make her a card.
It's probably gonna look awful, but hey, Hallmark doesn't have a sorry for calling you a deadbeat section. But when he heads downstairs to give it to her, he finds Mona sitting quietly by the fire. Too quietly. And that's when it hits him.
Are you asleep? Asleep with your eyes open? Mom? Mom?
The way he says mom the second time tears me up inside, man. Mona's funeral turns out to be as unconventional as her life.
Hello, Homer. If you are watching this right now, I am dead.
She leaves behind a will that is equal parts sentimental as it is wildly impractical. Bart gets a pocket knife, of course.
To my grandson, I leave my Swiss Army knife.
Marge gets a hemp purse, because why not?
Marge, I have a purse for you. It's woven out of nature's most amazing material, hemp.
And Lisa gets Mona's rebellious spirit, which, let's face it, she's had it since day one.
Dearest Lisa, I leave you my rebellious spirit.
And Homer, he gets a final mission. Scatter Mona's ashes at the top of a mountain at exactly 3 p.m. No pressure, right? Only it's Homer.
Okay, this is it. I will avenge you.
It's not really avenging her, Dad.
I'm really glad you corrected me. Really glad when they're corrected.
Whatever works for him, Lisa, whatever works. Surprisingly, Homer completes the task.
Goodbye, Mom. You're finally free.
But in true Mona fashion, her ashes end up sabotaging a missile launching device hidden inside the mountain. Because yes, even in death does Mona still fight the system.
System destroyed. Launch aborted.
And as it turns out, the lair belongs to Mr. Burns, who's planning to dump Springfield's nuclear waste into the Amazon rainforest, because why be regular evil when you can be eco-evil?
You monster! On another subject, next Thursday I have to leave work early. I assume that's cool.
Just look at Mr. Burns' face. priceless. What follows feels straight out of a James Bond movie. Bart slips his pocket knife to Homer, who uses it to break free. Meanwhile, Marge, with Lisa's help, sets her hemp purse on fire, sending smoke billowing into the mountain to pacify the guard. And with the coast clear, Homer tears through the place like a frackin' wrecking ball. He actually knows how to make and use that weapon pretty well. Homer eventually escapes with a Union Jack parachute because reasons, and finally releases Mona's ashes into the air where they belong, or into the ground where they also belong. It's a bittersweet goodbye, but for once Homer gets some closure. Pretty touching episode, all things considered. And speaking of closure, or in this case, lack thereof, our next grieving character didn't exactly get the goodbye he craved. I mean, even Homer in the last one we talked about, but even more so here.
You made me miss the last precious moments of Bee's life. I'll never speak to you again. I have no son.
Yikes. In Old Money, Beatrice Simmons, Grandpa's sweet new flame, passes away while he's dragged off on one of Homer's misadventures. Yeah, leave it to our donut-loving oaf to ruin Grandpa's last chance at love.
Burst. Oh, no, Jasper. I know she died of a broken heart.
It all starts with the usual Simpson family Sunday outing. You know the drill. The kids are restless, Marge is polite, and Homer's Homer. After yet another boring outing, poor Grandpa gets hauled back to the retirement castle like unwanted luggage with a meal that's just a little too chewy for his old jaw.
Thanks for the beef jerky.
Bye.
Good.
Remind me to never get that old, or have a knucklehead son. Both things that I can completely control. In one car conversation later, Homer realizes he's headed for the same fate as Abe.
You know, we'll be old someday.
My God, you're right. You kids won't put me in a home like I did to my dad, would you?
Marge suggests setting a better example for Bart and Lisa, so Homer vows to make the next Sunday more exciting than a liquor store run.
Our third Sunday of every month should be a pleasure. Where's someplace fun we can take Grandpa next time?
Meanwhile, back at the retirement castle, Grandpa's day goes from bad to worse as his medications have been swapped for someone else's.
Hey! These aren't my pills!
But hey, fate works in mysterious ways, and the little mix-up at the pill counter introduces him to Beatrice Simmons, or B for short.
I get 2 red ones for my back spasms, and 2 of the bluest I've ever seen in my life.
Man's got more game at 80-something than most people. Myself included, am I right? This is supposed to be a sad video.
Tell me about yourself.
1 son, widower, 1 working kidney, and you?
Widowed, bad hip, and liver disorder.
You left something out. Ravishing.
Soon enough, Grandpa and B are inseparable. Long walks, shared medications, piano duets. Pretty much what you get from a Romeo-Juliet remake with a geriatric cast.
My sweet impossible.
That's the kind of love I want in my life. And Abe's finding it at the rarest time, too, making me tear up a little. But of course, we're talking about the Simpson family, so happy endings do not come easy. On B's birthday, Abe has got big plans. A gift, a celebration, maybe a dance that throws out his hip. But then Homer comes barging in for his mandatory once-a-month outing.
Dad! It's the 3rd Sunday of the month. Go away! Oh, come on, Dad. Promise we'll have more fun this time.
Grandpa insists that he can't go because of B's birthday, but Homer just assumes that, it's Grandpa. How important could it possibly be?
There's room for all your friends in the car. She's not invisible, you idiot. See, it's her birthday tonight. Yeah, right.
Homer dragging someone into misery? Shocking. So Abe gets dragged off the Discount Lion Safari, and if you're picturing something terrifying, tacky, and utterly dysfunctional, then you're spot on.
This is much better than my girlfriend's birthday party. Can we go now?
Their car gets stuck, hungry lions start circling like they're at a buffet, leaving the family trapped in the car overnight. By the time Abe makes it back to the retirement castle, an ambulance is pulling away, and you already know what's coming.
Got a date with an angel.
I don't know how right you are, Abe.
Oh man, that's awful. Dude, that is awful. I know I just laughed, but I'm laughing away the plane. I'm laughing away the plane. Bye-bye, plane.
I can tell she really cared for me. Didn't make me a pallbearer.
We get to B's funeral, and Grandpa's sadness for once is not just played for laughs, with things escalating to the point of,
I'll never speak to you again, no son!
You truly get the feeling that this wasn't just another girlfriend for Grandpa. This was a chance at love and happiness past the point of proposed no return. It's something he never thought he'd find again.
Oh, B.
So Grandpa returns to the retirement castle feeling bluer than a Navy SEAL, but then just when you think things couldn't get more depressing, the Yonel Hut shows up, only he isn't here to grift for once.
Mr. Simpson B was a wealthy woman, and she left everything to you.
That's right, a huge inheritance with one simple condition. He can spend it however he wants. Grandpa tries everything from buying a Napoleon fez, as one does, to riding roller coasters, and I'll admit the sight of Grandpa clinging onto a roller coaster seat like his life depends on it always gets a laugh. But this time around, it's, I don't know, you can really feel the emptiness watching it in a packed theater.
I miss B.
I miss you too.
Either Grandpa's about to have an epiphany, or the dementia's kicking in. B's ghost suggests that Grandpa used the money to help others.
If you're not happy, spread it around. Other people as happy as you made me.
So inspired, Abe ends his beef with Homer, bummer, and invites all of Springfield to plead their cases for the money, which, of course, leads to the entire town lining up with outrageous sob stories, yes, even Mr. Burns.
Grandpa, I can call you Grandpa, can't I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I need that money, please, please!
Abe quickly realizes that there's not enough money to solve everyone's problems, so he tries to increase his money via gambling, but is stopped by Homer, who, for once, is the wisest person in the room.
Dad, please, you gotta quit while you're ahead.
I have to get enough to help everybody.
Outside the casino, Abe has a quiet moment of clarity. Looking at his old, capable hands, he decides to use the money to renovate the retirement castle, making it finally feel like home. And he names the dining room in B's honor, turning his grief into something meaningful. Flawless ending. Now, Grandpa Simpson isn't the only one whose love life Homer has bulldozed.
Ooh, a bobby pin!
Oh yeah, we can't not talk about the mod episode. In Alone Again Natra Diddly, Ned Flanders, our favorite bobble-thumping, organ-playing neighborino, loses his wife in a tragic accident, indirectly brought to you by Satan's greatest soldier, Homer J. Simpson. So the Simpsons take a trip to bird sanctuary, to bird country. They take a trip to a bird sanctuary because, hey, it's Springfield and there's always something wholesome to do before it all goes horribly wrong. As they hike through the sanctuary, they begin to hear bee sounds, but as it turns out, it's nothing more than the sound of racing cars on the brand new speedway.
Oh my god, it's a racetrack! They ruined it!
Oh, come on, Lisa, can it just for once, will you? Some of us like the little adrenaline in our system. I need it! Like Homer, who naturally ditches bird chirps in favor of roaring engines. And that's when things really start revving up, because to everyone's surprise, especially Homer's, the Flanders family is there as well.
Hi, diddly ho, pedal to the metalophiles.
Since when do you like anything cool?
Not because Ned enjoys the sound of race cars or the smell of burning rubber, but because... well, let's hear it from Safety Gear Stan himself.
I don't care for the speed. I can't get enough of that safety gear. Helmets, roll bars, caution flags.
It's official. Flanders is the guy who reads instruction manuals for fun. Maud, on the other hand, is there for the fresh air and to take a not-so-humble peek at the poor people in the infield.
I like the fresh air and looking at the poor people in the infield.
Stay classy, Maud. So the race begins, and after a few laps, along with Homer entering the race at one point, cheerleaders begin shooting free shirts into the crowd. Homer, in all his pot-bellied glory, decides he absolutely needs one of these things, so he takes off his own shirt, traumatizing the Flanders sitting behind him.
Nettie, I've had about all I can take of Homer Simpson's torso.
And starts jumping up and down like a caffeinated toddler.
I need a shirt! Give me a shirt!
Maud, needing a break from Homer's antics, heads off to grab some hot dogs. But as she's returning, Homer finally gets the cheerleaders' attention. They launch an entire barrage of t-shirts his way, and just as Homer's moment of victory arrives, he spots, wait for it, a bobby pin on the ground, leading to the infamous scene we saw earlier.
Ooh, a bobby pin!
Did we really have to play it a second time? So yeah, unfortunately, the force knocks Maud over the guardrail, and she falls several stories below. The crowd gasps, Ned rushes to the edge, and it's nothing but bad news. Even Dr. Hibbert dials down his usual sarcasm.
Oh my lord, she's dead!
Just like that, Maud Flanders is gone, and Ned's left as a lone parent of two with a heart full of grief. Ned, now a widower and single dad, is understandably lost and leave it to Homer to try and help in the most Homer way possible by secretly making Ned a video dating tape.
This tape. Now, the audio needs some tweaking, and there's some footage of Maggie being born that I couldn't get rid of. Anyway, enjoy.
Because Homer is the director, the tape includes a close-up of Ned punching in his ATM pin, taking a shower, and somehow Marge giving birth to Maggie. Trust me, it's a long story. Ned at first is apprehensive about the whole thing, but after a very sad game of scramble against himself, he decides to mail the tape to a dating service. Shockingly, Ned does get a few days out of this fiasco, but they all crash and burn faster than Homer piloting a plane. From here, we get a front row seat to Ned's spiritual crisis. He's doubting his faith, questioning God, and even skipping church, which is like Kanye not making headlines. It just doesn't happen.
I'm not going to church today. And I may not go to church tomorrow.
But as you'd expect, Ned eventually folds and rushes to church while apologizing to God the whole way. Only he arrives just in time to hear something other than his usual organ.
Electric guitars in church. Gosh, the dropouts must have overpowered the reverend.
Never change, Ned, never change. Ned dashes inside ready to throw down, but what he meets inside actually makes him smile. Not only does he enjoy the music, but he also notices the band's lead singer, Rachel Jordan. After the service, Ned helps Rachel load equipment into her van, and the two strike up a conversation.
That was a lovely song. It really got to me.
Rachel suggests that they reconnect after her tour, leaving Ned with a spark of hope he very clearly needed. A spark that blossomed into something truly beautiful, only to be extinguished by tragedy once again.
Woo! Sure do miss that laugh.
I miss her too.
Yeah, Ned, us too. In The Man Who Grew Too Much, we finally got a confirmation of Edna Krabappel's passing, a quiet, emotional gut punch for longtime fans, and a second lost partner for Ned. Poor guy. The reason, of course, was tied to the real-life loss of Marsha Wallace, the incredible voice actor who brought Edna to life. Edna's love life was, shall we say, colorful. In fact, the most reoccurring theme about her character, besides her love life for cigarettes and her utter disinterest in most of her students, was her non-existent love life, or at least her struggle to maintain one.
Do you want to ignite my drink?
You're my kid's teacher.
Single parent, are we?
No.
Well, let's pretend you are.
That, my dear friends, is some Olympic-level gold medal thirst. And then there's that time she, let's just say, redefined getting involved with your students.
Come and get them.
Ay, caramba!
Bart, you're gonna need therapy for that one, and that's why this video was sponsored by BetterHelp. I'm kidding, it's not. I'm kidding. When she wasn't diddling schoolboys or luring single dads into awkward flirting, Edna was getting cheated on herself. Her first husband, emphasis on first, ran off with her marriage counselor. Sorry, not funny. Pretty much her entire love life was a chaotic, never-ending roller coaster of bad decision-making and worse outcomes. Seriously, her taste in men seemed to get worse and worse with every relationship.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Krabappel. You're very nice, but it's the children I love.
Bro, that's a whole other level of sus. And then there was the messiest situationship of them all. Her on again, off again, awkward romance with Principal Skinner, which, I mean, I was rooting for to fail. I don't know about y'all.
School dismissed.
Yep, zero chemistry, maximum cringe. But in Ned and Edna's blend, Edna flipped the script and did the unthinkable. She married Ned Flanders. If there was ever a sign that Edna's finally settling down, marrying Mr. Diddly Doodly would be it. From then on, she was referred to simply as Edna, so it's anyone's guess whether she took Ned's surname or kept hers or hyphenated the two. Either way, it's probably a mouthful for the church directory.
Oh boy, that laugh is infectious. Ha! Ha! It's fun.
So after years of bad breakups, awkward dates, and wildly inappropriate crushes, Bart, I'm looking at you, dap me up. Never mind, don't dap me up for that. Why'd we snap? Edna finally found someone who was genuinely in love with her and cared for her. Ned, of all people, managed to bring out her softer side, showing us that even someone as jaded as Edna could find someone to love. But as life often goes, things rarely unfold the way we imagine. In this case, it was the tragic passing of Marsha Wallace. We never witness Edna's final moments on screen, but we're shown the weight of her absence. At the end of The Man Who Grew Too Much, we see Ned reminiscing about a happy moment with Edna before we get a flashback of the two dancing together we saw earlier.
Woo! Sure do miss that laugh.
And right when you're struggling to hold back tears, Nelson, of all people, delivers the final gut punch, laughing through his own grief.
I miss her too.
It's a simple, small ending, but one that feels so right. Anyway, we shift gears from love and romance to something on the student-teacher side, and who better to lead us there than Lisa Simpson and her eternal muse, Lisa Bleeding Gums Murphy.
Little Lisa, it's good to see you again.
In Season 6's Round Springfield, Lisa shares one last jam session with her jazz idol, Bleeding Gums Murphy, before he punches his ticket to saxophone heaven. But first, the episode kicks off with Bart, breakfast, and food malpractice. While munching on a bowl of Crustios, because apparently Clown-endorsed cereal is a valid food group in Springfield, Bart chomps down on a rusty metal shard, because why wouldn't there be a sharp object in a kid's cereal box? I mean, it's a cereal made by a deranged clown, emphasis on deranged and clown. Bart immediately doubles over in pain, but naturally, no one takes him seriously.
Oh, my stomach.
You just don't want to take that test.
Oh, I mean it. It really hurts.
I mean, who would after years of fake injuries, fake tears, and fake everything, boy who cried wolf? Even Marge assumes he's pulling a stunt to dodge a history test and ships him off to school.
Now get to school, boy.
See Bart crawling through the day like a dying soldier in the Battle of Gettysburg. His stomach's on fire, his classmates are indifferent, and Mrs. Crabapple, let's just say she's not sending flowers to his hospital bed anytime soon.
Look, if you ignore me and I die,
Read page 6 of the school charter.
no teacher shall be held accountable. Simpson dies.
Springfield Elementary, where the bylaws include loopholes for child mortality. That's America, I guess. Edna finally allows Bart to go to the school clinic, but it's a case of too little, almost too late.
My stomach really hurts.
I can give you these chewable Prozac, manic depressive mouse, bluebird of unhappiness.
Eventually, Bart collapses in front of Superintendent Chalmers, who probably regrets leaving his not my problem coffee mug at home that day.
Superintendent Chalmers, I'd like you to meet our new school nurse, Lunch Lady Doris.
Seymour, why is that student lying unconscious on the floor?
Bart gets rushed to Springfield General Hospital, where Dr. Hibbert, springing into action with his signature bedside chuckle, delivers the least reassuring diagnosis ever.
Don't worry, son. You'll be fine.
That's like Zuckerberg saying your data's safe. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hospital, Lisa stumbles upon her jazz mentor, Bleeding Gums Murphy, who's looking suspiciously cheerful for a man with one foot in the grave. Their reunion is heartfelt, but not without some musical flexing.
Come on, let's jam.
Lift me, lift me.
Murphy eventually lends Lisa his saxophone for her school recital. A big deal for Lisa, especially since the band has been reduced to her, Martin, and Ralph thanks to the great appendix epidemic that's ravaged the school.
Most of the orchestra is having their appendixes removed. I give you the remnants of the Springfield Elementary School Orchestra.
We all blame you, Krusty. Fast forward to the recital, and things start off pretty rough. Ralph's musical skills are about as strong as his grasp on reality.
With a flute up his nose, Ralph Wiggum.
But Lisa's solo saves the day. Unfortunately, her victory high doesn't last long, because when she returns to the hospital, Bleeding Gums is gone.
What happened to Mr. Murphy?
He passed away.
Lisa is devastated, and her sadness only increases when she realizes she's the only one who attends Murphy's funeral.
Isn't anybody gonna show up?
Well, Lisa waited an hour.
Apart from Homer, who's more focused on finding a hot dog vendor than honoring the deceased.
I won't rest until I've gotten a hot dog.
This is a cemetery.
Get your hot dogs here. Woohoo!
And after watching Reverend Lovejoy butcher Murphy's name one too many times, like me in every single YouTube video,
Blood and guts, Murphy.
It was Bleeding Gums Murphy.
Lisa vows to make sure that everyone in Springfield remembers her mentor and his music.
And I won't rest until all of Springfield knows the name of Bleeding Gums Murphy.
I mean, it's Springfield. I wouldn't exactly have high hopes about that. Their combined IQ is probably like 43. For her master plan, Lisa targets getting Murphy's album played on the local jazz station, but first she needs to buy the record, which is now priced at $500 thanks to Comic Book Guy running his own version of late-stage capitalism.
$250, but I need that album to honor the memory of Bleeding Gums Murphy.
He's dead? Well, why didn't you say so?
Bart, fresh off his lawsuit win against Crustios, swoops in to save the day. He spends his entire settlement to buy the album for Lisa, a rare act of selflessness that leaves his sister in tears.
Look what I've got. Ta-da!
Bart!
This is the one time I'm genuinely happy Bart made her cry. This is so sweet, dude.
When I said my stomach hurt, you were the only one who believed me.
Oh, thank you.
You see, being empathetic does have its perks. With the album in hand, Lisa gets Murphy's music played on the local jazz station. Of course, Springfield being Springfield, the station signal barely reaches past the parking lot.
I did the best I could, Bleeding Gums.
Just when all hope seems lost, a bolt of lightning strikes the antenna, broadcasting Murphy's sax solo across the city. And as Murphy's music fills the air, Lisa looks up to see him in the clouds, saxophone in hand.
I don't want you to go.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Giving the world one final encore. Cheesy? Oh yeah, absolutely. But hey, if jazz ghosts can't manipulate the weather, what's even the point? And if you thought that was over the top, well, strap in, because we're heading straight into the grease-painted world of Krusty the Clown.
Wait, please, Dad, do you even think I'm funny?
Probably a no. In Clown of the Dumps, Krusty heads home, desperate for some fatherly validation, just in time to watch Rabbi Krustovsky, his dad, keel over mid-conversation. To say that's traumatizing would be an understatement. The episode kicks off with Krusty doing what he does best, getting roasted like a marshmallow over a bonfire.
Hey, Krusty, our local deli just named a sandwich after you. It's called the Unfunny Comedian.
This time, his fellow comedians are the ones grilling him, and it's brutal.
You will always be remembered for your countless appearances on the Krusty the Clown Show, and your one appearance on To Catch a Predator.
We're talking jokes so savage they leave Krusty feeling less like the king of clowns and more like a sad balloon animal at the end of a kid's party.
Oh, nobody warned me this roast would treat me the same as every roast I've seen and laughed at.
Offended, heartbroken, and nursing a bruised ego the size of Jumbo Krusty Burger, our slightly disturbed, very disturbed clown decides to seek comfort from the one man who should have his back, his father, Rabbi Hyman Krustovsky.
So basically, I came here so you could tell me the truth, that I'm great.
Krusty visits his father at the local synagogue, and in a rare display of vulnerability, he asks his dad the question that's been weighing on his grease-painted soul.
Dad, do you even think I'm funny?
To which his father responds,
If you want to know my honest opinion of you, you've always been,
And he never finishes his sentence.
Show me nose fog. Oh, God, he's dead.
Yeah, dead as a doornail. And with that, Krusty's off to deliver a eulogy at the funeral that's equal parts touching and awkward because, well, he's a clown. You know, he'll turn it into a bit of stand-up.
Look, I'm an entertainer. Maybe the best way to say how I feel about my dad is through a song.
Yet no matter how many jokes he tries to tell, it all falls flat. Like, dude's confidence is pretty much in the gutter at this point. Which of course leads to an identity crisis, as he's still haunted by his father's final, Was it a good a great not so good? We'll stick around and find out, folks, after this ad break from BetterHelp. Or not, as Krusty never gets any closure on that question. Instead, he spends his time watching the Itchy and Scratchy cartoon he produced, only it hits a little too close to home. Like, remember your dad just passed close. And so he decides to do the one thing we all never dreamed was possible.
I don't deserve the pre-recorded applause of children long gone. Therefore, quitting the show. And I know Mel will be quitting it with me.
Yes, buy the house. It'll be... Oh.
What?
That's right. Apparently, we've reached the moment the pity laughter died. Enter Bart, Krusty's biggest fan and self-appointed morale booster.
I'm gonna prove you did groundbreaking work. I want you to binge watch all the shows you've ever done.
Bart tries to cheer up his hero by showing him reruns of the Krusty the Clown Show. Unfortunately, this backfires spectacularly when Krusty realizes his jokes are painfully repetitive.
That's why all my cameramen have PTSD.
I mean, there's that. And the fact that, I don't know, you're a deranged clown with a drinking problem. And speaking of drinking problems, yeah, it's at this point the alcohol comes out in full swing.
Where's my whiskey funnel?
Yeah, so apparently that's a thing. So Krusty drinks himself straight to Sandman's shores, but just when things seem hopeless, Krusty gets a visit from his father.
You, my son, remain.
Or at least a dream version of him. In a moment that's part Christmas Carol and part fever dream, Krusty's dad urges him to take a different approach.
Go back to work. Do something with your life. Help people. Help people. Help people.
Why does that sound so ominous? Inspired and luckily in his right senses, Krusty takes this divine intervention to heart and turns this old Krusty Burger slaughterhouse into an animal shelter.
In this new shelter, we provide a home for animals put out of work by Cirque du Soleil.
But then he quickly realizes that even after doing some good in the world, he still feels like he hasn't lived up to his father's expectations. At which point, Bart, Krusty's self-appointed hype man for the episode, swoops in once again to save our depressed clown.
Rabbi Rudenstein, your father's favorite.
He drags Krusty to the local synagogue, where Rabbi Rudenstein is reciting jokes that Krusty's father apparently loved. And surprise, surprise, they sound a lot like Krusty's.
So if Dad loved his jokes, Dad loved my jokes.
Or maybe he just hated your delivery. Kidding. Not the time. Hey, look, we're working with clowns here, okay? You already know Krusty's morals are questionable enough that he'd probably get a kick out of that joke anyway. Still riding the wave of morally questionable characters, our next tragic exit dives headfirst into Springfield's shady underbelly.
To heterosexual male friendship, the kind the Greeks wrote about.
In Donnie Fatso, Homer once again manages to do what he does best, ruin lives. This time, it's none other than Fat Tony who meets his untimely end. The episode starts on a classic Springfield morning. Hungover Homer and Marge are stumbling around like two zombies fresh from a duff-fueled apocalypse.
Happy New Year! Everyone, shush!
But Homer's headache isn't the worst thing coming his way. While begrudgingly taking out the trash, actual husband duties, Chief Wiggum and his posse of brain-dead deputies roll up to hit him with a flurry of fines for Springfield's most absurd infractions.
$50? It used to cover 2 public nudities and a poop in the park.
Yeah, let's not unpack why Homer knows the going rate for such activities. By the time Wiggum's done playing Springfield's worst Price is Right, Homer's racked up nearly $1,000 in fines.
The government runs out of money, pass a bunch of lame-o laws to sock it to the little guy.
Also a crime now, and that one's gonna cost you.
And since Homer's as broke as Moe's jukebox, he follows Moe's genius advice to bribe the court.
Homer, what you do, flip the guy $100, and your record is as clean as... got nothing clean to compare it to.
I know, like a normal citizen of Springfield. Except Homer doesn't do normal. Instead, he swaggers into the courthouse with his bribe in a greasy brown lunch bag labeled BRIBE in giant letters.
You are under arrest for attempted bribery.
This is misunderstanding. Bride, wedding present.
How thoughtful.
Cuff him, Lou.
And in a plot twist nobody ever saw coming, Homer will be getting slapped with a 10-year prison sentence. Shoutouts to No Villains Are Safe. I almost said straight. No Villains Are Straight.
10 years. That is a long time to be away from your family.
But before Homer can even try and survive life behind bars, Wiggum pulls out a rare get-out-of-jail-free card by setting Homer up with an FBI agent who offers him a deal.
We're gonna plant you in Fat Tony's gang as an undercover informant.
Go undercover in prison and rat out Fat Tony in exchange for freedom.
What, this guy?
Ooh. In the immortal words of El Barto, ay caramba. So Homer, Springfield's least subtle human, somehow infiltrates the mob thanks to a cafeteria fight that the FBI orchestrates.
Ah!
Blue pants power!
Ow!
Nicky Blue, you're one tough yegg.
After saving one of Tony's men, the men bond and Tony even busts him out of prison. So now a free man, Fat Tony gives Homer a list of assignments, which he ends up completing by a mixture of divine intervention and the usual Captain Wacky mayhem.
It was either this or put in a ladies' room.
Case in point. In the end, Fat Tony welcomes Homer into the fold, and the two of them form a genuine, if slightly illegal, friendship.
Welcome to the family.
And it's safe to say that that was a fatal mistake, as during a weapons importing scheme, Fat Tony discovers Homer's undercover status, and the betrayal proves too much for him to handle.
I loved you, man.
He's dead.
No.
I mean, pointless deaths are a cartoon specialty, but dying over Homer Simpson? That's a new low. Surprisingly, Homer doesn't brush this off as his usual meh. No, he's straight up wrecked.
When I shut my eyes, all I see is Fat Tony drinks at that bar on the beach.
You never took me to a bar on the beach.
You wouldn't like it. It's not very good.
Considering what's probably buried there, maybe that's for the best, Marge. By the time Homer finally gets out of bed, he decides to visit Fat Tony's grave for a heartfelt apology.
I'd give anything to bring you back.
But instead of closure, he gets kidnapped by Fit Tony, Fat Tony's cousin, and the new head of the syndicate. Yeah, it's a whole family of Tonys. Fit Tony plans to kill Homer for his betrayal.
There's no better exercise than killing and disemboweling a fat snitch.
But after hearing Homer's stories about the bond he shared with Fat Tony, he does indeed decide to spare his life. And so we get this gem of a revelation from Homer.
Wow, the killers have been kind. People who are supposed to protect me treated me like dirt. What kind of a world is this?
It's pretty screwed up.
I mean, kind of the world we live in. Eventually, Fit Tony takes over the entire operation, but stress gets the best of him, leading to an eating habit so bad that he morphs into, you guessed it, Fit Fat Tony. And before long, he eats so much he becomes indistinguishable from the original Fat Tony. The status quo works in mysterious ways, folks.
Pressure's got to him. Tony was known as Fat Tony for short.
The wonder of cartoons never ceases to amaze. Yet, it's not everyone in Springfield that gets to enjoy the carefree perks of being in a cartoon. For some, this town's bizarre logic is less of a blessing and more of a one-way ticket to an early grave.
I can be lazy too! Look at me! I'm a worthless employee, just like Homer Simpson!
This guy has absolutely lost the plot, thanks to getting involved in a Simpsons plot. And honestly, can you blame him? As we'll see, Homer's enemy is the story of his sad attempt at trying to survive in a world where logic took a sabbatical. The episode kicks off with a news report about the star of the episode, Frank Grimes.
Tonight's inspiring story is about Frank Grimes.
And his life story makes Oliver Twist look like a lucky kid at summer camp.
On his 18th birthday, he was blown up in a silo explosion.
Brother Kent! Someone give Kent a medal for being the best person on the face of the earth. Naturally, Mr. Burns sees the report and decides Grimes is the perfect executive vice president.
That's the kind of man I need on my team, Smithers.
But by the next morning, Burns has forgotten all about him and gives the role to a dog.
I've just seen the most heroic dog on television. He pulled a toddler from the path of a speeding car, then pushed a criminal in front of it. Find this dog. I want to make him my executive vice president.
Grimes, on the other hand, is shuffled into Sector 7G, a place where dreams go to die and bad decisions go to multiply.
That got it.
A man of effort and rationality has no place near any Springfieldian, and that's where he meets him. Him. As in Springfield's answer to Murphy's Law in human form. From the second Frank laid eyes upon Homer, he clocks him for exactly what he is. Lazy, incompetent, and by some miracle, still alive. So Homer being Homer is as infuriating as ever, whether he's almost chugging sulfuric acid because it looks like Duff, or Houdiniing his way out of workplace accountability. Homer's antics not only drive Frank crazy, but end up landing him in trouble with Mr. Burns.
Who did this to my wool?
He did.
You've got to hand it to Homer. He may be as sharp as a beach ball, but his survival instincts, top tier. It's at this point Grimes declares Homer his mortal enemy.
Hi, grimy old buddy.
I'm not your buddy, Simpson. I don't like you. In fact, I hate you. Stay the hell away from me, because from now on, we're enemies.
Dramatic? Sure. But what else do you do when the laws of reality don't apply to the walking disaster that is Homer Simpson? The only problem is, that's the equivalent of an NPC declaring war on the MC, who, frankly, has been coasting through life with some heavy plot armor. Homer initially tries to make peace with Grimes by inviting him over for dinner, a gesture that pretty much made matters worse. You see, Grimes walks into the Simpson household and finds the whole thing looking like a Norman Rockwell painting on acid. Lobster dinner, church clothes, a son who owns a factory. Long story. Actually, it's not a long story. Bart walked into a room and got a factory. That's essentially what it was. Anyway, the family members all seem to be shockingly well adjusted for people living with Homer. Add in Homer's random achievements, a Grammy winner, astronaut, Smashing Pumpkins roadie, and Grimes officially loses it.
You're what's wrong with America, Simpson. You coast through life, little as possible, and you leech off decent, hard-working people like me.
Note to self, when your dinner guest starts monologuing like Harvey Dent, it might be time for you to buy a shotgun. But Homer doesn't need a rescue plan because Grimes' self-destruction is already set in motion. His last-ditch attempt to expose Homer involves tricking him into entering a kids' design-your-own power plant contest where, unfortunately, it seems he forgot the memo that the show is named after the man he's trying to bring down. Homer submits a plant with fins and a racing stripe, and surprise, surprise, he gets first prize.
Can't stand it any longer. This whole plant is insane! Insane, I tell you!
That, my friends, is the sound of brain cells frying. Grimes immediately snaps and goes on a one-man rampage around the entire plant, mocking Homer's every move, eating like a slob, check, peeing on the toilet seat, double check, and finally grabbing a live high-voltage cable with his bare hands because he's Homer Simpson.
Well, I don't need safety gloves because I'm Homer Simpson.
And just like that, Springfield is down one Frank Grimes. It only took 21 minutes for a character to immediately deconstruct the logic of the series and sell himself into the hearts of fans around the world. Loosely quoting the Lemon video, Frank Grimes essentially turned the entire audience against Homer Simpson. Very impressive, but to then have him killed off in such dramatic fashion and then laughed at his funeral is, for lack of a better word, quite shocking. Well, those were two words. So maybe what Frank just needed was a little time in the penalty box. Or maybe a vacation. None of those deaths were by mistake, but if we're talking about mistakes, here's a compilation of pretty much every animation error in The Simpsons. In today's video, we're going to be going through 7 different categories of animation errors in The Simpsons. From simple coloring mistakes to bizarre clips like whatever this is, we'll be steadily progressing from minor glitches to fatal mistakes and grave errors. Let's start with the most minor type of error, lip sync issues. These are the types of mistakes that you'll pretty much never notice unless your eyes are glued to the screen, or you're me. In season 17, episode 21, The Monkey Suit, Flanders is testifying in court when the flap of his lips doesn't quite match what he says.
You are positive that man and ape cannot be related.
Sure as I am that Jesus hates hip-hop.
Do you think that counts as lying? Is that legally binding under oath? Another comes from season 12, episode 18, Trilogy of Horror. Homer and Marge are rushing to the hospital after she accidentally cut off Homer's thumb. Don't question it.
If the doctor asked why you cut it off, you caught me in bed with 4 beautiful women.
Say that Bart did it.
Never mind the thumb, someone get that car to the emergency room. A more recent example of this glitch is from season 23, episode 7, The Man in the Blue Flannel Pants. Homer gets 2 DVDs mixed up on a boat trip, and Bart accidentally sees this.
Are you sure you're Martin Scorsese?
Enjoy the outdoors, you stupid kid. This family time is so precious. Gotta go.
This could be a joke about the film being dubbed, but more than likely, this was just a bad last-second dubbing job. Who knows? You decide. For some strange reason, season 14 has the most and some of the worst lip sync issues out of the whole show. 2 separate instances of lip desync can be found during episode 19, Old Yeller Belly. One when Bart and his friends are trying to prank Lisa from the treehouse by imitating Marge.
Today, Balthazar will tell us about global warming in the land beyond the rainbow. Lose 7 species of gumdrops.
Lisa, this is your mother. The doctor says your butt's too big.
And another while Homer is stuck in the treehouse as it begins to burn down.
Where are you going? I'm your pal. I took you for a walk once.
Apparently, in a commercial for the episode, the line was different, hence the inaccurate mouth movement. Was it that unfunny? The same question should be asked about episode 17, 3 Gays of the Condo. Pay close attention to Homer's mouth during his last line.
There's something I want to ask you.
Yes?
How much do you tip a leg waxer? I need to know by tomorrow.
Just go.
Not only is Homer desynced, but you can hear his voice actor rushing the line out in an attempt to match with it. One of the worst offenders, still from season 14, is during episode 13, A Star is Born Again. While Flanders is on a date with an actress, Lenny awkwardly approaches her for an autograph.
Excuse me, Miss Sloan? May I have an autograph? Oh man, this is going right on eBay. I mean my wall, which I will then sell on eBay.
None of what he said matches at all. Audio dialogue replacement could never have saved that scene. The absolute worst I could find was from episode 11, Barting Over. Right after a usual Bart and Homer scuffle, Homer starts making some serious threats to Bart.
He disrespects me and I'm just supposed to accept it?
You're mine till you're 18, and when you're 17, I'm gonna work you like a dog.
Not only does his mouth not match, but the movement is so bad you can see Homer's animation looping. If anything, that adds to his threat by looking so uncanny. But that's nothing compared to our next category, color mistakes. Now, this is definitely the type of error you'll notice, one that'll make you double take and say, wait, did I see that right? Let's start with an early episode, season 3, episode 22, The Auto Show. Nelson approaches Bart and Lisa, and in between shots, you can see his shirt and jacket color swap.
He's either indecisive or an upcoming fashion icon. In Homie the Clown from season 6, you can see Homer's shoes change color from black to gray as he rides a unicycle. I didn't know shoe color was a part of clown school. Even Krusty was disturbed by this. Here's another more noticeable error from season 9, episode 6, The Cartridge Family. Everyone knows Marge's necklace is red, but not in this clip.
Homer, I told you this morning, no guns at the dinner table.
It's at the breakfast table.
It's the same table.
It starts looking regular, but it changes to white for the shot at the table, and then back to red on her close-up. It must be like one of those mood rings. White means neutral, red means angry, so Marge must always be fuming. For this next error, I'm going to play the clip and let you find it. And if you do, you have to like and subscribe. Classic YouTuber trick right there. That's years in the business right there. That's years in the business.
They're just not gonna look, genius. In the Garden of Eden, honey.
Don't you know it?
Did you catch it? This is from season 7's Bart Sells His Soul, and right at the start in the background, Jasper's beard is the same color as his skin. Did he dye it? Shave it? Nah, the artist just messed up. A more minor version of this error happens in a fairly recent episode, season 32's Burger Kings. Mr. Burns gets his first taste of a burger, and his reaction is, well, horrifying, to say the least. It even turned his ear the same color as his hair. What did they put in that thing? Another similar error happens in season 10, episode 7, Lisa Gets an A. Wendell, the vomit kid, has red hair for some reason. He'd been around for a while by now, so you'd think the artists would know how to keep him on model. How did that happen? Well, at least it wasn't their skin color they got wrong. Oh no. Yes, that's Apu with yellow skin. No, I don't know how that slipped through, but to be fair, it was an earlier season, he was part of the crowd, so they probably didn't notice him and colored everyone yellow. But hey, at least it only happened once, right? Oh, come on! Yeah, it happens again to Carl in season 4's The Last Exit to Springfield, or maybe that's his brother Carl with a K. But even worse than that is that it happens to Carl again in season 11, episode 17, Bart to the Future.
Hey, y'all ready to party?
Not only was he colored incorrectly, but he has to listen to future Bart's music. The poor guy can't catch a break. Human error, baby. One of the more iconic skin miscolor errors comes from season 2, episode 18, Brush with Greatness. When Homer gets stuck in the water slide, a bunch of kids are sent down to shove him out. But not only do they get stuck too, but half the kids change between shots. One boy and 3 girls are seen going down initially, all with yellow skin, but then changes to 3 kids, all boys, and 1 no longer with yellow skin. And then in between the shots of them and Homer screaming, one boy changes to a girl, and the other changes skin color again. Quite the conundrum, though I guess this counts as more than just a color mistake at this rate. We'll get to more errors like this later. The worst and possibly most notorious color mistake, however, is from the beginning of the show in season 1's Homer's Odyssey.
And so this plant harnesses the power of the atom, energy to run everything from your favorite video game to yummy cotton candy machine.
For some bizarre reason, Smithers is black in this episode, and only in this episode. However, this might not have been an error at all. People have theorized that Smithers was actually supposed to be black, but was changed in fear of controversy, and some unnamed sources back these claims. But in an interview, the creator of The Simpsons stated that it was just a mistake, and that Smithers was always supposed to be yellow, but that don't explain how the error was made, dude. Unlike this next category, which is pretty self-explanatory, missing or extra parts. These errors can be super hard to notice at times, sometimes only being visible for a frame, while others are, well, yeah, let's just get into them. Starting with an earlier episode, we have season 2, episode 20, The War of the Simpsons.
Flanders, next time, why don't you put a little alcohol in it?
Oh, Simpson, it has a jigger of bourbon and 3 shots of rum. Just a little dabberoo of creme de cassis for flavor.
Right at the end of Flanders' recipe, his nose disappears. Don't know how the animators didn't nose-tiss that one. Years in the business. Here's one a little easier to spot from season 11's Beyond Blunderdome.
Can I stay with you, Dad?
Sorry, son, but we're going to be very busy. Movie really stinks.
Hey, Bart, you got a little something on your shoulder there? No need to worry, though, because it seems Homer can just grow them back. This next one is super hard to notice, and it's from a previously mentioned episode, 3 Gays at the Condo.
It's so manly.
Yes, I seem to have gotten lost on my way to the big auto racing.
Did you catch that one? If you slow the scene down when Smithers begins his line, you can see that his jaw just kind of shrinks and his mouth disappears. Freaky looking stuff. I'd say that's freakier than a Treehouse of Horror design. It's not just body parts that can disappear though. In season 9, episode 20, The Trouble with Trillions, Homer makes a pit stop at a hot dog stand, and although the standee is upholding health and safety rules, his apron disappears in the next frame. To be fair, he's only an extra, but extras have to stay on model too. A similar instance is from season 9's Reality Bites. In most shots, Marge is wearing a red jacket, but during a shot of her back, it's gone. Maybe she just took it off because she was hot. For 2 seconds. One of the most obvious examples of this error happens in season 7's Homer-Palooza. Homer's on stage wearing shorts, goggles, and a helmet, but when he gets off, his shorts become jeans and the rest of the outfit vanishes. And no, there's no in-between shots of him taking them off. Maybe the animators thought it's the end of the episode, no one will notice. Everyone noticed. These last few are blank and you'll miss the moments though, so keep your eyes peeled. During the 10th Halloween special, season 11's Treehouse of Horror X, Xena is lifted away by a magnet, but don't let her or her looks distract you. Watch the crowd.
Must remove my breastplate. Maybe later.
Most of the crowd is missing their faces, instead having a cross. This is actually how animators begin drawing the head of a character. Guess they didn't finish and left them as they are. To be fair, it's weird looking and that fits the spooky episode theme. In season 5, episode 14, Lisa versus Malibu Stacy, pay close attention to Maggie during this scene.
And you can achieve anything. All right, now all we need is a name.
Yep, Maggie's head straight up vanishes during the last few frames. How do you draw a character for several seconds and then just forget their head at the end? The exact same thing happens to Bart in When You Dish Upon a Star from season 10.
If celebrities didn't want people pawing through their garbage and saying they're gay, shouldn't have tried to express themselves creatively. In closing...
Wait, that's not Bart. That's Smeebly. Classic character. He just so happens to have the body of Bart, but a different head. Too bad he never shows up again. Looping back around to our first error of this category is a mistake from season 6, episode 8, Lisa on Ice.
Great game, Lise.
Great game, Bart.
What the hell? This is outrageous.
That woman in the crowd loses her nose just like Flanders. But wait a sec. She's also in the other crowd wearing a different shirt? Which leads us right into background glitches. These are also usually pretty hard to notice due to them being, you know, in the background. As previously mentioned, the crowd in Lisa on Ice is actually copy and pasted with different colors, which might not be a glitch, but it's definitely strange looking. Just like this error from season 7's Much Apoo About Nothing. Pay close attention to the crowd of kids.
Young man, the only thing we exchanged for you is our national dignity.
You want to pick on immigrants? Then pick on Willie!
Willie, the children want to pick on someone their own size.
Hey, Willie, instead of trying to fight the kids, how about you get rid of the imposter clone of Ralph? Another duplication glitch happens and Bart gets hit by a car from season 2. During a scene in court when Marge is at the stand.
But wait a minute. I'm confused. This court heard testimony from one Dr. Nick Riviera. What is your opinion of him, Mrs. Simpson?
For just the last second, a second blue-haired lawyer can be seen next to Mr. Burns. Well, I guess he's rich. If he wants to duplicate his lawyer, let him. In Lisa the Beauty Queen from season 4, you can clearly see that there are 3 people on the stage, right?
T is for her tooth-filled mouth, is for her tooth-filled mouth.
Right at the end, the other contestants reappear. Where did those other girls come from? And why are they so happy when they've lost? Creepy. Inconsistency like that must have been hard to notice, especially when the show was fairly new, like in season 3's Like Father, Like Clown. Throughout the episode, we see Homer in a suit and tie, but after Krusty's tragic backstory, he changes back into his regular clothes, and then back again. Make up your mind, Homer. Or was Krusty's sob story too boring for your fancy clothes? That don't make any sense. But let's end this category with a simple error and a really crazy one. In season 6, episode 13, and Maggie makes 3, Homer runs upstairs screaming after finding out Marge is pregnant. And in the next scene, he does the exact same thing, but there's a problem. This scene takes place in the past before Bart is born, yet there's a photo frame of Lisa on the wall. This was a simple mistake made due to a reused background, but the next one.
Oh, thanks, honey.
Well, I'm not crazy about the plutonium or nicotine.
This is from season 11's EI Annoyed Grunt, and honestly, I can't even begin to explain what's happening.
Nah, just kidding. I definitely can. There are two Lisa layered on top of each other, and Homer's belt is see-through. More than likely, this is just a layering issue, but it lasts for the whole scene, and it looks bonkers. But not as bonkers as the magic trick known as object displacement. Things disappear, reappear, and sometimes change into completely different objects entirely, like in Season 11, Episode 12, The Mansion Family. Mr. Burns visits a clinic with a, what's called an unsanitary sign in the front, but later in the episode, the sign is gone. They must have realized that maybe a sign like that isn't the best thing to have. In Season 13's Homer the Moe's revamped bar is taking off, and apparently so are his drinks.
Oh, we don't serve Duff no more. We got a Malaysian beer that's better than Duff, made out of soy sauce.
Whatever, just give me a Duff.
Hold on there, Mo. I thought you said you didn't serve Duff anymore. That looks like Duff to me. Maybe you should serve those Magic Wish beers instead of your soy slop. But that's not where the magic beer ends, as it seems to be a recurring thing in the world of The Simpsons. The same error happens again in Colonel Homer from Season 3.
Hey, Lurleen, I gotta say something to you.
Unless Lurleen moved at the speed of sound to put those bottles in the garbage, those beers all changed into one cup. Maybe that cup is equivalent in alcohol percentage to those bottles. However, beer isn't the only thing that can shapeshift. In Season 9, Episode 20, The Trouble with Trillions, Homer's tax return looks awfully suspicious, and rightfully so. Because after changing shots, it transforms into a ball of yarn. Maybe that's what was in the package? But why did it come out of it? Now, you may be thinking, earlier seasons are more likely to make mistakes, but these errors still occur in fairly recent seasons. In Season 21's Bart Gets a Z, Mrs. Crabapple is sick of these new cellular phones and confiscates them from the class.
That's it. Everything in the box. No more gizmos in this class. They're all going in the drawer with the biology frogs.
Unfortunately for her, it looks like the entire class all have a spare phone each. They all vanish in the next shot, but why were they smoking though? Maybe that's just Apple's cool new gimmick or something. And speaking of gimmicks, during Season 9's Bart Carney, the family's guest is showing off some gimmicks of his own.
No.
Can you do that again?
Not for a little while.
Wow, that's amazing. Never mind the cigarette, all the food disappeared from the plates without anyone even eating it. How does he do it? Maybe it's just an optical illusion. Just like this next error. In Season 5, Episode 11, Homer the Vigilante, during a press conference with the cops, something strange happens to the filming crew.
Come on, get the shot. Now kill! My jugular! Oh, any questions?
If you look closely, which this guy can't do, a character on the left is missing one of his eyes, and even stranger is the floating light above him to the right. Technology is incredible. Lights can float now. Here's a more simplistic error during a rebellious outcry from Bart and Team Homer from Season 7. Dude takes off a sweater and puts it on his desk.
Oh man, is it hot in here? I better take off my sweater.
Down with Homer? Don't look at it, children.
You can see while Bart revels in the class's attention, his sweater disappears from said desk. There must be a secret speeding sweater thief in the class or something. Either that or the sweater can camouflage. The last one of these errors is as recent as Season 32 with Undercover Burns. After talking to the new guy, the guys turn and leave. But if you look closely at Homer's tie, the pattern turns too. Reminds me of one of those 3D holographic cards that animates when you turn it. But those aren't the only things that need turning to look correct. If something is in the wrong place or is the incorrect size, that is the result of a perspective or scaling error. Well, not the result, that it's classified as a perspective or scaling error. Starting with Treehouse of Horror 5 from Season 6. In one of the stories, the family's home is abducted by Flanders, but something about the house looks wrong.
Don't you remember, Dad? Flanders is the unquestioned lord and master of the world.
If you compare that house to the one from the intro, you'll notice that the garage is on the wrong side. Crazy to think how many times Homer has been seen running through it, and this mistake was still made. And, hey, wait a sec, the plates on the table disappear too. That's a double error whammy. Another strange variation of this error happens in Season 4, Episode 9, Mr. Plow. While Bart's messing around in a display car, Homer approaches him from outside.
That car belonged to Bonnie and Clyde. Show a little respect.
The bullet holes on the windscreen of the car aren't layered properly and cover up Homer instead of being able to see him through them. Maybe they're fake bullet holes, just stickers placed to make it look real. Exposed! Two similar errors of this category come from incorrect placement of characters, resulting in some weird-looking shots. In season 26's Bart's new friend, whilst in the crowd at the circus, Homer's head just kind of floats there. I mean, Homer, if you're gonna levitate your head, at least get a better view than that. And don't be a jerk by blocking the view of the crowd. Homer's not the only character that can float, though, because Lenny does the same in Wild Bart's Can't Be Broken from season 10.
Whoop, careful.
Lenny seemed to be better than Homer at levitating, though I guess he had to sacrifice his lower half to get his powers. Actually, I'm kind of glad he did, because I really didn't want to see Lenny's little Lenny, if you know what I mean. By far, one of the strangest errors I found was this one from season 12's Simpsons Safari. The family gets a little freaked out by their tour guide, but she's more afraid than they are.
Don't worry, Doctor. We'll get you all the help you need.
Don't put me away! I'll give you diamonds. Diamonds will make everything all better.
You know what? I'd be afraid too, lady. Maggie just phased through Marge. What kind of witchcraft is she up to? Another bizarre one is from the very first episode of the show, Simpsons roasting on an open fire. At the end of the episode, whilst the family is celebrating, pay attention to the background.
So love at first sight is possible.
And if he runs away, he'll be easy to catch.
This is the best gift of all, Homer.
It is?
Yes, to share our love and frighten Prowl.
If you look closely, the whole background is upside down. Not just the weird photo of Bart, but the lamp, too. You can easily forgive this one, though, with it being, the literal first episode of the show. But what can't be forgiven is this.
Ooh, it's Lisa! That's ours.
Lisa has no pants. Which brings us to our final category, one we've simply titled WTF. And you'll quickly see why, as pretty much all these glitches and errors and whatever the frick are incredibly strange and unexplainable. For this category, we're gonna speed run these entries, so keep your eyes sharp and ready. From the Tracy Ullman show's Bart of the Jungle, we have Twister Face Bart.
This fun, Barzonga. Right on, Lisumba.
Not quite an animation error, just the old style of the show being weird, but definitely a WTF moment for sure. From oldest to newest, we got season 31's The Way of the Dog.
What are we going to do?
Oh, no problem, sweetie.
The outline of Homer's mouth goes missing for a few frames, quite minor but still weird. Season 18's Homer-Marge has this little oddity.
Oh, Captain, your mission ended too soon. Too soon.
The word space on Homer's flag becomes misspelled as Sopsy. It changes back, but it's insane that nobody noticed that all through the animation and editing process. Going back to Homer's Odyssey, another mistake plays out near the end.
Going bowling with them. Watch them pass me over for promotions, and I say, this stinks. Yeah!
The way Smithers and his group just suddenly appear looks really janky. And just look at the crowd. I actually kind of love all their designs. They're just blobs and smiley faces. Another strange looking crowd shows up in another previously mentioned episode, season 2's Brush with Greatness.
To hell with this.
Hey, that guy in the corner stole Homer's iconic beard. Give it back! During a musical number in Elementary School Musical from season 22, guest star Stephen Hawking's wheelchair wheels don't actually spin when he is. That's some impressive traction. Another previously mentioned episode, season 3's A Like Father, Like Clown, has this pretty obvious error.
This is not as hot a party as I had anticipated.
Read this.
Yeah,
Although when the employee enters, they leave the door open, it's immediately seen shut in the next shot. But here's one similar to the Sopsy flag glitch. In season 3, episode 17, Homer at the Bat, Mr. Burns offers his team an elixir.
It's a brain and nerve tonic, rich in proteids and electromagnetic juices. Of course, it has been known to cause gigantism, but only in rare cases.
If you watch the and symbol throughout the scene, you'll see it constantly flip back and forth, almost as if the animators were arguing about which way it's supposed to be. In another Halloween episode, season 13's Treehouse of Horror 12, Mr. Burns' machine does something strange to Ralph.
I'm not getting squat from this yo-yo.
Dying tickles.
As well as kill him, it buttons up his jacket. I don't think you need a machine for that, Burns. Finally, in I Married Marge from season 3, Homer scribbles out Patty's name from the paper and writes his own name, but later, when Marge reads it, his name has been moved and Patty's name now only has a line through it. Must have been the second draft. Now, that may have been our last category, but we're not done just yet. This one episode, although one of the first, is the culmination of all these categories combined. That episode being Season 1, Episode 13, Some Enchanted Evening. Right at the start, whilst Marge is on call with Marvin Monroe, 2 errors happen in the span of just a few seconds.
Be that honest, Marge.
Yeah.
You'll tell him right when he comes home from work.
Yeah!
First off, Marvin's pupils vanish for a second while he leans back. That's a missing part error. And then, when Homer blinks, the bottom of his eyelids turn white. That's a color mistake, but it doesn't stop there. Homer and Marge hire a babysitter for the kids, and this infamous scene happens right as they leave.
I said you're gonna watch this tape, and you're gonna do what I say, or I'm gonna do something to you. Everybody has always done what I say.
The babysitter has unusually smooth animation, which isn't an error, but that must have been where all the budget went, because it's followed up by Bart Crab walking towards the TV and stretching his arm backwards like Mr. Fantastic. And finally, the jankiest and probably silliest animation yet, Marge's stupid bounce dance. Amazing. Alright, those were some strange animation errors for sure, but what about every single time The Simpsons changed their animation style?
The Simpsons have been on air for 35 donut-eating, duff-chugging, Bart-strangling years. And you better believe that if a show is on for that long, it's gonna have some slight style shifts. Case in point.
Here, monkey, 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 monkey.
Woo! Don't tease him, Monkey.
I'm just funning with him.
Like, is that even Homer Simpson at all? So today, we're looking at The Simpsons' entire animation timeline and seeing how much it's changed over the years. And there's no better place to start than the very beginning of The Simpsons, aka the Tracy Ullman Show shorts. And to say everything started from humble beginnings is a major understatement. The designs, the voices, the wriggling around like worms. I swear, it's just all so uncanny considering how used to modern Simpsons we are today.
Some of these people are carrying outside food.
So a little history lesson for you. A long time ago in the distant year of 1977, an artist named Matt Groening moved out to LA to get a job in the arts and ended up making a comic strip called Life in Hell. It caught the attention of some TV execs who wanted him to write some shorts for TV around his comic. Groening wanted the job but didn't want to sell the rights to his little bunny characters, and so The Simpsons were born. Debuting on the Tracy Ullman Show in 1987, The Simpsons popped up in little shorts to run between some comedy sketches and definitely had some much different designs than we may be used to today.
Leap like you never... What's the past tense of leap? Leapt? Leaped? That doesn't sound right.
Just think, in an alternate universe, Bart wearing orange pants and a green shirt is the norm. Ugh, humanity. The designs of the characters and storyboards for the shorts were sketched out by Matt Groening and sent to an animation team elsewhere. But 9 times out of 10, they'd hardly ever follow his designs to a T. And if they did, they'd usually just sketched over his work. What that meant is that sometimes we get moments where the Simpsons do not look like the Simpsons, like this little gem.
For a second there, I thought I was up a creek without a paddle. Dad?
That version of Bart is gonna haunt my nightmares. He's got a pencil head. But despite the fluctuating animation style, the shorts quickly became a hit. So much so that the Fox network wanted a 30-minute special to really test the waters and see if The Simpsons had what it takes to be a full-on series. And from there, the show started to find a bit more footing style-wise. And so, on December 17th, 1989, the very first Simpsons episode aired, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire. Kinda weird to have your first episode be a Christmas special, huh? Probably about as weird as some of the designs of the characters in this one.
Got a lot of what it takes to get along.
Like, why is Barney's hair yellow? That was my singular takeaway. The episode starts with Homer and Marge going to the Springfield Elementary Christmas recital. Lisa impresses with her display of Polynesian Christmas traditions. While Bart don't impress at all.
Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin lays, wheel broke its wheel, the Joker.
I mean, how could any 4th grader resist singing that version of the song? I know I couldn't. Anywho, after the recital, the family heads home and gets to decorating to try and get into the spirit of the holidays, though, as is Simpson tradition, it does not go according to plan.
Marge, where's the extension cord?
Heaven's sakes, Homer, it's in the utility drawer.
Homer's a bit snippy with Marge, and the kids' Christmas lists are a little unrealistic, with Lisa wanting a pony and Bart wanting a frackin' tattoo.
You will not be getting a tattoo for Christmas.
If you want one, you'll have to pay for it out of your own allowance.
Bro, I was terrified of needles when I was his age.
Hell, I am now. Though despite their holiday setbacks, the family's still in high spirits, heading to the mall to get some Christmas shopping done while Homer heads to work.
For you semi-skilled workers, no Christmas bonuses.
However, Homer gets some bad news that his Christmas bonus has been canceled. While Marge also gets some bad news, Bart ended up getting that tattoo while she wasn't looking.
Mom, I thought you'd like it.
No worries though, it can get removed, albeit for a hefty price.
Ay, caramba!
Don't squirm.
Luckily, Homer's got that handy-dandy Christmas bonus coming up. Wait a minute. Well, Marge, not knowing about the bonus being gone, gets it removed, and Bart deals with the consequences of his actions.
Ow! Quit it. Ow! Quit it. Ow! Quit it.
Can't say I didn't see that coming. Homer hears how the Christmas budget has been blown on Bart's tattoo removal, but doesn't break the news that his bonus was canceled.
It's true! The jar is empty! God!
All in attempts to try to keep the family's holiday spirits in high hopes. Marge is starting to feel suspicious and asks Homer if he isn't telling her something.
I get the feeling there's something you haven't told me, Homer.
But again, instead of telling the truth, he says he's just been wanting to do the Christmas shopping himself this year. I wonder what wonderful gifts he'll pick out.
Pantyhose. Practical and alluring. Oh, only $4.99.
Imagine that's what you open from your husband on Christmas morning. If Homer pulled that on my mom, he'd lose his legs. After heading to Moe's, Barney tells Homer all about his part-time gig as a mall Santa.
I got me a part-time job, Santa down at the mall. Wow. But I don't know. Can I do that? They're pretty selective.
And Homer decides to apply to get some extra cash for presents. However, before he can go out on the job, he's got to pass it to Santa class.
Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, ho, ho! You're not really Santa, Tubby.
Why, you little...
No, Homer. You just tell them Santa's very busy this time of year.
Oh, I do that one.
You know, considering Homer literally strangles Bart whenever he gets mad at him, maybe a mall Santa isn't the right fit. Imagine if he did that to someone else's kid. Later, Homer comes home and sees the lovely sight of Patty and Selma in his living room.
Homer, why are you 7 hours late?
Not a word, Marge.
Homer, my sisters are here. Don't you want to say hello?
We're
Finally
so glad
home.
to see you.
What? Why? Hello, Patty. Hello, Selma.
His Christmas ain't going so great, is it? A bit later, Homer's out on his mall Santa job talking to kiddos and getting their Christmas lists.
And then I want some Robotoids, and then I want a great big
Son,
giant...
you don't need all that junk. I've already got something much more important. A decent home and a loving father. Hey, give me a bite of that donut.
When suddenly, a familiar face shows up on his lap.
What's your name, Bart? Little partner?
Well, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I'm Jolly Old Saint Nick.
We'll just see about that.
It wouldn't be Christmas if a fake Santa Claus wasn't outed in public. Also, I'm getting elf flashbacks here. After he tells Bart about his bonus being skipped this year, Homer gets back to work before collecting his paycheck for a whopping 13 schmackaroons.
I didn't get my bonus this year. Keep the family from missing out on Christmas. I'd do anything.
You must really love us to sink so low.
Let's go cash this baby. $13.
Merry Christmas, pal. Thankfully, Barney's got a plan to make his money worth something. Head to the dog track and do some gambling.
13 big ones. I'm going to the dog track. I got a hot little puppy in the fourth race.
Homer, left with no other option to make Christmas cash, tags along and overhears of a last-minute addition to the race. Santa's Little Helper.
Number 8, Sir Galahad, will be replaced by Santa's Little Helper.
What are the odds on Santa's Little Helper?
99 to 1.
Whoa!
Homer sees the replacement as a sign to bet on the festively named dog, and despite the odds being 99 to 1, he puts all $13 on him. The race begins, and sure enough,
And with a luck on last place hits, Santa's Little Helper. Hurt by a nose.
I'd feel bad for them, but I mean, it was 99 to 1. After the races, Homer and Bart go scrounging around in the parking lot for stray cash or lotto tickets. Before hearing one of the dog owners telling Santa's Little Helper to scram.
Scram! Get lost! You came in last for the last time!
He charges right at Homer and leaps into his arms, and being the animal-loving kid he is, Bart wants to take him home.
Oh, can we keep him, Dad?
But he's a loser. He's pathetic. A Simpson.
You can never deny a dog's sloppy kisses. Well, you can. Yeah, you very much can. Anyway, Homer heads home and confesses to the family the truth about his bonus.
I didn't get my Christmas bonus. I tried not to let it ruin Christmas for everybody.
But just as he does, Bart unveils the newest member of the family, and everyone's happy. Just for the road, we got one really weird Marge face on that postcard, just in case there was any doubt this was an early animation style episode. But let me let you in on a little secret. That actually was not the first episode of The Simpsons ever made. In reality, it was Some Enchanted Evening, the eventual season finale of season 1, that was shelved for, you guessed it, having some animation issues.
So come on in, Bill.
Bad news, drivers! Oh, it's a mess!
Bro, Homer looking like the snack that smiles back right now. Before the episode, though, I just want to show how different this season 1 intro looks compared to what we're used to now. The Simpsons. Marge has got swooshing hair, Lisa's looking super wonky riding her bike, and the entire town is much less detailed. Anywho, the actual meat of the episode starts with the family getting ready for breakfast and going through all the chaos you'd expect the Simpson family to go through.
Forgot the special lunches I made.
We got money!
Homer sounded like he was about to die. No, I mean, if Mr. Burns is his boss, if he's late, he might as well be dead. With the kids at school and Homer at work, Marge gets lonely and decides to call into a therapy radio show and talk about her marriage with Homer.
Problem is my husband. He doesn't listen to me, doesn't appreciate me.
Dr. Marvin Monroe tells her that their marriage is a sham of what it used to be.
The pig has made you into his mother. You are not the hot love object you deserve to be. I'm as sure of it as I'm sure my voice is annoying.
He knows he has an annoying voice, and yet he still got into radio. Attaboy. Don't let anyone stop you. He gets Marge to promise that as soon as Homer gets home, she'll confront him, saying he needs to either love her properly or she'll leave.
Okay, let's see. Next we have Marge, trapped in a loveless sham of a marriage.
Hey, turn it up.
Good thing Homer and his coworkers overheard that at the plant too, otherwise it wouldn't be embarrassing enough. Meanwhile, Bart also gets into some phone-related shenanigans at home.
Hello, is Al there? Yeah, Al. Last name, Caholic?
Phone call for Al. Is there an alcoholic here?
He may look a bit different with black hair, but he's still the same old gullible Moe we all know. Homer talks to Moe about his marital fears, and Moe tells him he's got to take Marge out to dinner and to a fancy motel. That'll really seal the deal.
Buy your wife some flowers. Take her out for a night on the town.
And to further cement his love, he gets a flower as well. But at home, Marge is as ready as ever to give Homer his ultimatum.
Hey, Mom!
Oh yeah, that's a face you'd never see Marge make nowadays. Despite the rage festering in Marge, Homer's cute display is enough to win her over, and they plan a night on the town.
I love you, Marjorie.
I love you too.
One issue, they need a babysitter, and the one they get is a little threatening. She looks like Cruella de Vil's sister who tortures kids instead of puppies. Marge and Homer leave the babysitter with a Happy Little Elves tape to watch, but Bart isn't in the mood for it, insisting that Marge let the kids watch whatever they want.
Come, children, let's go watch the Happy Little Elves.
We've seen the crappy little elves about 14 billion times.
The babysitter doesn't take his words lightly.
I said you're gonna watch this tape, or I'm gonna do something to you. And I don't know what that is, because everybody has always done what I say.
Why the hell did that look so smoothly animated? I swear it was such a small scene, but it looked like something out of Disney or something. If this is the animation error that got the episode held back, the animation team made a mistake, because that looks great. Or maybe that was the scene they fixed, and that's why it looks great. It's probably the latter. Once the babysitter leaves, Bart switches the channel to a crime TV show, where the kids start to hear of a babysitter who goes around and robs houses after tying up the kids.
Oh, man, I can't take it anymore. Now for some real TV.
Defenseless youngsters were tied up. The bandit roamed through the house at will, stealing the valuable objects.
And worse yet, she's still on the run. Though this obviously couldn't be their babysitter. I mean, what are the odds? What do you know? After Bart and Lisa are caught by the babysitter and tied up, they're left on the couch to finish the rest of their tape.
We know who you are, Ms. Batsukowski. You're the babysitter bandit. You're crazy if you think you're gonna get away with this, lady. You can't...
While I finish up, you guys can watch the rest of your favorite video cassette.
Luckily, Maggie sneaks out of her crib and finds her siblings tied up downstairs, leaving the family to come up with a plan. Well, that sucks for her, huh? Need a shave. After calling in to check on the kids, Homer and Marge become worried when they get no answer.
Homer, wake up! Oh, I'm worried. I think we should go home.
They drive home and find the babysitter tied up, with Homer not only untying her, but helping her carry her suitcase full of stolen items to the car.
Good Lord, what have those little hellions done now? We're so sorry.
Please turn off the TV.
I can't tell you how chagrined we are about all of this.
And then giving her triple the pay.
Just so there's no hard feelings, here's double your pay. No, triple.
Thank you.
Even in season 1 and looking as slightly off as he is, Homer was, is, and forever will be a frackin' nincompoop. But after the success that was season 1, The Simpsons was renewed for a second one, and by now the team had definitely gotten the hang of their style and were able to make some scenes extra dramatic, like in the episode Bart Gets an F.
I guess this is the end of the road. I know I haven't always been a good kid. If I have to go to school tomorrow, I'll fail the test and be held back.
See how much more cinematic the scene feels thanks to the shadow? It's taking something we all dealt with as kids and raising the stakes perfectly. To start though, again, even the intro reflects how the animators have settled into their style a bit more, with everything just feeling a bit more Simpson-y. I'm not an art guy. I can't really put my finger on exactly what to say here, but look at it. It's so cool. The There's a new whip pan when Marge is driving over to the Simpsons residence that showcases all the characters we'd come to know and love, with most of them all being in their final designs to boot. It's a small but neat touch that shows the show is getting past its growing pains. Could have said that. Took me a while to come up with that, but I got it out. Anywho, the episode starts at Springfield Elementary on book report day, and you already know Bart showed up without having read a single word of his book, Treasure Island.
Bart Simpson, is your book report on Treasure Island ready?
It's about these pirates. Pirates with patches over their eyes, shiny gold teeth.
Did you read the book?
Mrs. Krabappel, I am insulted.
Perhaps you'd like to tell us the name of the pirate.
After a very vague presentation, Miss Krabappel asks if Bart read anything at all, quizzing him on the name of the pirate.
Blackbeard, Captain Nemo, Cappy, Bluebeard. Bluebeard?
Sit down, Bart. I'll see you after class.
I'm probably going to be flamed in the comments for this, but has there ever been any pirate ever who had a blue beard? During detention, Miss Krabappel tells Bart about a test on colonial America in class tomorrow, but even still, Bart spends the rest of his days playing video games and watching TV.
Are you aware that there is a major exam tomorrow on colonial America? Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, take that, Granny! Oh no, deadly mothballs! Ooh, Granny's kissing me!
At dinner, Lisa whips out her vocab test, which, as we could all predict, she aced. Homer goes to hang it up on the fridge, though there's a problem.
Well, as long as I'm here, I might as well kill two birds with one stone.
What's covered on my paper?
Look at those funny little whiskers.
To have your only fridge paper covered has got to be a crushing moment for Bart. After watching a movie with Homer, he heads up to finally study for his exam. He cracks open his book and starts to study his little heart out.
Chapter 1, A Dream of Freedom.
But passes out before finishing the first page, waking up the next morning in a panic.
Honey, you're gonna miss your bus.
Uh-oh. I got a big test that I am not ready for. Could you please crash the bus or something?
Can't do it on purpose. But hey, maybe you'll get lucky.
That's gotta be the only time ever when a car crash could be considered lucky. Despite his wishes, Bart gets to school, and when the test finally arrives, he fakes being sick to head home before he can take it. Taking advantage of his time at home, Bart calls Milhouse and jots down all of his answers on a piece of paper to study. Before finally heading to class and taking the exam himself. Surely, with all this extra time, there will be no issues whatsoever.
Why, this test is worse than Milhouse's exam. Bart Simpson, I warned you. This is the final straw.
Oh, wow, poor kid. To make matters worse, Miss K, as a therapist, consoled Bart and his parents to talk about why he's failing class. And as the cherry on top, he says he thinks Bart should retake the 4th grade.
I think what we have on our hands here is a classic case of fear of failure. As a result, Bart is an underachiever, yet he seems to be proud of it.
Okay, why are we dancing around the obvious? I am dumb, okay? I know it, you know it.
Repeat the 4th grade.
What?
Obviously, that's a no-go for Bart, who vows to do whatever he can to pass. He desperately heads to Martin and asks for study help in exchange to help Martin be less bullied.
I'd always considered myself rather popular. You're not.
Anyway, the deal is made with Bart teaching Martin to be a troublemaker and Martin teaching Bart how to study. Though after a while, the deal gets a bit one-sided as Martin ditches Bart before he completes his studying. Left with no other options, Bart turns to prayer to ask for one more day to study.
A blizzard, a power failure, anything that'll cancel school tomorrow. Asking a lot, but if anyone can do it, you can.
With this scene in particular, we're starting to see that new style creep its way on in. Not only does Bart not look completely deformed, but he's also got a shadow, something we've basically never seen in season 1. Against all odds, Bart gets his wish, and the entire town of Springfield has a snow day.
Wake up and look at the snow.
Whoa, good morning, world.
He's just about to head outside and play before Lisa tells him he better take advantage of this miracle, and so despite all the fun he's missing out on, Bart sticks to studying.
Chapter 6, 4 days in Philadelphia. First Continental Congress faced a difficult job.
He even imagines himself at the First Continental Congress to try and help process the info, though Bart quickly realizes that even the Founding Fathers can't resist a snow day.
Fellas, I've invented something fun, the sled. John Hancock's writing his name in the snow.
John Hancock writing his name in the snow is goat behavior. The next day, Bart takes the final exam, and despite all of his studying, still fails with a 59.
Well, Bart, it's a 59. That's another F.
He takes it well, as you'd expected.
Oh, you don't understand. I really tried this time. Really tried.
Yeah, I know exactly how Bart feels here. Sometimes our best just isn't enough, as depressing as it is. However, Bart, in between his sobbing states, he now knows how George Washington felt after he surrendered Fort Necessity to the French.
Oh, now I know how George Washington felt when he surrendered Fort Necessity to the French in 1754.
Which gets him a bonus point on the exam, meaning thanks to all of his hard work, Bart passed.
I passed! I passed! I passed! I passed! Passed! I got a D minus! I passed! I passed! I passed! I kissed the teacher!
Honestly, I don't blame Bart. I'd probably be caught up in the moment, too. Oh, and you can tell that this moment is important, too, because of, you guessed it, the shadow. Thank you, a style change. For a couple of years after Season 2, The Simpsons continued to fine-tune their style and craft, though no major switch-ups happened that are super noteworthy. That is until Treehouse of Horror 6, the time The Simpsons went 3D. All the way back in 1995, no less.
What's going on here? I'm so bulgy. Stomach sticks way out in front and my...
The segment Homer Cubed kicks off with Homer panicking as Patty and Selma are coming over, meaning he's got to find a place to hide before they bore him to death with their vacation photos.
Get ready. Patty and Selma will be here any minute.
Bart and Lisa already took the closet, so he's got to get creative for his spot. Though Homer never would have guessed just how weird his spot would end up being.
I never looked behind this whatchamacallit case before. That's weird.
Let's look beyond the fact that Homer doesn't know what a book is for a second. What kind of sci-fi mumbo-jumbo's going on here? The gruesome twosome arrive, but even with his hiding spot, Homer isn't about to take any chances when it comes to those two.
How's it hanging, Marge? Ugh.
I'll take my chances in a mystery wall.
Deciding to run through the wall portal. He finds himself in an entirely new dimension on the other side, which, as you'd imagine, is mind-blowing for a guy who's been 2D all his life. Naturally, he treats the reality-shattering once-in-a-lifetime scenario with the magnitude it deserves.
Oh, glory, oh heavenly testament to the eternal majesty of God's creation. Holy macaroni!
He has such a way with words. Homer starts to communicate through the house across dimensions.
Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Though, despite the immaculate help from his sisters-in-law and Flanders' ladder, he's stuck being left with nothing to do but take in the geometric beauty surrounding him.
It's a place I've never been before.
The shower.
Well, as that tree said to the lumberjack, I'm stumped.
Eventually, though, the beauty becomes a bit too striking.
Ow! Watch it, Coney! Yeah! Oops.
Lesson learned, a thrown cone is a black hole waiting to happen. Never toss your ice cream. Meanwhile, the family brings over anyone who can help, but neither Reverend Lovejoy nor Dr. Hibbert are of any help to Homer at this point.
You see a light, Homer? Move into the light.
Trying to describe where he is, Homer asks,
It's like, did anyone see the movie Tron?
No.
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 Yes. I mean, no.
Well, yeah, nobody saw it. Professor Frank explains that he believes that Homer has stumbled upon into the third dimension and is trapped forever.
Homer Simpson has stumbled into third dimension.
But even still, nobody's ready to give up, especially Bart.
That does it. I'm going in.
Bart, no!
Cool, man.
I know this is a 30-year-old 3D model at this point, but good heavens, those eyeballs look like eggs glued to yellow clay. The hole's gotten massive, and with no other options, Bart tells Homer he'll have to jump over to the other side, which is a piece of cake, right?
Piece of cake, son.
Crack, crack, crack!
Never has a man being eviscerated by physics been so frackin' funny. What a set of last words. Though maybe I spoke too soon, as after the house hears the last of Homer's yelling, he's whisked away to a place even worse than the geometric hellscape he was once trapped in.
Oh my God, look at that. Oh my. Oh.
Real life. No place worse than that, I suppose. Though, alright, while Homer Cubed was a little crazy looking, it's got nothing on this next one. In The Mysterious Voyage of Homer, Captain Wacky goes on the trip of a lifetime in the most psychedelic animation style change yet.
You gotta help me.
Sure, buddy, I'd be happy. What can I do? Doodly doo, diddly doodly.
And that's literally just the start. Brace yourselves for this one. It all starts with another seemingly normal day at the Simpsons residence, though it's clear Marge is hiding something from Homer.
Hey, who cut something out of my paper?
Well, don't look at me, just because I'm holding a pair of scissors.
Sure enough, he catches on and finds out she's been hiding the annual chili cook-off from him, though she has her reasons after what happened the last time he went to this competition.
Look at me, I'm a puffy pink.
I sure hope he had some pants on underneath that cotton candy. Marge allows him to go under the conditions he promises he doesn't drink while he's there, and reluctantly, Homer agrees.
Kate, quit nagging me, I won't have any beer.
He shows up to the competition and instantly scares the chefs to death, knowing him to be one of the harshest judges there is, being known as the dude with a fireproof stomach.
Ooh, man, he's here.
He takes a bite out of Flanders' 5-alarm chili and realizes that something's off.
Hey, what's the big idea?
It's only 2 alarm.
With a gut the size of his, it makes sense Homer's got some chili standards as picky as that. But Homer meets his match when Chief Wickham debuts his chili with a special new ingredient, this merciless, radioactive-looking chili pepper.
I've added an extra ingredient, the merciless peppers of Quetzalcoatl.
Not deterred, he puts his tongue to the flaming food and instantly crumbles. After dousing himself in anything that isn't a beer, he waxes his lips and heads back for more. And manages to scarf down not 1, but 5 of the peppers.
Oh, medical logic, steam should be shooting out of his ears. This can't be happening.
His ears if we're lucky.
With that many peppers in cartoon logic, Homer could launch himself to the moon. However, Homer's victory does not last long, with the peppers finally settling in his stomach, causing him to completely lose his mind. He stumbles off into the Springfield sunset and is left reeling with the horrifying results of his pepper binge. If I were in his shoes, I think I'd want to be put out of my misery then and there. Marge hears of how Homer made a joke of himself yet again and assumes he resorted to beer as per usual before heading off to find him.
No beer.
Meanwhile, in whatever hell Homer is in, he's told to follow a tortoise. But this is Homer we're talking about, and his lack of patience catches up to him, causing him to kick the sucker to where he needs to go.
Oh, you want me to climb that, huh? No problemo. Oh!
Well, that's what he gets for kicking wildlife. After reaching the top, a false Marge fades away before things take a strange turn. Okay, even stranger, given how they've already been. Beautiful animation! Even if it is for a creepy space coyote thing.
I am your spirit guide.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, the coyote is Homer's spirit guide who tells him that to make himself complete, he'll have to find his soulmate.
My soulmate is Marge!
Is it?
Dang! That one hit hard. Homer wakes up in a sandpit and heads home to Marge, instantly snapping over Homer's behavior at the cook-off.
Hey, get off the course, you bum!
My husband got drunk and humiliated me in front of the entire town.
Come on, you gotta believe me. You're my soulmate.
Don't soulmate me!
He looks around the house and comes to the conclusion that a soulmate isn't there before heading off to try and find his true match. He tries Barney, but he insists that he's really more of a chum to Homer, and everyone else, well...
What about you, Lenny?
I'm a crony.
Carol?
I'd say acquaintance. Compadre.
Associate.
Contemporary.
Colleague. Sympathizer. I'm a well-wisher. I don't wish you any specific harm.
I'd say most folks typically wouldn't meet their soulmate at Moe's Tavern. After some soul-searching in the streets, Homer realizes that there's only one man as lonely as he is. The lighthouse keeper.
The loneliest man in the world.
He rushes to the top to meet his new mate, but finds it's manned by a machine.
A machine? Earl's a machine?
Meaning he's as alone as ever, and he's not happy about it.
Oh, wow.
Hey, look.
Look, is that Dad?
Either that or Batman's really let himself go.
If Homer were a caped crusader, he'd be Fat Man. Okay, low-hanging fruit, I know. I got like 3 hours of sleep. A boat comes around and sees it as a chance to force them to be friends.
I know. I'll bring them to me. They'll have to be my friends.
'Tis clear sailing ahead for our precious cargo.
He destroys the lighthouse beam and waits for the boat to crash into him. Just before the collision, Marge shows up, who managed to find where he was only because she knew him so well.
I woke up and you weren't there, and I was so worried.
Really? You were?
He realizes that despite their surface-level fights and differences, their connection is down to the bones, meaning he's had his soulmate all along.
We're number one! We're number one! In your face, Space Coyote!
Space Coyote?
Marge will find her own Space Coyote someday. Someday. The two repair the lighthouse right before the ship smashes into it, and the day and their marriage is saved.
We're on a collision course. Jonathan Livingston Seagull, hard to starboard.
Port.
Aye, port.
They see us.
Moving back to the spooky side of things, it seems Treehouse of Horror was a good time for the animators to implement their biggest style changes. Starting with the episode Treehouse of Horror 13, the show switched from hand-drawn cell animation to digital animation, allowing for some more details in just about everything. Can you tell?
I'm all for Halloween fun, but a seance sounds a little PG-13.
Now we're really starting to see just how stylized and detailed the show can get when it wants to. And to kick it all off, the team created one of their most complex segments to date, Send in the Clones. Starts off with Homer lazying around in his hammock, eventually breaking it due to some extra breakfast starting to weigh the thing down.
Oh!
Thankfully, the hammock salesman arrives on the scene to sell Homer a new one for just $10.
Get your hammocks!
But warns him, it's as evil as it is comfy. Homer naturally only hears comfy.
Mr. Hammock, say hello to Madam Ass.
America's obesity rate's about to double, isn't it? Homer uses his new clone to do some chores.
Beat it up, ugly.
But after the clone accidentally shocks himself to death, he gets a bunch of new clones to replace him.
4 of me.
They do the job fine, but are a little lacking in the smarts department.
Does Dad seem a little dumber than usual?
Me not notice.
Like clone father, like clone son. Homer's clone-aided life seems to be going swimmingly, at least until Flanders asks for his chainsaw back. Homer gets a clone to give him the saw, but the clone doesn't quite get the memo correctly. Now I'm wondering, is this because the hammock is evil, or because the clones are just uber dumb? The world may never know. Homer rounds up all the clones and jumps them in a cornfield, tossing the hammock as well to ensure it doesn't cause any more trouble.
Okay, everyone out.
What? The clones figure out the secret of the hammock and get to work building an army.
Let's all go out for some frosty chocolate milkshake.
Brushing over the fact that the animators made a slight jab at Peter Griffin by calling him a Homer clone, you gotta love how the show paid homage to its old style here, especially in a scene that can only be done with the new digital animation they're using. The clone mob wrecks most of the town except for Moe's, of course. And even attracts the eyes of the U.S. military. They realize that the mob could overtake the nation if it grows any further.
Homers are occupying these areas. Tomorrow...
But Lisa, an expert who studied her father's gluttonous habits for years, has a solution to take the horde out once and for all. Genius. Absolute genius. Speaking of absolute genius, the Simpsons movie happened.
Spider Pig does whatever a Spider Pig does.
Yo, I love that movie, but anywho, after the Simpsons movie release, the series made another monumental style change with its big move to HD in the episode Take My Life Please. The title's depressing, but I assure you, the episode is fun. See?
Are you sure we should talk in front of your son?
I want him to know that if your life doesn't turn out the way you want, there's someone else to blame.
I'm gonna blame you.
I respect your choice. Drive back to the clubhouse and order me a Tom Collins.
With a virgin Tom Collins for me?
Virgin, what are you, a girl?
See? Fun! Going back to the intro again, it really is starting to showcase the stylistic changes of this HD switch, like giving us much more of a smoother and cleaner look in Springfield, and just a lot more Springfield in general, really, as now the frame is rectangle instead of square. Anyway, the episode starts with Springfield inducting Vance Connor into the Springfield Wall of Fame.
Frequent flyer, silver card hold, 20% tipper. Vance Connor!
He's the same age as Homer and even went to Springfield High with him, winning the position of class president over him back then.
Your father's just jealous because Vance was our class president in high school.
Homer insists that no man that confident and successful can truly be happy and confronts Vance about any secret depression he may be hiding.
Please, you gotta have some secret agony. Those fancy shoes hurt your feet.
No, actually, they're like two leather clouds.
No!
Take it from a fellow middle-class man in America, Homer. The rich are always comfortable. No exceptions. At Moe's bar, Homer's drinking his sorrows away when Lenny and Carl fess up about a high school secret.
Lenny, I think it's time for us to come clean.
I want you to take this box and bury it in the woods. True results of this election must never be known.
The principal once asked them to bury the class president ballot box. Homer gets Lenny to help him dig it up, and what they find is shocking.
This is the box that tells us where the ballot box is. Right under this.
I mean, I'm not wrong. It was shocking. Who'd waste a perfectly good box by just putting another box underneath it? The next day, Homer counts the ballots and finds out that he was the true winner of the high school election all along and decides to pay his old principal a visit to get some answers.
Underlinger!
Looks like one of my former students on a quest for truth.
He heads out to a fancy retirement home and confronts his old principal, who ends up telling him the reason he rigged the vote, and it was because he wanted to spare him from this.
What if we got everyone to vote for him as a joke and he won?
Homer Simpson, what a loser. Then we could laugh at him all the way through high school.
Go sports!
How exactly is making someone win class president a way to make fun of someone? I don't know. Either way, I kind of understand why the principal did what he did. Only kinda. Despite knowing the truth, Homer is not satisfied, but thankfully at Luigi's, Homer gets a glimpse into a magic saucepan that shows him the life he could have had.
Watch the sauce and see the life you could have led.
Your new senior class president is Homer Simpson.
Our president's a real loser.
Like us. You don't have to be popular to have everyone like you. Homer! Homer! Homer!
And it turns out everyone would have ended up liking him because of his victory. Great! Now he knows exactly what he missed out on. Right?
I would have been a winner instead of some idiot staring into a bowl of sauce.
Yeah, can confirm, not great. Homer continues to look in the saucepan, seeing that he would have gotten with his then dream date for the prom before falling for Marge, ditching Debbie for his blue-haired bride-to-be.
Who wants a cheerleader on the rebound?
I do. Oh, right.
Homer takes Marge home and after the prom is approached by Mr. Burns on the road, who instantly gives him a nuclear power plant job that's even better than his real-life one, meaning he's got some extra cash in his pocket for this.
How you doing, Dad? Thanks for letting me live in your guest house. Can't complain, and I never do.
Yeesh, I'll be honest, they got me with that one. Although there is one big downside to this reality, Homer never had kids. Okay, that's gotta be a deal breaker, right, Homer?
I wanna live in the sauce!
Dude, your kids are right there! Like, at least don't say it in front of their face. Homer goes full-on depression mode, inflatable pool style, until his family comes to get him. They take him to go see the Wall of Fame, which just so happens to have a new addition. Homer J. Simpson, class president.
My own plaque.
Now people years from now will look at him and know he mattered. But even in the present, he's finally getting the appreciation he deserves.
Do you think I could be elected class president?
We can't all be Homer Simpson, son.
Thanks, guys.
A good ending to a good episode. In beautiful 1080p, no less. Honestly, this one was a great introduction to the more modern era of The Simpsons. Couldn't be happier with it. But from here, the style changes get real wacky, so why not build up to some of those with Brick Like Me, aka the Lego episode. You can trust me when I say they make the most of this animation change too.
I'm so sorry, but I have an awesome excuse. I was distracted driving.
Good thing we don't feel pain.
That's an excuse that'd only work in a world where you can always be put back together. The episode jumps right into things with Homer waking up for yet another normal morning, although there is something that sticks out a bit.
Something is different about The Simpsons. Your father's wearing a tie.
To be fair, when's the last time Homer wore one of those? Like what, season 5? Homer heads off into town looking for a present for Lisa, that being Perky Patty's Princess Shop, while elsewhere, Bart and Milhouse accidentally let a skunk loose in the school. Naturally, the entire school is obliterated because of this one minor slip-up.
You are going to rebuild every brick of this school.
Ages 12 and up.
Age guidelines are conservative, and everyone knows it.
I mean, to be fair, it is weird to see ages 9 through 14 on so many Lego sets. Like, what, a 15-year-old can't build the Millennium Falcon? Meanwhile, Homer manages to get his hands on a Perky Patty's Princess Shop kit. But as soon as he does, he gets a strange sense of deja vu.
What do you know? I enjoyed playing with you. No. Listen to me. We played, and it wasn't boring.
Legos are always fun, no matter what age you are. Snapping back to the Lego reality, Homer panics, not understanding the fleshy reality he was a part of.
What a crazy vision.
He tells Marge all about what he saw, but she reassures him that in their world, everything fits together. Nobody ever gets hurt. And to really take his mind off things, the two... Well, when two Lego minifigures love each other very much...
Baby, I feel so close to you right now.
Yeah, so the next morning, Homer wakes up and starts seeing his fleshy self in every reflection he finds, making him feel like he's going crazy. Back at school, though, Bart decided to take some creative liberties when rebuilding the school, i.e. making it 1,000,000 times more fun.
Relax, I used all the same bricks. Plus Ralph.
You soy language lab!
How will children learn if they don't feel like they're in kid jail?
Bart must have gotten the wrong idea about building an education system around the students, huh? At church, Homer starts to question Reverend Lovejoy about the reality, but again is told that everything is meant to fit together and nobody ever gets hurt in this plastic reality. See, that's all well and good. But how does that explain this?
My hands look like they're these weird wiggly things. They have a name, but I can't put my finger on it.
Don't look, boys.
Alright, this is getting out of hand. Dab me up for that. Thanks, bro. That's crazy. I just dabbed myself. With the church not giving him any answers, Homer heads back to the comic shop to hold the princess kit once more, which instantly sends him back to the flesh world.
I can't believe all the time I wasted playing with Bart when I could have been playing with you.
Him and Lisa have started to make a giant Lego replica of Springfield, and with a local building contest around the corner, they're certain they'll snag first place. However, right before the big day, Lisa makes some new older friends who invite her to see a PG-13 movie on the same day as the contest, which for her takes priority.
Friday is the opening night of the new Survival Games movie.
A sad Homer takes his model to the competition all alone, and things start to make a little more sense.
I wish I lived in Little Springfield. No one ever gets hurt.
You know, reality usually crashes down on you, but in this case, I guess crashing down caused a new reality. Bro, what the hell am I even saying? This is so stupid. What is that? Realizing he's living in a perfect fantasy world where daddy-daughter playtime never ends, Lego Homer starts to go wild.
Nothing bad can ever happen here.
Great throw, Homer.
See, in real life, that earned you like 2 life sentences, but here, you get complimented on your overhand. This place really is perfect, though maybe too perfect, as Homer starts to realize what makes life special are the negative parts. Aw. The defective parts in a Lego piece. That's beautiful.
The fact that kids grow up is what makes time with them special.
If you can always spend time with his daughter that never ages, then the time is never meaningful at all. Desperate to return to reality, Homer heads back to the comic store and is told that he'll need to open up the princess set to go home. But to do so, he'll need to get through Comic Book Guy, and he's not alone.
Pajama Guy! Pirates!
We're really starting to pull from the bottom of the Lego bucket here. Needing an extra hand, Homer calls out for help and is thankfully heard by a certain troublemaker back at Springfield Elementary. So after a little bit of rule breaking, Bart shows up and is more than ready to help. He's got a giant mech that fires lions, lightsabers, and best of all...
Fire, Principal!
This is strangely exhilarating.
No! Oh, he'll get detention for sure, but if Bart's having this much fun, it's totally worth it. Homer pops up with the princess kit and wakes up to his normal reality with Lisa by his side.
Oh, meet Lisa. It's you.
But after she offers to stick with him for the Lego competition, he insists she go to the movie with her older friends, as he's learned he has to let his kids grow up. How sweet. Though not every Simpsons art style change is as cheerful as a Lego world, as in Treehouse of Horror 33, things took a much darker tone in its note parody. The murders in the anime art style almost make this more horrifying. How the censors let them get away with that? The segment begins with Lisa coming across what else? A death note, or I'm sorry, a death tome. Basically, anyone who she writes in the notebook will die in the way she says, but she can't kill it the same way twice, so it's at least kind of different from Death Note. Can't spam heart attacks every time. At first, she writes the book off as a joke, like Light Yagami, but when she gets home and sees an adorable cat being held at gunpoint on TV, she decides to test the tome's abilities.
Haha, I'm totally going to get away with oh my heart attack, and death!
The anime delivery is very on point, like right at home with the art style. I would also like to point out that, of course, Lisa would be the one to get the death tome, being the smartest one in the family. Lisa realizes that, yeah, she did technically just kill someone, but they were a bad guy, meaning in a sense, she's a hero, right?
I killed a man. Oh my god. A bad man, which actually makes me a hero.
Well, some might agree, some might not, because as soon as she reaches the conclusion, an uninvited guest pops up in her bedroom.
It's rare to find bloodthirsty vegetarians.
If you have a god of death on your side, usually that means that you're in the wrong. So yeah, the Shinigami, aptly named Steve Johnson, might I add, explains to Lisa that now that she has the death tome, it's hers forever, and murder's addictive, from what I hear. Later, Lisa heads downstairs and overhears of Mr. Burns' new plan to melt the polar ice caps, and with Lisa being a vegetarian earth lover, you know she ain't gonna let that one slide.
I have to kill Mr. Burns.
I thought you'd struggle with that, but you're like, dead time!
After killing Burns in his sleep, Lisa realizes that the rest of the company may also be dedicated to the ice cap melting cause, and so she goes on a killing spree, slaughtering executives in increasingly creative ways. Eventually, she's run through the entire lot, but in turn has caught the eye of the news. Nobody knows it's her behind the murders, but a mysterious detective named L has caught on that these are being carried out via death tome.
Police have determined that the unexplained deaths of global warm executives were murdered, committed by one bloodthirsty super killer. They know that thanks to an anonymous detective, L.
But who is this L, and how do they know what's going on? Holy frick, also Lisa's name starts with L, like light, and oh my frick, I just realized that now. Well, it turns out to not be the letter L, but rather L, as in El Barto. Yep, Bart's discovered his sister's secret, and in exactly the way you'd think he would too.
I found out about your stupid book by reading an even stupider book, your diary. Your little murder spree was a welcome break from Janie is so mean to me.
Because no sibling rivalry is complete without some diary stealing. After having her leg pulled by anime Bart one too many times, Lisa snaps and starts to write in the tome.
I'm sorry, Spree!
Good to know Lisa wouldn't actually kill her own brother. I feel like that's typically going to be a bad boundary to cross. Though maybe she should have thought twice about killing Steve Johnson, as killing a Shinigami makes you yourself become one, and yeah, she ain't looking too pretty, despite that fantastic anime art style. We're getting right back into the world of toys in this next style in the episode The Fabulous Baker Boy, which gives us a look at what a robot chicken Simpsons crossover would look like.
Homer, this isn't the way to the mall.
I thought you said badass city.
All right, put it on my tombstone. That quote is an all-timer. After he's driven through the house by Marge yet again, Homer wakes up and finds himself to be a bit more plasticky than usual.
What the?
Though, to be fair, he quickly figures out the benefits of being a toy, as after his neighbor gets on his nerves one too many times, Homer, well...
Shut up, Flanders!
Good heavens, Ned's gone to see Maude! Brutal! Homer decides to test out some more of his abilities, first becoming a donut and smushing everyone in town, especially Mr. Burns. Then a trip to the bar becomes a pull-string test shop.
Homer, give me a yank. I'm lonely. Typical.
I mean, there's a lot of things you could have Mo say, but honestly, that's probably the most fitting. Anywho, Homer takes the family on a trip to Badass City, aka a Hot Wheels track, and challenges Otto to a race over the Springfield Gorge.
I'm a fatality.
Homer wins, and the school bus with Ralph on board blows up, because why wouldn't it? Finally, the Simpsons arrive home and smash through their garage, but to their surprise, they've got a visitor.
Put the chicken one back on.
Gotta admit, I absolutely loved this couch gag. Perfect fusion of the two shows and a great new art style. Though that's far from where the couch gag collabs, and as in Mathlete's feet, the mother of all crossovers occurs.
Morty, what did you do? You killed the Simpsons!
I
didn't mean to.
Getting right into the Rick and Morty grotesqueness right off the bat. So yeah, Morty kills the Simpsons, straight up liquefies them. Thankfully, Rick, the genius that he is, knows exactly how to handle a situation like this.
Relax, Morty, calm down. We'll take care of it.
He grabs a vial and scoops up some Simpsons goo, handing it to Morty along with a painting of the family before sending him off to another planet. Meanwhile, Rick's gotta clean the Simpsons residence up before someone finds the mess they've made.
You know how many characters there are in The Simpsons, Morty? They did an episode where George Bush was their neighbor. Can't argue with that.
I mean, the last thing Rick would want is another president getting involved in his affairs. Morty heads off to some weird alien cloning facility and hands over all the things they need to make a new batch of Simpsons, having the picture scanned, DNA fluid made, and eggs prepared, all while Rick has one heck of a close call.
Diddly ho, neighbor. Who are you?
Poor Ned always has something bad happen to him in these crossovers, man. Finally, Morty brings the eggs home to Rick, who prepares the area for the Simpsons to be reborn. The eggs hatch, and...
Huh, wow. Hey, Morty, little tip. Don't clean DNA vials with your spit.
Isn't this guy a scientist? He should 100% know that already. But this next one may be the most creative animation change of all, as in Clan of the Cave Mom. The animation gets a prehistoric twist. Let's go! Cave Marge moment! We are cave marging! The episode starts with a field trip at the museum where the school is learning all about prehistory. Marge is there too, though she's a little preoccupied with modern issues and questions why the distant past has anything to do with us modern people.
As if the distant past has anything to do with us.
Naturally, we then cut to 20,000 years ago. A prehistoric Simpsons family struggles to feed themselves, meaning Marge has got to head off and hunt. She thankfully manages to snag a snake by the skin of her teeth and give her family another day of full bellies. Though it's fair to say that times have changed a bit since then.
There is literally nothing to eat here.
There are some children in this world who don't have enough.
Kids starving around the world argument to a whole nother level. Later, Milhouse tells Bart his dad has extra tickets to a Spanish rap concert and Bart's invited to come along. Though first he's got to convince Marge to let him go and prove he is responsible. And I mean, what two words go together better than Bart and responsible?
Bart, save yourself! Okay.
Now that I think about it, hurt and heal probably go together more than Bart and responsible. Anywho, Marge isn't down to let Bart go to the concert, especially after she figures out what the rappers are saying, and Milhouse's mom isn't willing to vouch for Bart either after the whole catapult destroying incident. In fact, she's so mad that she says this.
My parenting group workshopped the most compassionate way for me to phrase this. You're a bad friend and you're beyond hope. Be well, Bart.
What kind of a workshop would come up with that? Bart's a kid! Back in prehistoric times, Marge manages to save Bart from a terrifying wolf attack, symbolizing how Marge in modern times has taken issue with Milhouse's mom's words. Herself and Homer head over to the Van Houten residence to have a word, though things devolve pretty quickly.
Marge is the greatest mother on earth, you freaky attachment, parenting, co-sleeping, co-bathing psycho.
I mean, yeah, he's got a point. That is kind of freaky. Though, is Homer really wanting to talk about good parenting? To prove a point, Marge tells Homer to buy some tickets at the concert, and eventually he does, as represented by his primal self finally getting some dinner.
You got the tickets!
Homer's the prehistoric embodiment of men never change. Bart flaunts his uber-expensive VIP seats to his friends, who immediately ditch Milhouse, with not even Nelson giving him a ha-ha to send him off.
The front row club.
No! In response at a PTA meeting, Mrs. Van Houten motions to remove Marge from the board for bullying her son. As you'd expect, things get nasty.
You want to talk about bullying? She went out of her way to make my son feel excluded. Less than. And othered.
That blood-red background in prehistoric times must be exactly the same shade Marge sees when Milhouse's mom is around. The two keep throwing jabs at each other both in olden and modern times before the Van Houten wolf destroys the caveman Simpson's stick shack, forcing them to look for a new home. This new art style makes things feel more cinematic, even if there's no words being said. Back to modern times, though, Marge and the boys get to the concert venue, but realize they need to have an app to redeem their tickets, and Homer deleted everything they could have used to pull it up.
Why do you keep deleting apps?
And worse yet, Marge overhears him with Mr. Van Houten, who's a part of his fantasy football league. Now he's as good as dead to her. Kinda like how prehistoric Homer is to Marge. Oh! Good gracious! How do these animation styles get away with so much violence? Mrs. Van Houten mocks the Simpsons as she passes by them in line, and the fight is on.
Aw, you can't get in? We'll post pics so Bart can see all the fun he's missing.
Both of the Marges start using their motherly muscles to get the kids out of harm's way, leaving Cave Marge right in front of their new home, but in front of the Van Houten Beast, and Modern Marge in front of the VIP lounge for the concert. Modern Marge sneaks into the lounge, but gets a good look at what she's become and apologizes to Bart for going primal. Meanwhile, Primal Marge gets lucky and has some rocks tumble onto her predatory enemy, trapping it. The fate of her foe is in her hands. All that rain made it a million times more dramatic, and I love it. Cave Marge saves the wolf, and Modern Marge reconnects with the Van Houtens, inviting them to their VIP seating, and everyone in every timeline heads home happy. Except for Cave Homer, apparently. Good heavens, that's grisly. Reminding me of some Midsommar with those flowers, too. Is that how you say that? I think that's how you say that. Oh well, if you've managed to make it this far, you're one heck of a trooper. Now things get really juicy as we talk about the entire story of Homer Simpson. This is Homer J. Simpson. You know him, he's TV's most lovable lazy bone dad.
The 3 little sentences that will get you through life. Number 1, it was like that when I got here. Number 2, cover for me. Number 3, oh, good idea, boss.
But how did Homer get this way? Well, today we're finding out how he went from this to this. And every story's got to start with a childhood, which takes us to season 7's Mother Simpson, where we get a closer look into Homer's troubled youth. Yeah, that checks out. See, it all begins on a beautiful Saturday, and by beautiful, I mean every single worker at the power plant is pissed because they've been dragged into Mr. Burns' latest scam, voluntary highway cleanup.
Local hero shuns spotlight and pitches in.
I can't believe I'm spending my Saturday picking up garbage.
Naturally, Homer wants no part of this nonsense, so he does the only logical thing, fakes his own death. And not in some half-assed call-in sick kind of way, because what's the point of faking your death if you don't go out in style?
He'll be sucked into the turbine.
Smithers, who was that corpse?
You know, it was a rough death when even Mr. Burns gets a little bummed out. Thanks to Homer's mannequin stunt, he gets to spend his Saturday lazying around.
That dummy worked like a charm, Dad.
Come on, boy. We've earned this Saturday.
Only problem is, his plan works a little too well. By the next morning, the entire town thinks he's actually dead.
We can't tell you how sorry we are.
You have our deepest condolences.
And this is where things get, well, very Springfield, because instead of mourning Homer, people react with their usual brand of psychotic glee.
A tombstone? It came with the burial plot. The important thing is, Homer's dead. We've been saving for this since your wedding day.
Trust me, that's not even the craziest reaction. After the power company cuts off their electricity because, you know, the bill payer is legally deceased, Marge officially hits her fed-up wife quota.
Homer, when I asked you if that dummy was to fake your own death, you told me no.
So Homer finally drags his lazy ass down to Springfield Hall of Records to undo his little stunt.
You guys think I'm dead, but I'm not. No, I want you to straighten this out without a lot of your bureaucratic red tape and mumbo-jumbo.
Only he notices something a little weird. According to the records, Mona Simpson is still alive, which shouldn't be possible considering his mother's supposed to be dead.
This thing says my mother's still alive. She died when I was a kid.
So he goes to the cemetery to confirm it himself, and instead he finds 2 things. His own grave being prepared, and a long-lost mom standing right there.
Hey, wait a minute. Mom?
Homer? Nothing like beating the deadbeat allegations at your son's burial. So Homer and his mom are finally reunited after 27 years.
Oh, my poor baby.
Naturally, Homer brings her home to meet the family. Marge is shocked to learn she has a mother-in-law. Lisa begins geeking out. And then there's Bart, who's wondering where the hell his Christmas presents have been.
I don't know what to say. I finally have a mother-in-law.
This is so weird. It's like something out of Dickens.
Hey, since you were a no-show, you owe me years of back presents.
But the happy reunion is cut short when Mona freaks out over a passing police car.
Gotta run. Grandma stuff.
Lisa notices something shady, and since Bart has already ransacked her purse, because of course he has, they realize Mona has a whole collection of fake IDs.
When I was going through her purse, look what I found.
Mona Simpson, Martha Stewart, Muddy May Suggins, Mona Stevens, Penelope Olson.
At first, they just think Mona's a con artist, so the family corners her for answers. One police threat later, and she finally spills the real truth. And let me tell you, this backstory is a doozy.
His wild, untamed facial hair revealed a new world of rebellion.
So it's a very long story. We're just going to cut to the chase here. Basically, Mona was just a regular housewife.
Oh, my little homie bear. Time for bed.
That is, until she saw Joe Namath's hair on TV. One strange political awakening later, strange correlation I know, and she immediately joined a group of radical hippies.
How could I not become a radical?
And if you already guessed at Mr. Burns being their target, then boy, do I have a video for you. Anyway, they end up attacking Mr. Burns' secret germ warfare lab because of course he owns one. They bust in, destroy the germs, and trample Burns like a crowd at a Black Friday sale.
My germs. They never harmed a soul. They never even had a chance. Whoever did this will never get past me.
Unfortunately, Mona makes one crucial mistake. She stops to help Burns up.
You poor man. Let me help you up.
And since nothing good ever comes from helping that man, it marks the beginning of her life on the run.
You just made a very big mistake. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison.
My asthma's gone.
Yeah, so remember I said that they attacked a germ lab? So they used antibiotics to do so, figures, which ended up curing Wiggum's asthma. Realizing she's put her family in danger, Mona kisses baby Homer goodbye and vanishes into the underground. And that, my friends, is her deadbeat origin story. Meanwhile, back in the present, Burns gets word that Mona is back, and because decades-long grudges are his specialty, he and the FBI begin a manhunt.
Put out an APB on a useless RDWO. Better start with Greektown.
You're reading it upside down. That's Homer J. Simpson, Chief.
Cancel that APB. But bring back some of them gyros.
Chief, you're talking into your wallet.
Never change, Wiggum. Never change. It all comes to a head when the FBI tracks them down, forcing Homer and Mona to make a last-second escape.
We made it, Homer!
It's all thanks to our anonymous tipster.
And in a shocking turn of events, Chief Wiggum actually does something useful, repaying Mona by letting her go free.
Well, it's because of your old lady that I got rid of the asthma that was keeping me out of the academy.
Dang.
Only she now has to go back on the run again. She says her final goodbyes to Homer before vanishing out of sight in a hippie van.
Well, there's my ride. The underground awaits.
And that, folks, is how you introduce an emotional storyline in a show where a man once tried to eat a deep-fried jacket. Now, we still don't have a full picture of Homer's childhood just yet. Sure, we know how he grew up without a mother, and it messed him up real good, but in season 19's Mona Leaves we finally see just how deep those scars go.
I've realized that the most important thing in my life is you.
After decades of neglect, sure, now's the time to remember. Anyway, we start off at the mall with the classic Homer versus Bart bit, and you already know who's winning this round.
Homer has booger breath.
It's a medical condition.
Homer is a lard butt.
What did you say?
Dung muncher. Stink brain. Cheese wang. Captain Crud. Homer is a big jerk.
Who told you these things about me?
Okay, look, I'm no doctor, but if your breath smells like boogers, chances are it's a self-inflicted condition. Anyway, the family heads home after a long day of shopping, only to find the front door wide open. And since Springfield's police is headed by Chief Wiggum, the only logical next step for Homer is to grab a concrete block and craft a medieval weapon. What?
I hear noises coming from the kitchen.
Well, that's where the food sleeps.
You know what they say, it's never too dangerous to have your priorities straight. Armed with his trusty weapon, well, it's trusty as Homer's craftsmanship comes, Homer rushes in to confront the burglar, only to find his drifter of a mother just casually baking a pie.
Hello, Homer.
Mom!
My aquarium!
You're alive, and you baked a pie.
And just like that, all is forgiven. Well, not quite, because you see, even for a moron like Homer, there's still only so much gullibility he can display. So when Mona pulls her classic, I want to finally settle down speech, Homer actually calls her out for once.
You left a hole in my heart that could never be filled, so I filled it with food, but I'm never full.
Again, lived experience, folks. It doesn't get any wiser than that. Mona, of course, isn't one to give up easily, Mr. Burns would know that, so she stays around and tries to win over Homer again. But despite how many childhood stories she tells her grandkids, Homer ain't budging.
I I only hope you can forgive me.
I can't forgive you, and I don't accept your tuck-in.
However, after spending a whole day ignoring her, Homer succumbs to the one thing that's sure to get any man standing on business: guilt. And boy, does it hit him hard.
Oh, I feel terrible. My own mother reached out to me and I rejected her. I'm gonna make her a card.
Hopefully it doesn't involve any crayons. If you know, you know. So he manages to craft the card in one piece, but when he heads downstairs to give it to her, well, let's just say he didn't get the reaction he was hoping for.
Mom? Are you asleep? Asleep with your eyes open? Mom? Mom?
Yeah, it turns out that last episode's plot twist had an expiration date. So Mona's officially gone, and all that's left is her last will and testament, which is exactly as random as you'd expect. Bart gets a pocket knife, pretty much a gamble there.
Cool.
Marge gets a hemp purse, sure, she needs to loosen up a bit.
It smells like concerts.
And Lisa gets Mona's rebellious spirit, which is code for I ran out of gifts, so I decided to wing it.
Grandma, I accept your gift.
As for Homer, well, he's her favorite son. He gets one final mission from her: to scatter her ashes on top of a mountain at exactly 3 p.m.
Got one last chance to make up for the things I said to my mom. I will avenge you.
It's not really avenging her, Dad, just the fulfillment of her last wish.
Surprisingly, he manages to finish the mission. At exactly 3 p.m., he spreads Mona's ashes up top that mountain.
3 o'clock. Goodbye, Mom. You're finally free.
But since Mona never does anything normally, her ashes set off a hidden military base. Because yes, even in death, Mona is still actively ruining Mr. Burns' plans. And considering he was about to dump nuclear waste in the Amazon, you know what? I gotta agree with her on this one.
You monster! On another subject, next Thursday I have to leave work early. I assume that's cool.
Ironically, this might be the most normal interaction they've both had. Anyway, long story short, Homer saves the day. He stops the last of Mr. Burns' plans before parachuting away with the Union Jack flag. I mean, if you're gonna borrow from a certain movie, you might as well take the lot. As Homer floats away, he watches Mona's ashes scatter into the sky, and for once, he doesn't ruin the moment. So far, we've been able to piece together Homer's childhood, or trauma in this case, but there's one last incident that truly completes the picture.
Well, I don't feel so good.
That's right, in season 12's Homer, we see the exact moment Homer becomes himself. The episode starts at the animation festival where the Simpsons do what all families do: watch deeply disturbing cartoons together.
I'm sick of your lack of faith.
What gravy?
It's at the festival that Homer stumbles into Animotion, which is basically a motion capture suit that lets cartoon characters mimic human movements. Naturally, he tries it out, because if there's one thing Homer loves more than beer and food, it's embarrassing himself in public accidentally. At least his kids are laughing. It's gonna count for something. It's at this exact moment that Homer has this revolutionary new idea, and by that, I mean the mother of all dumb financial decisions, by investing all his savings in Animotion.
I'd like to buy 500 shares of Animotion Incorporated.
And in record time, the company enters super duper bankruptcy, because as it turns out, dumping your life savings into a niche animation gimmick isn't exactly sound financial planning.
The stock market, Animotion is up an 8.
Yes!
After plunging 75 points this morning. The firm declared super duper bankruptcy, which is terrible news for the company's only stockholder, Homer Simpson.
Oh!
So now Homer's broke again for the 70th time in this entire series. Desperate for cash, he goes to where every broke man goes for financial advice: Moe's Tavern. And that's when Barney, whose liver has given up on him entirely, suggests the perfect job: human guinea pig.
You know, Homer, I got a great way to make money. I'm a human guinea pig.
And since beggars can't be choosers, Homer signs up for medical testing. Now, the tests themselves are pretty safe, as safe as it gets in Springfield.
It burns! It burns! Ah!
However, it doesn't take long for researchers to realize that Homer's IQ is somewhere between houseplant and goldfish.
Damn it!
Man, is he dumb.
So they run a few more tests, and that's when they find what is easily the most Homer Simpson self-sabotage you can possibly think of.
Mr. Simpson, I'm afraid you have a crayon lodged in your brain.
There's a crayon in my brain?
That, my friends, is what it means to have crayons for brains. Homer, unfazed by this discovery, casually explains that when he was 6, he shoved an entire 16-pack of crayons up his nose, sneezed them out, and assumed that that was all of them.
16! Woohoo! Oh, I don't feel so good. I think that's all of them.
And with that, the mystery of Homer's stupidity is solved. The doctors tell him that if they remove the crayon, one of two things will happen. A, he will become a genius. Or B, he will die instantly. And because nothing ever phases this man, he takes the gamble.
Let's do it.
One successful surgery later, and Homer's IQ jumps from 55 to 105, which is still not great, but considering the average IQ of Springfield, it's like Einstein just appeared in town.
Question! A moron says what?
Not being a moron, I wouldn't know. However,
What?
ladies and gentlemen, I give you your moron.
Absolute destruction. With his newfound brain power, Homer actually starts bonding with Lisa. Between hitting the library and finally doing his job at the plant for once, it looks like the new and improved Homer is here to stay.
Dad, did you read all these books today?
Everything from Hop on Pop to Death Be Not Proud, I've compiled a thorough safety report on this plant.
Except for one tiny little issue. You see, Springfield isn't exactly a town that rewards intelligence. Heck, just ask Frank Grimes. So when Homer writes a full safety report on the plant, it results in, you guessed it, everyone getting fired.
It seems the federales have been tipped off by an anonymous whistleblower. Now, while the plant is brought up to code, there will be massive layoffs. That is to say, total layoffs. Totals.
And just like that, it becomes public enemy number 1.
Wait, you can't hate me. I'm your better!
Pretty much what Caesar said. From there, he heads over to Moe's Tavern to catch a drink, and yeah, the reception isn't exactly friendly. Between the effigy of him burning in the room and catching a 2x4 on his noggin, Homer quickly begins to realize that life as a smart guy is pretty much hell.
Hey, that's me! So you all hate me?
That's right, Brainiac.
And so he decides to weigh his options. He's either A, going to stay smart and die hated, which at this rate is just a matter of time, or B, go back to being an idiot, loved, and get free beer again.
Change me back to the blissful boob I was.
So of course Homer chooses beer. He rushes back to the researchers, begging to be dumb again, but apparently between the last time they used him as guinea pig and now, they've suddenly developed ethics.
I'm sorry, we don't play God.
That's ridiculous. You do nothing but play God.
So they send him to the last unethical doctor in town.
Mo Sislak?
That's right, I'm a surgeon.
Kinda checks out. Lisa, of course, is devastated, but just when it looks like things will end on a sad note, something falls out of Homer's pocket. A letter. Turns out before his DIY lobotomy.
I want you to stick this crayon into my brain.
The old Crayola oblongata.
He wrote a heartfelt note to Lisa.
Lisa, I'm taking the coward's way out. I just want you to know, being smart made me appreciate how amazing you really are.
That is certainly one way to break the deadbeat cycle. So after years of growing up motherless, clueless, and with a crayon stuck up in his brain, Homer finally reaches high school, which naturally is plagued with bad grades and decisions. But then in Season 2's The Way We Was, we learn that Homer's high school days had at least one silver, or more accurately, blue-haired lining.
Excuse me.
Who's that? I don't know.
Ah, love at first sight. The episode starts in the present with the Simpsons enjoying a peaceful family evening in front of the TV.
Do you two have to sit so close to the TV or it'll hurt your eyes?
Oh, it will not.
Oh, yes, it will.
This lasts approximately 5 minutes before the TV dies, forcing them into the absolute horror of talking to each other. To pass the time, Marge decides to tell the kids how she and Homer first met.
How your father and I first met and fell in love.
And yeah, it wasn't exactly a fairy tale romance, to say the least. We flash back to 1974, a time when disco was still alive and haircuts actively fought against the laws of physics. And Homer, school was less about education and more about being a public nuisance for him.
Hey, Homer, you're late for English. Who needs that? I'm never going to England. Come on, let's go smoke.
Case in point. While Homer and Barney are busy assassinating their remaining brain cells in the bathroom, Marge gets detention by burning a bra at a feminist rally, which ironically is probably the most badass thing that she's ever done on the show.
The first step to liberation is to free ourselves.
Anyway, thanks to Marge's brief career as an activist, she lands herself in detention. Waiting for her there, of course, is Dumb and Dumber. I'll let you decide who's who. And when she walks into the room, Homer is instantly starstruck.
Hey,
Hey, would you like to go? She's mine!
Yeah, that's the face of a guy who's ready to go to war. Homer instantly decides Marge is the one. Only problem is Marge is way out of his league, apparently. But Homer, as we all know, has never been one to back down from a challenge or to use basic logic. So in his infinite wisdom, he decides to join the debate team just to get closer to Marge.
My name's Homer Simpson. I'd like to sign up for something.
Well, we have an opening on the debate team.
Like arguing?
Yes.
I'll take that, you stinkpot!
Yeah, debate team and Homer Simpson. What could possibly go wrong?
Homer, would you like to present your rebuttal?
With pleasure.
Turns out everything. With that plan going down in flames, Homer shifts to an even dumber strategy, pretending to take French class so Marge will tutor him.
You tutor?
Yes,
And anyone can be tutored?
just those who need help with French.
What a coincidence!
Somehow, this one actually works, and she ends up at his house tutoring him. One surprisingly productive session later, and boom, Marge is laughing and agreeing to go to prom with him.
Marge, would you go to the prom with me?
You're like no one I've ever met before. You're dear and honest and open.
So will you go out with me? Please say we.
We?
Whoa, Marge!
And then Homer opens his big mouth.
If honest and open is what you like, I'm not really in any French class. This was just a brilliant scheme to get to know you better.
Oui, oui, folks. Stupidity is truly international. Let me just offend the entirety of the French population real quick. Considering she has a debate final the next day and Homer just wasted her time for nothing, she's rightfully pissed. She cancels their prom date, storms out, crushing Homer's dreams faster than a canceled Netflix show.
Homer J. Simpson, I hate you.
But does Homer take the hint? No, absolutely not, because if there's one thing Homer excels at, it's delusional optimism. Marge, meanwhile, accepts a prom invite from Artie.
Would you go to the prom with me?
Whoa.
Well, I can think of a dozen highly cogent arguments. Now, the first is from Time magazine.
The best argument is that I've known and respected you for 8 years, and I would be delighted to go to the prom with you.
Prom night rolls around, Homer shows up at Marge's place, tuxedo, limo, ready, only to be brought to speed in the most embarrassing way possible.
Homer!
Marge leaves with Artie, Patty and Selma roast Homer like it's Comedy Central, and Homer is left to sulk in his rented limo.
Hey, buddy, where's your date?
She's with him.
Ouch.
But hey, Homer's already rented the tux and limo, so he figures he might as well go to prom anyway. Which turns out to be a terrible idea, because now he has a front row seat to Marge and Artie getting crowned prom queen and king.
The king and queen of Springfield High School's class of 1974 are Artie Seth and Marge Bouvier.
After watching the woman of his dreams dance happily without him, his night quickly goes from down bad to crying in a high school hallway levels of terrible.
You're near.
Gotta get out of here.
And to quote the man himself, that was the worst day of his life so far. Because in that infinite wisdom we talked about earlier, Homer decides to go to the makeout spot to, I don't know, punish himself further? Like, I don't He spots Artie's car, his spirit fully shatters, and to top it all off, he runs out of money to pay his limo driver, forcing him to make the long, humiliating walk home. And then they just casually drive by. Honestly, if he had working brains, this would definitely have been his villain story. But just as you're starting to feel bad for the guy, the universe pulls a sneaky one. Marge's night with Artie also goes down in flames. Turns out old Glasses Boy got a little too handsy, earning himself a slap and a spot on the FBI's watch list.
Come on, kiss me.
No, really, I mean it. Now stop it.
Marge gets home seething just in time to hear her parents absolutely trashing Homer.
You know, when that Simpson boy showed up, it took years off my life.
Will you stop it? She went out with a good one.
And in a rare rebellious move, she says, screw it, hops in her car, and goes to find him. She sees him trudging along like the loneliest penguin in Antarctica and picks him up, finally admitting what we all knew all along.
When I got home, I realized who I should have gone to the prom with.
Oh.
Hi, prom day.
A little late, but hey. A win's a win. And that, kids, is how Marge and Homer first got together. Homer wraps it up by telling the kids he's never letting Marge go, and considering the man we're dealing with here, that should absolutely be taken as a threat.
I'll never be able to let you go. And I never have.
Now, we all know that Homer and Marge get hitched, hence the name of the show. And in Season 3's I Married Marge, we get a sneak peek into how it all went down.
I think we found the reason why you've been throwing up in the morning. Congratulations.
No! 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 No!
Poor guy.
That came from the depths of his very soul. The episode starts with Marge thinking she's pregnant again, and since Homer has barely figured out how to raise the first three, he immediately hits panic mode.
Barnacle Bill's home pregnancy test.
The home pregnancy test is about as useful as Abe Simpson's life advice, so Marge heads off to see Dr. Hibbert. Meanwhile, Homer, ever the responsible father, decides this is the perfect time to traumatize his kids with a story from the past.
It all happened at the beginning of that turbulent decade known as the 80s.
Flashback to 1980, Homer and Marge are young, dumb, hopelessly in love, and because common sense is for losers, they decide the perfect place to get frisky is inside a mini golf castle.
What if we get caught?
This castle is impregnable.
Considering what comes next, that line aged really poorly. Because next thing you know, Marge is pregnant, and Homer, being the stand-up guy he is, does the only logical thing, proposes immediately.
Son, you gotta marry that girl. Because it's the honorable thing to do. Because you'll never do any better. So, will you marry me?
Yes!
Because nothing says we got this like a shotgun wedding and youthful unemployment. But probably the best case scenario. They tied the knot in some seedy chapel just across state lines, and if you think Vegas weddings are depressing, trust me, you haven't seen Springfield's budget version.
And I pronounce you man and wife. Here's $10 worth of chips. You may kiss the bride. Next!
There's on a budget, all right? And then there's whatever that was. Now, a married man and a soon-to-be father, Homer tries stepping up. By stepping up, I mean failing spectacularly at every single job he attempts.
Next, there's a problem with the reactor. What do you do?
There's a problem with the reactor? We're all gonna die! Ah!
After blowing through every single possible gig, including almost getting scammed by a pyramid scheme, he hits absolute rock bottom when the repo men show up like stormtroopers.
Crib, mobile, monitor, and the lady's ring, I'm afraid.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that's what rock bottom feels like, all right. Now feeling more useless than a YouTube premium subscription, Homer does what any responsible man would do. He bails. He leaves Marge with a dramatic farewell letter, pulling the classic "you deserve better" stunt before disappearing into the night with his trusty briefcase.
I will send you every cent I earn for the baby, but you will not see me again until I am a man.
Which is full of donuts, probably. And just when you think the universe is done kicking Homer while he's down, boom, Patty and Selma show up to his new job at the Gulp and Blow.
This taco is full of hair. There's your explanation.
At first, they decide to not tell Marge, but Selma, of all people, actually grows a conscience and lets Marge in on Homer's whereabouts. Marge then heads on over to Homer's workplace, and with all the grace of an 8-month pregnant woman, convinces him to come back home.
Any ring is fine as long as it's from you.
Marge, poor Voo.
Oh, brother. Filled with newfound motivation and desperation, Homer storms back to the nuclear power plant and gets hired after all. How? Because this is America. And apparently you can still fail upward if you're persistent enough.
You the boss?
Yes?
I'll call security, sir.
Well, listen to me. If you're looking for the kind of employee who takes abuse and never sticks up for himself, you can treat me like dirt and I'll still kiss your butt and call it ice cream. I'm your man. And if you don't like it, I can change.
Hold the phone, Smithers.
Sir, this man not only failed the aptitude test, he got trapped in a closet on his way out.
I like your attitude. Feisty yet spineless. I haven't been this impressed since I first laid eyes on a young bootlick named Waylon Smithers. Welcome aboard, son.
I got the job! Woohoo!
But just as he's about to celebrate his big win, Marge goes into labor. Homer rushes to the hospital, takes another verbal beating from Patty and Selma, and then in a moment of pure cathartic rage, he finally snaps.
Marge, where's the baby?
Right where you left it. Listen, fat boy.
No, you listen. This is my wife and this is my kid, so if you want to stay, you better give me some respect.
That must have felt very good. Anyway, Bart is born, and being the devil child he is, wastes no time setting up his eternal rivalry with Homer.
Bart, Daddy's little angel. Why, you little? He did that on purpose.
How could he? He's only 10 minutes old.
Back in the present, Homer wraps up his bedtime story with a rare moment of sincerity, telling the kids how happy he is to have them.
Not a day goes by that we don't thank God for all three of you.
And then Marge walks in and drops a bombshell. She's not pregnant.
I'm not pregnant.
Yeah! Whoa! Excellent, Marge!
Yes!
Homer lets out a big sigh of relief, and the high five he shares with Marge says everything you need to know. Still on the topic of Homer's kids, we move on to season 4's Lisa's First Word to see how Lisa entered Homer's timeline.
Well, Bart, what do you think of little Lisa?
I hate you.
And the battle lines are drawn. It all kicks off with the Simpsons desperately trying to get Maggie to say her first word. And failing miserably. So Marge does the next best thing and starts reminiscing about Lisa's first word instead. Flashback to 1983, when Homer, Marge, and baby Bart were living the dream, if your idea of a dream is a cramped apartment, an angry landlord, and Homer singing Cindy LaPeur at full volume.
When the working day is done, girls just wanna have fun.
Yeah, it's official. Homer's a better singer than I am. Now, despite having the IQ of a potato, Homer's actually doing well raising Bart. So when Marge announces she's pregnant with Lisa, Homer takes it in stride.
Guess what, homie? There's going to be twice as much love in this house as there is now.
We're gonna start doing it in the morning?
No.
However, there's still the issue of their tiny apartment, which clearly can't handle another screaming Simpson, so Homer and Marge begin the soul-crushing search for a new house, and boy, do they find some gems.
This one just came on the market.
You don't say. After speedrunning the These Houses Belong in a Horror Movie tour, they finally stumble upon their dream house, Evergreen Terrace.
Just imagine what we can do with this place.
Wow.
Only one small issue. It's about as affordable as a yacht made of solid gold. Homer goes to Grandpa Simpson for some help, and to my absolute surprise, Abe sells his own house and writes Homer a $10,000 check.
I'd be honored if you came to live with us. Thank you.
And guess how Homer repays him?
So how long before you ship Grandpa off to the old folks' home?
About 3 weeks.
My daily reminder to skip kids altogether. Anyway, fast forward to 1984. Lisa's born. Homer and Marge are over the moon. Lisa instantly becomes the Boulevard's favorite grandchild/niece.
I know a new song.
You still here?
And Bart, poor Bart, finds himself shoved aside like an outdated toy. And since we're talking about Bart, he takes this about as well as you'd expect.
Heidi-ho, Simpson. Your son shoved this through our doggy door.
In Bart's defense, it is Ned Flanders' dog. Like, how dangerous could it be? Fed up, Bart decides he's gonna run away, but right when he's about to pack his bags and live his toddler hobo dreams, Lisa finally speaks her first word.
I liked it when it was me, Mom, and Homer. You wrecked everything. I'm leaving. Bart!
And just like that, Bart's tiny, cynical heart melts faster than Homer's resolve around donuts. Fast forward back to the present, and surprise, surprise, Bart and Lisa are back at each other's throats again. Homer takes Maggie upstairs and drops what is probably my favorite Homer quote.
You know, Maggie, the sooner kids talk, the sooner they talk back.
Then, with Homer out of the room, Maggie finally drops her first word.
Daddy.
Alright, you already know what's coming, or better yet, who. Because in Season 6's And Maggie Makes 3, we get the exact moment Maggie enters the fray.
Marge is pregnant? No!
And we're back into panic mode. Once again, we kick things off with the Simpsons all gathered in the living room for a family bonding night.
Okay, TV off. It's family time.
Oh, but Marge!
You know, that magical time when parents turn off the TV so everyone can pretend to like each other. But since sitting in silence is basically torture these days, the Simpsons do what every family does instead, awkwardly flip through old photo albums.
Yeah, too. Let's get to the baby pictures.
That's when Bart and Lisa notice something suspicious. No baby pictures of Maggie. Naturally, this means either a cover-up or a government conspiracy, but instead of calling Mulder and Scully, Homer just launches into a flashback.
Well, I'm glad you asked. It's actually a very interesting story.
And so, we're sent back 2 years in time, to the one place where dreams go to die, the Springfield power plant. Only for once, Homer's dreams are actually coming true.
With a single glorious check, I'm finally completely out of debt.
So after grinding away at the power plant long enough to pay off all his debts, Homer quits his job in spectacular fashion. He literally burns a bridge on his way out, but not before putting Mr. Burns through hell, at least Homer's version of it.
And that's for employing me for 8 years.
That must have felt so good. With corporate slavery in his rearview mirror, Homer pivots straight into his dream job, working at a bowling alley.
The final phase of my plan.
And for a while, life is perfect. Homer's actually enjoying work, he has time for Marge, and let's just say they were quite busy during those time periods. And since Homer is as potent as a medieval warlord, you already know what happens next.
Congratulations, Mrs. Simpson. You're pregnant.
Homer Simpson, Springfield's answer to Genghis Khan. With more kids comes more debt, meaning Homer's retirement plan is about to crash and burn. So rather than break the news immediately, Marge tries to delay the inevitable. Unfortunately, she's related to Patty and Selma, whose entire life mission is to personally ruin Homer's existence. And since chaos is their chosen art form, they quickly go to work crafting their magnum opus.
Now promise you won't tell Homer. We promise we won't tell Homer.
Translation: there's a phone book and landline waiting for us upstairs. So they ring up pretty much the entire town.
Is this A. Aronson? Just thought you'd like to know, Mr. Zakowski.
And by the time Homer gets home, he walks into a baby shower, aka the end of his dreams. With a return to the power plant now looming over him, Homer quickly slumps into depression. But since his wife is Marge, a ray of hope is on the horizon. She advises him to ask for a raise at his bowling job rather than quit it altogether.
I've never been good enough at any job to deserve one before, but I'm damn good at this one.
Which would be a great idea, except for the fact that the bowling alley is broke. So Homer decides to take matters into his own hands. And let's just say his marketing idea is a little over the top.
Bowling! Bowling there! Who's ready? Bowling!
Trust me, that's not even the best part.
Make Dad tell the story right.
That's what really happened.
Oh.
Peak Homer. Having shot down his bowling dreams, Homer has no choice but to return to his old job. He crawls back to the power plant, and waiting for him there is a very gleeful Mr. Burns. And if you know anything about the man, you know there's only one thing that can crack a smile on his crinkled old face.
You're here forever. Don't forget, you're here forever.
If soul crushing was a sport, Mr. Burns would have a stadium named after him. Fast forward to Maggie's birth and Homer's still sulking. But the second Maggie is born and grabs his thumb, the big oaf melts instantly. I mean, who wouldn't? Look at that adorable little yellow potato.
Hello? Oh, it's a boy. And what a boy!
That's the umbilical cord. It's a girl.
I mean, it's the thought that counts. As for Maggie's absent baby pictures, turns out Homer took every single picture to the power plant, arranging them carefully around Burns' soul-crushing plaque. A fitting end to a heartwarming story. However, there have been times when Homer got to live his dream, and in Season 5's Deep Space Homer, our plus-sized doofus bags what is easily his biggest work achievement.
I'm going into space right now!
Yeah, good luck to his crewmates. It all kicks off at the Springfield nuclear plant, where it's time for the highly coveted Worker of the Week award. And by highly coveted, I mean Homer's literally the only guy who cares, mainly because he's the only one who hasn't won one.
So, a round of applause for this inanimate carbon rod.
Considering the rod doesn't use a water bucket to resolve an error code, I can see why it edged Homer. Devastated by this snub, Homer does what any reasonable man would do: drown his sorrows in bad cable television.
TV respects me. It laughs with me, not at me.
You stupid.
But then he lands on NASA's latest space launch, and somehow this, of all things, ticks him off. So he calls up NASA directly to complain about how boring the launch usually is.
Hello, is this NASA? Yes. I'm sick of your boring space launches.
And because even NASA is desperate for ratings, they take Homer's suggestions seriously. So they roll up to most taverns, spot Homer, and somehow decide he's the perfect average Joe to send into space. Which honestly says more about NASA's hiring standards than it does about Homer.
Check with the FBI. I have a file. I have a file!
Better take both of them.
But before he can punch his ticket to orbit, Homer has to compete against Barney Gumble. Yes, that Barney Gumble. Only he's not exactly the same guy we all know.
Hi, Homer. Since they made me stop drinking, I've regained my balance and diction.
It's official. Homer Simpson is now the dumbest man in Springfield. Turns out Barney was Springfield's answer to Hancock all along. An inverted Hancock, that is. He crushes every test, dominates every exercise, and looks like Neil Armstrong reborn. Right until he celebrates with champagne, reverting immediately back to his usual drunken self.
It begins! Give me that!
Craziest part about that, it was non-alcoholic. With Barney out of the picture, NASA is left with Plan B, Homer Simpson. You know, the guy who once ate an entire bucket of expired shrimp and kept going. God bless America. Launch day arrives and Homer, along with astronauts Buzz Aldrin and Ray Spanion, straps in for a blast-off. Everything's going smoothly, NASA's ratings are through the roof, and for once, Homer ain't screwing things up. For about 5 minutes. That's when he decides it's snack time.
Hey guys, look what I smuggled aboard.
Huh? They'll clog the instruments!
I mean, it's Homer Simpson. The only people safe around the man are the writers. I'm not even still too sure about that. From here, we get what I like to call the Homering. First, Homer tries to clean his mess by eating through the chips. Only problem is, floating in zero gravity is not his forte. He ends up crashing headfirst into an ant colony, which he also smuggled on board, by the way, releasing the little critters all over the shuttle. And just when you think things couldn't get any worse than ants shorting out their navigation system, Homer ends up breaking the hatch lock.
That hatch open will burn up on re-entry. If I go, I'm taking you to hell with me.
Which is exactly what Frank Grimes thought. And look how that turned out. Luckily, Race got the memo. He eases up on Homer, and since accidental solutions is Homer's superpower, he manages to fix the hatch in the most Homer way possible.
Stupid Bart!
Yeah, this is going exactly where you think it is. They make it back to Earth in one piece, just in time for Homer to watch yet another carbon rod steal his thunder. The rod is hailed as a national hero. Homer sulks in front of the TV, and Bart finally writes something nice about his dad. So I guess a win's a win. So we've been able to cover Homer's past and present, and in season 6's Lisa's wedding, we get our first sneak peek into what his future looks like.
I'll plan everything. We can have the reception at Moe's. Why not have the whole wedding there?
Yeah, this should be fun. The episode kicks off at the Springfield Renaissance Fair, where a certain MC is working overtime trying to cause a medieval famine.
Oh, I've eaten 8 different meats. I'm a true Renaissance man.
Ashamed by her dad's meat-fueled frenzy, Lisa wanders off and meets a fortune teller who promises to reveal her true love. Skeptical at first, Lisa decides to humor the lady.
I've been waiting for you, Lisa.
How did you know my name?
So we flash forward to the distant future of 2010. Lisa's in college, being her usual intellectual self, when she meets Hugh Parkfield, a British guy with enough charm to cover up the fact that he's basically a living sweater vest. One thing leads to another, things go really fast, and before you know it, Lisa's engaged.
Go to plan B.
Hey, it's cheap and effective, can't knock it. Back at Springfield, things have definitely changed. Bart's now a 25-year-old demolition worker. Dream big, buddy.
They're finally paying me for this.
Marge is still a housewife, and Homer's still working at the power plant, only now Milhouse is his boss, because apparently the apocalypse happened off screen. Once Hugh and Lisa arrive home, it is awkward from the start.
Enjoy.
Still warm.
That's the spirit, lad. Trust me, it'll take you places. Determined to bond with the soon-to-be son-in-law, Homer drags Hugh to Moe's Tavern, because nothing screams welcome to the family like a dive bar that smells like old beer and Barney gumbo.
Oh, an English boy, eh? You know, we saved your ass in World War II.
Yeah, well, we saved your ass in World War III.
That's true.
After a bit of who saved who war debates, Homer pulls Hugh over for a heart-to-heart. Turns out the old man has only one wish at this point, for Hugh to carry on a Simpson family tradition by marrying Lisa while wearing a family heirloom. Hugh, of course, is more than happy to, till he sees the heirloom in question.
Well, I'd be honored to wear those things. Oh.
I'm honestly surprised there aren't bite marks. Anyway, fast forward to the wedding day, Homer pulls Lisa aside for a final pep talk, and that's when she notices Homer wearing the pig cufflinks. Turns out, Sweater Boy took one look at them and said, absolutely not. Annoyed, Lisa confronts Hugh about it, at which point Hugh finally comes clean to Lisa and confesses that he simply can't deal with her embarrassing family, especially Homer.
Surely you don't want me to wear those.
But you promised my dad you would.
I was just humoring him, darling.
I know they look a little silly, but his feelings will be hurt if you don't wear them.
I must say you were right. This has been quite trying. You know, I've attempted to enjoy your family, and frankly, I'll be quite relieved when we get back to England and we won't have to deal with them.
He suggests cutting ties completely after the wedding, except maybe Marge, because no British snob can resist a fancy French surname. This, of course, offends Lisa, who dumps Hugh right then and there. The wedding's off. Reverend Lovejoy blames the cancellation on the lack of a church setting, and if you think the guests are heading home empty-handed, you definitely don't know Springfield.
Who wants cake?
In their defense, someone's gotta eat it. Back in the present, Lisa's baffled by her future heartbreak, but also a little relieved to hear she doesn't end up married to Mr. Sweater Vest.
Lisa, where were you? You missed the most incredible thing. I ate 7 pounds of fudge.
Wow!
She leaves the fortune teller's tent, finding Homer, who excitedly recounts the day at the Renaissance Fair, which involves, as you'd expect, more meat. Never change, Homer, never change. Now, when it comes to The Simpsons in the future, there are about a dozen different timelines to choose from, with my favorite being from Season 23's Holidays of Future Past. Guess his strangling days are long behind him. Now, there's a lot, and I do mean a lot, going on in this episode, so here's the quick rundown for you. Future Bart is pretty much a divorced deadbeat dad living in Springfield Elementary, and as if that isn't sad enough, his landlord is none other than Principal Skinner.
You're 2 weeks late on the rent, Bart. Not to mention that geography report from 30 years ago.
I'm starting to think that report was more important than Bart realized. Anyway, since it's Christmas, Bart's kids Jif and Skippy get dropped off for the holidays, and since a rundown school motel doesn't exactly scream festive spirit, Bart takes them to his parents' house instead.
Mom, don't make us go to Dad's. It smells like dog, but there's no dog.
Over at Lisa's place, things aren't much better. She's married to Milhouse, and if you think that's bad, their teenage daughter Zia is every bit the angsty, condescending teen you'd expect.
Hi, Zia. How did you do on your math test?
Gee, I'm fine, Mom. Thanks for asking. I'm going online.
And then there's Maggie, who's now a rock star.
Everything looks great, Maggie, but until this baby comes, I don't want you to make a sound.
And also pregnant. Again, this episode's like an LSD trip. Just take it as it comes. In the Simpson household, Bart tries bonding with his kids, but all he accomplishes is showcasing how much of a deadbeat dad he is.
Hey guys, wanna watch Krusty? Who's Crusty? Only the funniest man in the world.
I've never let go of my fax machine. I like the sound of a fax coming through, especially if it's a nice deli menu. I miss eating.
And honestly, if Homer J. Simpson is out parenting you, you might want to look within, or to a higher power.
Where's Dad?
He took the boys out.
How can he be such a cool grandfather when he's such a lousy father?
Yeah, buddy, they call that growth. Maybe look it up sometime. Meanwhile, across town, Maggie arrives in Springfield, only to immediately go into labor.
We're almost at Evergreen Terrace, miss. Hey, didn't I go to jail with your brother? Contractions?
Kearney, who is apparently a cab driver now, rushes her to the hospital while Marge scrambles to get there. While that's going down, Lisa's still trying to figure out the best way to contact Zia, so she does the one thing all out-of-touch parents do in such a situation.
I open this door, and I go from being one kind of mother to another.
I mean, tracking your daughter down in the digital world to spy on her privacy is quite the choice, but hey, I'm no expert. So Lisa enters her daughter's digital room. And to her relief, things are pretty normal in there. Well, as normal as it gets for a cyberpunk emo kid. Lisa sees her poster in Zia's room, finally banishing all doubt that her daughter actually likes her.
My daughter looks up to me.
Well, of course I do.
Could somebody FedEx me a prayer mat? And quick!
Expert advice, don't try to understand Milhouse, it's a lost cause. Over in Deadbeat Dadland, Bart finally realizes he should probably try bonding with his kids before they completely forget his name. He tracks Homer down to Springfield Cemetery, which in the future doubles as a cryogenic facility, and guess who's chilling there?
Dad, these are your great-grandsons. I don't see what's great about them. You're still a big disappointment.
Never change, Abe, never change. So why did Homer bring Bart's kids here? Simple, to teach them that dads suck. But eventually, you'll learn to love them, either through guilt or dementia. Heartwarming, isn't it? Anyway, Bart makes amends, Homer reconciles with Grandpa Abe, and we get this surprisingly tender moment.
Oh, I love you, Dad.
There's cutting onions, man. Elsewhere, Maggie gives birth to a baby girl, right next to Mr. Burns' Institute for Soul Extraction. Again, this episode is clearly written under the influence of something. Finally, we wrap up the episode with Christmas Eve at the Simpsons house. Bart and Lisa have reconnected with their kids, Maggie's officially a mom, Homer's somehow still sober, and Marge is still forcing everyone into Christmas photos. Only this time, the pets are running the cameras.
Now that we know all about the man, let's talk about the many times Homer should have divorced Marge.
After striking out yet again on my quest for a soulmate, I turn to the only thing that never lets me down, The Simpsons, where my good old pal Homer is living my dream.
You are so beautiful to me.
Sweet, right? But then I watched on and on and on, and let me just say that Homer J. Simpson is a far better man than I'll ever be, because somehow, Marge Simpson still bears his last name. The first episode that got me on the Homer-Marge divorce train was season 14, episode 20, Break My Wife Please, where Marge nearly sends Homer to that big Springfield in the sky.
Gee, everything always works out for you.
Yeah, she wasn't exactly channeling the whole till death do us part energy there. Marge's near descent into martricide all began as a volunteer for Springfield Elementary's aquarium school field trip. Bart, being Bart, decides it's prank o'clock and flashes his cheeks underwater.
Look at the size of those flawless pearls.
Unfortunately for him, the fish didn't take too kindly to his, cheeky performance, so they pretty much jumped him. Because, you know, it's The Simpsons and things like that just tend to happen. Of course, this lands Bart in the hospital because, surprise, surprise, turtles pack quite the punch. And since it's America, health insurance is about as reliable as Homer's diet. After rummaging through her purse like it's a treasure hunt, Marge realizes Homer has their insurance card, leaving Bart in quite the sticky situation.
Now, you stay shackled to that radiator until you come up with some insurance.
With Bart's well-being hanging on by a thread, or a cuff in this case, Marge goes to work trying to reach Homer, which turns out to be quite difficult as he doesn't have a phone. After contacting the bar, his workplace, and a few other places to no avail, Homer finally shows up hours later, much to Marge's annoyance.
Bart, are you okay?
Homie, where have you been? I've been calling all over for you.
Predictably, Marge forgives him, because apparently letting it slide is her love language. Homer, being Homer, celebrates his absolution by getting a shiny new cell phone, and immediately turns Springfield's roads into his personal bumper car ring.
Hey! Barney, do you ever notice how hard it is to drive with your knees?
And I think we can all see where this is going. It doesn't take long for Homer to find himself on a one-way ticket to Davy Jones's locker. He crashes into a lake, gets fished out like soggy laundry, and lands in court just in time for the judge to revoke his license.
Mr. Simpson, give me your license.
True to her character, Marge picks up all the slack, turning into the family's unpaid Uber driver. But as the chores pile up alongside Homer's endless list of extra activities, like, picking his friends up from the strip club, the stress starts to crack her usual calm.
Calm down, Stresserella.
I'm stressed because now that you've lost your license, I'm a full-time family chauffeur.
Meanwhile, Homer is living his best life. After discovering how useful those two fat stumps under his massive belly can actually be, who knew? His life goes from being one donut away from cardiac arrest into a one-man Broadway production all about his new love of walking.
Oh, I love to perambulate it, standing still I really hate.
A musical that comes to a crashing halt when a certain person mistakes the accelerator for the brakes.
So let me please reiterate, I love you.
At first, Homer thinks, mistakes happen. But after a series of, let's call them close attempts, even Homer starts connecting the dots.
Let me help you up.
Marge, you're trying to hurt me.
I mean, I get it. Homer can be annoying, but when you remember that he did all the driving chores for years without trying to kill her, it's kind of hard not to call Marge out here. By the time Homer finally confronts her about her killing tendencies, the mask she's been wearing pretty much slips off.
It's like you hate me.
That's ridiculous. I don't like you. Hate you, I hate you.
Jeez. After a near date with divorce, Homer and Marge end up in marriage counseling. Turns out all Marge wanted was to feel appreciated, so Homer throws her a thank you dinner, which ends up smoothing things over. And while I do see Marge's point of view, the steps she took in making them known seem on the extreme side. And honestly, I probably wouldn't have stuck around to see if dinner resolved her murdering tendencies if I were Homer. So on the topic of Homer bailing, if there was ever an episode that should have made Homer consider a one-way ticket out of his marriage, it's episode 9 of season 14, The Strong Arms of the Maw.
Let's do it.
Case in point. So the episode kicks off harmlessly enough with some good old celebrity bankruptcy. Naturally, this sends Homer into peak cheapskate mode as he picks through the tattered remains of Rainier Wolfcastle's life. After ransacking his bedroom like a kid in a candy store, Homer gets lucky when Rainier presents him with his most valuable possession.
My first weight set.
Homer, buddy, we both know you're not going to use that. After stuffing his car with the weight sets and a bunch of other random junk, there's no room left for Homer's large frame to fit in, and so Marge drives the kids home, leaving Homer to hoof it back. On the way home, though, Bart catches a whiff of something foul, and for once it's not Homer.
Jeez Louise! How did you turn into that?
With Maggie in need of some new tidy-whities, Marge pulls into the Quickie Mart to handle business. After a brief back and forth with Apu, who ends up gagging on Maggie's toxic fumes, he finally lets Marge use the restroom. Marge is then let out back to where the restroom is located, and since it's already nighttime, the place is as deserted as my social calendar. By the time she comes out of the restroom, waiting for her with a gun pointed is a shady character in a goofy cap who snatches her purse and rips off her pearl necklace before running away. Marge then returns to her car, and she's pretty shaken up.
Mom? You okay?
The next day, they file a police report, and Chief Wiggum promises to get right on it immediately, which pretty much translates to, I'll get right on it when I finish my donuts. And so with her assaulter still on the loose, Marge develops a paranoia that quickly spirals into her becoming a nervous wreck. She then gets diagnosed with agoraphobia, which for those who don't know, means she's afraid to leave her house, thus turning her into, you guessed it, a basement dweller. One of my kind.
Bye, Mom.
I'm sending the cat up with your lunches.
Now officially a downstairs bro, Marge decides to kill the time lifting weights with the set Homer bought. Fast forward 2 weeks later, and she's not only jacked, but her newfound adrenaline causes her to run outside without even knowing it.
I'm stronger than I've ever been. I don't have to go back inside.
With the training wheels taken right off, Marge decides to take her legs for a quick spin around the block. And guess who she runs into? Yep, her mugger, who let's just say isn't as lucky as he was a few nights ago.
Just been marginalized.
I'm gonna save that one for a rainy day. After skillfully dispatching her mugger, Marge fully embraces the gym bro life. On one of her morning jogs, she runs into her old neighbor, Ruth Powers, who's back and buff from prison. Ruth then convinces Marge to try steroids because why be regular strong when you can be abnormally strong? Like so strong you can lift a school bus. Peer pressure kicks in, and just like that, good old Marge is now juiced up to the max.
I feel good, with no repercussions.
Now on steroids and some other questionable supplements, Marge quickly becomes Springfield's very own She-Hulk with a short temper to match. And guess who gets caught in the crossfire? Oh, Homer-J. Simpson, who has...
I wasn't asking.
This is pretty deplorable on Marge's part. Consent is always important. Anywho, after ignoring Homer's very well-articulated no, Marge enters into the Iron Maiden fitness pageant. She finishes second, flies into a roid rage at Moe's bar, and pretty much cleans the house with everybody else.
Everyone's piling Homer's wife!
The episode then rounds up with Homer giving a sappy speech about missing the sweet old Marge, and Marge finally snaps out of it, apologizes, thus allowing them to return to their old lives. There's some drama between them, of course. Now, it's not all violence on Marge's part, as she tends to spice things up when it comes to being a bad wife.
Whoa, Marge, you gotta watch out. Bart could have been eaten by that pony.
Like in the episode Springfield with a $sign, where Marge decided to hit pause on this whole motherhood thing to live her best life as a full-time casino junkie. The episode begins with Springfield in shambles, financially at least, and when Mayor Quimby opens the door to suggestions, guess who steps up with a brilliant idea? Principal Skinner. Yep, the guy who can barely keep order in his own school suddenly knows how to fix the economy, which turns out to be legalized gambling. And somehow, everyone's on board, including Marge.
Actually, I think it might really help our economy.
With that green light, Mr. Burns swoops in like a vulture, turning this into his moment. For Burns, it's all about the appeal and catchy name, and so we get a Mr. Burns' Casino. You know, Mr. Burns is the sexiest man I know. Now things get weird.
Hop in!
But, sir...
Hop in.
Yeah, we're just gonna skip over that storyline altogether. We've got other familial trauma fish to fry. Thanks to this new casino, Homer scores a job as a blackjack dealer, which turns out to be one of his many childhood dreams. He's not exactly crushing it. I mean, imagine Homer dealing cards.
Let's see. 18, 27, 35. Looks like you all win again.
Yep, he's crushing it. With Homer's new job leaving him MIA back at home, it falls on Marge's shoulders, of course, to look after the kids. However, in a surprising turn of events, Marge, who normally would be locked in on her mother duties, finds herself sucked into the colorful neon lights of the casino. And at first it seems innocent. She's just hanging out waiting for Homer. But then she spots a quarter on the ground and is like, yeah, I mean, you know what they say. Find a penny, pick it up, and watch your life spiral into a gambling addiction.
I wonder if they have a lost and found. Oh, what the hey?
One quarter in, one jackpot later, and it's game over. Suddenly, she's there for life now. She's clocking in for a job, except her job is pulling that lever over and over again.
Excuse me, ma'am. Don't you think you've gambled enough?
No.
Meanwhile, back at Casa Simpson, Homer and the kids are barely surviving. There's no food, the house looks like it's been hit by a tornado, and the kids are hallucinating the boogeyman. When Marge finally graces them with her presence, Homer sums it up perfectly.
What happened here?
Oh, nothing, Marge. I mean, the boogeyman. Of course, none of this would have happened if you had been here to keep me from acting stupid.
Seeing her family on the verge of collapse, Marge begins to see the error of her ways. She promises to focus on her family, specifically Lisa's big school pageant. However, it doesn't take long for Marge to fall right back into her old habits. Lisa's pageant dreams are then crushed as Marge is too busy with her new hobby, leaving Homer to whip up a masterpiece Florida costume. And by masterpiece, I mean he slaps together a monstrosity that looks like Florida and California had a very messy breakup.
Hello, Florida.
Cue Lisa's disappointed tears, which actually caused a few drops to stream down from Homer's cheek. This leads us to Homer's breaking point as he storms into the casino in full caveman mode, yanking Marge away from her precious slot machine.
Homer, what is it? Slow down.
Over-the-top caveman antics. Maybe it's one of those rare moments where Homer's chaos actually lands. Marge, to her credit, finally admits that she does have a problem, but Homer being Homer immediately shuts down the idea of therapy because it's too expensive. I mean, fair enough. Marge may have just blown their savings on a slot machine. By the end, Lisa wins an award for kids whose parents clearly didn't help with their costumes. Ouch. But hey, at least Marge promises to try to kick her gambling habit,
Baby steps, right? I'd still be a little pissed if I was Homer, but I digress.
Now, if there was ever a moment to file under reasons to call the divorce lawyer, what happened in Life on the Fast Lane might just top the list for Homer.
Enjoy it, my darling.
Make of that what you will. It's Marge's birthday and the kids do what kids do best, adorable chaos. They whip up breakfast in bed, sing a cute little song, and Marge is glowing. But this is The Simpsons, so of course Homer swoops in to ruin the whole thing.
What did I get? I love birthdays.
You don't even know your own wife's birthday?
Talk about crayons for brains. We've all seen that x-ray. Homer, realizing he's dropped the ball yet again, sprints to the mall and grabs the worst last-minute gift ever, a bowling ball with his own name engraved on it. And as if that wasn't bad enough, let's just say his delivery wasn't exactly what you'd call romantic. Yep, now he's literally dropping the ball just for good measure. Marge, as you'd expect, is furious, and rightly so. But instead of smacking him upside the head with said bowling ball, which would have been iconic, Marge decides to spite Homer by actually using it. She heads to the bowling alley the very next day, which she pretty much struggles to get the hang of things, but this is where our good friend Jacques saunters on in.
You've never bowled before?
Never.
No.
No.
Then I will teach you.
Now, here's the thing. Jacques isn't just a guy, all right? He's the guy. French accent? Check. Smooth lines? Double check. Unlike Homer, this man knows how to appreciate Marge like she's a rare bottle of Bordeaux, not some flat can of Duff beer. After showering Marge with compliments and fancy gifts, he ends up inviting her to brunch.
Your laughter is like music to me.
Oh, brother. For the first time in, well, forever, Marge finally experiences what it feels like to be seen as more than just Homer's wife. Meanwhile, Homer's at home, sulking like a kid who just got grounded. And I mean, we've seen him in pretty pathetic states before, but this might just be his magnum opus.
Hey, Dad, what do you say we toss the old apple around, huh? Sound like fun?
Son, I don't know if I can lift my head, let alone a ball.
The next day at brunch, Jacques finally throws down the gauntlet by suggesting a meetup at his apartment. And Marge, oh sweet, moral, angelic Marge, actually seriously considers it. She even daydreams about the whole thing, right down to Jacques' croissants. Pretty much the last lap in Cheating 101. However, just when it seems like Marge might cross that line, she U-turns it back on to Homer. Why? Maybe it's commitment. Maybe it's the thought of the kids. Or maybe she just couldn't handle Jacques' croissant after all.
I'm going to the back seat of my car, and I won't be back for 10 minutes.
Congratulations, Homer. You've successfully won back your wife with the emotional depth of a gas station burrito. Now, on the surface, it seems as though Homer deserved this one, and in a way, maybe he did? But if a bad birthday gift is enough to make Marge seriously consider throwing away years of marriage, then I'm not even sure it was about the gift at all. And when you go back to her first meeting with Jacques, right over here, I mean, it's pretty clear that she was into him from the get-go. I mean, if it were anyone other than Jacques, let's say like Moe or Barney, you think the credits wouldn't roll at the 8th minute? And then, after all of that, Marge just strolls on back home, doesn't say a word about her little French rendezvous, and Homer takes her back like nothing even happened. And he does. Of course he does. But if you thought Marge was crazy for considering cheating in the last one, the episode It's a Mad Marge may just prove you right.
I'm not insane.
Not exactly breaking any records for conviction there, Marge. The episode kicks off at Springfield Elementary, where all the kids are gifted shiny new video recorders. The price tag? Nothing major, just your beloved geography class taking an eternal nap.
In order to buy them, the school board had to eliminate geography. This globe will never spin again.
Yep, just good old American education. The cameras are for a home movie project, and let's be honest, Bart's already got first prize locked on down. Right off the bat on the bus ride home, Bart is already making plans for his latest masterpiece, which involves a few scenes with Otto, the bus driver.
Whoa, no time for brain teasers. Today's the day I asked my girlfriend to take a ride on the matrimony pony.
Look, I'm not pointing any fingers, I'm not calling anyone out, but if Otto can bag a girl, then you really don't got an excuse. The school bus pulls up at Otto's girlfriend's place. Her name's Becky, by the way, and Otto pulls a trick out of the old hat, quite literally, by asking Becky to marry him. And she obviously says yes, because who better to spend the rest of your life with than a metalhead school bus driver with a military father? Like clockwork, the wedding invite spreads all across Springfield, right down to the home of the Simpsons, who just so happen to be the hosts of the wedding.
We're cordially invited this Saturday to join Otto and Becky at 742 Evergreen Terrace? That's our address.
Turns out the Bart donated his family yard for Otto's big day. Talk about having the ultimate wingman. Marge eventually gives in after Bart points out that Apu's wedding decorations are still casually hanging around. You know, no big deal. Fast forward to the big day and everything's set for the wedding. The decorations are set, the cake's mounted, albeit with Homer buzzing around it like a frackin' fly. Marge goes to fetch the stunning bride, and just when we think we might have a normal episode, Becky drops a bombshell.
Don't tell Otto, but I'm not into heavy metal and he loves it.
Marge, who's years dealing with Homer, makes her a licensed marriage counselor, advises Becky to just open up to Otto about his passion. So when it's time to tie the knot and our good friend Otto decides to have a rock band form as Becky walks the aisle, Marge steps in for Becky and proposes an ultimatum.
Otto's just going to have to decide what's more important, his heavy metal or you.
Sadly, I have the unfortunate displeasure of announcing that our brain-dead, no-good, metal-loving bus driver didn't just fumble the ball. He punted it over the stands and sped off into the metal sunset, leaving Becky to pick up the pieces of a broken heart. Bart, our episode's white knight in a skateboard helmet, offers Becky a place to crash at the Simpson crib until she gets back on her feet. Everyone's on board, except for Marge, who ends up going along after feeling guilty about how the marriage broke down, thanks to her little ultimatum.
The stranger stays with us. Yay!
Becky's new life at The Simpsons starts off pretty well. Marge is soon grinning ear to ear now that she has a real helper around the house, at least until she realizes Becky's practically the new family favorite.
She's painting my music. Isn't it wonderful to have a hip female influence in the house?
Well, I guess I'll go roll socks.
Yeah, it's basically night and day. Marge's jealousy continues to mount, and it's clear that she needs a breather, you know, before she overthinks things. However, she does the exact opposite and visits her sisters who, they ain't sporting any halos, that's for sure.
Never let an attractive woman into your house. All they ever do is usurp your family and then kill you.
Ay caramba! The rest of the episode sees Marge don her tinfoil hat and screaming usurper at Becky's every move. Like, no kidding. I nearly thought I was watching Game of Thrones or something.
Usurper! Usurper! Usurper!
Jeez, calm down, Ned Stark. Ultimately, it lands her an asylum sentence, which, surprise, surprise, she bails out on. Not exactly a good way to prove your innocence, Marge. After evading the cops all through Springfield, Marge eventually comes full circle and to her senses by returning home and apologizing to Becky, who had to fill in for Marge in her absence.
Becky, I'm so sorry I accused you of trying to kill me and steal my family.
You think? So far, most of what we've seen from Marge is a bit out of her usual character, yet there have been moments like in Season 2, Episode 10, Bart gets hit by a car, where Marge's down-to-earth nature is exactly what Homer needs to run from. And it's only fitting I use the word run here, because that's exactly how the episode starts, with Bart getting run over by Springfield's resident corporate villain, Mr. Burns. Of course it was Mr. Burns. After a surreal jaunt through heaven and hell, mostly hell, Bart comes to in Dr. Hibbert's hospital sporting a few bruises and a massive bump on his head. Nothing a few bandages can't fix, which would normally be Homer's thinking, if it weren't for a very peculiar figure who just so happens to be following the chain of events.
Hey, yeah, who are you? I saw you chasing Bart's ambulance.
Lionel Hutt's attorney at law. Here's my card.
It doesn't take a genius unless you're Homer to see what Hutz's angle truly is here. He wants to milk the situation for all it's worth. And at first, Homer isn't too keen on employing the man's services, no thanks to Marge, but soon changes his mind after a sour meeting with Mr. Burns.
Throw him out, Smithers! You don't have to do that, Mr. Burns. I can throw myself out.
Talk about insult upon injury. Homer pulls up at Hutz's office where our snake oil man of a lawyer explains his master plan to get the dinero for Mr. Burns. In this case, $1 million split between him and Homer. They're going to have to enroll Bart in some highly advanced acting classes, or just give him the cues when they're in court. A plan which Marge, as you'd expect, isn't too keen on.
Excuse me, but Dr. Hibbert has been our family physician for years, and he thought Bart was fine.
Homer ignores Marge's protests and takes the matter to court. Bart puts on a masterclass in melodrama, and by the time he's done weaving his story of Mr. Burns' crazed rampage that ran him over, the defense has quite the work cut out for them. One which Mr. Burns makes even more difficult when he opens his mouth.
I should be able to run over as many kids as I want.
Someone just cuffed the man already! Desperate and cornered, Burns invites Homer and Marge over to negotiate. He throws a casual $500,000 on the table, basically the same amount Homer would have pocketed from the lawsuit, and Homer, of course, isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. So he takes his sweet time mulling it over with Marge while Burns and Smithers eavesdrop via a painting.
Well, Marge, what do you think?
I don't know. Maybe we should take his money and put all this ugliness behind us.
The advice falls on deaf ears, as Homer, still licking the wounds from earlier, is hell-bent on getting revenge. Marge then points out how the whole situation has changed Homer, blabbing to the hearing of Mr. Burns that they're exaggerating Bart's condition. He then comes back to the room and rips up the offer before unleashing his hounds. Fast forward to the next court date, and the defense summons none other than, you guessed it, Marge Simpson.
Your Honor, I would like to call Mrs. Homer J. Simpson.
And I think it's pretty obvious how you think this is going to play out. Marge gets all righteous, and by the end of her testimony, Homer's left with, well, how do I put this nicely? A giant steaming pile of nothing.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Simpson.
Yep, that's the sound of dreams crashing and burning, all right, I would know. After the courtroom drama, the Simpsons return home for what I can only assume is a lovely family dinner, for Marge anyway, as Homer and Bart are still livid. Marge attempts to strike up a conversation, yet it's pretty clear that Homer has mentally checked out of their marriage.
$1 million. My wife cost me $1 million.
Homer, would you like some more macaroni and cheese?
Yeah, $1 million worth, you treacherous snake woman.
Soon, Homer, tired of the whole charade, heads over to Moe's to drown his sorrows in beer. Sensing her marriage is sinking faster than the Titanic, Marge follows him in a desperate bid for reconciliation.
Homer, I'd like you to forgive me for doing the right thing.
This might just take the cake as the most divorce-inducing moment of her life, and it's no surprise that Homer's actually contemplating it. But of course, he does not end up going through with it, wrapping up the episode in a neat little bow. Actually, maybe quite a shabby bow, but it's a bow. Still on Marge's sabotaging nature, how about the time Marge's moral compass got Homer tossed in jail?
From now on, the only place you'll be watching movies without having to buy a ticket is jail.
That's right. Season 25, Episode 9, Steal This Episode. All begins with Homer trying his absolute best to avoid spoilers for a new superhero flick. Pretty much everyone in Springfield, from his colleagues at the plant to Reverend Lovejoy, has managed to not only see the movie, but also develop a loose jaw in the process.
Stop talking, I haven't seen it yet.
This came out 3 days ago. It is fair game.
After several failed attempts to avoid spoilers, Homer dashes to the cinema with his family to enjoy what remains of the movie's plot, which isn't much at this point, but when he gets to the cinema, he finds out that movie nights in Springfield aren't exactly as they used to be.
2 adults, 2 kids.
For the 3D show, that'll be $72.
What?
Don't you just love late-stage capitalism, folks? Homer begrudgingly coughs up the money for the tickets and settles in for the movie, only to be bombarded by an endless stream of commercials that causes him to spiral out of control. He snaps his 3D glasses and goes on a long rant about the decline of the movie industry before landing flat on his face outside and getting kicked out of the theater. It kind of sounds like me after I saw Madam Web. Now, we all know how Homer handles frustration, chaotically, of course, and so back home, Bart introduces him to the magical world of illegal downloading.
Chins up, Homer. You don't need a theater to watch the movie. You just have to illegally download it.
A bit of advice that pretty much sets off a chain of events that very much screams The Simpsons. First, Homer's backyard turns into Springfield's hottest underground theater, complete with lawn chairs and snacks, and every movie release from Radioactive Man Re-Rises to a Judd Apatow biopic. What the frick?
Welcome to Cinema Paradiso.
Everyone in town is thrilled. Well, almost everyone. Marge, oblivious at first, believes Homer somehow borrowed these movies legally, but once Marge realizes the truth, does she laugh it off and join the fun like any sane Springfield resident? No. She instead writes a heartfelt apology letter to the Hollywood bigwigs and sent them a $12 check to cover the cost of a movie ticket.
When I watched that pirated movie, I was stealing with my eyes. So I'm repaying the good people in Hollywood for the ticket I should have bought.
Marge's little confession blows up spectacularly as her letter becomes the tip that sees the FBI storm into the Simpsons' home, arresting Homer for movie piracy. A fact which Homer isn't aware of yet. He somehow manages to escape on or out of prison thanks to some good old Simpson luck and a dash of cartoon physics. And you'd think Marge would at least be relieved to have her husband back. Well,
Homer, what are you doing out of prison? You have to go back and give yourself up.
to avoid getting thrown back in jail, Homer takes the family and moves into the Swedish consulate since apparently Sweden doesn't give a rat's ass about piracy laws. Based Sweden. As they wait out the storm with the FBI surrounding the consulate, Marge finally lets it slip that she's the one who snitched on Homer.
It was me! I was the one who told the FBI.
You? How could you?
Heartbroken, Homer turns himself in as he doesn't have anything else to live for now, except, I don't know, maybe his kids, but Fast forward to Homer's trial, which is attended by none other than Judd Apatow and Seth Rogen. Homer delivers a speech so heartfelt it convinces Hollywood to drop the charges and buy the rights to his story. Yes, Homer turns his crime into a movie deal. I'd say classic Homer, but really that's just classic Hollywood. And we circle right on back to Marge, who after everything she's done is once again forgiven by Homer, who just seems hopelessly devoted to the woman hell-bent on sabotaging his life. In these instances, anyway. Who am I to judge? Next, we turn our attention to an episode titled Scenes from the Class Struggle in Springfield, or as I like to call it, Marge's pathetic attempt to join the 1% Club.
We're not poor. Well, we're not.
I mean, if you say so. The story begins with the rare moment of Simpson family unity. Everyone's gathered around the TV having a good old laugh, which to Grandpa Simpson is a cardinal crime, so he decides to change the station. Only he's not exactly tech savvy.
I'll make my adjustments here and...
Next thing he knows, he's dropped off at the retirement home with the Simpsons on route to the local mall to get a new TV. And while Homer's getting sweet-talked out of his last dime at the TV dealership, Marge stumbles across the deal of a lifetime. A $2,800 Chanel suit for just $90. And after a quick mental debate that probably sounds like $90 is a lot of coupons, Marge finally caves in.
All right, I will buy it. It'll be good for the economy.
She sounds like me when I buy literally anything. Naturally, the suit becomes Marge's new personality. She wears it everywhere, and I do mean everywhere, including the Quickie Mart, where she bumps into Evelyn Peters, an old classmate, who looks at Marge like she just crawled out of a ditch.
Marge, you look wonderful. And to think I heard you married Homer Simpson.
I did marry Homer.
Awkward. After Marge helps Evelyn with her fuel pump problem, Evelyn invites Marge to her country club as her own little way of saying thanks. And also because she assumes that Marge is a bit well-to-do thanks to her new fancy suit.
Why don't you drop by the country club tomorrow? Oh, and bring the family.
Naturally, Marge drags the whole Simpson circus along because if she's gonna embarrass herself, she's taking the family down with her. Surprisingly enough, though, that's not what happens, as each person sort of fits in their own unique way. Homer's busy becoming a golf prodigy / target for Mr. Burns' schemes. Lisa's becoming a horse girl, Bart's somewhere grifting some old heiress, and Maggie is somewhere safe, I hope. Meanwhile, Marge is desperately trying to charm Evelyn's friends, who have all the warmth of an igloo and the personality of a tax audit.
Sometimes the most satisfying meal is the one you cook yourself.
But somehow, Marge manages to schmooze her way into another invite. There's just one little problem. She only has, count 'em, one fancy outfit, and Evelyn's clique notices faster than you can say designer knockoff.
We could have stopped them if you had changed to a different suit.
I thought perhaps changing suits had gone out of fashion. Eh, Marge?
Oh, someone get this woman a live mic for a roasting special. The comment brings out the swelling insecurity in Marge, turning her into a deranged Project Runway contestant who's had one too many spiked martinis.
Oh, please, I have to alter the suit so it looks different for tomorrow.
She manages to pull off a new look for her suit, but then there's the issue of an upcoming ball, which once again requires a different outfit. And so what does Marge do? Well, she goes back to the sewing machine again, and it's at this point that it becomes clear just how obsessed she is with fitting in.
Lisa, please!
As karma would have it, Marge ends up ruining the dress she so nearly blew her daughter's eardrums over, and what does she do next? Nothing. She just takes the family's $3,000 in savings and splurges it on a new Chanel dress. $3,000 for a woman whose grocery list probably includes coupon for eggs. By the time the big shindig rolls around, Marge is completely lost it. She's snapping at Lisa, barking orders at Bart, dragging Homer around.
No vulgarity, no mischief, no politics. Just be good.
Thankfully, she has the last-minute epiphany and decides to ditch the club for Krusty burgers, dragging her family back to where they belong. Broke, dysfunctional, and full of greasy fries. And sure, the episode ends on a sweet note, but let's be real, Marge basically gaslit Homer into setting fire to their savings just so that she could get humiliated in high fashion. Sure, maybe she learned her lesson, but Homer, he should have learned to run. However, there was a time when he didn't even have to run because Springfield's kangaroo court did him a solid.
Marge, you're being arrested?
In season 27's finale, Orange is the New Yellow, Marge gets tossed into the slammer. The chaos starts with Homer making an empty promise to be home for dinner, like anyone believes that. But before he can even clock out, Mr. Burns roasts him into fixing a gas leak, accompanied by some unholy musical number that sounds like it escaped a haunted retirement home.
One must never, never, never rush the plumb bob.
Drabby song aside, what in tarnation is that monstrosity of a poster? Meanwhile, at Casa de Simpson, chaos is the daily special. We find Marge juggling 3 kids, a mess, and what seems like a breaking point, honestly. Between trying to dress Lisa as a male seahorse for a school project and feeding Maggie, who, by the way, seems to have developed a talent for turning food into a Jackson Pollock painting, Marge is at her wit's end. Bart being Bart offers to help clean up with chemicals. Next thing you know, Marge's patience evaporates faster than the fumes, and she sends Bart outside to play.
Just go play outside.
Outside? You're lost.
Gee, what could possibly go wrong with Springfield's worst child roaming free? Bart winds up at the park unsupervised, where Springfield's reigning Stitch, Martha Prince, has a conniption and calls the cops. Officer Wiggum and his boys quickly swoop in and question Bart, who reveals he was given the go-ahead by his mother. One thing leads to another, and because Wiggum has the brainpower of a soggy donut, he arrests Marge for child neglect.
If you take me away, then who's gonna watch my kids?
So Marge gets hauled off in cuffs, and Homer rolls up just in time to see his wife being carted away like Springfield's most wanted. The case lands in court, where Marge is then sentenced to 90 days in Springfield's woman's prison. Overreaction? Maybe. The Simpsons? Yes. Marge arrives in prison and quickly makes a new acquaintance. In fact, multiple new acquaintances, and also a few enemies who she ends up putting down, before establishing some sense of purpose amongst the inmates. And by that, I mean gardening.
Oh, my first prison flower. Can it be? Am I starting to like it in here?
Pretty much as Marge not only begins to warm up to her new surroundings, but also dread the thought of returning home to rowdy kids and a mountain of chores. So when Homer gets her the best lawyer in town to help reduce her time, Marge finds a creative way of extending her stay in prison.
Now you have to give me more time.
Now, I've seen some pretty crazy ways to avoid people. Well, when your wife commits a gun crime in prison to avoid you, ha ha! Bye! A memo that quickly dawns on Homer at, you guessed it, Moe's Bar.
Marge would rather stay in prison than come home to me. I have to re-examine my entire life.
While Marge continues to enjoy her weird vacation, Springfield's new wave of overprotective parents have turned into crazed lunatics, forcing the kids to rebel by sneaking into the park, at which point things go Simpsons south in the park, no pun intended, when a tornado hits, because why not add a natural disaster to the mix, and who ends up saving the day? Well, not Marge, as she's too busy starting a prison riot.
Homer, what are you doing here?
Yeah, instead, Homer infiltrates the prison as a guard to rescue his wife with enough time to save his kids, who end up back at home clinging to Marge like a pair of kittens. And that's how the episode ends, with the family crammed into a closet, suffocating in an awkward group hug. Kinda sweet, also kinda difficult to parent your kids behind bars. Honestly, if your wife picks prison over you, that might be your cue to lawyer up. And what's crazy is that's not even the first time Marge would choose the life of an outlaw over her family.
Marge! Marge! Homer?
That's right, we see Homer chase after his rogue wife early on in the show in Marge on the Lam. So here's the setup, right? Marge wins ballet tickets after donating $30 to PBS. First off, $30 in this economy? But anyway, Homer, being the intellectual heavyweight that he is, thinks ballet means a bear driving a tiny car, because why wouldn't he? When he realizes it's actually an art, you know, with tights and grace, he tries to bail faster than Bart dodging Homer. Except Marge wouldn't let him off the hook that easily.
You promised. You can't back out like when you volunteered for that army experiment to avoid dinner at my sister's.
Talk about commitment. However, when Homer gets his arm stuck in a vending machine trying to steal a soda, and then doubles down by sticking his other arm in another machine, you can already feel Marge's blood pressure rising. Honestly, this whole video we've been talking about why Homer should split from Marge, but there's plenty of cases why Marge should split from Homer too. That's another video for another time. He calls her to say he's trapped, and she doesn't even believe him, which honestly, like, fair enough. While Homer's busy inventing new ways to embarrass himself, Marge decides to take Ruth Powers to the ballet instead. Ruth is the perfect rebound friend. She's cool, fun, and unlike Marge, totally done taking men's nonsense. After the ballet, they hit a coffee shop and bond over how men are just the worst, the absolute worst.
Well, you were unlucky.
Hey! Hey, can I throw up in your bathroom?
You're not exactly helping us guys out here, Barney.
So Marge comes home glowing and tells Homer that she's going out again tomorrow, and he's, well, not thrilled, but she goes anyway, because when have the words of Homer Simpson ever stopped anyone, am I right? Bart and Lisa roast him harder than Krusty's last comedy special, at which point Homer decides to stick it to everyone else, including Marge, that he too can have a good night out. The only problem is, none of his guys are down to party tonight, forcing him to ride solo into the night, after hiring Lionel Hutz as a babysitter, of course.
We pay $8 for the night, and you can take 2 popsicles out of the freezer.
And I get to keep this old birdcage.
Done.
Why does it feel like he just sold his children? While Homer's out losing what's left of his dignity, Marge and Ruth are thriving. They ditch the ballet for line dancing and shot kickers, shoot antique cans like outlaws, and even hit up the Springfield sign for some deep talks. But of course, this is The Simpsons, so things spiral out of control. As they return back home, they pass by Officer Wiggum, who just so happens to have a depressed Homer in his back seat. It's a long story. As they drive on, Wiggum notices that Ruth's left tail light is smaller than her right one, and so he decides to pull them over.
I think they want us to stop.
This car's stolen.
Stolen?
Yep, turns out that Ruth's car was stolen from her deadbeat ex-husband. Naturally, Marge is horrified and suggests that they turn themselves in. Ruth, being the ride or die that she is, decides for the pair that they're Bonnie and Clyde now. Wiggum continues his pursuit before Homer recognizes the person riding shotgun, his wife Marge. However, thanks to some quick thinking by Ruth and none by Wiggum, they manage to actually lose him.
Well, I don't think they're gonna be that easy to lose.
It just disappeared. It's a ghost car.
Yeah, nothing to see here, folks. Just Springfield's resident dummy. And Homer, of course. After losing Wiggum, Ruth drops Marge at a nearby convenience store for her to take a taxi back home. But after a brief and flawed thinking process, Marge decides to stick to her fugitive friend and ride off into the frackin' sunset. From there, the episode spirals into a low-budget Fast and Furious montage with Marge and Ruth nearly driving off a cliff before Homer's megaphone tirade alerts them on time.
But please, Marge, don't drive into that chasm!
Crisis averted, story wraps up, Ruth's ex gets his karmic slap, Lionel Hutz gets his popsicles, and Marge gets fined 50 cents for shooting antique cans. Oh, also, $2,000 in mental anguish fees, which, spoiler, Homer's broke butt is paying for. But Marge is far from the only cartoon character who you need to get away from, or block out for a while. Now, you probably thought Bart was the only kid destined for jail time. Well, let me tell you, Maggie, at the age of 1, has already committed enough crimes to find herself behind bars. Let me show you. Why would a baby ever deserve to go to jail? But hear me out for a second. How do you explain this? That can't be a coincidence. Pretty decent name, though, I must admit. And there's a whole lot more where that came from, leaving me to believe that maybe it's for the best that Maggie's kept away from everyone else. Like in season 18's Crookin' Ladder, where Homer and the guys take on the fiery world of firefighting.
King of thieves, we worship you.
So it all begins on a fateful morning where Marge, after reading some sketchy parenting magazines that probably ranks just above the Daily Bugle in reliability, decides it's time to yank Maggie's pacifier for good. And if you know anything about Maggie, it's to not mess with her binky, a memo that Marge somehow missed.
Honey, this is for your own good. Growing up means giving up everything that makes you happy.
Yeah, I think we can all sadly relate to that. As expected, Maggie immediately morphs into a Category F5 tornado, cute bow and all, and by the time she's done wrecking the house, it looks less like a home and more like the aftermath of a frat party during a natural disaster. So Marge, now realizing she's made the kind of mistake that belongs in Parenting Fails Monthly, does the only logical thing by sending Homer to hit every store in Springfield for a replacement binky. The only problem is Maggie has the brand loyalty of an Apple fanboy and the taste buds of a food critic.
I couldn't find Maggie's brand, but I got every other kind I could find. Kitty Cork? Thumbstitute? Accucheat? Spink 182?
And here I thought I was picky. Just as all hope seems lost, Santa's little helper casually strolls in and saves the day because apparently his chew toy is Maggie's new drug of choice. No, she's not chewing it, but let's just say this isn't exactly a sterile solution. But hey, crisis averted, right? Nope, because in The Simpsons, solving one problem just means a much worse one is waiting around the corner, and in this case, that problem comes in the form of Homer's impending mental breakdown courtesy of the relentless squeaking from Maggie's new favorite sleep aid.
Oh, stupid baby. Growing her brain on my dime.
Desperate for sleep, Homer turns to the one thing that's always there for him in the dead of the night, and for once, it isn't the fridge. Instead, he settles for some good old late-night television where coincidence, or maybe fate, leads him straight to a sleeping pill commercial. And the result? Well, it makes a pretty strong case for demonic intervention, that's for sure.
Oh my god, what have I done?
You've horribly injured the whole fire department!
What are you, a travel agent? Because you're sending me on a guilt trip.
Sorry?
And that's one more excuse going into my collection. With the real firefighters at the commission, Homer teams up with Apu, Moe, and Skinner, clearly the dream team of civic responsibility, to fill in. And at first it's all good. They're saving buildings, preventing hot dog stands from spontaneous combustion, and basically doing the city a solid.
People just give you this stuff?
Hey, it's the least they can do after we saved them from being melty-faced weirdos.
That's actually a good point. But then they save Mr. Burns' mansion as well as his life, and the greedy old fossil hands them nothing. And to be fair, the fact that he didn't immediately unleash the hounds is probably as close to a thank you as these guys are going to get from him. But anyway, naturally, Homer and the guys are furious. I mean, what's the point of saving people if they don't shower you with expensive gifts? And since morality isn't exactly the group's strong suit, they decided to make a small ethical adjustment to their modus operandi.
Well, the fire's out, but, I think somebody's valuables are smoke damaged.
And just like that, Homer and the guys go from volunteer heroes to basically the Robin Hoods of Springfield minus the giving to the poor part. This, of course, does not sit well with Principal Skinner, who points out their obvious moral bankruptcy, a move that almost earned him a one-way ticket to Painesville, population 1.
Just what are you getting at?
You better not be thinking of ratting us out. It would be a shame if the next fire you fought was in hell.
So the guys ignore Skinner's morality check and continue their looting ways, and since Springfield is a very small town, it does not take long for Marge and the kids to catch Homer red-handed, or Ash gray-handed.
Kids, get in here and show your father the faces.
Yeah, it's guilt tripping time. And since nobody does guilt trips better than the Simpson children, it does not take long for Homer to fold, as every corner he turns, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie pop out like haunted house mannequins. But of course, no Simpsons episode is complete without a near-death experience, so naturally Homer's firefighting career ends in flames, literally. After barely escaping a blazing inferno, he pulls Apu and Moe to safety, securing his status as Springfield's accidental hero once again.
Let's hear it for Homer!
Don't you just love a misleading ending? Alright, let's play baby's advocate for a second and say the last one was a stretch. Just a baby throwing a tantrum, nothing criminal. But then there's season 25's Labor Pains, where Maggie takes things to a whole new level of baby felony.
For unto you is born this day in this elevator inspected in August 2009, a baby.
And then there's Homer somehow delivering a baby. You know, just your typical MC multitasking. The episode begins pretty much where we left off in the previous one, with more pacifier trouble. Only this time around, Marge knows better than to deprive Maggie of her favorite Twinkie brand, and so she just lets her have it. Meanwhile, Homer's in full-on rush hour mode, meaning he's engaging in his usual breakfast buffoonery, like swapping bananas for bacon and using syrup instead of orange juice, and yes, that's a real thing that happens. With movements that slick, there's no way this is a first-time thing. Which might be excusable if it gets him through another day at the job, you know, grinding for his family. Only it isn't work he's rushing off to, but to Carl's apartment to play poker with the guys. A few hours later, and Homer's done fleecing his buddies, so he's leaving Carl's place with a belly full of beers and pockets full of ill-gotten poker chips. At which point, like some cosmic punishment for her shady ways, the elevator gets stuck, and in walks Gretchen, a pregnant woman whose water conveniently breaks right then and there.
I think I'm in labor. Deep in labor.
Okay, no worries. What the?
Talk about poetic timing. Through some miracle, pretty much an understatement, Homer actually helps deliver a healthy baby boy. And just like that, there's a new deadbeat dad in town. And for once, it isn't Homer Simpson. Turns out baby daddy is MIA. So Gretchen does the most illogical thing and names the baby after the first drunk dude she sees. Well, half drunk.
Wow, so now there's two things named after me. A baby and a law banning air horns after 3 a.m.
That's oddly specific and completely on brand for Homer. With the kid now sporting his name, plus the slight emotional attachment of having delivered Homer Jr. himself, Homer starts acting like a full-fledged side dad. He's visiting Gretchen and Homer Jr. regularly, donating old baby supplies, and even babysitting. And while you might call it a sweet little reprieve from Homer's usual antics, it does not last, as Homer crosses paths with Marge at the grocery store while loading up on baby supplies. Naturally, he tries to spin it as it all being for Maggie, but eventually the truth creeps out. Homer's been living this double life as a second dad, and Marge is very unamused.
You have a baby together?
We did it in an elevator!
Surely he knows what he's doing, right? But Marge isn't the only one unimpressed. Maggie, sweet, innocent, pacifier-addicted Maggie, has been keeping tabs. And the moment she realizes Homer's been out here playing Daddy 2.0, she decides to assert dominance. And what better place for a baby turf war than the Springfield City Zoo? Because obviously, settling a personal vendetta in front of caged animals is the only way to do just that. At first, things seem fine until Homer Jr. snatches a chunk of Maggie's ice cream, and that is you're signing your death warrant. Homer Homer Jr., of course, doesn't learn his lesson, living up to the name in that department, and decides to test the fates again and again, with each bite of Maggie's ice cream earning him a bigger slap than before. One shove out of the stroller and onto the ground later, and Homer Jr. decides to fix his Maggie issue in the best way possible by sending Maggie rolling straight into danger. Wasn't a docile chum after all, so maybe he is not Homer Jr. Anyway, luckily for Maggie, Marge steps in just in time to prevent her from rolling into one of the animal zones. Maggie's saved. Marge puts an emergency brake on Homer's new fatherhood, and as fate would have it, Homer Jr.'s real dad returns from the army and straight into his son's life.
Hey, one day you'll have kids of your own.
I do.
Really? Then this is much creepier than I thought.
Talk about a late burn, sheesh. So Homer returns home dejected, but his frown is soon turned upside down when Maggie approaches him with her doll and hands it over to him like a consolation prize, which it kinda is. He gets a hug. Maggie fights the urge to envision Flanders as the one she's hugging, thus wrapping up the episode in a neat blue bow. Yet if anyone should be given a huge sigh of relief, it's definitely Maggie, whose baby battery nearly sent her to the great beyond, or at least a night or two behind some very tall bars. However, in season 15's Smart and Smarter, I dare say she attempted to keep things on the friendly side, but that doesn't mean there wasn't a bit of friendly fire either. Dangerous buttons around toddlers? Oh yeah, what could possibly go wrong? I can't think of it. Let's rewind a bit and see how we got here in the first place. So it all starts with the mandatory weekend brunch pit stop where Homer is basically mainlining pancake syrup like it's a life-saving IV drip. While this is going on, Homer and Marge spot Apu and his family lining up at Wickerbottom's pre-nursery school, aka Ivy League, but for babies. At first they don't care, but then like clockwork, Dr. Hibbert shows up to stir the pot.
You know, Marge makes a good point. Competitive schools aren't for every baby.
Are you saying my daughter can't cut it just because I owe you $14,000?
I mean, if the shoe fits, bud. So with their egos mortally wounded, Homer and Marge haul Maggie off to an IQ screening at Springfield Elementary. The problem is that Maggie isn't exactly the chatty type. One blank stare later, and Henry the evaluator moves on to literally any child with a pulse. Back home, Homer and Marge, well, mostly Homer, are a bit down about the situation. Lisa, on the other hand, doesn't exactly buy the whole Maggie is Homer's intellectual reincarnate theory, so she takes matters into her own hands and actually evaluates Maggie. And the results? Well?
Oh my God, you're not just smart, you're brilliant. Mom!
And just like that, we get round 2 of Springfield's Got Baby Geniuses. This time, Maggie absolutely shreds the nonverbal test, casually dropping an IQ 167 bomb, which, let's be honest, is insanely impressive. That's a yeah. But while everyone's busy celebrating baby Einstein over here, there's Lisa, who's just learned that her baby sister's IQ outshines hers by a whole 8 points. And the repercussions for that are not what she can handle.
All our children are smart. Some are just smarter than the others.
Welcome to the others.
That is the scream of someone who's just watched gold turn into silver. So Lisa has finally been dethroned as the smartest Simpson kid, which of course causes an existential crisis the likes of which has never been seen before, except for that one time she decided to not go to college, but that's a very long story, so let's just skip that one. It is during the crisis period that Marge gives her what is easily the worst parental advice on the planet, as she tells Lisa to go find another identity. You know, anything other than being the brainiac of the house. And so we see Lisa go through every phase known to man: comedian, goth, cheerleader, rapper, cowgirl, only to crash and burn every time in increasingly embarrassing fashion.
I'm embarrassed for you.
The following ha-ha is not from amusement, but an expression of contempt. Ha-ha!
Pity Party by Ralph and Disclaimer by Nelson. That has got to be a new low. With her attempts at getting a new identity all ending up in smoke, Lisa decides it's time to reclaim her old one back. And what better way to do that than to sabotage your baby sister's learning, am I right?
That's right. This spells dog.
Lisa!
I mean, you gotta give her props for the effort, but goodness me, talk about desperation. Naturally, Homer and Marge ground Lisa for attempting to turn Maggie into Homer 2.0, which, to be fair, is actually child abuse. And with Lisa now spiraling into full-on drama queen mode, she runs away from home, which is basically the equivalent of running away from one's problems, and we know how that always ends. After floating around for a while, Lisa opts to pitch her a tent at the Natural History Museum. She now has a dinosaur fossil park slide and a very comfortable tongue bed, but that still doesn't keep the emptiness away.
I miss the ball so much.
Anyway, while Lisa's bawling her eyes out at the National Museum, Homer and Marge are searching frantically for their daughter, at which point Officer Wickham enters the picture, and surprise, surprise, he and the boys actually managed to do some solid police work and track her to the museum. At once, the rest of the Simpsons dash to the museum with the police, and it's at this point that things go off the rails. So they manage to track Lisa's presence all the way to the tongue of the giant human mannequin. Wickham and the boys trail off to go look at more attractions. Marge leaves Maggie in the control box, and since no baby can resist smashing shiny buttons, Maggie sends them all tumbling down to the belly of the giant.
Maggie, hit the red button!
Hit the red button!
Someone explain to me how this kid's got an IQ of 167 but somehow don't know what red is. Just when it's looking like heaven's about to welcome 3 new residents, probably hell for Bart and Homer, Lisa swoops in and saves the day. She manages to direct Maggie to the right button by pointing to her red dress, and the Simpsons escape in one piece. Of course, it's eventually revealed that Maggie's towering IQ came from Lisa subconsciously feeding her the right answers, but hey, at least Maggie had her moment of fame, even though it did almost end with the family dissolved in acid, but you know what, whatever. Honestly, I really find it hard to believe that she didn't know what the color red is. I'm just gonna leave it at that though. Now, for any lingering doubt about just how dangerous Maggie can be, our next episode here should clear that right up. You know what they say, nothing beats a self-aware villain. So the episode kicks off all normal like Marge is making pork chops, Homer's attempting to build a spice rack, a thing he's never done before and likely never will again, and the kids are glued to Itchy and Scratchy, which is basically Tom and Jerry if it had a body count. One too many episodes later, and we've got Maggie creeping up on Homer with a mallet the size of her entire body, and considering the sheer surface area of Homer's skull, there's really no missing it. So Homer's laid up on the couch with a bandaged cranium, looking like the aftermath of a Looney Tunes episode. Marge, on the other hand, obviously wants answers for why her innocent butterball suddenly decided to play whack-a-dad. She soon gets her proof when Maggie tries to stab Homer with a pencil after watching that oh-so-refined cartoon version courtesy of Itchy and Scratchy. Which of course leads to Marge banning the show for the whole family, as if that'll stop Bart and Lisa from tuning in elsewhere.
I wonder why Bart and Lisa are so late getting home from school.
But that's more of a side plot, as the main focus is now on Marge, who, in typical overblown style, decides to write to the creators of the show. Of course, they aren't exactly pleased with being told to change their winning formula, and so their response is just as you'd expect.
And the horse I rode in on!
I mean, you did start the letter off with purveyors of senseless violence. Game is game, Marge. With the letter ending as a bust, Marge decides it's time to start her own protest group. After kickstarting the operation with just her reluctant family members, Marge's new puritanical brigade, aka SNUH, quickly grows into an army of concerned mothers and fathers with bandaged heads, sensing a pattern here. With mounting pressure from SNUH, Kent Brockman, who never misses a chance to stir the pot, invites Marge and Itchy and Scratchy exec Roger Mayers Jr. onto his show for a live debate.
There was violence in the past long before cartoons were invented.
I'm pretty sure I've heard that argument somewhere before. Just as it seems as though Marge is set to go out sad, she used the last 9 seconds of the show to urge parents to flood Mayers' mailbox with complaints. A few days later, his mailbox looked like a landfill of hate mail, and just like that, Itchy and Scratchy is defanged.
Couldn't Itchy share his pie with Scratchy? Then they would both have pie.
And now they're forced to phone her for ideas so as to avoid the mob. Talk about a hostile takeover. And just like that, Itchy and Scratchy become downright Disneyfied. No gore, no guts, just singing, dancing, and a glass full of lemonade on the porch. Naturally, the kids are so bored they start looking at the sun again, the actual sun, because that's apparently less painful than non-violent cartoons. Which of course is a big win for Marge and her group, as their kids have now been saved from the sad fate of becoming basement dwellers. The only problem here is that with moms, there's no job well done, time to pack it up moment, and so they latch on to the next target, which ends up being none other than Michelangelo's David.
Get dressed, Marge. You've got to lead our protest against this abomination.
But that's Michelangelo's David. It's a masterpiece.
Marge's stance once again ends up on Kent's show with Dr. Marvin Monroe, one of the panelists from the Itchy and Scratchy debate, pointing out the obvious hypocrisy in Marge's stance. After all, Itchy and Scratchy, crude as it may be, is an art form, and Marge had no problems calling for its censorship because it didn't sit well with her. Marge admits defeat, and just like that, Itchy and Scratchy returns to its gloriously violent roots. Every kid in Springfield immediately rushes back indoors, abandoning the parks and playgrounds like they never existed.
The kids have a chance to see a great work of art, and instead they're home watching a cat and mouse disembowel each other.
And that, my friends, is modern society in a nutshell. Also, once again, we have Maggie taking center stage, as her mallet-wielding ways are not only costing her a parent, but pretty much killed all the joy in Springfield for a brief moment. Not exactly making a great case for being left a free baby. But there's another episode where Maggie is just as dangerous as that last one we talked about.
You'll do as I say or I'll have your badges.
And now we have Homer in security. Springfield. Never seem to learn, do ya? Just like me. So Springfield is in the middle of yet another crisis, this time a blackout caused by every citizen cranking their ACs thanks to the scorching heat. But it's not just any appliance that finally pushes the grid over the edge. No, that honor belongs to Homer's singing Santa.
Dad, it's a blackout.
A blackout? Every time Santa and I get together, it's a disaster.
Yeah, I don't think it's the pairing, Homer. So the town is now in darkness, and if there's one thing the town is good at, it's losing its collective mind at the slightest inconvenience. Lenny and Carl crash their cars, then promptly crash through a storefront window because, you know, that's just how car crashes work. Next thing you know, everyone's riot shopping for free cinder blocks and flaming tires. So Wiggum and Co. eventually roll up, but as you'd imagine, they're about as prepared as Krusty at a funeral.
All right, everyone, disperse immediately. We are prepared to use force. What? We're not prepared, Eddie? Someone call 911!
Springfield's finest, folks. By dawn, Springfield looks like an apocalyptic yard sale. Town meeting time. A bunch of angry citizens go off about how the cops are basically useless, and Wiggum's big takeaway is basically, yeah, well, that's your fault. Homer, meanwhile, actually feels bad for jump-starting the pitch-black looting, and so he makes a silent vow to be a more responsible citizen, which on face value seems like one of those things Homer says after one too many duffs. But this time around, he's actually serious with his first order of business, hunting down the fiend who stole Lisa's Malibu Stacy collection.
All right. I've come up with a composite sketch of my prime suspect. Behold!
In the end, he manages to catch the real culprit, as well as stop Apu's store from getting robbed, and just like that, guilt quickly gives way to entrepreneurship, with Homer launching his very own security agency.
Have no fear! Springfield's present.
Holding the perps down while you get to beat him up? Maybe his agency isn't so bad after all. Meanwhile, Mayor Quimby tries to defend Wiggum on live TV, but the minute he sets foot in the station, Wiggum is blindfolded and blasting away at a piñata with a shotgun. Because that's apparently how you celebrate the day after a riot. Enraged, Quimby fires Wiggum on the spot, and guess who gets to take over the town's police duties?
I hereby turn over all this town's police duties to Springfield. Woohoo! I'm chief of police!
Probably one of the few jobs he's actually earned. With Springfield now running law enforcement, crime takes a nosedive, so much so that they even bust Fat Tony and his goons mid-operation, which involves gluing cotton balls to ferrets. And since selling fake poodles is still illegal for some reason, Fat Tony and the gang get thrown in the slammer. The whole town celebrates, and Homer pretty much becomes a local hero. But this is the mafia we're talking about, so it doesn't take long for them to spring out of jail.
I wish to announce that my associates and I will gun down Homer Simpson by noon tomorrow.
Homer, ever the optimist, figures the best way to fight the mafia is numbers, so he begs his fellow Springfieldians to help him stand his ground, but since most of them enjoy having functional kneecaps, that number totals to a whopping 0.
I don't get it. I finally did a job where I wasn't lazy, stupid, or corrupt, and now I'm gonna get killed for it!
Life in a nutshell, folks. So the time of reckoning comes, and Fat Tony and his crew roll up to the Simpsons' house. Guns drawn, they're about to turn Homer into Swiss cheese until gunfire rings out from nowhere. One scorching bullet ballot later, and the entire gang is down with Homer, shockingly unscathed. And as for the shooter, well, considering the title of this video and the fact that we've not brought her up yet, you can already tell who it's gonna be.
Time to check in on our little sweetie pie.
Yeah, Marge, your sweetie pie is actually a trained marksman with 0 recoil. So basically, Maggie's rep sheet in this episode alone comes down to unauthorized ownership and use of a firearm, attempted multiple homicides, as well as endangering the entire town. If that isn't grounds for jail time, I don't know what is. Alrighty, we're moving on from toddler gun violence to magical mischief in Season 17's Treehouse of Horror 16.
Taint of Newton, scum of pond, thou shalt become the guise thou donned.
Speak English, moron.
Like every Treehouse of Horror special, this one kicks off with some supernatural nonsense. This time, Kang the alien zabs a baseball game into warp speed so the Simpsons can start. And since messing with time and space is often a one-way ticket to cosmic disaster, the entire Simpsons universe gets sucked into a massive singularity. From there, we're treated to 3 special storylines, with the first starring none other than Springfield's resident terrorist, Bartholomew J. Simpson.
Mom, remember how you wished we would never grow up?
And immediately we're off to a dark start. So Bart's in a coma after a failed attempt to become an Olympic gold diver from the roof of an apartment building, no less. Homer and Marge figure the best way to cope with their unconscious troublemaker is to replace him with a perfect robot boy replica named David, who's everything Bart isn't. You know, polite, helpful, oh, and a tidy ice cream maker. What? Meanwhile, Bart wakes up, sees his cyborg competition, and immediately throws a fit. He and David do not get along, so Homer is forced to make a choice. But since this is Homer Simpson we're talking about, it goes exactly how you'd expect.
We're still going to the toy store, right? And I can pick out as many toys as I want?
No toys!
I mean, he did answer, so maybe he still cares somewhere deep down. So Bart, now homeless, roams the woods long enough to stumble across a band of discarded robots. They take him in, clothe him, and in return, Bart robs them blind and Frankensteins himself into a cyborg. Fully upgraded, Bart returns home for revenge, Marge yelling at Homer for abandoning their child in the woods, all while Bart is busy trying to get rid of David. After a final showdown that costs Homer a few limbs, we discover the entire fiasco was basically Homer's demon-possessed dream.
Call work and tell him he can't make it.
Woohoo! Suckers.
The next mini storyline, Survival of the Fattest, sees Mr. Burns invite pretty much the entire town to his mansion for a fun day of hunting. And somehow people actually accept the invite because apparently free food and a fancy party beat good sense any day. As expected, the hunt turns out to be Springfielders themselves. Burns and Smithers pick them off like GTA pedestrians, and soon the entire town is dead, except for Homer, because the laws of probability cease to exist whenever he's around. And then there's the issue of his cannibalism, which I suppose does edge him towards the finish line. But this is a Mr. Burns game, so of course there's no winner in his Hunger Games. Luckily for Homer, just as Mr. Burns is about to finish him off, Marge swoops in and smacks Burns and Smithers silly with frying pans.
No! What was that for?
Staying out 18 hours and not calling home once.
And one for Homer's troubles. Well, at least he's still alive for now. We finally hit the main event for our criminal in the making, Maggie Simpson. So Springfield's hosting a costume contest, at which point a mysterious witch enters the fray and wins the contest. But the second she's disqualified over a technicality, she pulls a classic Disney villain play and turns them all into monsters.
I'm not a raccoon, I'm the Lone Ranger!
So everyone in town literally becomes the character they're dressed as. Lisa's Albert Einstein, Bart's a werewolf, Homer's headless, and Maggie is a mini witch. And since Lisa's now running on some extra Einstein brain power, it doesn't take long for her to realize that Maggie's witch powers should be able to reverse the curse. Only problem is, some folks in town aren't exactly keen on their old lives.
I don't want to reverse the spell. I can out the moon and eat rats.
Beats being bullied by Nelson and strangled by Homer daily, I guess. So a huge debate erupts in town. One side wants to reverse, another one does not. And Maggie, well, all Maggie wants is an unlimited collection of binkies. So she waves her wand and turns them all into walking pacifiers before flying off into the night sky. Once again proving that there's no age limit to being a loose cannon or belonging in jail. And since we've already opened one Treehouse-sized can of horror, we might as well open another one.
You sent me to the chair. Snake?
In Treehouse of Horror 9, we're once again treated to 3 distinct horror storylines. First up is Hell to Pay, which starts off with Wiggum arresting Snake by the collar for smoking inside the Quickie Mart.
This is your third strike. First you torched that orphanage, then you blew up that bus full of nuns.
Hey, that was self-defense.
And since the third time's the charm, Snake has just earned himself a public execution on local TV. So much for town values, am I right? Before then, though, Snake vows to take revenge on all the witnesses in Apu's shop, because why gun for the police officer who's arresting you when you can go for Apu Mo and...
Don't forget Bart Simpson. He's a witness, too.
Oh, you are so dead, little dude.
Guess protect and serve isn't exactly in Wiggum's police handbook. So Snake gets put on an electric chair, and with one final smile, Wiggum pulls down the lever and sends Snake on his way to the afterlife. Moments later, Homer receives a call about a new hair transplant being available. Where the frick did this come from? Why are we... Okay. Hard not to connect the dots there, I guess. He rushes down to the hospital, is knocked out cold by the doctor, literally, and a few hours later, he wakes up feeling younger than ever.
Wow. If your fly weren't open, you look just like Roger Moore.
That's oddly specific, but I can see the angle she's coming from. Or maybe not. Now, there's only one downside to Homer's new hair, that being Snake's spirit is still inhabiting it. Fast forward to a few hours later, and Homer becomes the perfect host for Snake's revenge spree. Apu ends up like a human Slurpee, Mo gets the worst cereal prize ever, and Bart nearly gets flattened by his sledgehammer.
It's hammer time, snitchy.
Luckily for him, though, Homer is able to resist Snake at the last possible minute. He yanks the hair off, and Wiggum shows up just in time to turn the hair into Swiss cheese. Pretty sure the special wasn't aired in Turkey. The next mini storyline, The Terror of the Tiny Toon, sees Bart and Lisa get sucked into Itchy and Scratchy due to a plutonium-powered remote control.
To protect and sever?
Anyway, between Itchy and Scratchy going full Terminator on the kids and Homer inadvertently channel surfing them onto daytime talk shows, things get chaotic fast. Bart loses most of his body to piranhas, good luck explaining that one at dinner, but eventually they manage to warp back to reality. Of course, Itchy and Scratchy follow them, only to find themselves adorably undersized and forced to live as the Simpsons' new pets. Scratchy ends up falling in love with Snowball, at which point he learns that cat love in the Simpsons household has only one ending.
Oh, somebody's in love. That means means you'll have to be neutered.
And finally, we get to the real main plot featuring none other than Maggie Simpson. So Starship Poopers begins with Maggie sprouting fangs and tentacles out of the blue. And since the entire theme of the episode is outlandish plots, it turns out that Maggie Simpson is the spawn of Kang, who apparently ran a crossbreeding program on an abducted Marge Simpson.
Look behind you. Insemination complete.
That seemed awfully quick.
What are you implying?
Nothing.
So Kang swoops in and begins demanding custody of his 1 second half-alien child. Homer and Marge aren't exactly psyched to hand Maggie over, but before Kang can get all crazy, Bart suggests that they take their problem to the perfect mediator.
Homer, how did it feel to learn your baby was fathered by a drooling space octopus?
It made me angry and tired.
I mean, where else would they have gone? After a classic Springer meltdown, and by meltdown, I mean Kang annihilates everything in sight, Jerry tries to have a heartfelt final thought, only to be immediately ended by Maggie Simpson. And just when you think all the craziness is over, well, we get this.
Come on, Maggie. Let's go home.
Very well.
Good luck getting her into a prison cell. You cannot pay me enough. Now, the only thing I can think of that's worse than being an alien is a demon, which just so happens to be one of the plot lines in Treehouse of Horror 27. There's a lot of these.
No one leaves alive.
Might as well just name it the Maggie Horror Special at this point. This time around, I think it's best that we just skip the other plot lines and just jump straight into the meat of things. This video is going to be long enough as is. So apparently it all starts with Homer mixing up Pazuzu and pizza, which is how Springfield gets graced with a demonic statue. Naturally, instead of treating this cursed object with the caution it deserves, the Simpsons do what they do best: make horrible life choices. They plop the demonic statue directly into Maggie's crib like it's a glow-in-the-dark teddy bear.
Sweet dreams, Maggie. Don't let the Beelzebubs bite.
One demonic stare down later, and Maggie goes from crawling in her onesies to floating around like the chosen one. Demonic chosen one, I might add. Downstairs, Marge and Homer are hosting a cocktail party, blissfully unaware that their baby's soul is getting a little too dark for comfort. Sure enough, Maggie crashes the party with enough venom to send Dr. Hibbert straight into the afterlife.
Ah, yes, the true purpose of a pacifier, keeping those murderous urges at bay.
Naturally, when demon time's in full effect, there's only one person in Springfield to turn to: Ned Flanders, part-time neighbor, full-time exorcist. He does what any God-fearing man would do: ties Maggie to a bed like he's filming a hostage video. Unfortunately for him, she doesn't exactly need her limbs to get all destructive.
Bible ribbons, that'll hold her. The police are here.
And just like that, Flanders is out for the count, taking his spot next to Hibbert in the great beyond. Finally, in a last-ditch effort, we get an Irish Catholic priest on speed dial. He shows up, does a few dramatic demon tests, and begins Maggie's exorcism. And let me tell you, I was fully expecting him to last about 7 seconds before Maggie turned him into a human pretzel, except he actually gets the job done.
Devil be out!
Oh, golly!
Dang, if I had known it was that easy, I would have started carrying a crucifix in kindergarten. But Pazuzu hops straight out of Maggie and straight into Bart, who, that's not a good combination.
Let me out! This boy has the darkest soul I've ever seen. It's worse than working for David Schwimmer.
For Pazuzu, that is. Guess the crown for most evil Simpson still belongs to Bart. Can't see anyone beating him in that department. And of course, what's the first thing Bart does with this new demonic power? Well, he asks for horns, because why not? And those frickers grow so big they immediately impale Homer's nose.
Well, at least it'll get me out of jury duty.
Go! Yeah, pretty good ending, all things considered. As for Maggie, well, she gets to return to her simple, binky-sucking ways, which I think we can all safely conclude at this point is most definitely a ruse. But hey, if the Simpsons are cool playing guess the new evil phase every time with her, then who am I to judge? Speaking of judge, it's time we head into the courtroom with the two-part episode, Who Shot Mr. Burns? An episode that I never fail to talk about every time I talk about the Simpsons.
Oh, you all talk big, but who here has the guts to stop me?
So, of course, it's another morning at Springfield Elementary, with Skinner, of course, being the first one to the door. He steps inside and is immediately greeted by the fragrant aroma of death, which in Springfield could honestly mean anything from cafeteria lunch meat to a janitor's forgotten dreams. After a quick armpit sniff to confirm it's not him, he follows the stench straight to tragedy: the cold, lifeless body of Super Dude, the 4th grade class gerbil. But hey, the show must go on, so he hands the burial duties over to Willie, who ends up discovering something unexpected.
What in the name of St. Ephesiocratus?
And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Springfield Elementary goes from being one proper inspection away from closure to the richest school in America. But more importantly, it's now the richest institution in Springfield, a fact that does not sit well with Montgomery Burns. So what does he do? Well, first he tries to charm his way into a cut of the profits by posing as a student. When that doesn't work, shocking I know, Burns moves on to plan B, the classic slant drilling operation, because if you can't own something legally, just steal it from underneath. Crafty? Yes. Illegal? Unfortunately, no. A few days later, Mr. Burns' drilling operation is the talk of the town, and not in a let's throw a parade kind of way, obviously. Between an oil spill destroying Bart's treehouse, Moe's Tavern having to be closed because of gas fumes, the retirement castle getting destroyed by a tremor from the drilling, and Springfield Elementary incurring heavy costs from setting up an oil rig for nothing, Mr. Burns goes from being a hated old crone to a hated old crone that everyone shy of Ned Flanders wants to pop.
Damn Burns. Let me just get one thing.
Me too!
A bartender and a drunk with firearms. What could possibly go wrong? Mr. Burns, on the other hand, is living his best life. Thanks to his oil heist, he now controls the gas and nuclear power sources of Springfield. But of course, he is not satisfied with that, as there's one more power source that eludes him.
Imagine it, Smithers. Electrical lights and heaters running all day long.
Hey, bro's a proper villain. Hate him, love him, you gotta respect him for it. By this point, even Smithers, a man whose entire existence revolves around worshipping Burns, finally decides he's had enough and quits. And just like that, the one person capable of keeping Burns somewhat in check is gone. Word of Burns' latest plot quickly spreads around Springfield. Naturally, this leads to a town hall meeting where Mayor Quimby, in true political fashion, does absolutely nothing.
I have here a polite but firm letter to Mr. Burns' underlings, who will at least give him the gist of it.
Sir, a lot of people are struck their nuts.
Safe to say the town is well past that stage. And as if to add insult to injury, Burns struts in, brandishes a gun, and basically begs them to do something about it. But no one does, at least not yet. So Burns struts off, laughing like he just wrapped up an episode of Scooby-Doo, and then it happens.
Where is everybody?
Turns out there's only so far you can push an entire town. Unfortunately for Springfield, Burns survives, which means Wiggum and his team now have the daunting task of solving the most open and shut attempted murder case in history. They start by blaming Smithers, who wakes up the very next day with a very strong hangover. But after a bit of help from Sideshow, Mel, and Jasper's wooden leg, very long story, they realize that they got the wrong guy. So they do the unthinkable and for once, actually investigate.
Eureka!
See? Not so hard all the time, is it? From there, they hand over the sample to the forensic department, and boy, oh boy, do they find something interesting.
Scan's finished. Now it's gonna narrow it down to the family bloodline.
Homer Simpson.
Not a good look. To make matters worse, the gun used with Homer's fingerprints all over it turns up in his car. And as for the motive, well, everyone knows Homer's been losing it over Burns, still not knowing his name. So of course the cops arrest him. But thanks to classic Wiggum incompetence, Homer busts loose, storms into the hospital, and demands Burns clear his name.
Say I never shot you!
Before.
Shut? By you, I'm afraid not, my primitive friend.
Well, that's one way to get your name cleared. And since Homer isn't the one who shot Mr. Burns, the DNA evidence, as well as Mr. Burns regaining his memory and giving his account, all points to one person.
I said drop it.
Yep, just Mr. Burns getting shot by his own gun by a toddler. Well, technically. As for whether she truly knew what she was doing, well...
Besides, she didn't mean it. It was an accident.
I guess the lesson here is never to underestimate a Simpson, even if they have 0 teeth. Personally, I still think Maggie needs some extra supervision, but as Wiggum puts it...
No jury in the world's gonna convict a baby. Maybe Texas.
So I guess she's safe as long as she steers clear of Texas. Since we brought up Mr. Burns, might as well talk about the very, very few moments Mr. Burns has had a heart.
Good God.
Imagine it, Smithers. Electrical lights and heaters running all day long.
That right there is Charles Montgomery Burns in a nutshell. He's as rich as he is evil, but believe it or not, even the coldest of the cold sometimes have a warm spot, and this callous coot is no exception. Take, for instance, Season 13, Episode 5's The Blunder Years.
So, you're a baby, huh? How's that working out for you?
Monty Burns bonding with a baby instead of taking candy from it? I gotta get my eyes checked, man. See, the episode starts with Marge falling in love with toilet paper. Can't believe I just said that with a straight face. She gets a new brand from the store called Burley, which turns out to be super absorbing while also having a handsome lumberjack on the packaging. Basically a 2-for-1. One fantasy later, and Marge decides to write a letter to the lumberjack himself, who at this point hasn't even been confirmed to be a real person. Homer, meanwhile, quickly catches on to Marge's Burley obsession and decides it's time to let his insecurities run wild. So he teams up with Bart to trick her into thinking that Burley was coming over to dinner.
Oh my god, dinner with Burley?
Leave it to Homer to wreck one relationship while budding another. So Marge scrambles to turn the Simpson house into a 3-star dining establishment. The doorbell rings, she rushes to greet her real-life lumberjack, and it's Barney in his underwear with a cheap plastic axe. Pretty much the kind of image you can't unsee no matter how many times you dunk your head in bleach. Naturally, Marge flips out, storms off, and leaves Homer and Bart to stew in their regret. And since neither of them could apologize properly if their lives depended on it, Lisa steps in to point out the obvious solution: a fancy dinner.
I guess it was a pretty funny prank. I like the ones where nothing catches on fire.
Translation: this red wine is great, so I'll let you two idiots off the hook for now. As Marge enjoys her fire-free dinner, a hypnotist is brought on stage as entertainment, and since there's a man in his vicinity who acts first and thinks later, or never, it doesn't take long for him and Homer to cross paths. At first it's all fun and games, but then the hypnotist tells Homer to become his 12-year-old self, and suddenly we go from funny drunk uncle to a full-blown mental breakdown.
Oh my god!
Do something, Mesmerino.
What he needs to do is get the hell out of there. Which is exactly what happens. The hypnotist dips, leaving the Simpsons to deal with their broken patriarch. The task, however, proves impossible because Homer's episode just never stops. It's only after getting sent home from work that Carl suggests that it might be down to a suppressed memory. And since the Simpsons are notoriously terrible at handling trauma, Marge decides to brew him some psychedelic tea to unlock his past, which surprisingly works as Homer recovers a bit of his senses and starts narrating his childhood.
Let's punch and kick them. Not so fast.
Yeah, Moe's been a shotgun pumping rascal all his life. He's now also in the living room with Homer, so Marge gives him some of her tea, and he too starts yapping. Turns out, after escaping Fat Tony, the boys decide to go for a swim at the local quarry. Now, if you've ever seen a horror movie, you already know the quarries plus dumb kids equals instant nightmare. So Homer takes over the story again, resuming when he was dumb enough to jump into the quarry, which at the time was empty due to a blocked pipe. So little Homer unblocks a pipe, only to be greeted by an unusual debris. So yeah, turns out it was trauma all along. And because talking about childhood trauma wasn't enough, Homer decides to relive it. The Simpsons head back to the quarry where Chief Wiggum, shockingly doing actual police work, is already investigating. Together they manage to recover the skeleton, and after investigating further, they discover that the quarry connects directly to Mr. Burns' office.
What are you doing in my corpse hatch?
Montgomery Burns, you're under arrest for murder.
I meant innocence tube.
Might be a little too late for that. With nowhere left to run, Burns pulls out a reel to prove his innocence. Turns out Smithers Sr. heroically sacrificed himself to prevent a nuclear meltdown, and instead of, giving him a burial, Burns just chucked his corpse down a pipe because, and I quote,
"Since cover-ups were all the rage back then, I shoved his heroic corpse down the sewer pipe."
An explanation that can only make sense in the mind of Mr. Burns. But for once, his actions weren't completely selfish. Burns admits that he didn't want Smithers Jr. to carry the burden of the truth, so he covered it up and took him in. Unfortunately to Burns, Smithers Jr. was listening the whole time. Feeling guilty, Burns finally apologizes to Smithers, who is relieved to know that his dad died a hero. As the original story was,
I told him his father was killed in the Amazon by a tribe of savage women. I hope it didn't affect you in any way.
Oh boy. With all that childhood trauma out of the way, we move on to more festive scenes in Season 11's Grift of the Magi.
Charity, eh? Yes, I'd be more than happy to.
Yeah, not exactly a good look, but bear with me here, okay? So it's a hot day in Springfield, and Kent Brockman is doing what he does best, fear-mongering. Only this time around, his claims are not unfounded, as a literal death ray from the sky is chasing Milhouse outside. If there's one person you can expect to get bullied by the literal sun, it's Milhouse. Luckily for him, Lisa opens the door just in time before he becomes a literal toast. Now trapped inside the Simpsons residence, he and Bart quickly go to work running riot, and by that, I mean dressing in drag and jump on Bart's parents' bed. And if you're wondering how this leads to anything important, well, Bart panics, slips, and absolutely wrecks his behind on Homer's bowling ball.
How long will he take to recover?
He'll have to wear this fanny cast for quite some time.
I'm sorry, but that frame right there is absolutely insane. Just like that, Bart is now rocking a full-ass cast with a wheelchair to boot, which means Springfield Elementary has to spend money on accessibility ramps, and if there's anything this school doesn't have, it's money. Lucky for them, Fat Tony swoops in with his affordable services, because really, who wouldn't trust their school's infrastructure to the town mafia?
Well, at least we're prepared for the new millennium.
Yeah, I guess the answer was anyone but the mob. With $200,000 down the drain and with zero way to pay for it, Springfield Elementary is officially bankrupt. The school shuts down, the kids celebrate, and the parents do what parents do best, come up with an insanely impractical plan to fix things. And by insanely impractical, I mean throwing together a school play that guilt trips Mr. Burns into donating money.
I can't take Mr. Burns to the hospital, 'cause I'm too dumb. Oh, why did my school have to close?
You gotta admit, it's not exactly the worst plan in the world. Unhinged, maybe, but creative nonetheless. But creative doesn't quite cut it, because as soon as Mr. Burns hears the word charity, his trapdoor button finger gets itchy, and people go falling. Left with no other options, Principal Skinner admits defeat and calls it a day. But just as things are looking grim for the whole town, a silver lining appears on the horizon.
Springfield Elementary has reopened its doors.
Apparently, a new company called Kid First Industries has swooped in to save the school, which had already set off red flags because nothing in corporate America is ever that simple. And so, the moment the school reopens, things take a sharp left into child labor territory.
It should be full of surprises.
Should need accessories.
Now that's market research you can take to the bank.
Turns out Kid First Industries is not here to educate children. It's a toy-making company. And since Lisa isn't the type to sit idly by and become a corporate slave, she digs around and discovers their little operation. Unfortunately for her, though, they clean up their tracks as swiftly as she can call for backup.
I don't understand. I could swear it was right here.
Yeah, right, Mop Top, and I'm Ed Sullivan.
Getting owned by Wiggum? Now that's a new low. Lisa wakes up the next morning and surprise, surprise, there's a new toy being advertised. And since the kids gave such brilliant market research feedback, Funzo's an instant success. And it's fun, it's interactive. Also programmed to straight up murder every other toy in existence. We're not going to talk about that.
Hey, kids, it's
That right there is some grade A childhood trauma. With Funzo being outed as Springfield's own Chucky, Lisa tries to get the town to boycott it, but because Springfield is filled with rampant consumerism and zero critical thinking, nobody listens. Instead, they trample each other, literally, to get their hands on one. Left with no other choice, Lisa and Bart turn to Santa Claus for help, except in this case, Santa is Homer. Their master plan? Well, break into every house in Springfield and steal all the Funzos. One length Carol night later, and Homer's brown sack is full of killer toys.
Just dump them in the fire, Dad.
The madness ends here.
Oh, if I had a nickel for every time I've heard that.
Turns out Homer was onto something, because just as they begin torching the toys, none other than Gary Coleman swoops in to stop them, who, by the way, is the toy company's security guard, but that's a very long story. So let's just skip to the good part.
Gary Coleman and the Simpsons argued long into the night, and then, as day broke, the spirit of the season entered their hearts.
And since the spirit of Christmas was on a speed run that night, it also stopped by Mr. Burns' mansion with 3 ghosts. Burns has his Ebenezer Scrooge moment, and by the next morning, he decides to donate money to Springfield Elementary, even joining the family for a Christmas dinner as well. Sure, it took a literal supernatural intervention and a town-wide heist to make it happen, but hey, a win's a win. Still in the spirit of Christmas, we now head on over to Season 17's The Bonfire of the Manatees.
You don't seem very jolly.
Oh, Santa got some bad medical news.
And there goes the Christmas spirit. It was fun while it lasted. Now, before we get into any actual heartwarming moments, it's only right we first watch Homer spectacularly ruin his life. And like most Homer mishaps, of course, it's somehow bacon-related.
He's a pig who can predict football winners in advance.
And just like that, I'm starting to miss Spider-Pig. Lisa, being the only functional member of this gene pool, sees the scam immediately and breaks it down in the simplest way possible. Of course, this means absolutely nothing to Homer, who proceeds to bet money he doesn't have anyway, which ends up being a one-way ticket to bankruptcy. And since bad decisions with Homer is a 2-for-1 deal, his creditor turns out to be none other than Fat Tony.
We would like to use your home to shoot an adult film.
Homer's options are lose all of his fingers or lose his wife. Turns out gambling doesn't pay, who knew? And since only one of those things can be won back, Homer makes the logical choice. He lets mobsters turn his home into a Sad. But hey, at least he still has his fingers, right? To keep his family blissfully unaware, he packs them off to Santa's village, except as it turns out, Santa's village is one reindeer away from a federal investigation.
When they put Santa in the ambulance, why'd they pull the blanket all the way up over his head?
Oh, sweet innocent child, enjoy that naivete while it lasts.
Marge, being the poster woman for loyal housewives, still tries to stay positive, but when they get back home, her Christmas cheer immediately turns into righteous fury when she spots a very telling truck parked outside their house. Homer, of course, tries to lie his way out of this one, but Marge has reached her breaking point, and since she can't exactly kick him out of the house because, you know, it's an active film set, she takes the mature route and leaves for a breather.
Bye, Bart. I love you, Lisa. Sleep tight, Maggie.
I mean, she didn't run him over, so that's a win for Homer, I guess. After Marge speeds off like an extra from Mad Max, Homer holds an emergency family meeting, which is just gaslighting the kids into thinking everything will work itself out. But when Marge doesn't return several hours later, it starts to dawn on him that his marriage is on life support. Meanwhile, Marge is out in the wild, sleeping in her car outside a motel, which is where she meets Dr. Caleb Thorne, a manatee conservationist. One lengthy trauma dump later, and she decides it's time to, and I quote, rekindle her passion for life. And no, not by shacking up with Thorne. Instead, she throws herself into manatee rescue.
I've bonded with him.
I guess marrying Homer prepares you for dealing with the large, helpless mammals. Back at home, Homer finally realizes he's completely screwed up, and so he grabs the kids and embarks on a desperate quest to win Marge back. Only, he's not exactly the focus on the mission type of guy, so the search quickly turns into a fast food tour of America, which somehow leads them to his cousin's place.
Do you folks want to see a quilt that's been in our family?
I warned you he was an idiot.
Never change, Homer, never change. Surprisingly, this completely random detour ends up being the luckiest thing Homer has done all episode. While in the cousin's treehouse, Lisa spots Marge literally riding a manatee. Yeah, that's just what she does now. Homer, never one to overthink things, shows up on the beach to win her back, and while Marge isn't mad anymore, she's not exactly thrilled about returning to her old life either, which means Homer has to try harder. So how does he win her over? By throwing himself into the noble cause of protecting manatees, which then sets him on a collision course with a gang of sadistic jet skiers, and somehow it's actually going well, until of course Homer opens his big mouth.
Rubes. What did you call us?
Just as he's about to be turned into a human jet ski ramp, Homer's cousin arrives with a legal document to scare off the hooligans. Marge, being somehow still charmed by Homer's epic fail, agrees to take him on back. They walk off into the sunset with Homer suggesting they take a few days of vacation with the family, and guess who his replacement at work is?
Smithers, who is this barrel-chested go-getter?
Honestly, they really can't do any worse than Homer. And in a rare, heartwarming moment, Burns actually grows fond of the manatee. The episode ends with them and Smithers rehydrating their new employee while playing around with hoses and sponges. Turns out, all Burns needed to rediscover his joy was one less Homer Simpson in the plant. Speaking of the power plant, it's time we head over to Mr. Burns' pride and joy in king-size Homer.
No! No!
Again, not a good look. And while you'd think Homer was getting dragged off for some corporate punishment, probably deserved, turns out the real crime here is morning exercise. That's right, the same Mr. Burns, aka Scrooge McDuck's evil twin, apparently cares about his employees' well-being.
1, 2, 3, 4, up, down, 3.
I mean, sure, you could say it's in his best interest they remain in tip-top shape. And while you might call this an act of charity, for Homer, it's nothing short of Guantanamo Bay cardio edition. Luckily for him, this detention camp has an escape route. Turns out, employees on disability gets to work from home and dodge exercise entirely. Naturally, Homer does what any self-respecting lazy person would do. He actively tries to disable himself, which of course leads to a series of very cartoonish events with the usual cartoonish of outcomes.
Probably better that didn't hit me.
You think? Turns out having plot armor isn't always a flex, as every OSHA violation he attempts ends with him intact. But just when it looks like Homer might have to accept his fate as a functional worker, he stumbles upon a genius loophole. If you're fat enough, as in 300-pound fat, you get classified as disabled. And so off he goes to the grocery store to bulk up, filling his cart with what can only be described as a 4th grader's dream lunchbox, but without the whole parental supervision thing. A few days later, Homer goes from being an obese man in a fat man's body, his words not mine, to an obese man in, well, just look at him. But hey, mission accomplished! Homer hits 315 and finally gets his golden ticket to working from home, which, for the record, now consists of pressing a single button Y for an entire shift.
And so, Excelsior to you, Mr. What's the name of this gastropod?
I mean, in his defense, that's not the Homer Simpson he remembers. But hey, the fact that Homer still has a job says a lot about Mr. Burns in this episode, and you'd think after all that effort, Homer would cherish his new cushy setup, yet to absolutely no one's surprise, Homer actually manages to screw things up. First, the novelty of pressing a single button all day wears off, so he does what any true innovator would do, outsources the work to a drinking bird.
I'm going to the movies.
Shouldn't you be working?
I got someone to cover for me.
For a brief moment, things are going great, until Homer runs into a fat man's worst enemy, public ridicule. After getting fat-shamed at the movies, he realizes that life as a walking airbag isn't all sunshine and free snacks, and just when he thought his day couldn't possibly get any worse, the universe says, "Hold my beer."
What happened to my bird?
You know that saying of all the world's calamities are a result of dumb decisions? Well, here's the proof you've been looking for. With Chernobyl 2.0 about to unfold, Homer finally does what he should have been doing all along, getting his massive ass to the power plant to put in some hard work. Unfortunately, rushing isn't exactly his strong suit anymore, if it even ever was, and neither is problem solving. But who needs brains and fitness when you got main character luck? Just as disaster seems inevitable, Homer accidentally falls into a release tube, and his gut literally plugs the meltdown.
Bravo!
And that, my friends, is the greatest contribution Homer has ever made to workplace safety. For this heroic act, Mr. Burns rewards Homer with one wish, and in a shocking moment of common sense, Homer actually asks Burns to help him lose weight. And even more surprisingly, Burns agrees, but quickly realizes what he's up against.
One. Bah, I'll just pay for the blessed liposuction.
Sure, money can't fix all your problems, but it'll most definitely fix the big ones. Heck, in some cases, it can even be a superpower, which of course leads us to Season 24's Dark Knight Court.
Look at those delightful children, Smithers. All those healthy organs ripe for the harvesting.
It's Mr. Burns, so you just know to take the good with the unhinged every once in a while, you know? So it's Easter in Springfield, which means pastel-colored decorations, uncomfortable church clothes, and for some reason a marching band performance. But what starts as a wholesome event goes off the rails fast when the band starts playing and, surprise, hundreds of eggs come blasting out of the instruments. Now, instead of stopping for a second to think, because that would require brain cells, the entire town activates Angry Mob Protocol 101, and who do they blame? You already know.
His amusement is tantamount to culpability.
Hey, you know what they say? A good name might keep you out of the ire of an angry mob. So now the entire town chases Bart through the streets like he's Frankenstein's monster, all while he insists for once in his life that he's innocent. Meanwhile, in what is either the most fitting or the most ironic hiding spot possible, Burns and Smithers take cover inside the android's dungeon. As Burns flips through the pages, we get a surprisingly wholesome flashback to young Burns enjoying superhero comics. Well, at least before his dad burns the entire comic shop to the ground.
Why did you have to lock us in?
Teach my son a lesson.
Childhood trauma? Check. Which of course is often the origins of most superheroes or supervillains. Luckily for Springfield, Mr. Burns chooses the former. After buying the android's dungeon entire collection, Burns begins reading his new comic haul, at which point he stumbles across a detective comic issue. And due to the similarities between him and a certain crime-fighting billionaire, he decides it's time that he too dons the dark cape.
I shall be the terrifying bat and sucks the vital essence of his prey. I shall be Fruit Batman.
Just sit with that for a moment. Back at the Simpson residence, Bart isn't getting much sympathy. Even his family immediately assumes he's guilty because, I mean, boy who cried wolf. Desperate, Bart turns to the only person in the family who has never lied to him, Maggie. And after a long, dramatic stare down, she gives him a single, slow nod. That's enough for Lisa, because nothing says absolute truth like a baby's intuition, so she demands Bart get a fair trial. But Springfield's band, being the murder-happy cult they apparently are, would just rather skip straight to the hanging.
We're here to turn this into this.
That's one way to skip censorship. Lisa, in full attorney mode, calls for a youth court, which is apparently a court with kids as attorneys and also a very big deal in Springfield. So Principal Skinner agrees to the demand and Bart gets to live another day. While Bart prepares to fight for his freedom, Mr. Burns is still fully committed to his new superhero identity. He suits up as Fruit Batman and begins patrolling the city, sorta. See, Smithers is no idiot. He knows the only thing standing between Burns and a one-way trip to the ICU is a little bit of theatrics, which is exactly what he does. Look,
I'll give you each $1,000 if you pretend to let that old man out there stop this crime.
I mean, what's the point of being a billionaire crime fighter if your butler can't rig the game in your favor? Because this isn't a one-time thing, we get a montage of staged crimes that somehow manage to be less convincing than a Power Rangers fight scene. Sweet of his employees to help him live out his childhood fantasies. Just hope they get a big bonus. Back in the land of the sane, Lisa is desperately trying to find a judge for the youth court, which at the moment is the only thing keeping Bart from the news. Luckily for him, Grandpa Simpson comes in clutch because, as it turns out, he knows a certain U.S. attorney, General Janet Reno. Naturally, everyone ignores him at first because the man's stories are about as reliable as Wiggum, but then she rolls into town and the very next day, just like that, the youth court is on.
You're going to hear how the defendant, Bartholomew Simpson, the Springfield egger...
Objection! Prejudicial!
And Skinner's, of course, the prosecution, because we all know he'd love nothing more than to be rid of Bart. Initially, things are looking good for Bart. Witness after witness takes a stand proving he couldn't have done it, but just when it looks like he's going to walk, Lisa pretty much screws him over.
By calling your brother sweet and lovable, you open the door to testimony from anyone who doesn't think he's sweet and lovable.
That, my friends, is why you hire a real lawyer. Skinner, seeing his chance, calls every single person in Springfield to the stand. And yeah, this town absolutely hates this kid. So each testimony sees him edge closer and closer to the noose, or juvie. But knowing Springfield, it's definitely still the noose. Lisa, now in full desperation mode, realizes there's only one card left to play: Free Batman. Burns initially refuses, big shocker, but after realizing that the 4 Homer Simpson shaped bad guys he stopped were set up by Smithers, he decides it's time to get some real crime fighting under his belt. Oh yeah, so it's actually groundskeeper Willie that's behind the prank. Very long story, but apparently Scotland just collectively hates Easter. And just like that, the case is closed and Bart is cleared of all charges. Burns finally got to be a real superhero. Springfield apologizes, as if that means anything. And Mo cries when he realizes his greatest prank caller has been set free. Ah! Someone's clearly in need of therapy. We move on from superhero mayhem to more simpler acts of kindness in season 17's The Seemingly Never-Ending Story.
So long, sucker!
So maybe I'm not doing him any favors with these intros. It all kicks off with the Simpsons taking a wholesome, relaxing trip to a cave because apparently no one in this family has ever seen a horror movie. Naturally, Homer can't resist messing with nature, so he does the one thing you're explicitly told to not do in a cave: touch the fragile rock formations.
I'm just gonna get a tiny chip.
The family plummets into the depths of the cave, and in a totally expected turn of events, Homer somehow gets himself lodged in a rock hole. While Marge and Bart attempt an escape, Lisa, realizing they may be down here for a long time, decides to pass the time the only way she knows how, with a long-winded story featuring greedy billionaires, Moe's tragic love life, and one very determined goat.
You're shy, and you rarely approach humans.
Yeah, that's the goat. So Lisa's just out for a peaceful walk when, out of nowhere, this 4-legged menace locks eyes on her and decides she's public enemy numero uno. Running for her life, Lisa stumbles into the nearest rich old man's mansion, which just so happens to belong to Charles Montgomery Burns. But because this goat is clearly running on pure spite, it crashes through the window like the Kool-Aid Man and resumes the chase. Lisa and Burns then retreat to the attic, where Lisa stumbles upon something unexpected.
You worked at Moe's?
Yep, the Charles Montgomery Burns serving beer at the most depressing hole in Springfield. Turns out, once upon a time, Burns and the rich Texan, you know, that lunatic who fires guns at everything, made a ridiculous bet. A scavenger hunt, with the winner taking the loser's entire fortune. Surprisingly, Burns was holding his own, with the help of Smithers, of course, until the final challenge, which required him to get a photo of himself with a smiling child, and I think we all know how that plays out.
Smile, like this.
Turns out the only thing more traumatic than his childhood is that of kids who encounter him. So Burns loses the bet, and with his entire fortune swallowed up by the Texan, he has to start from the bottom, which for a man with limited skill sets means he's getting a job at Moe's Tavern. However, while Burns is suffering the horrors of minimum wage, he stumbles across a hidden letter, and since he's quite the nosy fellow, pun intended, he ends up reading said letter.
If you're reading this, I am dead, and you are about to learn the story of my treasure.
And now we get another story. So apparently, Moe used to date Edna Krabappel, but there was one problem. She hated bar owners. So like any sane man, Moe decides to give up his entire bar and run away with her. Only problem with that is, Moe isn't someone that you'd call a made man. But just as he's about to give up, Snake walks in with a sack full of Mayan coins. Fun fact, by the way, Snake apparently used to be a law-abiding archaeologist, but then Moe stole his coins, causing him to enact revenge.
I've been robbed.
I'll take my revenge on society, by which I mean convenience stores.
And believe me, that's not even the craziest part of the story. Turns out, just as Mo and Edna are about to ditch town, she abandons the plan at the last minute after encountering a very troublesome child in need of guidance. You know the one. Thus leaving Mo to drown his sorrows away in whiskey and bad decisions.
I just sat there playing our song on a jukebox. 1 gold coin at a time.
So let me get this straight. Not only does he ruin Snake's life for nothing, he also throws away the one fortune he's ever made. Yeah, sounds like Mo. Anyway, back to Burns. After reading the letter, he quickly robs the jukebox, tracks down the rich Texan, and demands his fortune back. The Texan agrees, but on one condition, that Burns finally produces a photo of himself with a smiling child. And thus, Burns wraps up his story, at which point the angry goat bursts into the attic for one final showdown, and in a rare moment of selflessness, Burns actually throws himself in front of Lisa.
Take me, a barren old thistle, and spare this sweet young flower.
Only it was for nothing, as the goat only wanted to return Lisa's pearl necklace. Still, Lisa's grateful for Burns' sacrifice, so she smiles for a picture with Burns, thus giving him what he needs to retrieve his fortune. And with that, Lisa's story also comes to an end. Back in the cave, Homer, finally freed from the hole, joins in on story time and drops a bombshell. Turns out he brought the family to the cave on purpose because he saw the rich Texan hiding the Mayan gold there. But before Marge can drop her righteous fury upon him, rich Texan, Mr. Burns, Mo, and Snake all swoop in like it's the finale of Indiana Jones. The one time Mo decides to bring a bat to a gunfight, and it just had to be this one. Just as things are about to get all Wild West, Marge grabs the treasure bag and drops it into the abyss. And surprisingly, it actually calms everyone down. Realizing how greedy they've all been, they all decide to make up for their sins by volunteering. Well, everyone except Burns, who immediately starts climbing down the pit to get the gold bag. But let's face it, old habits die hard, and Burns isn't getting any younger. But if there's one thing you can never be too old for, it's love. Which brings us to season 13's A Hunka. Yeah, I'm not saying that.
You can lift my wiper any day.
And I did not just hear that. We start in Chinatown, where the Simpsons are engaging in the great American pastime of cultural enrichment, aka the annual drive through the local Chinatown. After browsing through a selection of bootleg merchandise, they wrap up their trip with dinner at a Chinese restaurant.
I'll have the shark butt with butt sauce.
Bart?
Oh, excellent choice, sir.
Just your kid much, Marge? Then again, who can blame her? And since it's a Chinese restaurant, it's illegally required to end with fortune cookies. Homer cracks his open, gets disappointed, and being the intellectual powerhouse he claims to be, decides he can do better, which he actually does. So they decide to hire him full-time as a fortune cookie writer. What could possibly go wrong now? Meanwhile, over in Way Too Rich for This Territory, Burns is also ordering Chinese. He opens his fortune, and in the blink of an eye, his entire life takes a detour.
You will find true love on Flag Day.
Now, most people would just roll their eyes and move on, but Burns, though, he decides to risk it all. With Smithers reluctantly third wheeling, he hits the town, which goes about as well as you'd expect for a man who moves like a sloth.
Excellent. Let me fetch you another Thomas Collins.
With the night heading toward a complete disaster, Burns decides to pack it in. But just as he's about to call it quits, the universe throws him a bone in the form of a parking ticket.
Miss, would you submit to a wooing by a gentleman caller?
But you're really not my... Well, okay.
I'm gonna practice that later. So they go on a date, and somehow, against all odds, Gloria actually has a good time. But there's a difference between having a good time and being romantically interested. So when the night ends and Burns tries to lock in date number 2...
Look, I had a lot of fun today, but I don't think we're right for each other.
Translation, you're a fossil, and I'm just hitting my prime. Burns don't give up. With a bit of quick thinking and Homer chasing a dog nearby, because of course he is, he hatches a genius plan. And by genius, I mean lying through his dentures and making Homer his fake best friend. And since this is Homer we're talking about, he fully sells the fantasy for the price of a single pie.
He ran his own casino, stole the Loch Ness Monster, got shot by a baby, and blotted out the sun.
It's actually a solid CV. Gloria, completely ignoring the red flags, agrees to a second date. Only this time around, Homer is now officially third wheeling. Now, normally that's all the recipe for a disaster there, but since the universe was really rooting for Burns this time around, Homer is surprisingly on his best act. Date after date continues to be a success, and since Burns isn't getting any younger, he decides to shoot his shot and go all in.
I think you'll find that Red Bull more engaging.
And while normally I'd be rooting for Burns to fail, I found myself grinning from ear to ear when she said yes, which is exactly when fate decides to speedrun their entire relationship right into the gutter. Because just as Gloria is processing what the hell she just agreed to, her ex bursts in, and not just any ex, it just so happens to be Springfield's favorite robber.
Gloria?
Snake? I thought you were in prison.
I told the guard that I was going out for a pack of cigarettes, then I totally stabbed him.
And that's probably the least unhinged thing he's done in a while. Now reunited with his old flame, Snake does what any true gentleman would do. He kidnaps her with Homer. So off they go, kidnapped in Burns' own car, headed straight for Snake's hideout. Burns then returns moments later, only to find his fiancée and wingman missing.
Well, she's run off with Simpson.
And he comes to the obvious conclusion, which, considering how Homer is with the ladies, is very understandable. 20 minutes later, and Homer and Gloria are front-page news, and with Wiggum in charge of the rescue operation, you can already smell the incompetence coming. Luckily for them, Cletus shows up with some actual information, but since this is Wiggum's police force, witnessing a crime is basically a crime in itself, and they arrest him for good measure. From there, they track down Homer and Gloria to Snake's hideout, but before they can even figure out how to handle it, Homer just burns the whole place down. So much for chivalry, but you know who still believes in chivalry? That's right, Mr. Burns. In a rare act of love, or maybe intoxication from the fumes, he lives up to his last name and charges straight into the fire. And it ends exactly as you'd expect. Still, she finds the gesture romantic. Sadly for Burns, romance has an expiration date, and when she sees Snake being arrested, she starts swooning over him all over again. Burns is left standing there, confused, heartbroken, before walking into the sunset with the Simpsons. But if there's an episode that ended on a good note for Burns, it's definitely Season 8's Burns Baby Burns.
It's true. He is my son.
Hey, now you're talking.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
So the episode kicks off at the Simpsons on a totally thrilling tour of an apple cider mill. Marge is excited, Lisa's using it as a TED Talk, and Homer, well, let's just say getting yanked away from Game 7 of the World Series does things to a man. Meanwhile, our favorite money-worshipping fossils are rolling home from a college football game, but its train grinds to a halt thanks to a random couch blocking the tracks. At which point, Larry the souvenir man takes center stage. The nose alone definitely gave it away. After chasing the train for an impressive 2 meters, Larry finds out from the train operator that they're headed to Springfield, and as fate would have it, a certain Springfield family's on their way back to town, so Larry hitches a ride with the Simpsons, who drop him off at Mr. Burns' mansion. And that's the easy part. The hard part is actually getting past security to see Mr. Burns. Luckily, the attack dogs are on a leash, and before Smithers can send him packing, Burns himself decides to see what the commotion is about, which is when Larry drops the bomb.
Well, Mr. Burns, I'm your son.
Son reunites with his long-lost evil father. Where have I seen that before?
I am your father.
After a thorough scalp inspection, Burns confirms that Larry is in fact his biological son. Turns out back in the day, Burns had a little scandalous romance with Larry's mom. She then became a nun, Larry became an orphan, and Mr. Burns got to resume his life as a wealthy man. But hey, now that the truth's out, Burns figures he might as well give this whole fatherhood thing a shot. And since he's not exactly an expert in that department, he decides to start small by giving Larry a job at the power plant. But bad news for Burns, because Larry ends up befriending the worst influence possible.
Relax. I don't want to work. I'm so lazy I took lessons on to play a piano.
Wow, that's really lazy.
Next, Burns tries to introduce Larry to high society. Only issue, Larry's about as refined as a gas station hot dog. And when you throw a loud, sloppy, beer-guzzling dude into a room full of elites, things tend to get messy real quick.
Pull up a seat, Pop. You too, Chuckles. I mean, the food ain't great, but the portions are terrific.
And all of a sudden, I'm craving shrimp. After this cringe fest, Burns does what every confused rich dad does, throws money at the problem. He tries to get Larry into Yale, hoping it'll speed up his culturing. Only problem is, there's also the issue of his intellectual prowess.
How are his test scores?
Let's just say this. He spelled Yale with a 6.
Oh, he's helpless, all right. Burns quickly realizes Larry's a lost cause, with the final straw coming when Larry invites Homer over for dinner. One loud chewing session later, and Burns completely snaps.
The humiliation of having a coarse, boorish ignoramus for a son.
I should go.
The one time Homer's not the dumbest guy in the room, and he can't even enjoy it. Larry, feeling rejected, decides it's time to pack up and go back to his old life, which, let's be honest, might be the smartest thing he's done all episode. Unfortunately, he has this realization in front of Homer Simpson, so of course Homer shuts down that idea and hatches one of his own.
There's only one sure way to make him realize how much he loves you, and that is a phony kidnapping.
Ah, there he is, dumbest guy in Springfield restored. So they stage a kidnapping. Larry hides in Homer's Homer's basement while Burns panics and launches a citywide search. But Marge, the last remaining voice of reason, figures it out and forces Homer to return Larry. Only problem is, the second they step outside the house, Kent Brockman and the cops are right there. So now the chase is on. Eventually, Homer and Larry get cornered on top of a movie theater, and just as Homer's about to get permanently ventilated, Larry finally comes clean.
We faked the whole thing.
I should have known you're the only one stupid enough to kidnap you.
You know what they say, no one roasts you harder than a disappointed dad. When the jig is up, Larry finally gets his father-son moment. Burns, in his one and only act of genuine fatherly love, gives it to him straight.
I'm sorry, Larry. I can't be the family that you need.
Well, I got a wife and kids. Oh, that reminds me. They're probably wondering where I went.
Just being a deadbeat runs in the family. As a final farewell, Larry suggests turning the whole thing into a party. Might as well get something out of your dad's bottomless wallet. Speaking of Burns and his wallet, who could forget the time he actually gave The Simpsons a thank you gift? That's right, in Blood Feud, the season 2 finale, Mr. Burns reaches deep into his withered heart and utters these earth-shattering words.
We'll get the Simpsons a present. An extravagant present. A mad, unthinkable, utterly impossible present.
Someone's clearly in a good mood. So here's the setup. Right, Burns is on death's door again, but this time he's not just creaking around like a haunted Victorian grandpa. No, he's fully bedridden, pale as a ghost, and running on empty. Turns out he has hypothermia, a condition that basically means he's fresh out of blood. Smithers, being the most aggressively loyal assistant in television history, freaks out and puts out a desperate call for someone, anyone with O negative blood, at which point Homer hears the call and a light bulb appears over his head.
There's a human being out there with millions of dollars who needs our help, and you don't want to cash in?
Dude had us in the first half, that's for sure. Unfortunately, Homer's blood type is a big fat nope, and so is everyone else in the family, except for Bart. And naturally, Bart's first reaction to being told he can save a man's life is,
I don't have to give blood. I have rights, you know.
Yeah, you have the right to remain silent.
A+ parenting right there. With the promise of untold riches dangling in front of him, Bart rolls up his sleeves and does the deed. The blood transfusion works, Burns springs back to life like a 104-year-old jack-in-the-box, and suddenly he's bursting with so much youthful energy that he starts writing his autobiography. However, there's still the topic of Bart donating the blood that saved him, and after a lifetime of being an unholy skeleton of greed, you'd think Burns might just feel a little generous. However, instead of sending over a new car or a briefcase of cash like Homer was expecting, Mr. Burns opts for a much simpler gift.
Oh, it's just a card!
In a fit of pure rage, Homer dictates the nastiest, most unhinged letter imaginable to Mr. Burns. He makes Bart write it down, and right before sealing his fate, Marge steps in and convinces him to not send it. Crisis averted until Bart, bless his helpful heart, drops it in the mailbox first thing the next morning. Homer, of course, strangles him before the two of them try every half-baked scheme to retrieve the letter.
My name is Mr. Burns. I believe you have a letter for me.
What's your first name?
I don't know.
Yeah, dumb as a doorknob. The letter eventually reaches Mr. Burns' office just in time for Homer to sneak in and steal it back. Only his attempt ends with Mr. Burns popping in, reading the letter, and flipping out. So now Burns has a personal vendetta against Homer, and because he's an evil billionaire with zero self-awareness, his first instinct is to ruin Homer's life. Smithers, though, pulls the brakes on the whole operation. He talks some sense into his boss, and in a rare moment of introspection, Burns ends up doing a whole 180. To make amends with the Simpsons, Burns decides to give them a token of gratitude. After scouring the mall for something appropriate, he ends up splurging $32,000 on this.
Wow! A big ugly head!
Oh, it's a big ugly Olmec Indian head.
Well, that clears it up. Bart thinks it's awesome. Homer thinks it's an insane dust collector. Either way, it definitely was not the wads of cash Homer had in mind. The episode winds down to the family scratching their heads over the moral lesson, if there even is one. As for Burns, well, the thought counts. But maybe next time he should just let Smithers do the thinking. Some people can't seem to decide if they love or hate old Monty, so let's lean into that, shall we? Here are the most loved and most hated Simpsons characters. For every iconic and beloved Simpsons character, there's gonna be an outright evil one the fans have no choice but to hate. Take, for instance, Troy McClure. When his career is nearing its end due to his age and the rumor that he does weird things with fish, he takes advantage of Selma to get himself back on top.
Having a child. That's a big step.
You bet it is. Think what it'll mean. Not just the McBain movie, but maybe my own fragrance. Smelling of Troy.
Is there anything he won't do for a movie deal? A Fish Called Selma starts with the Simpsons family watching a movie, starring one of Springfield's most famous actors, Troy McClure. While watching, the family discusses how old McClure is looking, which leads to Homer saying this.
Yeah, who'd have thought he'd turn out to be such a weirdo?
What are you talking about?
His bizarre personal life. Those weird things they say he does down at the aquarium.
Homer, you can't go around spreading rumors like that. You'll get him banned from the Frying Dutchman. Marge stands up for McClure, though, telling Homer that it's just an urban myth and that he would never do anything weird with fish. That's probably true, but the Springfield Aquarium sticker on the back of his car ain't doing his reputation any favors. While trying to get home, the struggling actor crashes into pretty much everything on the road, resulting in him being pulled over by Chief Wiggum.
Says here you need corrective lenses. Put those glasses on, mister.
You wouldn't ask a handsome man like me to wear glasses. It'd be a crime against nature.
Oh, looks like he's wearing a couple of telescopes. Wiggum tells McClure that if he passes the eye test at the DMV, he won't need to wear his glasses. Despite having the eyesight of a blindfolded bat, his vanity gets the better of him, and he tries anyway. Luckily for him, the woman in charge of his test just happens to be one of his biggest fans.
As an actor, I depend on my remarkable look. If you could find it in your heart to pass me, I'm sure I could find some way to repay you. Say, by buying you dinner?
After a night of listening to that gravelly voice, he'll wish it was his ears that don't work so well. Selma and McClure go on their date, but the actor clearly does not want to be there. After making the smallest of small talk and a lot of yawning, McClure finally feels like his obligation is over. But as they leave the restaurant, they're spotted by the paparazzi, and Troy takes advantage of the situation to get some publicity.
Hey, Homer, isn't this your sister-in-law on a date with Troy McClure?
Troy McClure, he's a washed-up movie star.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe those rumors about his fish fetish weren't true after all.
Let's be real, what does a broken heart matter if it means you can break box office records, huh? Well, it seems like his plan worked, as McClure's agent calls him after 8 years and tells him that if he keeps being seen as a wholesome guy, the work will just come flooding in. Not one to let a little thing like morals get in the way of his success, Troy calls Selma pretending that he actually likes her. Once again, the paparazzi are all over his new relationship, which leads to him to go all in on his manipulation tactics.
No longer canst I conceal my love, my wimpled turtle dove. O Princess fair, wilt thou grant me thine dainty hoof in marriage?
Troy must really need this boost in popularity. I feel like just kissing her would give you a nicotine rush. Troy's devious plan works, and the rumor that he prefers gills over girls gets squashed. He also gets offered lots of high-earning film roles as his love life is spread across the news. To sell the lie, he asks Selma to move into his penthouse, and he begins to play Happy Families with the Simpsons. He even goes for a drink with Homer, which he soon regrets.
It was a beautiful wedding.
Troy said something interesting last night at the bar. Apparently, he doesn't really love Selma, and the marriage is just a sham to help his career.
Couldn't you have told her that before the wedding? That's like telling the waiter you have a nut allergy after eating an entire pecan pie. At the honeymoon, Selma's already getting on Troy's nerves, but his agent tells him he'll need to keep the sham going if he wants to star in the new McBain movie. Meanwhile, Marge and Patty try to tell Selma that she's being used, but she's having none of it.
Then later, wrong for me. How? I get it. My sisters have come down with a case.
I actually knew someone who had that, but after a week with the special cream, it cleared right up. After Marge gives her some tough love, Selma rushes to Troy and asks him if it's true, to which he casually says yes. At first, of course, Selma is furious, but after Troy explains that she'll live a life of luxury, she agrees to keep the sham marriage going.
One day, my lady Selma's gonna have a star right next to mine.
Guess those cigarettes can't buy themselves. Things go one step further when Troy's manager tells him that he needs to have a baby with Selma to cinch the role in the McBain movie. While unsure at first, Selma agrees, but after awkwardly trying to get started, Selma comes to her senses.
Sorry, a loveless marriage is one thing. We're not hurting anybody. But bringing a child into a loveless family is something I just can't do.
Well, I think it's for the best. Unless she's willing to wear an octopus costume, it's just not going to work. Now, when you feel sorry for Selma, one of the meanest characters in The Simpsons, you just know that McClure is a nasty piece of work. While the actor has been on many big screen adventures, Grandpa has lived them. Well, according to him, anyway. Abe Simpson is definitely a loved character amongst fans. He's dramatic, he's grouchy, and he's senile. He's known for all of his crazy World War II stories that are just too wild to be true. Or are they?
No, they'll never save your brain, Hitler.
Now that's a man you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of. Enraging Abe Simpson and his grumbling grandson in The Curse of the Flying Hellfish, Grandpa visits Springfield Elementary to share his wisdom with Bart and the rest of their class. But the stories he shares aren't the most believable.
Oh, I invented the turlet. Stop your snickering! I spent 3 years on that toilet.
3 years? Maybe it's time to see a doctor. Abe's crazy comments embarrass Bart, and Homer suggests locking him up in a care home he can't leave. I think that's called prison. Back at Abe's home, though, the elderly man is looking through his mail when he discovers that someone called Asa Phelps has died and that Abe was a part of a pact with 6 other veterans. With Asa gone, there were only 2 people left. Him and Mr. Burns.
Would you do the honors? Well, Simpson, 7 gone. As soon as you're in your pressboard coffin, I'll be the sole survivor and the treasure will be mine.
Does Mr. Burns' greed have no limits? Quit being greedy, let Abe buy some new slippers or something. Determined to get his hands on the treasure, Mr. Burns comes up with a plan to get Grandpa killed and calls an assassin to get the job done. In the dead of night, Burns and the assassin sneak into Abe's room and poison his denture water. When the alarm clock goes off, however, he throws his teeth and sticks the clock in his mouth, foiling the plan. But the assassin is not done yet.
Wait a minute! My family never comes to...
Mr. Burns could pass as the long-lost Bouvier sister, and he wouldn't be the worst-looking one. Eventually, the assassin decides to go full-blown Rambo, shooting up the care home. Luckily, Grandpa escapes, but nobody believes him. And can you really blame them? The Simpsons let Abe stay in Bart's room, and he tells him the story of the flying hellfish bonanza, the reason why Burns wants him dead.
But every unit has a troublemaker. Ours was a cocky little private named Montgomery Burns.
So Mr. Burns has always been a pompous windbag. The squad, which included several descendants of Springfield's residents, manages to capture a German castle, along with all of its treasures. Mr. Burns suggests that they steal the paintings, and despite initially refusing, Abe agrees. Problem is, they couldn't just take them there and then, so they come up with a plan.
How many of you are familiar with the concept of a tontine? All right, Ox, why don't you take us through it?
Contract whereby the last surviving participant becomes the sole possessor of all them pretty pictures.
So whoever survives the longest gets stinking rich. Bart thinks that Grandpa has made the whole thing up, and then when Mr. Burns comes crashing through the wall and forces him to hand over his key, he realizes it's true. Luckily for him, Bart is as devious as Burns and manages to swipe both the keys from him. Bart and Grandpa decide to claim the treasure for themselves, but there's a snag.
Now it's gonna show us exactly where to dig.
Let's just hope that box is waterproof, or else they're gonna get some not-so-valuable mush. Unfazed, though, Bart and Grandpa steal Ned's boat and diving equipment, then set sail to reclaim the treasure. Bart is given the job of diving down to find the treasure, and Abe pulls them back up to the surface. With the paintings in hand, Abe celebrates, but that's when Burns turns up with a gun and forces them to hand over the paintings. But not before doing this.
Take the art if you want, just don't hurt the boy!
I'd rather do both.
Man, that is so dark. Turns out it's not just Troy McClure who's sleeping with the fishes. Come on, you gotta give me that one. Grandpa can't just let his grandson sink into his watery grave, so he dives down and saves him. Anybody else might give up at that point, but not Abe Simpson of the Flying Hellfish. The duo chase Burns, and Abe manages to spear his nemesis' boat, climb on board, and ground it on the shore.
Private, you are dismissed!
Yeah, kick rocks, Monty. With the paintings now in the hands of Abe, Bart tells him no one will ever be able to take the riches away from him. Well, maybe except the federal government. Turns out that they have spent the last 50 years looking for the paintings so they could be returned to Germany. While he may have lost the fortune, Grandpa gets something priceless in return.
At least I got to show you I wasn't always a pathetic old kook.
You never were, Grandpa.
Oh.
I believed Grandpa the whole time, honest. This isn't the first time someone's earned Bart's trust and admiration, but it's not always turned out well for him. Jessica Lovejoy doesn't get much screen time, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't deserve her spot on the most hated list. How can a minister's daughter be that bad? Well, it's because she's even naughtier than Bart is.
Jessica, what are you doing? Well, it takes money to start a new life.
Stealing from a church. That's gotta be a hard one to talk yourself out of at the pearly gates. In Bart's girlfriend, Bart, Lisa, and the rest of the kids at Springfield play a game of war before the parents call them in for church. The kids try and make a break for it, but get rounded up and forced into the service. While Bart finds it boring, he suddenly discovers something that makes it a little more interesting.
Wow, there is a God.
It's a miracle! Bart meets a girl he doesn't think has cooties. Turns out the girl is Reverend Lovejoy's daughter, Jessica, who has just come back from boarding school. Keen to get to know her, Bart introduces himself, but Jessica just ghosts him. Lisa tries to give him some words of comfort here.
Here's No, Bart. I just think you and Jessica are too different from each other to get along.
Think she could work a little bit on her bedside manner. Taking drastic measures to get closer to Jessica, Bart does the unthinkable. He goes to Sunday school. He's got a bad case of the feelings. Despite wearing his church suit and refraining from shooting the teacher in the butt with a slingshot, Jessica still does not want anything to do with him. Talk about playing hard to get. Bart decides acting good isn't worth it, and to let off steam, he ties some balloons to groundskeeper Willie's kilt. And let's just say, his name has never been so fitting. The prank lands Bart in detention for 3 months, but somehow it manages to earn him points with his crush.
It's really unfair. Want to have dinner at my house tonight?
Well, they do say girls like a bad boy. And I think de-kilting a Scotsman earns him that title. Bart gets ready for his date with Jessica by putting on a jumper fitting for a librarian and combing his hair down. I'd love to know what product can tame those spikes. It's gotta be like Gorilla Glue or something. At the Lovejoy's house, however, Bart doesn't make a great impression and gets kicked out for telling Helen Lovejoy this.
Oh, no offense, lady, but what you don't know could fill a warehouse.
Young man, explain yourself.
Anyone got any holy water? Because she just got burned. Bart thinks that he's blown his chances here, but as he walks back home, Jessica catches up to him and tells him that she likes bad boys. She then suggests they go find something fun to do, which basically means a spree of troublemaking. They hang around the no loitering zone, eat ice cream in front of hungry people at the gym, and TP the Jebediah Springfield statue.
Virals your loops. It's like the toilet paper is an extension of your body.
Seems like Bart really appreciates a girl who can handle her toilet paper. The next day at school, Bart tells the other boys about his new girlfriend, but no one believes him. What makes it worse is that Jessica pretends to not even know him. I had something similar happen to me. Moms can be so weird around their friends. Am I right? Bart asks Jessica why she lied, to which she explains her parents can't find out about their relationship and tells him it's more exciting if it's kept a secret anyway. She then persuades him to go skateboarding.
Bart, you can't trust your perception at this altitude.
The glue will slow me down.
On the bright side, at least you stop moving now, Bart. Back at school, Jessica's reign of chaos continues as she holds Bart's hand, but then forces him to pull the fire alarm. Realizing that she's even worse than him, Bart decides to break up with her. Not wanting to lose him, she tells him that she'll calm down and lead a new life.
Jessica, what are you doing?
It takes money to start a new life.
Stealing from the collection basket is really wrong. Even I know that.
When you get a lesson in morality by Bart Simpson, you know you've gone too far. Unfortunately, Bart is framed by Jessica, and the whole town now thinks he's a thief. He tries to convince the Reverend's daughter to come clean, but she tells him that she just doesn't feel like it. At this point, Bart's had enough and threatens to tell everyone the truth, but Jessica ain't fazed.
Because if you tell, no one will believe you. Remember, I'm the sweet, perfect minister's daughter, and you're just yellow trash.
I think I can speak for all of us when I say, this girl sucks. Lisa tells Bart that he can't let Jessica get away with being a menace, especially when it's her brother getting the blame. At church, Reverend Lovejoy has Bart strapped in a cage like the frackin' Hannibal Lecter to prevent him from stealing the collection money again. I'll talk about an overreaction. What next? Put a lock on the communion bread box? Luckily for Bart, Lisa's willing to fight his corner.
I am talking to the collection money thief. It was Jessica Lovejoy!
Finally, the Goody Two-Shoes act is over. After searching her room, the stolen money is found under her mattress, and Jessica comes clean, telling Reverend Lovejoy that it was just a cry for attention. As punishment, she's forced to scrub the concrete outside the church, and Bart forgives her for everything she's done. But it turns out she hasn't actually learned her lesson.
I learned that I can make men do whatever I want.
Really haven't learned.
Would you finish scrubbing these steps for me?
Will I?
Man, she's the worst. The reason why Jessica is resented so much isn't just because she's manipulative and fake, but because she treated Bart like dirt. One of the most cherished members of the Simpson family. Bart is loved by pretty much all Simpsons fans. He's mischievous, happy-go-lucky, and naive. Basically a typical 10-year-old boy. His childlike ignorance has gotten him into a lot of pickles over the years, but nothing quite like the time he became a daredevil.
When he's not in class, he's risking his ass. The world's greatest daredevil, Bart Simpson.
Well, at least he took that rant better than the hill in the last episode. In Bart the Daredevil, Bart and Homer watch a commercial for the Monster Truck Rally, which promises to see more car destruction than a highway on New Year's Eve, especially with its main attraction.
That's the amazing, the astounding, the unbelievable Truckosaurus.
I wonder if it poops them out in those little car crusher cubes. I'm thinking way too much. And desperate to see the show, Homer announces that the family will be going to the monster truck rally. Only problem is, it's on the same night as Lisa's saxophone recital. As both of the Simpson boys cry over losing the chance to see Truckosaurus, Marge explains that they can make both things, if they get there fast enough. While they arrive just in time, it turns out they took a wrong turn in the parking lot.
Truckosaurus!
Where?
Don't move. Its eyesight is based on movement. Alright, never mind. I'm thinking of Jurassic Park. Luckily, they survive Truckosaurus, and the family gets to enjoy the rest of the show, including a daredevil named Lance Murdoch, who manages to jump his bike over a water tank filled with dangerous creatures, although he does fall in while celebrating, but we're not going to talk about that. Watching Murdoch in action inspires Bart to become a daredevil himself.
Oh no, he's hurt. Bad. Let's get out of here.
Wow, with friends like that, who needs enemies? Luckily, Bart walks away with just a couple of stitches on his head. So after a brush with death, he gave up on the idea of death-defying stunts, right? Nah. He tries the car jumping stunt once again, but this time he actually pulls it off. Riding high on the adrenaline, Bart starts upping the stakes and pulls off even more dangerous jumps. Eventually, they become too easy and Bart looks for inspiration for the ultimate stunt. And he definitely finds it.
Got to be a challenge out there worthy of me. I'm gonna leap over Springfield Gorge on my skateboard.
I think he'll need more than a few stitches if this goes wrong. Bart announces at the school bus about his insane plan. Lisa pleads with Bart not to do it, but he tells her the thrill is just too addictive. At least charge people to see it, Bart. Funerals ain't cheap, you know? Lisa arranges a trip to see Lance Murdoch in the hospital, hoping it'll change Bart's mind.
My brother is thinking about jumping Springfield Gorge on a skateboard.
Now let me start by saying, good for you, son.
Well, that didn't go to plan. But what did she expect? That's like thinking Homer could convince someone to go on a diet. With Bart more set than ever on jumping Springfield Gorge, Lisa tells her parents. Homer yells at him and makes Bart promise that he will not do the stunt.
How'd it go, Homer?
You know, Marge, we got a pretty good kid there.
Did he really just fall for that? This is Bart Simpson we're talking about. I mean, at the gorge, all the kids are waiting for Bart to do the jump, or let's face it, plunge to his untimely death. As he prepares himself on a steep slope, Homer goes to Bart's room to see if he wants to play catch and realizes he's been duped. He quickly rushes to Springfield Gorge in the nick of time. I don't think I've ever seen Homer move that fast. Except on Free Donut Day. Stepping on the skateboard himself in order to show Bart what it feels like to see a family member risk their life, the boy comes to his senses and tells his dad that he won't jump things anymore. Looks like disaster has finally been averted. But that's when this happens.
Love you, Dad.
I love you too, son. I don't think I've ever felt as close to you as I do right... Huh? What? This is the greatest thrill of my life! I'm king of the world! Woohoo!
Spoiler alert, he doesn't make it. Homer falls down Springfield Gorge, hitting every rock on the way down. And to make matters worse, he not only hits his head while being airlifted back up, but then falls out of the ambulance and falls all over again. Someone's gonna have a headache in the morning. It's clear that Bart isn't just loved by the fans, but by every member of his family. I mean, who else would fall down a 100-foot gorge twice just to teach their kid a lesson? Bart is a fan favorite because he's the perfect mix of being rebellious, sharp-witted, a troublemaker, and oftentimes really sweet. While Bart's personality is easy to love, even his naughty side, people aren't always so accepting of Lisa's passionate opinions, which often cross into being obnoxious. Lisa is known for putting herself on a moral pedestal and sometimes having a superiority complex. While her heart's in the right place, she's done a few things that fans have definitely hated, like the time she helped Mr. Burns. An eco-activist teaming up with a guy who doesn't mind dumping nuclear waste. What could go wrong? In The Old Man and the Lisa, Springfield's resident eco-warrior wakes up the entire family in the middle of the night by rummaging through bottles and cans to sort out the recycling for her school club. Jeez, couldn't that have waited till the morning? Bart tells Lisa that there's no point, because when the sun burns up, it won't matter anyway. I mean, he's kind of got a point, but, like, you ain't even gonna live to see it. Bart thinks it's a great idea and starts helping her daughter out, but Lisa gets a little preachy.
It's a great idea.
You're not supposed to have fun recycling. This is serious.
Yeah, Homer, nobody's allowed to make boring activities fun. The next day, Principal Skinner invites Mr. Burns as a guest speaker to talk about business, and Lisa asks him if the power plant is a recycling program. Burns doesn't even know what that word means, and Lisa enlightens him. He then tells her that nature isn't important and asks her if she agrees.
Surely you agree we can do without her?
No, I don't agree.
Shut up, little girl. I wouldn't be worth $200 million today.
Well, turns out he's not actually worth $200 million. In fact, due to his gang of yes men not telling him how poorly his stocks are doing, he's actually broke. Ah, how the mighty have fallen. Mr. Burns loses his power plant and his house. In fact, the only things he now has left is a single portrait and Smithers. And we all know why he's hanging around. Yeah, let's not dwell too much on that. Mr. Burns finds himself moving in with Smithers and trying to contribute by grocery shopping. Unfortunately, he struggles to do the chore he's probably never done, and Chief Wiggum takes him away.
What's happening? Relax. You've gone off your nut. Those store guys signed the commitment papers.
But I'm shopping.
Oh, well, if the store guy signed the papers, he must be nuts. They're the ones in charge of stocking the trail mix. I'll let myself out now. Back at the Simpson household, Lisa is desperate to fill in more bags of recycling so that the rest of the club can go on the field trip. After forcing Homer to drink more beers than even he can handle, he suggests going to the old folks' home, where she finds Mr. Burns. Burns realizes he needs someone who isn't scared to tell him he's wrong and is determined to get Lisa to help him build his fortune back up again. He even tells her that he'll change his ways.
You could only earn money by doing good, socially responsible things.
Nothing evil. That's exactly the kind of radical thinking I need.
One of the world's richest men making money in an honest way? That is radical. Lisa and Mr. Burns go to the beach to collect cans, and eventually he makes his first dollar. But he's not done there. After getting the people at the old folks' home to help him, he begins to build his empire again.
Wow, even I didn't know he was so committed to recycling. See? I told you Mr. Burns has changed. See?
Yeah, nobody likes a know-it-all, Lisa. Burns names his new power plant after Lisa and tells his business partner that the entire factory is environmentally friendly. It's powered by old newspapers, the machines are made from used cans, and the glass in the windows are old beer bottles. Looks like Mr. Burns is making his millions by saving the planet. Or is he?
1 million sewn together will catch 1 million fish. Watch.
Yeah, a leopard doesn't change its spots, and a Mr. Burns doesn't change its liver spots. Turns out that the entrepreneur was actually making his money from grinding up fish into a slurry and selling it as animal food, engine coolant, and a powerful explosive. And the best part? It comes from 100% recycled fish. I really don't think that's how it works. Lisa's obviously disgusted, but it turns out she's kind of to blame too.
You're still evil, and when you're trying to be good, you're even more evil.
You inspired it all, little Lisa.
How could she think Burns could ever change? If she hadn't been so righteous, he wouldn't have been able to carry on being evil. Lisa tells people to stop recycling as it's fueling the new fish slurry factory, completely going back on her original mission. And while feeling sorry for herself, Mr. Burns makes a surprise call to the Simpson house and tells her that he sold the recycling plant for a whopping $120 million.
As my advisor, you're entitled to 10% of the proceeds.
No. You did the right thing, sweetheart.
What, didn't she think of all the good she could do for the planet with that type of money? I guess she'll sleep better knowing she stuck to her morals, but she would have slept equally as well in an expensive 4-poster bed too. Lisa often lets her moral superiority complex get in the way of the bigger picture, like her family's happiness, which ironically makes her kind of selfish. What makes it worse is that she can be kind of a hypocrite sometimes, doing things that only benefit her, like sabotaging Allison's project in Lisa's Rival, just because she was better at some things. But maybe Lisa is just misunderstood, like Miss Crabapple, who may seem like a strict teacher who runs a classroom with an iron fist, but really has a heart of gold. Despite the number of times she's given Bart and the rest of the class a hard time, Edna has proven herself to be a pretty complex character, from her love life to her unhealthy habits such as gambling, drinking, and smoking. But what fans love about her is how fundamentally human she is and how much she truly cares about her class.
Okay, Edna, remember, if you can teach one kid one thing, then today will be a success.
I think one kid's a bit optimistic. Bart Gets a Z starts with Miss Crabapple waking up covered in papers she'd been marking in bed before passing out. I mean, I like to watch YouTube before bed, but whatever floats your boat, I guess. She then gets ready for the day by telling herself that it's going to be a good day, working out and enjoying a not-so-nutritious candy bar dipped in peanut butter for breakfast. Is working out really even worth it at that point? At school, she gives herself a pep talk about doing her best to teach the kids, but when she goes into class, they're glued to their screens. After locking all the phones away, Bart comes up with a plan to get Miss K to loosen up.
You know, Crabapple just needs to chill out and realize life is cool. But how?
Yeah, his grand plan is to get her wasted so she'll be more fun. What could go wrong? All of the kids steal booze from their parents and then make a cocktail that looks so deadly that even Barney Gumble will pass on it. They then pour it into a coffee cup and wait for her to take the bait, and boy, does she take the bait.
Man, he played knick-knack on my thumb.
At least she's a happy drunk. The booze really hits Edna when she tries to write an equation on the chalkboard but ends up wiping it off with her face. Bart tells her she looks pretty tired and thinks more coffee would help. But no, Bart, she actually needs real coffee at this point, and a lot of it. The kids are enjoying this new and improved Miss Krabappel, but after a drunken outburst at choir practice, she gets busted.
One night, Dewey, I'll get you off Broadway.
Never!
Edna, let's go. This is the hardest thing I've ever had to do, but I'm letting you go.
Seymour, I'm gonna cry.
Man, that's rough. After all the times Miss K has helped Bart out, like helping him pass the 4th grade, he gets her fired. Bart and Nelson watch their teacher pack her things and start feeling guilty about what they just did. While Bart considers coming clean, their new teacher Zach comes in and lets them use their phones again, making them forget all about Edna. While Bart has found a new excitement for learning, he also starts to worry about Miss Krabappel and offers to return her smiley face stickers as an excuse to see how she's doing.
Well, you gotta get out.
What's the point? Out of work, I'm out of money. No man wants me except Disco Stew.
I don't know what's worse, having nothing in life or having to teach a class full of troubled kids. I'll have to get back to you on that one. Bart and Milhouse go out for hot chocolate, and Bart tells his friend he feels guilty about Miss K and decides that it'll help fix her life. To start, he buys a self-help book, which makes about as much sense as the last season of Lost. While Edna thinks the book is stupid, it turns out to actually work.
Write your dream on the index card of fate. I want to own a muffin store. Great idea.
Bart, this is starting to sound like one of those loony self-help books.
All thanks to the answer.
Because the power of wishful thinking is actually a thing. I'm sure my lottery numbers will come up any day now. Edna's Edibles, which sounds suspiciously like a space cake store, is a success, and the former teacher is apparently enjoying her new life. With Bart happy that he's made it up to Miss K, he's finally coming clean here, but she doesn't take the truth very well.
It's your fault I have to work at this stupid muffin store. My real dream was to be a teacher, and you got me fired.
Oh man, who knew she cared so much about being a teacher? She's got a funny way of showing it most of the time. Edna tells Bart that she has always thought deep down that he was a decent kid, but she now realizes she was wrong. She even goes as far as telling him that he's bad on the inside. Oh, Miss Krabappel, that's right up there with I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. Bart, racked with guilt, comes up with a plan to get Zach drunk so Edna can get her job back. Come on, Bart, have you never heard that 2 wrongs don't make a right? Eventually, he decides the best thing to do is just to come clean.
So you see, it was my fault. I got Mrs. Krabappel drunk.
Bart, you deserve a reward for telling the truth, and that reward will be in the form of a severe punishment.
As long as Edna gets her job back.
Can't just get rid of a teacher if he's doing a good job.
Don't tell him that. He'll go find a way to get him fired now. Luckily, it doesn't come to that as Zach turns up in the hallway wasted, screaming that he hates children. Yikes, I think you've gotten to the wrong profession, bud. Turns out that he voluntarily added vodka to his energy drink. This man knows how to party, I guess. The stunt gets him fired, leaving a position open for everyone's much-loved, albeit strict, teacher.
Nope. Now everyone enjoy one of my yummy muffins.
But it's stale.
Eat the muffin.
Crunchy. Edna Krabappel is a layered character. On the surface, she comes across as a harsh teacher who hates her job, but as we've seen in this episode and the others where she's cared for Bart, she really does have a big heart. In 2013, Edna was unfortunately killed off after her voice actor, Marcia Wallace, passed away in real life. While the character is no longer around, every now and then she is mentioned or even drives the plot of an episode, proving how much the character and voice actor is a testament to the show. While Miss K tried to help Bart on several occasions, the same can't be said for another character who is hell-bent on killing him. The Simpsons have had many villains, but one of the most hated is Sideshow Bob, whose murderous obsession with Bart is just downright terrifying.
Hello, Bart.
Mom! Dad!
Your family can't help you now.
Can you imagine being taken out by a walking palm tree? In Cape Fear, Bart and Lisa are watching the McBain show and Marge gives the Simpson kids their mail. Bart's excited to read his letter until he sees what's inside of it.
I'm going to kill you.
Well, let's hope Sideshow Bob doesn't decide to write a novel while in prison. He'll need a blood transfusion every hour. Understandably, Bart is disturbed by the threatening letter, which is only made worse when more and more threats are being sent to him. Not realizing they're coming from the man who he got locked up for framing Krusty, Bart starts hiding, paranoid that everyone's out to get him.
Bart, I'm going to get you. Some ice cream at the store.
You're going to be my murder victim, Bart.
Well, with everyone phrasing things like that, can you really blame him? Marge goes to Chief Wiggum for help, who tells her that sending threatening messages isn't a crime. I'm pretty sure it is. Meanwhile, Lisa thinks she could be Mo who's angry about all the prank calls that Bart makes, but it turns out he was just hiding smuggled pandas. I wouldn't worry, Mo. Wiggum probably thinks that isn't a crime either. Bart's problems got even worse as Sideshow Bob manages to get released from prison on parole.
You awful man, stay away from my son.
Oh, I'll stay away from your son, all right. Stay away forever.
Well, staying away forever doesn't sound so bad. I'm sure he'll stick to his word. Bob works out and plots his revenge on Bart while also throwing sharp objects at a picture of him, because that's not psychotic at all. He then rides around Evergreen Terrace announcing who he's not going to kill.
Landers.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Homer Simpson, Marge Simpson, that is all.
Woohoo! Did you hear, Bart?
That's like a messed up reverse lottery. Scared for their son's life, Marge and Homer put the family into a witness protection program. Is it just me, or would arresting the crazed guy threatening to kill a 10-year-old be an easier solution? With the Simpsons packed up and ready to start their new life, it seems like the danger is behind them. Or more accurately, beneath them. Well, that's gotta be a nice change from stepping on ranks. It's about too soon. The Simpsons, or should I say the Thompsons, move into a little houseboat at Cape Fear, which is really an unfortunate name for a family trying to hide from a killer. Despite being completely battered and bruised from the journey, Bob wastes no time planning his revenge. Dude might be a psychopath, but you can't fault him for the attention to detail, I guess. Back on the houseboat, Bart is still on edge, which doesn't help when Homer bursts in to show him his new chainsaw and hockey mask. At this rate, Bob won't need to do anything. Homer will just give the poor kid a heart attack. While the Simpson family settle down for the night, Bob takes the opportunity to sneak on board.
No, go on.
Well, you have such a beautiful voice.
Guilty as charged.
I was wondering if you could sing the entire score of the HMS Pinafore.
Very well, Bart. And a 2, and a 3, and we sail the ocean blue, and a sauce.
At least Bart gets to enjoy a little show before he meets his end. Turns out that Bart's plan was to distract Bob all along, and by the time he finishes the final song, Chief Wiggum and his boys manage to stop him and return him to the slammer. With Bob gone, the Simpsons can finally return to normal life. Well, almost normal.
Bart, run upstairs, get Grandpa's medicine.
Not so fast. I want to court this fair young maiden.
Well, Jasper's gonna get quite the surprise when he goes in for a smooch and feels a 5 o'clock shadow. Sideshow Bob is the perfect villain and easily hateable. Dude, slimy, arrogant, has zero limits when it comes to hurting people. Outside of the show, some fans dislike the character as he has no redeemable qualities and is quite one-dimensional, as most of his storylines follow the same pattern. Escape prison, plot revenge, get captured, rinse and repeat. This isn't the last time the Sideshow Bob tries to get his revenge, but Bart manages to outsmart him every single time. While Bart is undeniably cunning, there is one family member who will give him a run for his money. For a character who's barely said a word, Maggie has captured the heart of fans countless times, making her one of the most loved characters in The Simpsons. While she stays in the background most of the time, the 50th episode of the show focuses on her quest to find her mom.
Best MacGyver ever.
Yeah, I can't really blame her. In Homer alone, Marge is at her wit's end, taking care of the entire family, including cleaning up all the broken stuff, dealing with her kids' demanding sandwich requests, returning videos, picking up the dry cleaning, and a long list of other chores. As she gets ready to leave the house, however, Bart and Lisa miss the school bus. Forced to drive them to school, Marge gets close to breaking point.
Mom, he's doing it again! Mom!
Get out!
I just feel sorry for Maggie. She has to stay in the car. Marge and Maggie head to the grocery store where the matriarch of the family rushes around grabbing everything while Maggie throws stuff back out of the trolley. After that, she takes Homer's bowling ball to get fixed but has to drive to the other side of town. At this point, Marge has a complete meltdown.
Your wife is dead. I haven't flushed a bowl in years.
I'm surprised it took this long. Let's face it, she's married to the most annoying man alive. With Marge blocking the bridge, she attracts news coverage and the entire town tunes in to watch her standoff. Eventually, Homer turns up and convinces her to get out of the car and promises to make things better.
Cover boy!
That's not fair. Marge carries a lot on her shoulders. I'm not just talking about all that hair either. Wiggum is hell-bent on punishing Marge, but Mayor Quimby tells him to free her so he doesn't lose the votes from the women of Springfield. Marge then decides to take a vacation on her own so she can finally get some relaxation.
Thanks again for taking the children while I'm away. Homer, can you bring Maggie out?
Maggie's got the right idea. Can you imagine the fumes at their place? Maggie decides she wants to stay home with her dad. The problem is, Homer doesn't have the first clue about taking care of a baby or being a dad. While he sits and eats a sandwich on the couch, Maggie's rattling a cup across the bars of her crib like a convict.
Mommy went crazy and went far, far away. So it's going to be just you and me for a while.
Poor Maggie did. I hope Homer knows babies can't drink Duff or eat donuts. Homer tries his best to look after Maggie. Well, when I say best, I mean eating all her baby food, accidentally lying down on her and using a staple gun to hold her diaper together. Yeah, you'd think after 2 kids he would have gotten the hang of parenting by now. Missing Marge and, let's face it, worried that Homer will accidentally put her in the washing machine or something, she makes a break for it. Now that's just too sad. Maggie goes searching for her mom, and when Homer goes to feed her the next day, he realizes that she's gone missing. He and Barney search the house, but little do they know, Maggie's on the loose and is seeing Marge everywhere she goes. What next? An extra long stick of blue cotton candy? Back at the Simpson household, Homer is uncharacteristically racked with worry about his missing baby, and to make matters worse, Marge calls him to let him know she's coming home in an hour. Luckily for Homer, Chief Wiggum manages to find Maggie on top of the ice cream parlor and brings her back home.
You the man who reported the lost baby?
Yes.
Can you describe her?
She's small. She's a girl.
Bingo!
You found my baby! Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you!
Just so you know, doing this doesn't get you out of a speeding ticket, trust me. With minutes to spare, Homer picks up Bart and Lisa and rushes to the train station to meet Marge. While the mom of the family looks well rested, the same cannot be said about the rest of the Simpsons people, who are exhausted and thankful to have Marge back.
Mom, I think I speak for everyone in this bed when I say you have nothing to worry about.
And Maggie can finally rest after her adventure, and more importantly, have her mom back. Aw. While Maggie is a sweet and loving baby, let's go to the complete opposite end of the spectrum, to a man who is bitter, despised, and an ancient relic of Springfield. Montgomery Burns has done so many awful things, it's easy to lose count. He's dumped nuclear waste, shut the town's power off, tried to turn puppies into a suit, just to name a few. And as the most hated person in Springfield, it's no surprise that someone once decided to take things into their own hands.
Hey man, are you okay?
But I thought vampires could only be stopped with a wooden stake. In Who Shot Mr. Burns, Principal Skinner returns to the school after a holiday weekend to find the class gerbil crushed by its water bottle. The job of burying the stanky rodent falls to Willie, who decides the basement will suit just fine. I dare to think what else he's buried down there. As he starts digging, however, he makes a discovery.
My own father got thrown in the bog.
What in the name of St. Ephesiocratus?
The education at Springfield Elementary might not be worth anything, but oil beneath it definitely is. When Mr. Burns discovers that the school is now stinking rich, with more oil than a Chicago deep dish pizza, he plots to take it for himself. As the school staff makes suggestions on how to spend the money, which includes hiring new staff to replace those complaining about the mice in the kitchen, I'm now suspicious about the little round chocolate chips they put in the cookies. Everyone makes their suggestions. There's just one student left here.
Corking if you'd sign over your oil well to the local energy consumer.
Who does he think he's fooling? Burns probably has suits older than the school itself. Skinner obviously refuses him, so the devious old fossil comes up with another plan to steal from the school.
There's no pressure. Someone else has tapped this well.
Of course he's just stolen it. To Burns, you can't have enough millions. When the oil spurts out of the rig, it blasts Bart and Santa's little helper out of the treehouse, breaking the poor dog's legs. Bart vows to get revenge on whoever did it, and to add to the list of people who hate Mr. Burns, Homer gets upset that he can't remember his name after 10 years, while Willie is fired to save money after the school buys expensive oil equipment. In fact, everyone in Springfield wants him dead.
Damn Burns.
Me too.
I think Burns is really done it this time. Something tells me he won't see his 104th birthday. Mr. Burns successfully bankrupts the school, shuts down Moe's Tavern, and even destroys the old folks' home after causing a sinkhole. But there's just one more act of evil he wants to commit to get total domination over Springfield. In fact, it's so horrible that even Smithers can't get on board.
Since the beginning of time, man has yearned to destroy the sun, and you will fall into line.
No, Marty, I won't. Not until you step back from the brink of insanity.
You're fired.
Burns is like a Bond villain on crack, I swear. His grand plan is to make the citizens of Springfield dependent on the nuclear power plant, sapping every dollar they have just to survive. I think we may need another sheet of paper for the list of people who hate him right now. During a town meeting that looks like more like a gun convention with the amount of people packing, they discuss ways to stop Mr. Burns. But it's too late, and he does the unthinkable. No, I don't mean wear socks and sandals. He may be evil, but he's not sick in the head.
But who here has the guts to stop me?
I don't think Burns realizes that money's no good if you get yourself whacked. With the sun blocked out, everyone in Springfield agrees that someone has to deal with Mr. Burns before he can do something else to the town. As Burns walks down the street, practically smelling the money he's making from all the streetlights coming on early, people in the hall start disappearing, including Smithers. Burns thinks he's gotten away with his diabolical plan, but he soon finds out the villain never wins.
Where is everybody?
Hey, man, are you...
Can we be sure he just hasn't had a pen leak in his chest pocket or something? Fans had to wait for season 7 to find out who shot Mr. Burns, and after the town tears down the sunblocking machine and Smithers and Homer both get blamed for the crime, it turns out that the shooter was actually...
Maggie Simpson.
That's right, the sweet little girl from the last episode. Now, before we take her off the love side of the list, I think she's got a pretty good reason for shooting him. You see, he tried to steal her lollipop, and then this happened. It was obviously an accident, and besides, he kinda had it coming to him. While Burns can't remember his name, everyone in the world knows who Homer Simpson is, and for good reason too. People love Homer because he's a perfectly imperfect, lovable, stupid mess. He's an idiot, lazy, and always getting into ridiculous situations, but at the heart of it, he's a really good guy, and that's why his family sticks by him, even when he makes poor decisions.
If you gain 61 pounds, they'll let you work at home?
Uh-huh, that's the deal. No more exercise program, no more traffic.
And no more fully functioning organs. In king-size Homer is hiding in the bathroom to avoid the daily exercise program, but is soon found and forced to work out. Oh, the humanity. Between push-ups, he finds out that another worker, Charlie, has managed to get out of it as he was injured and was staying at home with full pay. Homer's determined to get the same treatment and looks for ways to get injured.
Must hurt self. Must hurt self. Ow!
Poor Homer can't catch a break, literally. His next genius plan is to pour oil on the floor and slip over it, but he just manages to slide into Mr. Burns' office. Well, if the job at the nuclear power plant doesn't work out, he can always go into ice skating. He's got the balance for it, after all. Unable to hurt himself, or at least do it intentionally, he comes up with a plan to make himself disabled by becoming hyper-obese.
Exercise program, no more traffic, no more blood drives or charity walks.
Dad, I know we don't do a lot together, but helping you gain 61 pounds is something I want to be a part of.
Bart is such a good son helping his dad out. Wait, no, that's a terrible idea! Homer goes to Dr. Hibbert and asks him if he can help him become obese, but he refuses. What a shocker. There's a doctor who's more willing to help, however. Dr. Nick gives Homer plenty of advice, like eating copious amounts of junk food and drinking anything that's 90% sugar. They should call this the college student diet. Eventually, Homer succeeds in his mission.
225? That means I lost weight.
Now that's a strong towel rack. Homer can finally work from home and thinks it's going to be heaven on earth by earning Employee of the Month every month and becoming irresistible to Marge. Yeah, I don't know about that, buddy. I don't think she'll be a fan of bacon-scented musk, wearing the ugliest moo-moo dress he can find and using the remote workstation to keep the power plant safe. Homer is all set for his first day.
Vent radioactive gas? Y-E-S.
Now I know how Homer got his job. Even he can keep typing yes. While Homer's happy, Marge is far from impressed. In fact, she tries to talk him into losing the weight, telling him that she doesn't find him attractive anymore. But Homer doesn't care. It means he can work from home. Well, if the job was this easy, then I can see why he's making the sacrifice. Eventually, Homer starts getting distracted, though. I imagine this is what all people working from home do. Nothing breaks up boredom like watching YouTube videos, talking about your favorite TV shows on YouTube all day, right? Homer decides to go to the movies, but is told he's too big to fit in the seats. To make things worse, when he returns, the drinking bird toy left in charge of typing Y over and over has somehow managed to do an even worse job than Homer.
What happened to my bird?
Cuckoo.
Who cares? It's Homer's problem.
Wait.
It's fortunate they didn't let him into the cinema, or else he wouldn't have caught it. I think this is the first time being non-inclusive has actually been a good thing. With minutes until the nuclear power plant blows up and leaves Springfield more radioactive than whatever they pump into Laffy Taffy, Homer is forced to rush to the plant to shut it down manually. Problem is, his size holds him back. He eventually gets to the plant with just seconds to spare, but because he's so frackin' thick, the ladder breaks.
Wait a minute. There's probably a...
Homer, bravo!
See, he does know your name, Homer, and it only took saving his $1 million empire. Mr. Burns is so thankful, in fact, he asks Homer if there's anything he can do for him. Considering he's the reason for the near-critical meltdown, Burns is actually being really reasonable. Homer thinks about what he could get from his boss here, but then remembers how worried Marge is about his health.
Mr. Burns, can you make me thin again?
Thin again? Who are you kidding, Homer? You were never exactly a stick before. Let's face it, The Simpsons wouldn't have run for 36 seasons if Homer wasn't a likable character. He's often at the center of the plot, and without the crazy situations he gets himself into, the Simpson family would live a mostly tame life. He's lazy, funny, and surprisingly relatable. Don't think I forgot about Moe. He gets his own special section. Here's every time you felt bad for Moe. After 36 seasons, Moe's used to having some pretty bad days. Here's an average bad day.
None of it was me. Look, hey, where are we going with this? You're not invited, Moe.
And here's one of the worst days of his life.
This is it. The last call for Moe.
Things get pretty ugly for our favorite bartender. That's why today we're gonna go through Moe's 8 levels of depression and see how things have gotten worse and worse for Moe over the years. Isn't that fun? At level 1 we have Homer the Moe. At this level, maybe someone rear-ends your car in traffic, but it's really only one freak accident, which of course is just a normal day for Moe. We open with Bart digging a hole. Yeah, that's it. No reason for it, he's just digging. Not really. The first 3 minutes of the episode are actually a made-up story that Homer's telling at Moe's, and the guys are not having it.
How'd you know the Chinese were spying on you?
Oh, I just naturally assumed.
That is the stupidest story I ever heard. I am sick of you drunks and your shaggy dog stories.
I wonder if he's a regular. Unusually aggro, Moe admits that he's lost his passion for bartending, so the guys suggest that he goes back to school to reignite that flair. And while he's away, Homer volunteers to run the bar. This'll end well.
People buy beer from you.
Look, I gotta go.
I thought you said you had to go.
What was that, 10 seconds? While Moe is back at school meeting with his old professor, Homer continually bends the rules of the bar to his whim, but only to the benefit of him and his pals.
Hey, what happened to the music? Don't worry. You gotta hit it just right. Oh! Whoa!
Damn, I think that's the most blood outside of a Treehouse episode. Moe's professor advises him to give his tavern a new look, which he takes to heart as they part ways. And by part ways, I mean till death do them part, I guess. Back in Springfield, Homer is surprised to find Moe renovating the bar and isn't too happy about the new look. Despite its bougie exterior, the guys are on the VIP list and skip right through the line, only to find that the inside is just as pretentious looking.
What do you think of the new joint?
Wow, this place looks like it's from the not-too-distant future.
You like it, Homer?
The rabbits are cute.
If that doesn't scream insane, I don't know what does. What's worse than the inside is the lack of Duff beer. Annoyed by the drastic changes and snobby customers, Homer and co. leave Moe's to create their own bar in his garage, no matter how illegal it may be. Feeling lonely and out of place, Moe quickly regrets the bar makeover, especially when he's visited by the ghost of Christmas beer? I don't know.
Bring around to see what a mess I made.
Oh, but I am.
What?
You've discarded your loyal regulars for a mob of soulless snobs.
Hey, the jar's not entirely empty. Look, someone tipped a spider. It goes for a walk and soon discovers Homer's homemade bar. Immediately annoyed by this, Moe warns Homer that his bar is illegal, but Homer claims that it's a hunting club, and the next day he plans to do just that. How effective a job he does is for you to decide. Accompanied by Lisa, Moe plans to stop Homer from hunting a turkey, and after being attacked by another bird, he succeeds. But of course, Moe can't have success without some sort of downfall, and Homer ends up shooting him. Although just a simple misunderstanding, Homer apologizes to Moe over a Thanksgiving meal accompanied by a band for some reason, and the two resume their friendship with a new tip in Moe's jar.
You use certified contractors.
Like the ones found in your local yellow pages?
Exactly.
I'm sorry I shot you, Moe.
Yeesh, I guess now we know where Moe's bleak outlook of life comes from. But that episode was nowhere near as bleak as Level 2 with Mommy Beerist. Here, you might start to feel the world is out to get you. Stub your toe 5 times in a row and having someone rob you, that kind of stuff. These are days you'll try to forget, but always remember anyway. For better or for worse. The family is celebrating at a fancy restaurant as Homer has finally paid off his mortgage. However, the celebration doesn't last long as Bart and Lisa cause a scene, causing Homer to leave for Moe's, embarrassed. But even at Moe's, Homer can't escape the havoc.
Here, Homer. Have a big frosty mug or forget about it.
I wouldn't drink that. The looks of this place, it might kill you.
Oh, who are you, the health inspector?
Fortunately, the health inspector is an old friend of Moe's who lets him off easy with his disgusting violations. Well, he would have if he didn't immediately die after eating a pickled egg. How old was that thing? When the new inspector arrives, he actually does his job and ends up shutting down Moe's Tavern for good. After a moving service, the gang mourn the loss of their favorite bar and then quickly move on.
Down!
Oh, it's too late. I don't have the cash to clean up the bar. From now on, you guys are just gonna have to do your drinking across the street.
All except Homer, who promises to help Moe reopen his bar no matter what. Dedicated to his friend and coerced by stupidity, Homer gets another mortgage and gives the money to Moe. Obviously, Marge is rightfully angry at Homer for this decision and decides that Moe needs to make changes to his bar so he can pay them back, putting herself in charge to Moe's disdain.
Conversation, a brief hug or eye contact. I'm just going to call the suicide hotline now. And they've blocked my number.
Are they legally allowed to do that? Now in the driver's seat, Marge begins to make plans for the tavern to liven it up and make more cash, but Moe is rather stubborn and nervous about change. So how does Marge convince him? Why, through song, of course, because we all know how much Moe loves songs. Surprisingly, this works, and Marge transforms Moe's into a British pub that serves drink and food. The pub begins booming with business and success, but Marge and Moe's budding friendship begins to get under Homer's skin as he seethes with jealousy.
Woo! That's a relief.
Boy, what a night! Moe showed me how to give someone the bum's rush.
Marge has been holding back. That's some strength. After some horrifying 3D animation, Homer presses Marge about her relationship with Moe, but instead finds out that she's taken a flight with him to a convention.
Don't you ever listen to me? I told you 10 times.
Oh, you'll find out when you're older, Homer. Encouraged by Lisa and Hollywood movies, Homer makes a mad dash to the airport to confront Moe and Marge, and as it turns out, Moe does indeed have romantic feelings for her. Right as he confesses, Homer makes it onto the flight with some surprising assistance from the police and a bluesome display. Sorry. Despite his most appealing efforts, Moe's turned down and left alone again, but at least he has friendship, right?
Gargy, Margy, Targy, Largy.
I may have dodged a bullet here. Might as well face it. I'll never find anyone.
I guess friendship's not enough when you're that sad. And unfortunately, the sadness only deepens at level 3 with dumbbell indemnity. We're now at a point where most things that happen in these episodes make Moe feel worse, both mentally and physically. After yet another Homer incident, he heads to Moe's to drink his fear of Marge's wrath away, but Moe gets jealous when Homer starts to brag about his marriage. Despite his dismissive attitude, Homer encourages Moe to put himself out there and find true love.
Oh, no, I won't hear of it, Moe. You're a fabulous catch.
Oh, yeah? Well, how come I ain't fending off movie starlets with a pointy stick?
Oh, it's probably due to your ugliness.
Make up your mind, Homer. Is he hideous or not? After a few failed pickups at the club, Moe leaves even more discouraged than before. That is until he meets the owner of a small flower stand named Renee. The two quickly hit it off, and Moe actually scores a date with her.
She's going out with me, cat!
Stop kissing that cat!
Can't you read a room? For once, Moe is truly happy, and Renee seems like a genuine catch. Although things are going great, Moe refuses to lose Renee and ends up spending all of his money on her in an attempt to keep her.
Well, that's it. It's all over. Renee ain't gonna want to hang around with no Joe Pinchpenny.
Come on, Moe. Think of all you have to offer besides money.
I need cash and lots of it.
You know what women really like? Zero self-confidence and a ton of self-loathing. Strapped for cash and ideas, Moe plans for Homer to fake steal his car and damage it so he can claim its insurance. Of course, this plan goes the most Homer way possible, but it almost works.
Homer, you moron.
Homer, you genius. Geronimo!
Yo, put some Tony Hawk sounds over that sick trick. Yeah! The car is destroyed and Moe gets his money, but Homer gets caught by the cops and thrown in jail. Wouldn't be the first time. Feeling guilty, Moe decides to use the money to bail Homer out of prison, but his arm is quickly twisted when Renee mentions a holiday in Hawaii. Why is it always Hawaii? Although distracted by tropical paradise, Moe sees visions of Homer's ghost and quickly regrets his financial decisions.
Moe, you killed me.
No, you ain't dead. You're just in jail.
All right.
Can you imagine if the episode just ended there? Whilst Moe confesses about his plan to Renee, Homer makes a break for it and escapes prison. And his sentence is never questioned again, even after committing another crime. After finding out about his plan and crimes, Renee leaves Moe as he attempts to put another into action, leaving him alone yet again, and his bar on fire. Homer makes his way back to the bar to get revenge on Moe, and the two engage in what might be the shortest fight ever.
That's it. You're going down, pal.
So who won? The fumes make the two pass out, but luckily Barney comes to the rescue. After the Duff is saved first, Homer and Moe apologize and all is forgiven. But now Moe is left with nothing and no one. Thankfully, Homer offers the house as a new temporary tavern to help Moe get back on his feet, but that whole event must have really traumatized him. I doubt it's as traumatizing as level 4 though with Pegamolian. At this level, Moe's the butt of life's constant jokes, and you can't imagine it feels all too good. At all. The family goes to the annual Duff Day Beer Festival, mostly against their will, and whilst Marge is trapped in the designated driver prison and Bart is fake drunk, Homer watches a bartender contest which Moe features on. Despite the competition, Moe manages to clutch a win in the last round.
What?
Goat.
Close enough!
You can really taste the goat.
Lightning McQueen, is that you? Moe's prize for winning is to be immortalized in the Beer Hall of Fame by having his picture put in the Duff calendar. But unfortunately, not everyone can appreciate Moe's looks.
All right, bartenders, toss your drunks!
And stay out!
Dude, there's a calendar for dogs pooping. Moe's face isn't that bad. Back at the bar, Homer arrives with the new calendars, and Moe is beyond excited. But unfortunately, his face gets Mike Wazowski'd by stickers. Even worse is when Moe finally sees his picture, he's disgusted by his own looks, and his bar pals don't help.
So he can get back in. Just kidding. Remember my face?
Oh, good heavens, he's self-aware. Shut it all down! Homer tries to cheer Moe up when Lenny and Carl suggest plastic surgery, which Moe quickly agrees to, despite their sketchy work ethic.
Man, that would be so awesome.
Yeah.
When and why did that doctor look in Moe's pants? When the surgery is complete, Moe becomes a new man. Literally, he's treated differently and things start going his way. He even gets some sweet revenge.
Hall of Fame or my blooper reel?
Does he never take that costume off? Last on his hit list, Moe heads to a TV station with Homer to badmouth the producer that called him ugly, but surprisingly, he's offered the role that he was originally turned down for. Good thing Homer didn't ruin it for him. Everything seems to be perfect now that Moe has a new face, but it doesn't last long when he soon finds out that his character is being killed off. Not him, his acting role. Please never kill off Moe, Disney. Moe and Homer hatch a plan to get back at the producers, spoiling the show live by using a book of future plot lines. However, things don't go quite to plan when Moe finds out that his character isn't actually being killed off. It was just a misunderstanding. Oh, well, at least he still looks great.
Sexy results.
That's unexpected. What else?
Sister Bernadette will leave the convent and start a softball.
This is the part where we cry? I think this is the part where we cry. Well, at least everything's back to normal, but is that really a good thing? I'd say for Moe, no, because the norm of level 5 is nothing but false hope and constant belittlement for Moe. We're at the point where fate may hit Moe with a lightning bolt for fun. Twice. In From Russia Without Love, Marge decides that the family's Thanksgiving dinner should be smaller scale, so unfortunately Homer has to uninvite Moe, leaving him alone and sad for the holiday.
Nobody's been named that in like 100 years. Yeah, and as for the rest, why don't you double-check that name? Try saying it out loud.
I'm a buttface?
Yeah, now, mistakes are how we learn there, young fella.
He did it. He finally got Bart back, and it only took 30 seasons. Angered by his failed prank attempt, Bart and co. decide to step up their game and order a prank on the dark web, a mail-order bride. Mo quickly catches on and tries to prevent himself from falling for Anastasia, but allows her to stay despite the glaring signs of love.
It tells you what's in your heart. Uh-oh, am I falling for her? I think it knows what I'm feeling. And what I'm having for dinner.
Even the machines know where this is going. Overnight, thanks to her efforts, Mo's Tavern is brought to life, bringing in more customers and pulling Mo's heartstrings further.
Let's try this place. It looks cute.
I've never been inside before. I thought it was a horrible dive.
Well, I thought it was a crack house. But now, I'd like a glass of white wine.
To be fair, it's not actually white. Thank frick. Although she seems perfect and business is doing even better, Mo restrains himself from falling for Anastasia, fearing that his heart will be broken yet again.
Here's the sad truth about me. Every time I give my heart to a woman, it gets broken to 100 pieces.
Genuinely quite a real fear, and due to this, Mo gets his wishes and Anastasia leaves. But of course, as soon as she does, he regrets it. Yeah, I'm starting to notice a repeating story beat in these episodes. After Homer and Marge discover the whole ordeal was Bart's fault, Homer goes to apologize to Mo and encourages him to win Anastasia back.
Okay, I'll go to Ogdenville. I'll get her back. For once in my life, I ain't gonna be afraid of getting hurt.
Ooh! Follow your dreams. I'm following mine.
We should set a timer to see how long the show can go without hurting Mo. Sadly, Anastasia has already found a new boyfriend, but Mo doesn't give up that easily, with encouragement from the guys. He confesses his love, and she agrees to fulfill the marriage as long as a certain criteria is met.
Sorry, Krusty. It's over.
No. I just got TMZ here to fill my relationship.
We got a breakup. Even better.
Zoom in on his broken heart.
I'm surprised that alone didn't turn Mo away, by the way. The marriage commences at the bar, and although everything seems fine at first, Bart notices something suspicious written on the marriage certificate contract. If Mo marries Anastasia, she gets all of his possessions. Even the wedding officiant is a fake.
Anna, what about you?
I'm not Russian at all. I'm from Columbus, Ohio.
That's even worse!
Glad this was made before all those terrible Ohio memes. With Anastasia exposed as a scam artist, the wedding is off, and Mo is back to being on his lonesome. Again, for like the 21st time. And yet, it gets even lonelier at level 6 with Singing in the Lane. Remember how level 5 was getting hit by lightning twice? This is like that, plus also having an 18-wheeler dropped on you as well. Mo can't catch a break. And his bad habits and depression are getting really worrying. Homer is given 4 deluxe basketball tickets by Mr. Burns. He can do nice things. So he invites his pals to go with him, but excludes Mo. They just straight up refuse to invite him. They could.
Wow. I am truly alone in this world.
No, you're not.
Thanks, anti-suicide keychain.
You're welcome. I care about you.
When a keychain is his last resort, you know it's bad. Mo decides to spruce up the bar to make it more lively, even giving out free beers to get on the guy's good side. Reminiscing on past good times, Homer proposes to remake their old bowling team, this time with Mo as the coach to raise his spirits. The group is formed and the games are on.
Big cat, you're in training.
Another fourth wall break. Not you too, Lenny. As expected, the Pen Pals plow through the competition and are entered into the state finals in Capital City. Unfortunately for them, their next opponents are a group of rich snobs who belittle them at any chance given.
I was a model for toe fungus in a Dr. Scholl's commercial, and
I'll give you $100 to stop talking.
Gotta agree with him here, though. Too much information, Mo. Despite all odds, the guys win their first round, and Mo is finally feeling confident. This will not last long. After dinner and some more insults, the opponent's leader makes a bet with Mo that if his team wins, Mo has to give up his bar to them. Although warned against it, Mo gives in to his new confidence boost and accepts the wager.
Let's do this.
Look at me, Mo Sislak, shaking hands with a guy wearing a shirt worth more than I'll earn in my entire life.
It feels like I'm shaking hands with a squid.
Why do you know what that feels like, huh? Now that there's something at stake, the opposing team pull out all their fancy tricks and annihilate the Pen Pals, greatly stressing Mo and causing him to, attempt something drastic. It nearly goes his way, too. With their backs to the wall, Mo devises a plan. Sober Barney, I choose you! Well, that didn't work. The enemy team was not dealing with that. They'd slipped him a drink, and boom, there goes Mo's plan.
Swallow.
Return to me.
All right, we get it, Disney. You own everyone's souls, okay? Can I have my clam chowder now? It's down to the final frame. Barney is out of it, and Homer just needs to get 3 strikes to win the game. No pressure. Desperate for just 1 win, Homer begs Homer to do his best, and that he does. Until Moe starts thinking about if he even likes the life he has.
Hey! What's wrong, Mo?
Yeah, we won.
I just gotta go back to the worst thing in the world, huh? Being me.
Oh, wow. The worst part is he's not even wrong. The next day, the guys abandon him. Again. But they do throw him a party later, so all's forgiven, right? Nope. At level 7, there is no forgiveness now. Moe's life is putting him in a depression confinement cell. With how things are going for him, he's always left at the edge. In Moe and Lisa, Homer's given all the signs in the world to not forget, but he cannot remember what not to forget. The family then go out, and right as they do, Moe calls, reminding Homer that today is his birthday.
I sure am looking forward to my birthday fishing trip. Well, I'll see you soon. This is Mo, big day. Waiting, feeling, kind of fragile. Mo, the birthday boy.
We're not even 2 minutes in, and he's already crying, and it's his birthday. This isn't even the highest level, by the way. Lisa's struggling to find someone interesting for a report, and after the family avoids Mo whilst he sobs on their doorstep, he throws a brick through the window of the depressing monologue, but Lisa sees beauty in it and decides to write a report about Mo.
Suddenly, this is my best birthday ever. Still in the top 3.
Can't even speak without being told no. Back at his flat, Lisa deciphers Moe's many notes on his walls into a poem, even giving him a title for it. Seems like Moe's got a better relationship with everyone in the family than Homer. Despite the school not really caring for her report on Moe, Lisa presses forward and sends Moe's poem to be published by J. Jonah Jameson? Thanks to Lisa and Moe's poetry, Moe gets invited to a festival of writers and poets, inviting Lisa and the rest of the family to come along with.
Hello. No, hey, Milhouse.
I'm not here.
Family trip with a family bartender. What could be better?
You chose to go! After meeting the other writers, Moe quickly grows in popularity, but after finding out that getting help is frowned upon, he discredits Lisa and leaves her alone. You'd think he'd have learned his lesson by now. Invited to a Q&A, Moe is promptly accused by Lisa, but as usual, she's brushed aside and ignored, even by her own family.
Sightseeing shoes were going Vermonting!
It's gonna be awesome. Man, couples in this state sure like to clink glasses.
This is very quickly turned into a sad Lisa episode. Moe approaches Lisa to write another poem for him, all the while making it very obvious that he won't credit her again. Lisa is rightfully angered by this and calls Moe out for being a jerk, which he thankfully takes to heart. He then struggles to come up with a new poem for the final presentation, resorting to, well,
Moe Sislak.
This here poem's called Elevator Capacity.
Desperate times call for stupid measures. As Moe begins to crumble under the pressure of the crowd, Lisa reappears in the crowd, giving him the inspiration for a new poem. He praises and apologizes to Lisa, all while sticking it to the other snobby poets, winning back her friendship for his potential career. Lisa forgives him, and Moe gets yet another bittersweet ending.
Well, Moe, I guess we're friends again.
That's great. Now, what do you say we do some regional duck pin bowling?
I'd like that.
Oh, I guess it wasn't real. Hey, at least Spider-Man's back. And finally, we reach level 8 with Moe Baby Blues. This is by far Moe's worst day ever. And if it wasn't for an accident, we would have lost him for good. We open on the family during an outing to see a flower that blooms once every century. In fact, near enough, the whole city is there. Everyone but poor Moe, that is.
Hey, those are my customers. / only friends. Where are they getting their beer?
Yeah!
A cola?
I'm sure it's nothing personal, right? Feeling down, Moe heads to see the flower too, but of course the location reaches capacity right as he gets there. And who else would they kick out?
We are officially over capacity. We gotta kick one person out. Someone who's alone, already bitter, someone whose feelings have been trampled on so many times, one more won't make any... Oh, Moe!
That was personal, wasn't it, Chief? After Moe leaves, the flower blooms and dispels a rancid smell that forces everyone to evacuate. In the heat of the moment, Homer's reckless driving causes Maggie to fly out of the car and off the bridge. Wait, has that sunroof always been there? Maybe it's there in the case of plotline emergency, and this is where we find Moe.
this is it. The last call for Mo.
He found his purpose after all. He'd be a great catcher in baseball. Thanks to this stroke of luck, Mo is named a hero and forms a close bond with Maggie. He begins visiting her often, eventually being given the job of babysitter.
So how's it going? Hey, you want to see me dislocate my arm?
Ugh, I guess he is a cartoon character. Finally feeling a sense of purpose with his life, Mo spends more and more time with Maggie, giving Marge more free time, but Homer soon grows jealous and plans to do a better job than Mo. Yeah, good luck with that. At Maggie's birthday, Mo starts becoming a little overbearing, even irritating Marge. She begins to question his methods.
Get a neck, Frankenstein.
Hey, open my present. Open my present. It's Uncle Mo's Play Tavern with classic drunk Barney. Look, even the little toilet is broken.
Man, what are you talking about? I loved my baby's first bartender playset. The line is finally crossed when Mo breaks into the Simpsons' home to ease Maggie's crying. He even sets up a camera and his own baby monitor. Homer and Marge forbid Mo from seeing Maggie again, but without her, he loses his sense of purpose and goes back into his depression.
Boy, I'm like a mess here. I feel so lonely without that kid.
You still got us, Mo.
Sleeping is overrated anyway. The next night, Maggie escapes from the house to follow Fat Tony and his gang, and the family's first assumption is that Mo took her. Mo is a lot of things, but he's no baby napper. After being confronted by the cops, Mo jumps at the chance to help find Maggie.
Maggie's missing? You gotta let me help find her, please. We have a special bond, even greater than her bond with the duck-shaped washcloth.
Finally! It's about time someone noticed. After tracking down the lost baby, Mo chooses to risk his life to save her from a crossfire thing, and thanks to his words and Maggie's charm and whimsy, the mobsters lower their weapons and the family is reunited. I feel a song coming on.
Maybe we could drop by and have a play date with you and your ham.
We'd like that, Homer.
Ham or baby? Hard choice there, Homer. Some episodes tug at your heartstrings, while some bruise your ego, especially if you're one of the many celebrities the show parodies. So let's take a look at everyone whose ego was hurt by The Simpsons. This is Robert Downey Jr. at the very rock bottom of his career.
When we return to the story of Robert Downey Jr., drugs land the troubled actor in prison, and he reaches out to a psychiatrist for help.
And here's The Simpsons absolutely rubbing it in with a cute little musical number.
And driving, narcotics, possession. And that's just page 1 of his 10-page confession.
That is cold-blooded. So believe me when I say The Simpsons have hurt a lot of feelings. Today, I'm going to show you the many celebrities whose egos were hurt the most by the show, starting with the time the King of Pop himself made an appearance. You guys remember the time Michael Jackson was on The Simpsons, right? Well, he didn't look like Michael Jackson. He looked like this.
Who are you? Hi, I'm Michael Jackson from the Jacksons.
That balding giant white guy looks nothing like Michael Jackson, especially not in the 1980s. But hey, Michael agreed to voice the character himself, so who am I to complain? Homer had no idea who Michael Jackson was, not even after this stunning performance. But then again, they were both locked up in an insane asylum.
Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just a girl who says that I am the one. But the kid is not my son.
I can't lie, he kinda looked like a hairy dumpling when he spun around. Apparently, Michael Jackson was a total sweetheart during the whole production process, so how did anyone get their egos hurt? Well, it turns out the producers had planned to make a sequel to the episode after they revealed Michael was actually a mental patient the whole time.
My work is done here.
Hey, Michael, what happened to your voice?
This is my real voice. My name is Leon Kompowski, and I'm a bricklayer from Paterson, New Jersey. All my life, I was very angry, until one day I just
talked like this.
All of a sudden, everybody was smiling at me, and I was only doing good on this earth. So I kept on doing it, to make a tired point. Which one of us is truly crazy?
In the sequel, Leon Kompowski was to return, thinking he was the prince this time and more hilarity would ensue. Except when Prince got the script, he turned it down because they went to Michael Jackson first. He didn't like being second fiddle to the King of Pop. Honestly, it sounds like he hurt his own ego. Prince got mad because he didn't feature on The Simpsons, which is kind of the opposite of how it went down with Seth MacFarlane. His show got featured one too many times for his liking. If you don't know who Seth MacFarlane is, he's the creator behind beloved shows like The Orville, A Million Ways to Die in the West, and Family Guy. Probably never heard of that one though. Well, the writers on The Simpsons surely did, and they heard about it early too. In the year 2000, just 1 year after the show came out, they dropped this little jab in the episode Missionary Impossible.
See crude, lowbrow programming disappear from the airwaves.
please, call now.
Seth MacFarlane was not about to take that joke lying down. Crude, lowbrow, you can't read Family Guy so accurately and get away with it. So for the next few years, they'd throw the occasional jab at The Simpsons, like in the episode 8 Simple Rules for Buying My Teenage Daughter. Stewie develops a crush on his babysitter until he actually finds out she has a boyfriend. He reacts appropriately.
What kind of sick, twisted game are you playing at?
I'll put him to bed.
Take that, Hatless! Now go back to the quad and resume your hacky-sack tourney. Bandits and his Abercrombie and Fitch long-sleeved open-stitch crewneck while watching his favorite downloaded Simpsons episodes every night. Plow, oh, you've got the song memorized, do you? That is exactly the kind of idiot you see at Taco Bell at 1 in the morning.
Calm down, little man, jeez. You might have missed it in that flurry of insults there, but he was basically calling Simpsons fans basic. It's gonna get a lot less cute, trust me. Of course, the Simpsons continued to toss in their own jabs here and there, like in this Treehouse of Horror episode where Homer gets a magic hammock that can make clones of himself. Did you notice Peter standing in the back there? Seth sure did, and he was not happy about it. In an interview, he said that little bit was definitely a slam and was sure to clarify that to him, Peter is much more similar to Ralph Cramden than he is to Homer, right down to his voice. And then he topped it off by saying, I mean, in its prime, it was one of the greatest comedy shows of all time, but it's not the show it was. It can't be. You can't do 16 seasons and be consistent. He clearly didn't like being accused of copying The Simpsons' homework, and boy did he hate the next joke. Blatant accusation of plagiarism, that one really poked Seth where it hurts, so he went all out. In the 6th season of Family Guy, he dropped this insane rebuttal in the middle of the episode.
Because Jillian deserves better. She has feelings, you know, and she's devoted a lot of time and energy to this relationship with some expectation that it could grow into something much more significant. And if you're just stringing her along, well, then I gotta say, I've lost a lot of respect for you, Brian.
Yeesh, this is just the first third of this bit, by the way. It keeps going.
See, that wasn't so bad, was it?
Oh, I gotta say, that was fantastic.
What do you say we go back to your place for round 2?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so that was a bit disturbing. Nothing compared to the kind of jokes The Simpsons made about Family Guy, that's for sure. Well, guess what? It gets even worse.
Wow, 3 times in a row. You're amazing, Glenn.
Oh, I just take a lot of pride in what I do.
Hey, what's going on here? Ah! Get off my wife!
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Ugh, you shot my homie! I'm calling the police!
Ay, caramba! Mom and Dad are dead! Oh no! Who will pay for my saxophone lessons?
Murdering the whole family, Seth? Really? Remember, all this started with The Simpsons poking fun at his show 7 years earlier. As you can imagine, the network did not want that joke played anywhere near their channels and told Seth to remove it, a decision that left Seth incredibly salty. On the DVD commentary for the season, he said, and I quote, "What happened here was I got a call from the network saying, you can't do this gag. I said, why not? They've made fun of Family Guy like 5 times, which they're entitled to do. Why can't we take a little shot at them? They essentially responded by telling him that that shot wasn't little, it was a bit much, and he needs to end the feud with The Simpsons. This is the voice of Seth MacFarlane explaining what he took away from that exchange.
You never had any problem. It was very suspicious that this was coming up when we were the ones making the joke as opposed to The Simpsons, and the reason I still maintain is that and I said this to them, you're afraid of James L. Brooks, who runs The Simpsons. You're afraid of James L. Brooks, and you're not afraid of us.
Oh, Big Bad Seth wasn't scary enough, apparently. It was clearly his ego talking on that one, and the feud did die down after that. The jabs became a lot more respectful, and they even had a crossover episode 11 years ago? Holy frick, I'm getting old. Speaking of aging, imagine getting immortalized and getting mad about it. Well, that's the story of Frank Severo. If you don't know who that is, he's Frankie Carbone from the movie Goodfellas. Look familiar?
You looking at? Come on, make that coffee to go. Let's go.
No? Well, apparently Severo says he looks just like this guy from The Simpsons.
That's a packet for you, boss.
Did you order French fries and not use it?
They gave me 2 packets, but I only needed 1.
What other secrets are you hiding from me?
I bring my own candy to the movie theater.
That's Louis Walters, and Frank Severo didn't just think they looked alike. Back in 2015, he sued the show, claiming that they stole the whole character from him. Again, this guy
Frankie Carbone.
Apparently is so similar to this guy. That Frank Severo was looking to receive a $250 million payout. Sounds wild when I say it like that, doesn't it? Well, to be entirely fair, Frank had a bit of an argument. According to the lawsuit, Frank lived in an apartment complex in California next door to the writers of The Simpsons at the time he was preparing for his role. According to his lawyer, they knew he was developing the character he was to play in the movie Goodfellas. In fact, they were aware the entire character of Frankie Carbone was created and developed by Severo, who based this character on his own personality. Meaning that the problem wasn't that Louis looks like Severo, which you be the judge of that.
Again, this Palm Pilot has failed to remind me. I believe this needs to be hot synced. What are you doing?
I thought you meant hot sink it. You know how it is with us.
The problem Severo had was that this fictional character resembled another fictional character he played, which is also just as silly because parodies are completely legal. In case you think Louis looking like Severo was a stronger argument, well, the court disagreed, saying, even if Louis resembles Severo, the Louis character contains significant transformative content other than Severo's likeness. Louis is a cartoon character with yellow skin, a large overbite, no chin, and no eyebrows. Louis has a distinctive high-pitched voice, which, as the trial court pointed out, has no points of resemblance to Severo. A pretty spot-on description, I think. The case was thrown out, and Frank Severo got absolutely jack diddly squat. You know who else got immortalized and wasn't happy about it? Bill freaking Cosby. Except his story was even saltier. Here's a bit of Simpsons trivia for you. Do you know who this character is based on?
The old folks. It happens every heat wave. Okay, people, out of my freezer.
But we're hot and elderly.
I'm sorry, these are reserved for the recently deceased. Don't you go too far.
Well, you do now, because Dr. Hibbert is basically an homage to Bill Cosby, with a splash of Cliff Huxtable from The Cosby Show. Putting it together now, aren't you? Unless you're over the age of 40, then you probably already knew this. And I know what you're thinking, how can you be mad about Dr. Hibbert for frick's sake? He's amazing.
I'm afraid it's hopeless. Beneath that bucket, he's more glue than man.
So he's stuck like this forever?
Oh, now don't fret. These days, the victims of comedy traumas, or traumatides, can still lead rich, full lives.
Well, Cosby wasn't mad about Hibbert, he was butthurt about the whole show in general. See, it was 1991, and The Simpsons was well and truly in its golden age, changing the landscape of TV and absolutely burying older shows like The Cosby Show. Cosby couldn't take the heat, so he lashed out. He blasted The Simpsons, calling them an antisocial menace that had spiraled out of control, saying, "The mean-spirited and cruel think this kind of programming is the edge, and their excuse is that's the way people are today. But why should we be entertained by that? TV should be moving in a direction from the Huxtables forward, not backward." While Bill was over there getting his ego hurt, The Simpsons never really had anything mean to say about his show. Heck, they even ran a bit of PR work for the man in the episode Saturdays of Thunder. In that one, Homer gets the chance to prove to everyone how much of a great father he is, well, all with a handy-dandy quiz.
Name one of your child's friends.
Well, there's the fat kid with a thing.
I want a name, Homer, not a vague description.
Hank?
Hank? Hank who?
Jones.
Homer, you made that up. Who is your son's hero?
Dave McQueen.
It's your hero. What are your son's hobbies?
Well, he's always chewing on that phone cord.
Done that since he was 2.
Then he has no hobby.
I feel like I've said this before, but father of the frackin' century over here, Homer actually realizes he's a bad dad and goes to get some help.
For starters, Mr. Simpson, Fatherhood by Bill Cosby.
He's as smart as he is funny.
Now, that might sound like a backhanded compliment, and it probably was. I'll get back to that later. But the book, which is a real book by the way, actually does come in handy. See, Bart was trying to build a soapbox car, and Homer wanted to be a good and helpful dad. It wasn't working.
Homer, that easy back and forth that you just witnessed didn't happen overnight.
Never been afraid of a little hard work.
Now, step 1 is to find an activity the two of you can share. Find something he likes to do and share in it.
He is building a soapbox derby race.
That would be perfect.
Bart, I'm gonna help you build that racer.
I'm almost done.
I don't think you should let me help you.
Oh, come on, Dad. If you really want to help, you can clean these paintbrushes.
I doubt that's an actual quote from the book, but hey, it worked, and no publicity is bad publicity. Also, you can't tell me the writers didn't know what they were doing with this next line.
You, Bill Cosby, you saved the Simpsons.
This episode was from the 3rd season, which aired in 1991, the same year Cosby insulted the show. And, well, his book might have saved the Simpsons on the show, but in real life, the Simpsons basically ended the Cosby Show. By 1992,
continued, The Cosby Show couldn't keep up in the ratings and it was canceled. With the show now off the air, The Simpsons proceeded to rub some salt in the wound, parodying The Cosby Show. Well, more specifically, Bill Cosby. Remember when Homer said, "If he's as smart as he is funny, I'm sold"? Well, I don't think the writers find him that funny.
Oh, you see, the kids, they listen to the rap music, which gives them the brain damage. With their hippin' and the hoppin' and the bippin' and the boppin', so they don't know what the jazz is all about. You see, jazz is like Jell-O pudding pop. No, actually, it's more like Kodak film. No. Actually, jazz is like the new Coke. It'll be around forever.
That bit just wouldn't end, would it? Sheesh. They even made fun of his other show, Kids Say the Darndest Things.
Now, my good man, what do you like to play?
Pokemon.
Pokemon? Pokemon with the pokey and the man in the thing where the guy comes out into the thing and he makes the fall off.
Hilarious. I wonder if Bill Cosby ever saw these parodies. Maybe. Or maybe he was too busy fighting not to go to prison for doing terrible, terrible things to women. Who knows? Now, I'm about to tell you a sentence you probably never even fathomed. Did you know Bill Cosby and the former First Lady of the United States, Barbara Bush, both publicly hated The Simpsons? That's right. George Bush's wife wasn't a massive fan of The Simpsons. Her distaste for the show was so strong, in fact, that she openly criticized it in a 1990 People magazine interview, and of course it made the news. Here's James L. Brooks, co-creator of The Simpsons, talking about the scandal.
Funniest home videos, but remains baffled after sampling The Simpsons. It was the dumbest thing I had ever seen, she says. But it's a family thing, and I guess it's clean.
Clearly, what she wanted from The Simpsons was a portrayal of the good old American family, but instead she got this.
You little...
Stop fighting!
Mom, that's not how you pry them apart.
I've been prying them apart since before you were born.
The writers didn't love Barbara's honest opinion, so they responded as The Simpsons, specifically Marge Simpson.
Dear First Lady, I recently read your criticism of my family. I was deeply hurt. Heaven knows we're far from perfect, and, if truth be known, maybe just a wee bit short of normal. But as Dr. Seuss says, a person is a person. I try to teach my children, Bart, Lisa, and even little Maggie, always to give somebody the benefit of the doubt and not talk badly about them, even if they're rich. It's hard to get them to understand this advice when the very first lady in the country calls us not only dumb, but the dumbest thing she ever saw. Ma'am, if we're the dumbest thing you ever saw, Washington must be a good deal different than what they teach me at the current events group at the church. I always believed in my heart that we had a great deal in common, each of us living our lives to serve an exceptional man. I hope there is some way out of this controversy. I thought perhaps it would be a good start to just speak my mind. With great respect, Marge Simpson.
Aw, what a sweet and heartfelt letter. Apparently Barbara thought that too, because a month later she comes back with her own response letter.
Dear Marge, how kind of you to write. I'm glad you spoke your mind. I foolishly didn't know you had one. I'm looking at a picture of you depicted on a plastic cup, with your blue hair filled with pink birds peeking out all over. Evidently you and your charming family, Lisa, Homer, Bart, and Maggie, are camping out. It is a nice family scene. Clearly you are setting a good example for the rest of the country. Please forgive a loose tongue. Warmly, Barbara Bush. P.S. Homer looks like a handsome fella.
And just like that, the beef was squashed. Except not really. See, Barbara wasn't the only one that had beef with The Simpsons. Turns out the gosh darn president of the country had beef with the show as well, and he addressed the frackin' nation about it too.
Well, let me tell you something. We are going to keep on trying to strengthen the American family, to make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons.
Now, the Simpsons couldn't just let that slide. They thought they were cool with the White House, and they just got bamboozled, flim-flammed, hoodwinked even. First, they responded at the very top of the next episode.
Keep on trying to strengthen the American family, to make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons.
Huh?
Hey, we're just like the Waltons. We're praying for an end to the Depression, too.
About 5 seasons after that, they dropped a second response. This time, The Simpsons straight up parodied the Bush family. In the episode Two Bad Neighbors, George and Barbara moved next door to The Simpsons and immediately got a taste of the terror in blue shorts.
What you doing?
There, careful. Don't want to horse around with...
Hey, cool. What does this do?
No. Whoops. Hey, bar, birdhouse. Yeah, my prized orchid.
Faced with such an unruly child, Bush decides to show the neighborhood how to be a real parent.
Something your daddy should have done a long time ago. Now go home and think about what you've done, young man.
He spanked you?
I begged him to stop, but he said it was for the good of the nation.
Good of the nation, huh? Looks like the Simpsons never let that speech go, did they? Homer obviously wasn't jazzed that someone else spanked his kid. Only he gets to strangle Bart. So he went to the Bush house to pick a fight.
You want trouble, you're gonna get trouble.
Trouble, all right.
Then you're gonna get trouble.
No, yeah.
Good, that's good, because I want trouble.
There'll be trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Trouble it is.
For you.
Don't!
I was expecting something a lot more serious, because tell me, why'd it turn into a prank war?
Why don't you just say you're sorry, George?
Because I'm right.
Bush tries to hit back, but he's not very good at this sort of thing.
Pulled some pranks in my time.
I don't understand. Are you saying you and Barbara are bad neighbors?
Well, that's not Bar and me, it's them. Maud and me? No, the man and his boys named Bart. I don't know the name of the man.
Imagine having to explain your prank to everyone, but the war wasn't over and Homer was about to hit him with the worst one yet.
Who is it?
It's your sons, George Bush Jr. and Jeb Bush.
The boys are out in the front yard. They'll help me think of a plan to get those Simpsons.
George, is that all you ever think about? The boys probably just want a letter of recommendation.
Where are you going?
Okay, son. Give him the glue.
The wig did not come off, and he had to carry out his political duties looking a little clownish. Things kind of ramped up from there, and Bush's response was a bit of an escalation, to say the least.
President Bush is driving on our lawn.
He's not lost.
Exactly painted Bush in the best light so far, but they haven't been that mean either. I mean, this was 1995. South Park hadn't come out yet. Shows were a lot nicer when parodying politicians and celebrities. With that in mind, making Bush fist fight Homer in the sewers is a pretty solid roast back then. All right, that's what the prank war escalated to, by the way.
Bush, apologize for spanking my boy.
Never. You make him apologize for destroying my memoirs.
You didn't tell me you destroyed his memoirs. Never!
The whole kerfuffle came to an end when good old Babs put her foot down.
You apologize to Homer right now!
Bar, we can't show any weakness in front of the Russians.
No, znak no начальник здесь.
I'm sorry I spanked your boy, Homer.
Woohoo! In your face, Bush!
Pretty sure that's how it'd have gone down in real life, too. Now, don't think for a second the real-life Barbara Bush made a 180 on her opinion about The Simpsons. She still had no love for the show or the people who make it. This is James L. Brooks recounting the time he actually got to meet Babs in person during a dinner party.
Feeling fine. I'm walking towards her, and and nervous and, giggling like I shouldn't be giggling because it was sort of like, meeting him, meeting her. And she's at the line, and I stop and I say, Mrs. Bush, my name is Jim Brooks. I'm the one involved in the Simpsons thing. Remember we had that exchange? And she gave me a drop-dead, withering cold look where and there's a receiving line where this cold air was just, and we had settled our score with her. Her husband was still mad at us. So it's rough to have people jammed around you as you're snubbed by the First Lady.
Snubbed by the First Lady over a few episodes of a cartoon? Yeah, sounds like someone had their ego hurt. Getting upset over a cartoon doesn't just happen over here either. Let's take a hip, skip, and a jump across the pond to the United Kingdom and take a look at the singer Stephen Patrick Morrissey. Or as they called him in the episode Panic on the Streets of Springfield, Quillaby. In that episode, Lisa stumbled upon some classic British music online and it touched her soul.
The flesh that you cover with cheese is proof of your moral disease. It's death for no reason, and death for no reason is hamburger homicide.
The guy singing about hamburger homicide is Quillaby, and if it wasn't already clear, he's a parody of Morrissey. Now, Morrissey is known for a lot of things, and oh boy, we'll get into those, but one of them is his vegan lifestyle.
I became vegetarian first when I was very young, when I just caught sight of a
program on the television showing slaughter, and I'd never seen it before, the abattoir, the slaughterhouse. And I was frozen for 5 years. I couldn't believe that in our society a place like this could exist.
Being a vegetarian herself, Lisa just ate all that up, along with a bunch of bacon she ingested by mistake. The shock of it makes her start hallucinating Quillaby all the time, and, well, that turns out to be a curse, because he's a total self-hating narcissist who hates everything.
I draw my bath and pray I will drown. I step out my door and I take a deep breath, pray for my death, 'cause everyone is horrid except me.
Oh, brother, give me a break. Lisa becomes a total drag, starts acting out. She straight up steals Homer's credit card and heads off to a concert to see the real Quillaby. But even she starts to get tired of him being a bummer all the time.
The sun is too sunny.
Quillaby, this festival is our dream. Stop being
Such a pill? Oh, sorry, Marge.
Hey, I'm just trying to have a fun day.
Oh, a fun day. Why don't we all just have fizzy drinks and rainbow lollipops? Oh, la-di-da-di-da. Happy, happy, happy. Vacuous animals waiting for the slaughter.
It got way worse when Quillaby got on stage and she got to see the real him for the first time, and what she saw was, well...
Ooh, you could jeer while I enjoy this pastrami on rye.
But you're vegan!
I was, until I found out veganism was invented by foreigners, of whom there are far too many on this planet. That's right, I hate the foreign, coming to this country and taking our jobs, sleeping with our men.
But you're a foreigner!
And you took the job of sad, washed-up rock star!
Huh. An overweight, meat-loving xenophobe, Morrissey isn't gonna like this. As a matter of fact, he was so pissed off that he thought about suing The Simpsons and even wrote a heated letter to his fans that read, "The hatred shown towards me from the creators of The Simpsons is obviously a taunting lawsuit, but one that requires more funding than I could possibly muster in order to make a challenge." Wild that he said those exact words in his letter, because The Simpsons kinda clocked him in the episode.
Do you see, this show is just a cash grab? I'm only here because I lost my fortune suing people for saying things about me that were completely true.
They really came for him from every angle, too. I don't entirely blame him for being upset here. They hit him with jabs like this, for crying out loud.
Turned into, I'm greedy, I'm hateful, and my face looks like a syphilitic moon.
Now, I don't know if all the jokes were based in reality, but I do know The Simpsons might have been begging for a lawsuit with some of those jokes, actually.
Play a few songs off my new album. It's entitled Refugees Again.
If you so much as chuckle, just know Morrissey hates you now, like he does me. While Sean Patrick Morrissey got upset over the jokes in an episode, Jose Canseco got his ego hurt over a joke that hadn't even been animated yet. Here's what happened. In the episode Homer at the Bat, the Springfield Power Plant softball team was absolutely killing it on the field, all thanks to Homer and his magic bat. The winds get to Burns' head and he starts to shoot his mouth off at the CEO of their next opponent.
Would you care to bet $1 million on that? Yes, certainly, $1 million will be fine.
So a cool $1 million is on the line, and everyone knows that Mr. Burns is a greedy little frick, so Homer and his magic bat won't cut it. He needs some ringers, and he needs them now.
Find me some good players, living players. Scour the professional ranks, the American League, the National League, the leagues.
I'm on my way, sir.
Oh, and Smithies. You have 24 hours.
24 hours is way too long for a man like Smithers, but the next morning he's already got Burnsy a whole team of badasses ready to kick some asses.
And now I'd like to introduce the new members of our happy power plant family. Janitor Wade Boggs.
How you doing?
Please say hello to Steve Sachs, Don Mattingly, Mike Sosha, and Jose Canseco.
And with that lineup, every actual employee at the power plant gets booted off the team. Once again, Burns' success goes to his head and he raises a very dangerous flag.
Unless, of course, my 9 All-Stars fall victim to 9 separate misfortunes and are unable to play tomorrow. But that will never happen. 3 misfortunes, that's possible. But 9 misfortunes? I'd like to see that.
You know how folks tell you to be careful what you say? Well, Mr. Burns clearly never heard that one before, because here come the misfortunes.
Sir, Mike Sosha may not live through the night, because looking at 6 consecutive life sentences, Ozzie Smith seems to have vanished off the face of the earth.
Gotta love the Springfield police force. Corrupt, violent, and just plain old frackin' terrible. Springfield is already a death trap for the people that live there. Out-of-towners, they don't even stand a chance.
Try to lift your arm.
Can't lift or speak.
Well, I'm afraid you have a case of acute radiation poisoning, Mr. Sosha.
Play softball
tomorrow?
No, by tomorrow you'll barely be able to breathe.
Oh.
We think it's an overdose of nerve tonic.
Good Lord. Gigantism.
That brings us to the part of the episode that Jose Canseco got all pissy at. This is the mishap that felled the mighty baseball player.
Don't worry, ma'am. I'll save your baby.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Canseco. Cat!
Never fear, ma'am. I'll save your cat.
My player piano.
Oh, man.
You see, this scene wasn't the first pitch. The original plan was to have Jose miss the game because he was getting cozy with Bart's teacher, Edna Krabappel. You know, kind of like Joey Kramer from Aerosmith did that one time.
Left-hander, and so is the pitcher. If I send up a right-handed batter, it's called playing the percentages.
But Jose didn't want that. He got super pissed and he refused to voice his cartoon self. I mean, heck, the show's producer, Al Jean, described him acting in an intimidating manner over the joke. So in the end, The Simpsons grudgingly changed that part to calm him down and make him appear heroic.
The dryer goes on the right.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe too heroic. Rumor has it that Jose Canseco was dealing with a real-life domestic blow-up with his wife at the time. While changing the joke surely didn't stop him from getting arrested by Miami police for chasing down and ramming his wife's BMW twice at 4:30 in the morning. And that happened a week before the episode even aired. Jose was a guest star, but what about the ego of someone who was there back before Simpsons were really The Simpsons? Back when they were just a bunch of weirdly drawn yellow oddballs on the Tracy Ullman Show. What's that, you ask? Well, it was a variety show back in the late 80s that starred British comedian and actor Tracy Ullman. But nobody really remembers the show. What they do remember is when The Simpsons looked like this.
Dad?
Yeah?
What is the mind? Is it just a system of impulses, or is it something tangible?
Relax. What is mind? No matter. What is matter? Never mind.
Holy crap, did Homer and Bart just have a clever conversation? I'm used to these two acting like they share half a brain. Marge sounded different too, less gravelly.
Good night, Lisa.
Good night, Mom.
Sweet dreams.
Thanks, Mom.
Sleep tight.
I will, Mom.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Bed bugs?
Everyone sounded a bit different, even Maggie, and she barely even talks. I'm talking about that damn pacifier.
All right, climb in.
There's nothing to worry about. Now everyone go to sleep. Good night.
Ugh, the sound of that pacifier makes my skin crawl. Thank goodness they changed that one specifically. If it wasn't for that specific change, I don't think The Simpsons would have become the hit it is today. Well, today's a strong word. Speaking of which, after The Simpsons was taken off the Tracy Ullman Show and became a massive hit, Tracy wanted a slice. So she sued Fox, claiming that she was entitled to, quote, 5 to 10% of the net receipts of the merchandising and other profits from products or programs based on spin-off characters, including animated characters, even if those characters were originated by others. In total, that would have been $2.25 million at that time. Crazy part is she didn't even like the shorts. According to Ken Eston, a TV producer who co-created the Tracy Ullman Show, Tracy was not fond of The Simpsons. She was not fond of any of the bumpers because she didn't think they were the quality of her show. Damn, I think they're pretty good, especially this one.
Bart, leap into your father's arms. Come on, just like the old days.
I'm too big now, Dad. There's no way.
Come on, boy. Leap. Do it. Atta boy. Come on, Bart. You call that a leap?
Dad, why are we doing this?
You've always been afraid of falling on your head ever since you were a little baby. I'm trying to help you overcome that fear.
You want me to jump? Because I've always been jumpy?
That's a good one, son. Always been jumpy.
Dad, this is really dumb. My head still hurts from the last 2 times.
Let's go, boy. No excuses. I want to see some gumption. Leap. Leap, boy. Leap like you'd never, leap like you never... What's the past tense of leap? Leapt? Leaped? That doesn't sound right. Well, what do you know? Leaped and left.
Fox argued that she was just a hired performer and that the show was created by Matt Groening with no creative input from Ullman. The jury agreed, and she lost the case. The wildest part to me, at least, is that The Simpsons continue to reference the show. If they aren't talking about it...
Dad, you don't understand. This saxophone is like my oldest friend. I've had it for as long as I can remember.
You don't remember how you got it?
Nuh-uh.
Oh, well, it all happened in 1990. Back then, the artist formerly known as Prince was currently known as Prince. Tracy Ullman was entertaining America with songs, sketches, and crudely drawn filler material. And Bart was eagerly awaiting his first day of school.
They're straight up putting the characters in the old animation style.
Look, I knew private school would be expensive, but I was hoping we could get a scholarship of some sort.
Sorry, I don't have anything to offer you unless you're a member of a minority group.
Excelente! Muchas gracias, señorita.
Sorry.
So.
Come on, honey. I guess this is a world you'll never know.
They like to do that second one a lot, by the way. So it's not exactly surprising that a couple decades later, Tracy still thinks and talks about The Simpsons, like in this interview from 2016.
The very first show in America was the one that spawned The Simpsons.
Yes.
So did you, are you a creator of The Simpsons?
I breastfed the yellow people.
Too bad that didn't hold up in court. Sometimes The Simpsons piss off celebrities you've never even heard of, like Shirley Temple, for example. This celebrated child star was famous for her singing, dancing, and acting skills like 90 years ago. Either way, The Simpsons made a parody of her in the episode Last Tap Dance in Springfield named Little Vicky.
What am I doing wrong, little Vicky?
You're falling a lot. Maybe you should work on that.
But maybe I need a little more instruction than just tap-a-tap-a.
Back when I was your age, I had 43 movies under my belt. I would have killed for tappa-tappa-tappa. That's a smile, not an upside-down frown. Work on that, too.
You see, Little Vicky was a bitter woman who still lived in the past, and she was a horrible tap dancing instructor. And not the I'm too nice to tell you kind of suck terrible. She'll let you know to your face.
Parents are counting on seeing me dance.
But giving everyone an equal part when they're clearly not equal is called what?
Communism!
And I didn't tap all those Morse code messages to the Allies till my shoes filled with blood just to roll out the welcome mat for the Reds.
Okay, not gonna lie, Lisa was terrible at tap dancing, but the least Little Vicky could do was put her at the back or something. Luckily for Lisa, Professor Frank, the town's nerd, had a solution for her problem.
Garvin.
Oh, that's brilliant, Professor.
So she was cheating. Big whoop. It's a kid's tap dancing class. The real issue is that Vicky is a massive diva, and you do not show her up on stage.
I can't help it. It's the shoes.
I'm just getting started.
Not the most flattering parody, that's for sure. So when the producers requested Shirley Temple voice the character, she allegedly told them to f*** off. Parody must have struck a nerve. Not exactly shocking how many celebrities have a bone to pick with The Simpsons.
Since we're talking about bruised egos, might as well look at every country The Simpsons has offended. From mispronunciations
Look at this country. You are gay.
to super lazy stereotypes.
Also, me like how the fly lice.
The Simpsons poked fun at just about every country on planet Earth, but just how many of them have been offended? Well, today, we're going to be combing through the history of the entire show to find out just that. Starting with one of the show's favorite punching bags, the United Kingdom. If you ever wanted to know how the writers of The Simpsons see their friends across the pond, nothing says it better than the Big Book of British Smiles.
The Big Book of British Smiles.
To be fair, it's pretty universally agreed upon that the Brits are a little less dentally proficient than the rest of the world, stereotypically speaking, which is a polite way of saying their teeth are horrible. Another thing that's pretty well agreed upon is the fact that the UK isn't famous for its tasty food, and The Simpsons pull no punches with that either.
I am but a humble purveyor of disgusting British food. Lark tongues, head pudding, eel pies.
Eel pie? My favorite. We British sure eat crap.
To be fair, it's not like the United States are that much well known for their good food either. But anyway, if you think that clip was a stretch, it's actually not. The Brits have a dish called jellied eels. Don't search that up unless you never want to eat again, by the way. Obviously, all these so far have been pretty stereotypical, even if it is kind of funny. But the other stereotype of the UK that The Simpsons shows us is their love of beer.
Jolly sodding Xmas, Major. Choke on it!
I wonder if that's actually how a whole lot of Americans view British people. But I mean, just take a look at how they view British women.
And best of all, the waitresses and showgirls are all real Brits.
Freshen your drink, Governor.
Now, while that is pretty bad, in the grand scheme of things, I think the UK gets off pretty lightly. Sure, they love beer and have horrible food. It's hardly offensive. However, if you're French, I'd say you got a lot more of an argument to be offended. Like, here's the time Springfield Elementary got Willie to teach French.
Bonjour! The cheese-eating surrender monkeys!
Oh yes, that's exactly what you want to teach kids French people are. Cheese-eating surrender monkeys. Obviously, when it was made, it was meant to be a joke, but some sad people have actually used this term to actually insult French people. I guess the writers don't help themselves, though, because it's not the only time they've taken a swipe at France.
France? Oh, my cheese stinks. Oh, wait. It's me!
And if you thought that was a one-off bad sketch by Krusty, then how about what Homer says here?
Marge, look at me. We've been separated for a day, and I'm as dirty as a Frenchman.
You could say that these examples are caricatures and designed to be shocking. Sure, that might be the case, but there actually is a whole fleshed-out episode of The Simpsons spend some time in France. Well, Bart spends some time in France anyway. The episode I'm talking about is The Crepes of Wrath, where he's sent to France as a foreign exchange student after doing this.
So long, sucker!
Now in France, Bart sees where he's going to be spending the next couple of months, and it does not paint France in a kind light, that's for sure.
Chateau, my son.
Ah, Maurice, dès que le garçon américain arrive, tes jeux d'esclavage sont finis.
There's a pretty big French peasant stereotype going on here. I mean, look at the place.
Ew, what a dump.
Bart's new French friends put him right to work on their land, and I think it's pretty obvious he wishes he didn't pull the prank that got him sent here in the first place.
My grapes are waiting for their water.
Then, after a hard day's work, Bart is treated like an animal. He has to sleep on the floor with no food while he hears the people he's staying with making French noises. There's no other way to put it. And as a quick aside, that reminds me of another French noise scene from The Simpsons.
We will show the stupid Americans who look like the frog, eh?
Anyway, back to the episode. I'm sure most French people would go without making food to make sure a guest, never mind a child guest, doesn't go hungry. The work they've been getting him to do is also in their small vineyard, and to make a quick buck, they're selling the stuff with a special ingredient.
Meilleur couvert. Je pense toujours au miracle de l'antifreeze. Bien sûr, c'est du poison. Mais dans les proportions voulues, ça donne du crevin.
To make sure their batch of wine isn't, poisonous, you'd usually send it off for some testing. But why bother when you got a stupid American boy you can force to test it for you?
Qu'est-ce que je t'avais dit? Caisse d'antifreeze au magasin.
But while these guys are the worst, when Bart leaves the farm to find some antifreeze for them, he rats on them to a passerby, and he couldn't be nicer.
De l'antifreeze dans le vin? Ah, mais c'est sérieux ça. Viens avec moi, fiston. Tu n'as plus rien à craindre.
Vous aurez toujours une place dans mon cœur.
And he's good to his word. He looks after Bart and gets those two villains locked away forever.
Eh ben maintenant, vous ferez votre vin en prison.
Au revoir, suckers!
Bart then returns home having not learned his lesson, but still he's safe and sound, and he's got a bed to sleep on. I know those guys were bad people, but surely there aren't still 16th century style French farmers working in France, right? Either way, I'd say if you're French, if you're offended, it's not over nothing. Another nation that considers itself on the potentially offended list is Jamaica, and it starts out fairly innocently with Homer committing some well-meaning but ignorant cultural appropriation.
Dad, you cannot wear that. That's a Rastafarian hat.
I've been Safarian since before you were born.
What's probably more offensive is the fact that Homer actually passes as a Jamaican.
Cool concert, am I right?
Yeah, nice try, Narc.
Who?
That fat Jamaican guy.
What did I say? What's going on?
Why do you want to destroy us?
I'm sorry, did I just say he passes as Jamaican? No, he's got narc written all over him, but you get the idea. It's some lighthearted but clumsily handled humor. That's not really the case with Krusty's take on being Jamaican, though.
Jamaica?
Hey, man, I call for a joint. This vote is dreadlocked.
I mean, dude, where do I even start with that one? The fake dreadlocks, the terrible accent, the even worse pun. I know that in-universe that sketch is pretty controversial, and for good reason. Where the Simpsons are concerned, it looks like no country is safe from being made fun of. Heck, they even dedicated a whole episode to clowning on Australia. The episode I'm talking about is obviously Bart versus Australia. You know, the episode where Bart becomes obsessed with water flowing down his toilet in a certain way?
You'll prove me right.
Lisa tells him that the water runs differently in the southern hemisphere, so Bart literally calls Australia to double check.
The fixtures, they're all draining clockwise, sir.
Oh.
It's not offensive per se, but that Australian accent is the worst I've ever heard. Anyway, Bart still can't believe about which way the water runs, so he asks the little Aussie boy to go and check his neighbor's water. Milhouse comes a-calling. Bart can't be bothered waiting for an answer.
Oh, downtown smells like cookies. Wanna go smell?
Yes, I do.
He leaves his phone calling Australia all day long while pushing the charge onto the kid he phoned, and his dad is not happy.
$900 dues? Tobias, did you accept a 6-hour collect call from the States?
Instead of paying for the call, the dad calls Bart to give him a piece of his mind, and Bart doesn't really de-escalate the situation.
You're all the way in Australia. I think I hear a dingo eating your baby.
Yeah, well, ooh!
The Aussie dad doesn't leave it there, though. He escalates it through his political system, and Bart has to face the consequences of his actions by going to Australia. And straight away, the writers are on the offense.
Australia was originally founded as a settlement for British convicts. Lisa, watch your camera.
Ah, yes. Showcasing a group of people as being no good thieves as soon as they land is always good practice, and it's no better in the bar, or should I say pub.
You call that a knife? This is a knife.
That's not a knife, that's a spoon.
All right, you win. I see you've played knifey spoony before.
There's not much more I can say about knifey spoony, but what about the famous Aussie beer?
Give me one of those famous giant beers I heard so much about.
Something wrong, Yank?
No, pretty big, I guess.
So you get the idea. The writers basically paint the Australian people as speaking in funny made-up words, adding those to the end of random words and drinking a truckload of beer. But anyway, let's get to Bart's apology.
I'm sorry.
Well, you're free to go, Bart.
Hey, that was easy. I guess that means the Simpsons will be on their way back to Springfield.
Right after your additional punishment.
Punishment?
All right, too good to be true. And Bart faces more than just prison time. He faces the Aussie big boot. But before Bart can take his medicine, Homer steps in and saves him, and the pair go on the run. Things are eventually settled when Marge acts as a peace broker, and Bart agrees to a smaller kick from the Prime Minister. But yet again, he has other ideas.
And this is for the United States of America.
If those guys weren't annoyed before, then they are now. They break down the American embassy and run all of them out of the country. So yeah, that was basically an entire episode that poked fun at Australians. Sure, things weren't all bad, but on the whole, they were portrayed as a mixture of violent criminals and drunks, and then at the end there, Bart basically wipes his feet on the very fabric of their country. It's funny for sure, but it's also 100% a little mean-spirited. Also, before we move on, Uruguay also caught some shade in that episode. Not enough to make a whole segment about them, but yeah, I thought I'd mention it. Now it's time to go to the Far East, as Japan is the next country up to bat. Probably the most famous time The Simpsons tackled the country of Japan is in the episode In Marge We Trust, where Homer finds a suspiciously familiar-looking Japanese cleaning product.
What's going on? Oh my god, what is that?
Homer figures the only way he's gonna find out more about this box is if he takes it to the only Japanese man in Springfield, Akira. And you might want to brace yourself for this portrayal.
Hi, bye. Hi.
Can you read this for me?
Ah, yes. This is a product called Mr. Sparkle. He looks like you.
I know this season was from the mid-90s, and things were much different back then, but I can't help but cringe listening to that. Akira gives him some good info, though, and Homer uses it to track down the phone number for the factory that's using his face.
Moshi?
Yes, this is Homer Simpson from America.
Hello, Chief. Let's talk, why not?
You know, I'm sure there's something offensive in that, but if anything, it's probably towards America. Anyway, the kind of English-speaking worker sends Homer a package explaining how Mr. Sparkle came to be made, and more importantly, why it looks like him.
Matsumoto Fishworks, Samarubushi, heavy manufacturing concern.
I mean, that sure explains it. The Simpsons have had more than one run-in with Japan, though, like way back in season 4. There's this whole bit about a scary new flu that comes out of Japan after a worker sneezes in a package.
Please don't tell the supervisor I have the flu. I've been working with a shattered pelvis for 3 weeks.
No, guys, the video isn't lagging, they're just parodying dubbed Japanese films, as well as the factory overwork culture of the country. Anyway, the box manages to make its way to Springfield and everyone gets ill.
Good lord.
Like, the whole town ends up coming down with the flu thanks to that worker who purposefully sneezed and coughed into the juicer boxes. Obviously, this has gotten more relevant in recent years thanks to COVID, and yes, I know that came from China, not Japan. Actually, the inspiration for the plot point was thanks to that 1968 Hong Kong flu. After both of these episodes, though, the Simpsons do actually go to Japan. In season 10's 30 Minutes Over Tokyo, and it's not exactly any less offensive.
Come on, Homer. Japan will be fine. fun.
Besides, if we want to see Japanese people, we could have gone to the zoo.
Homer!
What?
I know Homer meant the guy who watches the elephants and all that, but that wording does feel a little mean-spirited. This episode was actually pulled from airing in Japan and China due to a couple of reasons. Firstly, it parodied an episode of Pokemon that caused some kids to go into epileptic seizures.
Battling seizure robots.
Also in this episode, The Simpsons take shots at the brand Hello Kitty and even suggest that they burn cats in the making of their products.
The Hello Kitty Factory. Who's up for some exploring?
And the biggest thing that got this episode pulled from Japan was when Homer met the Japanese emperor, Akihito, and did this.
I'm the emperor.
Yeah, and I'm Clobbersaurus.
Yeah, beating up the country's most important person is a surefire way of offending people. Plus, of all the things he could land in, the writers chose a bucket of dirty sumo thongs, which, by the way, aren't called thongs, they're called mawashis. So as you can see, The Simpsons has a pretty extensive history with Japan. Not all good, not all bad, but it is a little offensive. Another country that The Simpsons had a long relationship with is Ireland. Now, of all the countries on this list here, Ireland probably has one of the best scenes of humor. They can take a joke, and they can dish them out too. So you're probably gonna have to go heavy on the stereotypes if you're gonna offend them. Well, don't you worry. The Simpsons don't let us down in that regard. Like, here's Kent Brockman on St. Patrick's Day with some serious sarcasm.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing is a total disregard for the things St. Patrick's Day stands for. Are these the things we think of when we think of the Irish?
And from the same episode, we see this fish and chip shop being blown up. Now, while that might not seem offensive, at the time this was broadcast, Ireland and Great Britain were sort of in a conflict called the Troubles. And around when this was aired, there were a lot of bombings going on from both sides. And while it was a British shop on the end of the explosion here, some Irish folk didn't see the funny side of that. Away from the St. Patrick's stuff, The Simpsons have actually gone over to the Emerald Isle before, in the Name of the Grandfather, and things look a little different to how Abe remembers them.
What the? Upscale boutiques? Leprechauns!
Yartity, plasma screen TV.
Summer in Tuscany.
It's not just the shops and the people that are different, so are the drinks.
Whiskey served in a potato, floating in a Guinness stout. I said an Irish drink. That's better.
Yes, there's nothing more Irish than a potato. Again, if you guys don't know, Ireland's main source of food a few hundred years ago were potatoes, and they were unable to grow them due to a disease, which led to the starvation and death of over 1 million people, which is a pretty dark joke when you realize the history behind it. We do see an Irish staple drink in there though, Guinness, and the other members of the Simpsons family are in the Guinness brewery to see how the black gold is made.
Oh! You mean all the ingredients, but you don't know the ratio.
50-50?
Dicey, don't!
Bog water has a bit of a double meaning here. It can mean like water from a bog, like a swamp, or it can mean toilet water. So either way, it's a big dig at one of Ireland's most famous exports. Even after all these pokes at their country, the people of Ireland still found the funny side of things. A lead writer from the Irish Times said that the episode did have one too many stereotypes, but it was still nice seeing one of the greatest TV shows ever written giving attention to their country. Like I said at the start, the people of Ireland know how to take a joke, even if it's not a top quality one. But speaking of things that aren't top quality, we've already seen a bit of cultural appropriation earlier with Jamaica. Well, it's now time for a bit more as we turn to Finland. It happens during one of Springfield Elementary's UN club meetings, and it's none other than the brainiac Martin who represents Finland.
Smile more. Work that pelvis. No, too much smile.
That outfit he's wearing is called a gakti, and it's usually only worn by a specific part of the Finnish people known as Samis. It's an outfit for ceremonies, important moments, and used to show where exactly in Finland the Sami are from. So having an American kid wear it while doing a goofy dance, I'd say is pretty offensive. Another country that's going to be pretty ticked off by its generalized representation is the country of Micronesia. In the show, it's not even given its real name. Instead, it's called Microasia. And Homer goes there as a religious missionary to escape giving $10,000 to PBS.
Me hiding from PBS.
I am Kotok, and this is Ak.
Now, right off the bat, I'm sure you can see the problems with this. The fact that they've renamed the country to something pretty offensive and completely generalized a whole nation as people who are tribesfolk, unspoiled by the Western world.
Thanks, sweetheart. Have a Bible.
I am Uviluyuki Tanawanje.
I'm gonna call you Lisa Jr.
Speaking of completely unspoiled, of course Homer can't help himself from introducing his new friends to some vices of the Western world, so he has them build a fully fledged casino.
Casino gambling!
The
cocky savage?
It could be you!
At least the writers are self-aware with the noble savage stereotype they're going for, and it's not long before the savage part of that trope is shown on screen.
Oh my god.
To get them back on the straight and narrow, Homer uses the fear of God to stop them from gambling, drinking, and fighting, and it works.
How many times must we go to church to avoid hell?
Every Sunday for the rest of our lives.
No, really.
I think this is probably one of the more clumsy episodes we've covered so far. There's no real uplifting of the Microasians. The only Westerner that enters their island is suddenly the one they all listen to, and I've already mentioned the noble and savage stuff. Micronesia hasn't commented on this episode, but it's easily one of the most offensive episodes we've covered so far. You gotta be fair to the writers, though. They don't just pick on certain countries or cultures. They try to poke fun at everyone, including their next-door neighbors, Canada. The first time the Simpsons go over to Canada is in season 13, and it's thanks to Bart chasing his heart over a girl called Greta.
Bart, forget it. I'm leaving in 10 minutes. My dad's shooting a movie in Toronto.
You're going to Spain?
Goodbye, Bart.
After checking a map, Bart realizes he's got to go to Toronto to win her back, but first he's got to convince the rest of his family to go too.
I have to go to Toronto.
Canada? Why should we leave America to visit America Jr.?
Oh yeah, I'm sure the Canadians are going to be big fans of that, especially with the way things are going at the minute with the 51st state stuff. Greta ends up dating Milhouse before swerving both him and Bart, so I guess it was a wasted trip after all. Homer ends up going to Canada again to get some prescription drugs from Winnipeg as Mr. Burns started a monopoly on the stuff. Come on, Winnipeg can't be that bad a place to live, right? After getting their meds, the group stumble across the Canadian doppelganger of Ned's.
Cut of your gibberish.
Oh, and
Diddly oodly. Diddly oodly.
Diddly doddly diddly doddly.
That's too many doodlies for anyone. Despite the fact it's Nedception, there's a clear difference between the two. Well, that and the fact they've got different colored hair.
Say, would you like to puff on a reeferino? It's legal here.
They warned me Satan would be attractive. Let's go.
The writers of The Simpsons aren't always self-aware when writing jokes about Canada. In fact, there was that time where they resorted to just straight-up insults, like the time the American and Canadian police clashed when trying to save Marge and Homer.
Back off, Canadians. We got him.
You back off, hosers.
Beat it, you puck-slapping maple suckers.
Take a hike, you Shatner-stealing Mexico touchers.
Compared to some of the other countries we've covered, I'd say Canada gets off pretty lightly. Then again, you gotta remember that a few of the writing team on The Simpsons were Canadian themselves, so it does kind of make sense. We've looked at one of America's neighbors, and now it's time to look at another. This time, though, we're going south to another country beginning with C. Cuba. Homer's had to head to Havana after helping Mr. Burns escape arrest from the FBI after he stole a $1 trillion bill.
Take that, Uncle Sam!
They flee with company with Mr. Smithers as fugitives, and that's how they end up in Cuba. It's not depicted in the greatest of lights, a bankrupt country that sells a special type of meat.
There's shredded pork everywhere.
It's carne de burro.
Nice to meet you.
Nothing says come to Cuba like showing them selling them donkey meat. Yummy! While there, Mr. Burns asks to meet with whoever's in charge, and a taxi driver takes him to none other than Fidel Castro.
Oh, so the island's not for sale, eh? You at least permit us to live in your socialist paradise?
You're talking about Cuba?
All we ask is preferential treatment because of my fabulous wealth.
He's a complicated guy with a whole lot of history, but one thing Castro did do was contribute to heavily bankrupting Cuba. So when Mr. Burns appears with $1 trillion, what do you think he's gonna do? Spoiler alert, he don't ask for a loan.
Mr. Burns, I think we can trust the president of Cuba.
I'll give it back.
Give what back?
Homer does go back to Cuba for a second time a little later on in the show. He takes Abe to try and get some cheap medical treatment, and as soon as the Simpsons step foot in Havana, the writers are back on the insult train. Like, look at all the people Cuba let through customs.
U.S. business.
Next.
Professional research.
I don't know what either of those words mean. Is there a VIP entrance to this place?
Religious activities.
God, no.
You've got criminals, drug dealers, people carrying guns, deadly disease carrying bugs, and then there's Sideshow Bob and poachers, too.
Public performances.
Never.
Fell off a fishing boat.
Many times, not today.
Transmission of information.
Who wants to know?
Oh yeah, and guys carrying literal RPGs. You can't really blame Fidel Castro either, because at the time of airing, he'd been out of power for 8 years. So the lawless, corrupt stereotype of Cuba is a little bit outdated. But despite all this, I'd say by the end of the episode, Cuba did get some credit, especially as it did help Abe get back on his feet and find his zest for life.
con 1200%.
We've just covered Canada and Cuba, so why not add our third and final C to the list? China. Remember a little while ago we covered the episode about Japan and the Osaka flu? Well, a similar episode also aired about China. It's a little bit different. It wasn't caused by workers coughing into packages, but instead by mosquitoes.
Ow!
After coming down to some mysterious illness, Bart goes to see Dr. Hibbert.
Now, you're sure you haven't been to China? There's no shame in it.
I told you, a mosquito came out of my Laffy meal and bit me.
Why would Bart be ashamed even if he had been to China? A little strange, but whatever. Hibbert diagnoses Bart with a virus that's come straight out of China, and no, it's not COVID, it's much worse.
Your son is exhibiting classic symptoms of panda virus. Here, take a look.
Pretty on the nose there, aren't they? I mean, at least the Osaka flu is actually from a place in Japan instead of some heavily stereotyped animal that the country's associated with. Like most of the countries on our list, the Simpsons do end up going to China a little later in the show when Selma treats the family to a vacation in Beijing.
How about that, Selma? Flying all of us to China for no apparent reason.
Well, it's not for no reason. It's so Homer can pose as her husband so she can adopt a Chinese baby. Well, let's not focus on that, because Homer gets viciously attacked by a wild animal. Any guesses on which one?
But you, drop the panda.
But he loves me. Ow! Little
They just can't help themselves, can they? Obviously, this episode has been banned in China, but not for the lazy panda stuff. Instead, it's due to this.
Oh, look at him sleeping. He's like a little angel that killed 50 million people. Yes, you are.
Yep, the less said about that, the better. But also, to add insult to injury, there's this. Which is The Simpsons making fun of the Tiananmen Square massacre, where in 1989, anywhere from 200 to 3,000 people, depending on your source, were killed for protesting. So yeah, makes sense why this one was pulled. I guess the writers for this one were more attacking the Chinese government for covering up the deaths when it first happened, but still, right or wrong, China did get offended. We've seen an offensive episode that got a huge reaction from the country it was stereotyping. How about an offensive episode that got a pretty neutral reaction from the country it was stereotyping? That's right, I'm talking about Tanzania.
Yay!
What is it, Nagongo?
Evil is coming.
What shall we do, Nagongo?
You are Nagongo now.
And when they land, we see more of the same lazy stereotypes that we saw with Micronesia, but this time it's magnified by 10.
Hey, Mom, look what Mabali gave me. Check it out.
I told you not to get your lip diss.
All right. Uh-oh.
It just had to be a bunch of lazy stereotypes for the most part, but then again, this is The Simpsons, so it's not like we're ever going to be realistic here.
Wait, rhinos don't come from eggs.
What did you just see, Lisa?
I know, but...
What did you just see?
The next country on our list has been the most vocal about its depiction on the show, and that's America's South American cousin, Brazil. The Simpsons are once again jetting off on a vacation, but the fun soon stops when Homer enters a random taxi and is literally kidnapped.
My American friend, I'm afraid that this is a kidnapping.
So that means I don't have to pay the fare.
I suppose.
They want $50,000 for his release, which obviously the Simpsons do not have, but a Brazilian boy who is being sponsored by Lisa, who's now rich as hell by the way, gathers up the cash to bail Homer out.
Look at all that pink and purple.
Our money sure is gay.
You are free to go.
Okay, a bit of criminal activity sure isn't the thing that made Brazil so upset. It's more so the other stuff around the main plot, like this.
Mom, these are slums. The government just painted them bright colors so the tourists wouldn't be offended.
Works for me.
Yeah, check out the rats.
Ooh, they look like Skittles.
Yeah, suggesting that the whole country is full of rat-infested slums will upset a few people over in Brazil, that's for sure. This episode couldn't have come out at a worse time for the country either, because they had just announced an $18 million tourism investment that was seemingly for nothing now, because, I mean, the Simpsons had literally just clowned on them. So the tourism board got the backing of the Brazilian government to actually sue Fox, but as we know, the First Amendment protects free speech, so any Brazil to America lawsuit's gonna be thrown right out of court faster than you can say Copacabana. Plus, Fox commented by saying nothing that's shown to the Simpsons has anything to do with them, and like the law states, Fox stands up for free speech. So the Simpsons keep going with their relentless jabs at different countries, and the next one I'd like to look at is Morocco. It's a unique country to pick on, but you best believe that the show manages to hit at Moroccans. It comes from the episode Treehouse of Horror 2, where the whole family are in Marrakesh.
What a dump. Why would Princess Grace live in a place like this?
Dad, that's Monaco.
While looking through the Marrakesh markets, Homer stumbles upon a strange seller wanting to give Homer the monkey's paw.
Yeah.
It is a monkey's paw dating back to Allah bin Abdallah. It has the power to grant wishes to its owner.
Yeah?
And when he buys the forbidden item, the merchant mysteriously vanishes.
Ooh, Homer, where did you get that ugly thing?
Right over there. On your way, it was over there.
You'll be sorry.
Okay, I can't lie, that's a pretty dang good joke. But the whole problem with this depiction is the fantasy feeling the whole place Morocco gets. The stereotypical merchant with something supernatural to sell, it reduces Marrakesh, a real city with real people, to a backdrop for Western fears and fantasies and turns it into a stage for a story about gullible outsiders being tricked by a foreign figure. Plus, Homer literally calls the place a dump, so you can see why they'd be upset. Another country that gets clowned on by the show is Mexico.
Animals are crapping in our houses, and we're picking it up. Did we lose a war? That's not America. That's not even Mexico.
Well, believe it or not, Homer's actually Mexican. Or that's what his new employer at Springfield says when he refuses to work overtime.
You get to work overtime without us paying you extra.
I won't do it.
If you don't, we'll ship you right back to Mexico.
But I'm a U.S. citizen.
Uh-huh. Are you?
Even though that episode came out like over 15 years ago, it's crazy how relevant it is today. The use of manipulation of documents to suppress hardworking people into doing jobs for pennies is just as sad now as it was then. You can't even get mad at the Simpsons for that one. It's funny because it's true. I think Homer took the whole Homer Sanchez thing a little too far though, literally, as in another episode he heads to home, or so he thinks.
Hola, senor. We are gringos who wish to spend mucho dinero in your country.
Splendid. Welcome to Canada.
There is loads wrong with this one. The stereotypical music, the cultural appropriation, the way he basically infers that a white man's coming to spend money in your country is a good thing, but hey, it's all undone because Homer's an idiot who's accidentally gone to Canada. If anything, Mexico will probably be relieved. But now it's time to come to the most meta entry of all, saving the best till last. It's time to look at the United States. If you're gonna pick on everyone else, it's only fair you pick on yourself, and The Simpsons has its fair share of self-aware jabs. Heck, they even spent a whole episode tearing into New York because Barney stole Homer's car.
Your vehicle is illegally parked in the borough of Manhattan.
My vehicle!
Your car will be thrown into the East River at your expense.
Oh?
Not only is Homer's car in serious trouble, but he hates New York.
I don't want to go to New York City.
Why not?
New York is a hellhole.
But the family needs the car, and they manage to convince him to let them go on a semi-vacation to get their vehicle back, and Bart makes short work of offending the Jewish citizens of New York.
Look, it's ZZ Top. You guys rock.
Maybe a little.
While Homer starts letting his paranoia get the better of him.
Oh, all right. But not a minute later. Once the sun goes down, all the weirdos turn crazy. I'm on to you.
When Homer gets into his car, it's been ticketed to hell and clamped, so he tries to take the clamp off of his mouth, which sure, it's stupid, but did he really need to be heckled like this?
When you're done with that, I got something up here you can bite on.
And why don't you be polite, you stinking puss bag? You gotta call that number on a booth. Sorry about that, guy. They stick all the jerks in Tower 1.
At least the other guy's helpful, but still, it doesn't exactly paint New Yorkers in the best of light.
That's it. I'm coming over there.
Yeah, why don't you come over here?
Shut up, the both of you.
While Homer's dealing with his car troubles and rowdy locals, Marge and the kids take the New York subway.
Here's a better idea. You give me your address and I'll write to you.
Okay, just send it to Jesus.
Nothing says come to our city like an old hobo asking for a child's address. Homer, meanwhile, ends up missing the ticket officer while going for a whiz and decides he's had enough in New York and his car.
You freaking maniac!
Yeah, you jackass!
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
Homer eventually busts the clamp off his car and all the glass in his windows at that, and goes to pick up Marge and the kids for a long ride home. But when you got no windshield in a place like New York, things can get pretty...
What a magical city. Can we come back next year, Dad?
We'll see, honey. We'll see.
Maybe New York got off a little lightly, but The Simpsons paint the city out as full of loudmouthed, aggressive types, weird hobos, or road-raging idiots, which, to be fair, Homer was one of. Is that what it means to be American? Well, if it isn't, there's actually another episode where they cover that idea in a bit more detail. We all know Apu, right? Well, in season 7, he was facing fears of being deported after Mayor Quimby started blaming Springfield's poor economic situation on immigrants. So he forks out loads of cash to Fat Tony to get the right papers to become a citizen.
Okay, here are your fraudulent documents: Social Security card, birth certificate, and your death certificate.
Just hold on to that one in your safe deposit box. Fat Tony tells Apu that if he's going to be American, he needs to act American. And you can see where I'm going with this.
Hey there, Homer. How's it hanging?
Low and lazy. So, hey, say something again.
Yep, dude goes full-on American. Stupid cowboy hat, low monotone voice, and wearing a sports jersey. I'd say he's got us pretty nailed down. But seriously, he obviously goes a little over the top of the whole American act.
You see, it turns out I am an American citizen after all. Ha ha ha. Say, let's take a relaxed attitude toward work and watch the baseball match.
To the point he completely breaks down about having to lie about who he really is.
I want to stay, but as the real me, not as some yahoo from Green Bay.
Yet another episode of The Simpsons that's more relevant today than ever. You get the idea, right? The fact he literally called the guy who's pretending to be a yahoo shows what other cultures think of us. Like I said at the start of the century, if you can't poke fun at yourself, who can you really make fun of? And when you've been on the air for nearly 40 years, there's probably not many things you haven't made fun of. So no doubt, somewhere The Simpsons has poked fun at all 195 countries at one time or another. Actually, never mind, I doubt they've ever made a joke about Kiribati. But you get what I'm saying. As you can see, The Simpsons has had a long, storied history, so why don't we take a bit of a look at the rise and fall of The Simpsons. How did a show that started out like this?
You can't have any fun in bed.
Oh, son, when you're older, you'll know better. Oh, baby.
End up like this?
Oh, honey.
That's right, we're going to be taking a look through the show's 35-year journey from the golden age right up to its downfall. So grab a thing of popcorn and relax. So there are many factors that contributed to the brilliance of The Simpsons during the early seasons, with much of the credit going to the all-star comedy writing team. This includes beloved comedian Conan O'Brien, who wrote many iconic episodes.
Krusty wants out!
I'm sure that's reassuring to hear. One such iconic episode is Marge versus the Monorail, which starts with Mr. Burns and Smithers sneaking into the plant to take away a barrel of toxic waste so it can be disposed of.
You think it's full, sir?
That's ridiculous. The last tree held 9 drums.
Yeah, because that's not suspicious at all. What's next? Radioactive birds that drop little nukes every time they poop? Actually, that sounds pretty cool. Unfortunately for Burns, his crime gets discovered and he's fined $3 million. Unfazed, though, he pays the fine with the cash in his huge pocket. Now, that's a different kind of rich. With Springfield receiving a big cash injection, the Simpsons family starts thinking of hypothetical ways to spend the money, including Bart creating a giant robot army.
Bart, we'll do anything you want. Just call off your giant mechanical ants.
Well, let's hope this isn't one of those Simpsons predictions that come true. I could see Elon Musk creating the Tesla ant. Marge, on the other hand, thinks that the money should be put into something the town can be proud of, and during a meeting at the town hall, she suggests Springfield fix up Main Street. Everyone's happy with the suggestion, but that's when Lyle Lanley, a salesman who looks like he should have been in a barbershop quartet, proposes this.
The ring came off my pudding can.
Take my penknife, my good man. Throw up your hands and raise your voice. What's it called? Once again.
I wonder why salesmen don't sing their pitches more often. Like, I'd probably be more open to changing my service provider if they did a little song and dance every time. Marge is completely against the monorail, and so is Lisa, who challenges Lyle on the reason why they would need a monorail in a relatively small town. But the smooth talker tells Lisa that she's the only person who would get the answer and lets the issue go. Well, I've got the answer. Lanley wants all the money. Of course, there's no point in having a monorail without a conductor, so Homer goes through the training and manages to get the job.
And rail means rail. And that concludes our intensive 3-week course.
Hey, wait, man. Who gets to be conductor?
Oh, right, that. Well, I've been monitoring your progress closely. But this gentleman here clearly stands out above the rest.
Who, me?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure he got the job on merit. I mean, who wouldn't want a lazy, borderline alcoholic in charge of a train that can go 180 miles an hour? Homer is keen to show his family around the train, including a disc tray he thinks is a drinks holder and a family of possums living in the fire extinguisher cupboard. Well, at least I'll always have company. Marge goes to talk to Mr. Lanley and discovers his notebook with images of him stealing the money and the monorail on fire. Concerned, she investigates another town that Lyle sold the monorail to, and things are not pretty.
Excuse me, miss, you asked about the monorail?
Who are you?
My name is Sebastian Cobb. Lanley hired me to build his monorail. Bad wiring, faulty brakes,
as a celebrity on the maiden voyage with Gallagher.
Yeah, the project was a literal train wreck. Marge rushes back to Springfield to try and stop the launch of the monorail, but while everyone in town turns up for the occasion, Landley can't get away quick enough, packing the suitcases full of cash into a cab. Lisa's confused as to why he wouldn't stick around, but it soon becomes clear the second Homer starts the train. Something tells me this deal didn't come with a warranty. While Chief Wiggum and Mayor Quimby argue about who should take control of the situation, an engineer comes up with the idea of cutting off the power. But they find out that the train's solar powered. I bet Mr. Burns' idea to block out the sun wouldn't look so bad now. Homer thinks he's in luck when a random solar eclipse blocks out the sun, but it quickly moves away, causing the train to start up again. While that's super unlucky, it's not as unlucky as Landley, whose plane has a layover in a town he sold one of his dodgy monorails to.
Folks, this is your captain speaking. Our non-stop flight to Tahiti over in North Haverbrook.
North Haverbrook. Where have I heard that name before? Oh, no.
Now that's what I call karma. Meanwhile, the monorail is still out of control, and Bart and Homer are convinced their goose is cooked. But that's when Marge talks over the radio along with Sebastian Cobb, the creator of the monorail, who tells Homer he needs to find an anchor to slow the train down. While briefly considering using Bart, he settles on using rope and the M from the sign.
You call that an anchor?
Donuts.
That's right. Although he cut down the oldest tree in Springfield, wrecked Main Street even more, and even separated a couple of conjoined twins, the plan eventually works. I think Homer deserves to have the title of Mono Thingy Guy on his resume. Marge vs. the Monorail is definitely a classic episode from the golden era of The Simpsons. It had hilarious, witty gags, plenty of characters and cameos, and a catchy musical number. Admit it, you're gonna be singing the Monorail song all day now. I know I did. But not all the credit should be given to the writers, as others played a huge part in building the foundation that made The Simpsons a worldwide sensation. The show's producer, James L. Brooks, was another ingredient that made The Simpsons stand out. It was actually Brooks who pushed for more emotionally driven storylines, branching out from the typical satirical themed episodes.
Every time you're near.
Gotta get out of here.
Well, we know he's not crying about losing his hair yet. A great example of this was seen in The Way We Was, which starts with Homer cussing his kids out for sitting too close to the TV. Well, it seems he didn't have to warn them after all, as the set cuts out and the Simpsons are forced to do the unthinkable: have a conversation. Life can be so cruel sometimes. First, Lisa asks her mom the story about how her parents got engaged, but after having a flashback about being told she was pregnant by a young Dr. Hibbert rocking an afro, she decides to tell her kids another story.
Lisa, I'd rather tell you a different story. We're seniors in high school, but...
Good redirection there, Marge. Could be hard explaining what a shotgun wedding is. Back in 1974, Homer heads to school with Barney, who was surprisingly sober. I guess he hadn't discovered Duff at that point. A bad habit they had developed, however, was smoking in the school bathroom, which lands them in detention. Meanwhile, Marge is fighting the good fight and holds a rally about equality for women, forcing her to stay behind after school, too.
It's gotta be a girl nobody else wants to take to the prom.
Excuse me, is this room 106?
Hey, who's that? I don't know.
So it turns out doing bad things can lead you to finding the love of your life. Although Big Tony serving 20 to life may not feel the same. Homer is infatuated by the blue-haired stranger and introduces himself, but Marge doesn't seem that interested. While eating a bucket of chicken with Abe, his old man realizes that Homer has barely eaten anything. Wow, things must be really bad. Homer tells Abe about his problem, who doesn't really give him the greatest of advice.
You haven't said poo all night, and usually I have to wrestle a bucket out of your greasy mitts. Dad, I'm in love. Oh, yeah. Oh, son, don't overreach. Go for the dented card, the dead-end job, the less attractive girl.
What? You mean Homer wasn't always a huge slacker? Homer goes to see the guidance counselor for advice, and as well as telling him about the new nuclear power plant being opened by Mr. Burns, the counselor tells him to find things in common with Marge. This leads to Homer signing up for the debate team, but after showing his butt to the entire class, he decides the slow game just ain't gonna cut it.
Ah, no!
Well put. Well, what's the good word?
I'm sorry.
What?
Well, you seem like a nice enough guy, but I really don't have the time.
Now, I'm no Casanova, but I don't think stealing your crush's sandwich bag is gonna help you score a date, just saying. Determined to get his girl, though, Homer asks Marge to tutor him in French, and unbelievably, he's actually learning. Sure, he tried to seduce her with make-out music and dimmed lighting to start, but we can look past that. Homer's scheme to get Marge to like him seems to work, as she agrees to go to prom with him, until he says this.
If honest and open is what you like, get a load of this. I'm not really in any French class. This was just a brilliant scheme to get to know you better. Ow.
You knew the City Forensics finals are tomorrow.
No, Marge, he really is stupid. If you get to know him better, you'll soon find out. Marge storms out of the house, but not before telling Homer that she actually just hates him. Now, anybody else would get the message that he no longer has a date for prom, but not Homer, who tells Barney the good news. Meanwhile, Artie Ziff, a fellow student on the debate team, asks Marge to go out to prom, to which she agrees. Man, standards in 1974 must have been much lower back then. With Homer not picking up on the subtle hints, he turns up at the Beauvoir residence anyway.
Homer!
Well, this is just awkward. Marge tells him that she's got another date, which is when Artie turns up to rub Homer's nose in it further. Heartbroken, Homer gets back into the limo he hired, but instead of wasting the money he spent, he decides to go to the prom anyway. He probably wish he hadn't, though, as he has to spend the entire night watching Marge and Artie get cozy, and even crowned the king and queen of the class.
Jeff and Marge Bouvier.
No, isn't she great? Hail Queen Marge! Woo! Woo! Long live the Queen!
Hello, classmates. Instead of voting for some athletic hero or a pretty boy.
Well, at least he's humble. At first, Homer is happy for Marge, but after watching the two have a slow dance, he runs out and floods of tears. Marge, who clearly cares for Homer still, chases after him to see if he's okay. This is where Homer speaks from the heart and tells his crush this.
What?
Why are you doing this? Why can't you accept that I'm here with someone else?
Because I'm sure we were meant to be together. Usually when I have a thought, there's a lot of other thoughts in there. Something says yes, something says no.
Surely that would tug on Marge's heartstrings, right? Nope. She tells him he's wrong and that she's with Artie now. Homer tells the limo driver to take him to the local makeout spot, which I think would be the worst possible place to hang out considering that's where Artie and Marge are. In fact, the two are in the backseat of his car, and Artie is getting a little too handsy, but Marge is not into it.
I don't know. I mean, it was a beautiful evening. Come on, let's not ruin
Just
it.
this.
Oh, Artie, please.
Come on, kiss me.
Oh, Artie.
Please.
No, really, I mean it. Now stop it.
2 slaps in 1 episode. Is any cheek safe in 1974? On the way home, Marge spots Homer walking home after he couldn't afford any more time at the limo, and after Artie drops her off at home, she overhears her parents running Homer down. This gets Marge thinking about who she really wants.
Homer?
Marge?
Yeah, you want to ride?
Sure.
You know, Homer, why so glum?
I got a problem. Once you stop this car, I'm gonna hug you and kiss you.
Now that's smooth. Yeah, unlike his hair, Marge decides to stick with Homer, and fans get to see a window into how those crazy kids got together. While more heartfelt episodes seemed risky in the early days, they turned out to resonate with fans while still keeping the comedic tone intact. While many episodes of The Simpsons focus on the main family members, an early decision to develop background characters became a winning formula that broke away from the traditional sitcom setup. For example, another writer credited with the success of the show is David M. Stern, who enjoyed storylines revolving around Marge and her sisters, Patty and Selma, who were very two-dimensional before Stern worked his magic.
Just my sister-in-law.
I'll get right to the point. I'm getting older, fatter, and uglier.
Yeah, talk about an impossible task. This resulted in some of the best episodes surrounding the often overlooked Beauvoir sisters, like in Principal Charming, when we get to see more than just chain smoking and an unhealthy hatred for Homer. This episode starts with Homer getting a call from Barney, telling them about an all-you-can-eat ribs place. Naturally, Homer is excited about the prospect of turning himself into a human pork sausage and tells Marge that they're going out Saturday night. Marge calls Selma and asks if she and Patty will look after the kids, to which Selma tells her that they have to go to a wedding first. At the wedding, Selma watches her co-worker Stanley get married, making her think about how she missed out on marrying him because of her sister.
That I met you. Hello? Selma?
Hello, Stanley.
Is this seat taken?
Yes, it is. Hi.
Dodged a bullet. That dude is treating his love life like a game of musical chairs. When looking after the Simpson kids, Lisa asks Selma if she thinks that she'll ever get married, to which she tells her niece she don't know. This only makes Selma more determined to find a husband, and when Marge gets home, She begs her sister for help.
No, Barney, that's just my sister-in-law.
I'll get right to the point. I'm getting older, fatter, and uglier. Please, Marge, help me find a man before it's too late.
I'm sure there's lots of guys who will give her a chance. Barney, the comic book guy, maybe even Mr. Burns. Determined to help her sister, Marge pulls a favor Homer owes her and asks him to find Selma a husband. The next day at the power plant, Homer embarks on the impossible mission to find the guy who will take Selma out, but struggles to find anyone with the high expectations Marge has given him.
You will find her a man.
All right.
And not just any man.
Okay.
He should be honest and caring and well off and handsome.
Hey!
I think you should probably add partially sighted and no sense of smell to those demands. At least give the poor guy a chance. Meanwhile, Bart is causing trouble at school using chemicals to burn a word into the grass. But surely he would take countermeasures to stop being identified as the vandal, right?
Bart, I'm flabbergasted. Surely you knew as you were writing your own name in 40-foot-high letters on the field that you would be caught.
Dude, he should have spelled Milhouse. It could have been the perfect crime. Principal Skinner makes Homer come into the school to talk about Bart, but that's when Homer comes up with an idea to set Selma up with Skinner. He invites him over to the house for dinner along with the desperate Bovia's sister, and at first, the plan seems to work, but there's one slight problem.
Set me up with some unmarried relation, would it? Because I can assure you that I... Foolish heart.
Here we go. Boy meets beast. Principal Skinner?
It's an easy mistake to make. It's hard to tell their stone faces and gravelly voices apart. Skinner is obsessed with Patty, who doesn't seem very keen, but she agrees to go on a date with him anyway. But while things don't seem to be working out for Selma, you can't say the same for Bart, who's getting away with damaging the grass so the principal wants to make a good impression on his aunt.
Do you feel that you've learned your lesson?
Have I ever? Just the thought of doing anything bad again just makes my stomach turn.
Well, then, you're free to go.
Not something I would shout too loud at school. After using some cream to remove the hair growing on her lip, Patty is ready for her date with Skinner, and the two go to Springfield's revolving restaurant for some food. At first, Patty isn't having a great time, but after her date runs the waiter down for being a former student who never achieved anything, Patty begins to enjoy his company.
Well, okay.
Hello, Dolly. Oh, that was the worst movie I've ever seen.
I think these two are actually well suited. They're both miserable. With the date going so well, Seymour moves in for a kiss but gets launched across the corridor like an electrician who forgot to turn the power off before connecting a wire. Unbelievably, Patty still agrees to go on another date with him. Well, she invites him to go food shopping with her, but hey, we count those. The two begin to go on more dates and Patty starts letting her guard down more and more.
One kiss. But I don't want you bragging to your friends about how you scored.
Poor Selma. If she just brought the snacks out, it could have been her hairy lip being magnified by the people. With Seymour walking on cloud 9, he lets Bart get away with just everything at this point, including throwing eggs at him. It seems like love has really got to his head as he tells Bart his plan to propose to his aunt. Yikes, I've heard the saying, treat 'em mean, keep 'em keen, but this is just ridiculous. Meanwhile, Homer's still got the task of finding someone for Selma, and it seems like he's totally given up looking for someone who ticks all the boxes.
You're making happy hour bitterly ironic.
Mo, I gotta find a date for my big, fat, snotty sister-in-law, Selma.
Good rule of thumb is 2 years' salary, sir. Try this.
I can't afford that. I'm an educator.
And talk about kicking someone when they're down. Things only get worse for her when she discovers that Seymour is going to propose to Patty. Desperate to not be left behind, she agrees to go on a date with Barney. Oh, wow. There's settling, and then there's just giving up. But it turns out that she didn't have to go on the date at all, as Patty turns down the engagement so her sister isn't left alone.
Patty, where's Skinner? We decided we loved each other enough never to see each other again. I hope I can find a man like that.
Well, I can't say she isn't loyal. And on the plus side, it means they can grow their mustaches as long as they want. Using comedian writers who have a gift for clever and witty gags gave The Simpsons an edge, especially by incorporating satirical skits and tongue-in-cheek jokes to poke fun at society and mainstream media. For example, in Bart Gets Famous, when the show mocked how people can get famous for literally nothing.
This rickety ladder in front of this door is the perfect place for this priceless vase.
Another Simpsons prediction has come true, only instead of Bart, it's the Hawk Tuah girl. The episode starts with the Simpson family sitting down for breakfast and Bart breaking the fourth wall by whistling the theme tune to the show.
Oh, it just gets worse and worse.
Well, now that's trippy. Does this mean the Simpsons watch their own show? Nah, I'm not going on that rabbit hole again. The reason why Bart is in a great mood is because he's going on a mystery field trip, but the excitement is short-lived and the bus turns up at the box factory.
The story of how two brothers and 5 other men this loan into a thriving paper goods concern.
Count yourself lucky, Bart. Amazon packers have to go through this on a daily basis. While being bored senseless hearing all about the history of boxes, the owner of the company lets slip that the Krusty the Clown show is filmed across the road, giving Bart an idea. When everyone else is preoccupied checking out an office so plain it makes the boxes look interesting, Bart slips out of the factory and into the studio. While taking his own personalized tour, he steals a Danish pastry from Kent Brockman so he can give it to Krusty. After all, they go way back.
He didn't touch it, did he?
No.
Good job, kid. What's your name?
I'm Bart Simpson. I saved you from jail.
Oh,
I reunited you with your estranged father.
So Bart got Sideshow Bob hunting him down for nothing, and this is why you never meet your heroes. Although Krusty doesn't remember everything he's done for him, he hires Bart as his new assistant. He's tasked with cleaning Krusty's giant clown hankies, also known as a towel, as well as cleaning his toilet. Well, they do say show business is glamorous. After being sleep deprived and having to take Krusty's calls all day, Bart realizes that the job sucks and decides to quit. But that's when his boss asks him to be involved in a sketch.
I didn't do it.
It might seem like a cheap laugh, but those sets are expensive. Think about how much cardboard was ruined. At least Bart has connections to the box factory. Krusty tells Bart that he will never work on stage again and that he hasn't got the stuff to make it big in the comedy world. But after a crowd of fans turns up to see Bart, the clown has a change of heart. I'm sure money has nothing to do with that.
Why, this rickety ladder in front of this door, big place for this priceless Ming vase.
Not to be a killjoy or anything, but if it was that funny, courtrooms across the country would be more like comedy clubs. For the residents of Springfield, however, the catchphrase gets them out of all kinds of sticky situations. Boot gets out of a robbery by saying, "I didn't do it," after hitting the alarm, and Mayor Quimby cuts the mood after his wife catches him in bed with another woman. Bart rises to fame with his catchphrase, even releasing a single.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
I'll say it, it's still better than most of the music in the charts right now. While it seemed like fun at first, all the attention Bart receives from his newfound fame starts to grate on him. Krusty is charging money for meet and greets, and all his class wants to do is hear him say the catchphrase. Determined to change the public opinion that he's just a one-hit wonder, Bart goes on the Conan O'Brien show. Yes, the same Conan who wrote Marge vs. Monorail.
You know, Conan, I have a lot to say. I'm not just a one-line wonder. Did you know that a section of rainforest the size of Kansas is burned every single...
Just do the line.
Wait, is Bart so desperate to change his reputation that he's now becoming Lisa? Oh, that's rough. Bart feels like a performing monkey and is worried that he'll be saying "I didn't do it" for the next 30 years. He refuses to go on the Krusty show, but after Marge tells him that he makes people happy, he changes his mind. But the problem is, like comedy, people also change their minds.
The boy that says the words you've been longing to hear, like the salivating dogs that you are, Bart Simpson!
I didn't do it.
Oh, tough crowd. Bart lost his comedy edge faster than the Big Bang Theory. Krusty explains that his career is over and that show business is a fickle industry. Preaching to the choir. Thankfully, his family is there to help him feel better while poking fun at their own show.
You always have them to remind you of the time when you were the whole world's special little guy.
And now you can go back to just being you instead of a one-dimensional character with a silly catchphrase.
Ay, caramba!
Well, if you can't laugh at yourself, who can you really laugh at, right? Bart accidentally becoming famous after coining the catchphrase "I didn't do it" is so ironic right now, considering the success of the Hawk Tuah girl. Back in the golden era of The Simpsons, the whole team didn't shy away from poking fun at celebrities, but as the years went on, they began to pander to them instead. Yeah, it seems like they took their anti-conformance principles, tossed them on the floor, and spit on that thing. Ah, frick, now I'm doing it! At the same time, the show's success inspired others to jump into the rebellious TV arena like South Park and King of the Hill, which eventually became staples of mainstream entertainment. This meant that the pressure to remain relevant while trying to adapt to the changing culture became even more difficult than it already was. Season 8 of The Simpsons saw a major shift for the show as they began to focus on absurd storylines. Marge gets tangled up with the Yakuza, Homer becomes a heavyweight boxer, and then there was this.
On his 18th birthday, he was blown up in a silo explosion.
But paradoxically, it also included one of the most loved episodes of the entire show, marking the beginning of its downfall. In Homer's Enemy, The Simpsons learn all about an inspirational guy named Frank Grimes during a segment on the Kent Brockman Show. Frank is being praised because of how he worked his way up from nothing, even surviving a silo explosion, and taught himself all about nuclear physics and got a degree to boot. Naturally, Mr. Burns thinks he would make a great fit at the nuclear power plant. Let's face it, he has more credentials than Homer. First place certificates in hot dog eating contests don't really apply here. While Grimes tries to settle in, Homer begins to get on the new employee's nerves.
Hiya, Stretch. What's the good word?
My name is Grimes, Simpson. Frank Grimes. I took the trouble to learn your name. The least you can do is learn mine.
Okay, Grimy.
If that isn't bad enough, Homer also chews on all of his pencils, disturbs him while he tries to work, stuffs his face like it's his last meal every time, and shows absolutely no understanding of his job. For example, when Homer's control panel starts flashing with a warning, he pours a bucket of water over it to stop it, to the horror of the new stick-in-the-mud Frank Grimes. The final straw is when this happens.
It boggles the mind. It's best not to think about it.
Who did this to my wool? More checks and a reduced salary. So straighten up and fly right.
But sir, if I could...
Homer shouldn't get on the wrong side of a dude who knows about nuclear power. One wrong move and he could turn him into a human glow stick. Grimes tells Homer that he doesn't like him, that they are now enemies. Homer takes it to heart and follows Moe's advice about inviting him over for dinner to try and straighten things out. But when the guest arrives, Homer's gesture has the complete opposite effect.
Bart, every day of my life. And what do I have to show for it? And this haircut. And what do you have to show for your lifetime of sloth? No!
What are you saying?
I'm saying you're what's wrong with America, Simpson. You coast through life. You do as little as possible.
Well, get this guy a duff, put a game on the TV, and give him a crash course and fake it till you make it. Jealous of everything Homer has achieved, Grimes storms out of the house. The next day, Marge suggests that Homer should act a little more professionally to try to get the new employee to respect him. But even after eating his donut with a fork, Grimes still hates him. What more can he do? Drink his lunchtime duff out of a glass? Grimes tries to turn Lenny and Carl against Homer, pointing out that accidents have risen every year since he became safety inspector, but his pals refuse to listen. Determined to prove to everyone that Homer is an idiot, he comes up with this devious plan.
Design your own power plant, eh?
Only Homer can fall for this. He didn't even replace the pictures. Keen to impress everyone with a new design for the power plant, Homer rushes home to start on his design, but not before putting a photograph of Lenny in charge of the reactor. Safety first, guys. Grimes is convinced that his little trick will reveal to everyone that Homer has the brain of a toddler and will no doubt be ridiculed.
You lose. Get off my property. Let's have the next child.
Look at us miss the contest.
Could you explain your model, young man?
What's to explain? He's an idiot.
Well, basically, I just copied the plant we have now. Then, I added some fins to lower wind resistance.
Well done, Homer. And the macaroni glued around the edges really brings out the red in the racing stripe. Homer's enemy cannot believe what he's hearing. And after hearing the rest of the employees cheer for the competition winner, Grimes begins to have a full-blown mental breakdown. He runs around with his crack showing, stuffs donuts in his mouth like a pig with a case of the munchies, and tells Mr. Burns that he's the worst employee in the world. But unfortunately, there's one thing Homer has that Grimes can never copy. Plot armor.
Time to go home to my mansion and eat my lobster. What's this? Extremely high voltage. Well, I don't need safety gloves because I'm Homer Simpson.
What a way to go. Pretending to be Homer Simpson. To add insult to injury, at Frank Grimes' funeral, Homer not only tells Reverend Lovejoy that he liked being called grimy, which he hated, by the way, but also falls asleep during the service. The final insult is when Homer shouts this out in his sleep.
Looking down.
Change the channel, Marge.
Poor Grimes. Homer not only indirectly causes him to die, but he makes a laughing stock of his funeral. After season 8, the show continued to immerse itself into more absurd storylines, moving away from the more clever jokes and parodies of real-life culture the fans had grown to love over the decade. And yeah, the characters that were so carefully developed in the early seasons seemed like fair game if it meant there was a plot to be squeezed out of them. Take Principal and the Pauper, where Principal Skinner, a strict disciplinarian who was shaped by his tyrannical mother, was completely dismantled in 22 minutes.
Prouder to be Seymour Skinner.
You're not Seymour Skinner.
Skinner?
Skinner? I'm Skinner.
Looks like someone has a little bit of explaining to do. The episode starts off with Skinner checking the school out before the kids arrive, taking pride in his work. The dude measures the distance between the bin and the wall. I think he needs to get a hobby. Turns out that Seymour's hard work has not gone unnoticed, though, and Superintendent Chambers is planning something special for his 20th anniversary at the school.
Announcement. In honor of Seymour's 20th year as principal, we've decided to hold a surprise tribute Friday night.
It's my 20th year, too.
Poor Willie. I'm sure he can round up a few possums and have his own party in the basement or something. Lisa volunteers to write a report about Skinner and his life while Bart starts making food for the party. Well, he starts making some dog food balls, but it's the thought that counts. At the celebration, everyone in Springfield gathers at the school, and Lisa talks about how Seymour was a sergeant in Vietnam and risked his life behind enemy lines on many occasions. He's a regular war hero, right? Well, hold that thought. After being presented with his cake and making a speech about being proud to be Principal Skinner, an uninvited guest crashes the party.
Skinner?
Skinner? I'm Skinner.
Seymour?
Are you sure you really want to claim her as your mother? Like, you already dodged that bullet once. With the real Skinner telling everyone the truth, the Seymour we know and love admits that he is an imposter. He's really another member of the platoon who served alongside Skinner. The sergeant was believed to have died in battle, but was actually held captive in a POW camp, forced to make trainers right until his recent release. This just leaves one question: who has been acting as the principal this entire time?
What's your story, Seymour? If that is your real name.
Well, obviously it isn't. I'm an orphan from Capital City.
Yeah, Armin was just a thug who would steal ladies' handbags. After running over a judge, he was sent to Nam, where he met Skinner. The sergeant tells Armin Tamzarian about his dream to go back to Springfield and become the principal of the school. They become best friends, but after a bomb dropped on him, Armin took his pocket watch and went to his mother to break the tragic news. But things did not go according to plan.
Hello, I'm, What I did was wrong, but I'd do it again. Yes, Mother, it's me.
You look different somehow.
And this is why getting your eyes checked is important. It took me ages to realize the stray cat I took in was actually a raccoon. Armin believes that deep down Mrs. Skinner knew he wasn't her son, but kept him around as a coping mechanism for losing her boy. Man, that's really sad. Armin explains that he dedicated his life to fulfilling his friend's dream. Skinner thanks Armin for taking care of his mother all this time, but Mrs. Skinner is having none of it.
A dagger through my heart.
Oh, here, Mother, let me help you.
Get your hands off me.
Please, Mom.
You too, stranger.
I'm your son.
Is this a Simpsons episode we're watching, or the Jerry Springer show? Mrs. Skinner sticks to her guns, and Armin tries to move on with his life, but the people of Springfield consider him a big old fraud. Unable to carry on as the principal, Armin quits his job, and the real Skinner takes over the school. All that's left now is to leave town and start anew, but Miss Krabappel begs him to stay.
I know we were planning to see a film tonight, but instead I'm leaving town forever.
No, please, I don't care what you've done. You're still a decent, honorable man.
Well, at least he didn't marry Edna. The real Skinner would have been in for quite the shock there. Armin heads to his lockup to pick up his old leather jacket and motorbike, and just like that, he rides off into the night. While the rest of Springfield welcomes the new Skinner with open arms, Mrs. Skinner is starting to realize that her relationship with the imposter was far better than with her actual son.
You come straight home after school. Tonight is silhouette night. Sit there.
I really just came home to change into a turtleneck.
Seymour! Sit!
Keep acting like that and you'll be begging to go back to the prisoner camp. The next day at the grocery store, Marge, Edna, and Mrs. Skinner run into each other and talk about how they preferred Armin despite him being a weenie. Their words, not mine. The group decides to track him down to talk him into coming back. Unfortunately, Armin has made up his mind and tells them that he's staying in the city, but that's when Mrs. Skinner says this.
Language like that?
Well, you didn't bring me up at all.
The hell I didn't. I've been taking care of you for 26 years. I'm the only mother you've ever known.
But you have your real son.
You're my real son.
Well, that's beautiful and horrible at the same time. She really does have a way with words. Mrs. Skinner then pulls rank and orders Armin into the car, to which he agrees. Well, he can't ignore his mother, now can he? Back in Springfield, Mayor Quimby tells everyone that Timzerian is a no-good punk, but Homer makes the point that nobody really cares anymore, and that to them, he will always be Principal Skinner. The problem is, the real Seymour is right there, but I'm sure they'll come up with a sensible way to solve things, right?
And let Sergeant Skinner keep his dignity.
But I'm a hero!
And we salute you for it. Now don't come back.
I'm sorry, Seymour. It's nice you're alive, but you're just not what I'm looking for in a son. I'm glad you understand.
The last thing to clean up is, the fact that he isn't Seymour Skinner, but Judge Snyder declares that the past, present, and future Skinner now belongs to Armin, including his name and mother. Also, nobody's allowed to mention it again under threat of torture. Wait, nobody told me that before talking about this episode. This wasn't the only time that The Simpsons went wild and loose when it came to backstories, with nobody safe from a retcon, including Marge and Homer. One of the cheapest plots used to set up a couple throwaway gags was seen in season 19, when the writers decided to tarnish the relationship of Springfield's most loved-up couple.
Kiss. Would you construe that as harassment or give your willing consent?
Consent, of course.
Continuing in that line of thought, may I kiss your mouth with my mouth?
Just do it already.
So when Homer said he'd never let her go after getting together in the way we was just a huge stinking lie. In that 90s show, the Simpsons are struggling to stay warm during a harsh winter after Homer failed to pay the heating bill, of course. The family is forced to burn things in the fire, but that's when Bart comes across Marge's old memory box. After it's revealed that Marge went to college after high school, the Simpsons' parents finally tell their kids about a part of their past they kept secret.
High school. Yeah, what happened while I was chilling in Dad's junk?
There is a part of our past that we haven't told you kids about.
Come on, more turbulent than now? We're in every kind of therapy.
As the most shameless man in Springfield, it must be serious if Homer thinks it's bad. But to find out what the dirty little secret is, we need to go back to the 90s, when Homer and Marge move into their first apartment together at Springfield Place. While they don't really have much money, they have each other. And ramen. I mean, what else do you really need at that point? Marge is keen on getting married, as well as Homer, as he just wants to skip to the consummation. But that's when something happens that turns their plans upside down.
Just like Kevin Costner's career, because of the postman.
You applied to college? Why didn't you tell me?
I did tell you.
I thought you were telling me you wanted to apply yourself to making a collage.
Marge's excitement soon fizzles away after she reads about how much it'll cost, but like any good partner, Homer steps up to the plate and goes to work at Abe's laser tag place. Eventually, he gets enough money to help Marge go to college, and before long, she's sitting in a dusty lecture room listening to stuck-up know-it-all. Living the dream. It isn't long before the plucky student catches the eye of Professor August.
Is he some gray-haired old bookworm?
Not exactly.
Marge, I hope I'll be seeing you tomorrow during office hours.
3 to 5, right?
Out of here, dude. Nobody wants to see your parted beads. Marge continues to crush on the professor, and she even starts imagining August's face on Homer's body while rubbing cream into his laser burns. It's just weird. Eventually, the two begin to grow distant as Marge is conflicted about her feelings, and the slimeball professor isn't helping things any.
It's perfect for me. Just look at this note. I miss you. Oh.
Actually, Marge, if I may deconstruct that letter, when he writes, I miss you, I is the subject, and you is the object. You are his object.
But Homer's so supportive. He's paying for me to go to college.
Doesn't he realize that without Homer paying for her college, Marge wouldn't be there for him to creep on? To further muddy the waters between Homer and Marge, August tells her that the next assignment is to think about her relationship and work out if it's really what she wants. How thoughtful. Meanwhile, Homer comes to find his girlfriend at the campus and catches her sitting cozily with her professor. Like any young guy in the 90s, he uses his sadness to start a grunge band. Yeah, I think they rewrote the couple's history and made Marge turn on her morals just so Homer can go through a Nirvana phase.
Pain is brown.
Okay. Marge confronts Homer about how his music sounds angry and bitter, and he tells her that it's because he's paying for her to flirt with the professor, essentially, and he's got a point. Marge decides to break up with Homer so she can spend more time with August. In fact, they get really close.
Consent, of course.
Continuing in that line of thought. May I kiss your mouth?
Marge kissing anybody but Homer is just plain wrong, especially a guy with elbow patches. Meanwhile, Homer has somehow risen to the heights of fame, and hordes of fans stand outside his huge house. But sadly, all he wants to do is be with Marge, who's still smitten with her new boyfriend. In fact, the two go on a romantic trip to the beach and spot a wedding going on. Marge thinks it looks beautiful, but the guy who sees the negative in everything says this.
No, Marge. Everything shaped is bad.
Look, a wedding! You oppose marriage?
Marge, marriage has oppressed women for centuries.
But Stefan, I would like to get married someday.
Oh, Marge, it's statements like that that make people say women are stupid.
Good comeback, Marge. You could have at least called him a poo-poo head or something. Marge soon comes to her senses and realizes that Professor August is just a huge self-centered jerk. She rushes back to campus and watches Homer on the TV singing about how Marge basically betrayed him, but still loves her anyway. Yeah, I'm surprised too. The music video is cut short with a breaking news story about Homer breaking up his grunge band and locking himself in his house all day. When Marge learns that there's rumors about him taking narcotics, she rushes to try and save him, and things get pretty dark.
Oh my God, you're a junkie!
I need it.
Well, that escalated quickly. But don't worry, they were actually insulin needles, as he had drunk too many frappuccinos and became diabetic. I think he needs to spend some time at Starbucks Anonymous. Marge helps Homer recover, and she begs him to take her back. Thankfully for her, he doesn't hold a grudge, and they finally end up together.
Never be a worse president. Never.
Never. With the 90s drawing to a close and the Sydney Olympics to look forward to, our love rekindled. And one moonlit night, I finally had fun at a mini golf course.
Talk about a hole-in-one. Sorry, I couldn't resist. With Homer now happy, he gives up the fame and fortune to live a humble family life. And no one ever recognized him as the famous rock star ever again, I guess. Over the years, pretty much every member of the Simpsons clan has had a music phase, including Lisa, which brought one of the most universally hated episodes of the show. By 2012, most of the original team was already gone or had stepped back, including Matt Groening and Sam Simon. The Simpsons began to lose its satirical edge, playing it safe to avoid anything that might get them into trouble. In fact, it began to mirror the type of pop culture it once poked fun at.
Monsters don't need implants or a bitchin' monster car. Monsters only need to love the monsters that they are.
Does this mean we have to love this monstrosity of an episode, though? In Lisa Goes Gaga, Lady Gaga's glitter train pulls into Springfield on a mission to cheer them up with a performance. I think it's going to take more than a few songs to put a smile on some faces. Can you imagine Bad Romance fixing all of Moe's problems?
I just can't ignore a billboard in pain. We're stopping in Springfield.
But-
No buts.
Wow, those shoes look like they need planning permission. Meanwhile, Springfield Elementary is having an awards evening with Bart winning the award for being the king of pranks. Good to see Bart excelling in something at school. Unfortunately for Lisa, she wins the award for the least popular student.
Thank you for noticing me. She actually accepted it.
That's rough. Someone tells me that's not going to go on the mantelpiece. Lisa's obviously devastated, but that's until Milhouse points out that a user on the school forum called Truth Teller is actually sticking up for her, writing hundreds of nice things. The next day at school, everyone is being nice to her, obviously sold on the opinion of the mystery poster. Her luck seems to be changing, until...
Mine. This notebook is full of things Truth Teller said. Give that back. This one says post next Friday. Oh my God, you're Truth Teller.
Yep, poor Lisa resorted to writing nice things about herself because nobody else would. That's like someone writing themselves a Valentine's Day card. Obviously, I wouldn't stoop that low, personally. This revelation makes Lisa's situation even worse as she runs off crying while the kids taunt her. Meanwhile, Lady Gaga is taking a break from practicing her show, but that's when she gets a premonition that Lisa needs her help and rushes to Springfield. With the crowd waiting on the platform, Gaga is keen to get the show started.
All my monsters are beautiful.
Oh, be careful where you swing those things. You can take an eye out. After the show, Gaga notices that Lisa is the girl from her premonition, and the two of them go to the Simpson house to talk about her problems. I hope she's cleared her schedule for the next couple of days. Lisa shows her new friend all the mean things her classmates have posted about her on the forum, and trying to cheer her up, Gaga gives her this advice.
Lisa, look at me. So what if your #1 supporter is you? That's how it should be. I had some very tough times myself before I became a superstar at age 22. Everything is gonna be fine.
Sure, make it all about you. I'm sure that's just what she needs right now. Lisa just wants to be alone, but Gaga isn't giving up on her, telling her that she won't leave until she gets her hope back. Maybe she should clear her schedule for the next year, actually. Gaga talks with Marge, hoping to find a way to help Lisa, but it only upsets her knowing she can't make her feel better. Luckily, Gaga knows exactly what to do.
I'm afraid hand-holding isn't going to cheer me up.
Well, maybe this will.
Homer!
Wow. Oh, at least she's able to make two of the Simpson clan happy. The next day at school, Lisa has completely given in to her depression and isn't even bothered that the other kids are playing Lisa roulette while she sits on the merry-go-round. Hey, at least they're letting her play, kinda. This is when Lady Gaga tries to cheer her up, but Lisa throws it back in her face.
Well, I denounce thee. What? I denounce thee for giving people ambitions they cannot fulfill. And I denounce thee for positing a world where social acceptance and walking on heels are easy.
Please, may we kill the kid?
I mean, I personally would class what Lady Gaga wears as stilts, but that's just me. After hearing Lisa's tirade of insults, the star runs off crying. Now it's up to Homer to try and end his daughter's pity party. While he gives her some really bad advice, like telling her not to get caught when cheating at something, Lisa manages to tune him out and realize how ungrateful that she's really been. You can say that again. You just made Lady Gaga as bummed out as you. Lisa manages to hop onto the glitter train and tell Gaga that she helped her take stock of her life, leading to this cringeworthy moment.
You got a great big heart. It's at the top of my chart. Lisa Simpson, Lisa Simpson, Lisa Simpson superstar.
Somebody please make it stop. Taking the stage and singing, albeit off key, all the kids in Springfield change their minds about Lisa and realize maybe she's not so bad after all. I guess the saying, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em is true when it comes to The Simpsons, as their defiance against conforming to cultural expectations in mainstream media was sacrificed so they could survive. This has led to several collabs with popular family-friendly franchises to bring in younger audiences and stay relevant. One such collab, which in Homer's own words was not selling out, but co-branding, zaps the residents of Springfield into a Lego reality.
Oh, honey, the best part of every day is waking up to your smiling face.
Don't lose that little hand, Homer. They're a nightmare to find again. Brick Like Me begins with Homer waking up in a world built full of Lego, and after wrestling Marge's hand out of Santa's little helper's mouth, the family settles down for a nice plastic breakfast. Looks like someone's treated themselves at the supermarket Lego kid. And I mean, hey, as Lego people go, they look pretty spot on. Well, except for Maggie, that is.
Oh, they're so cute when they're Duplo.
Having a giant baby would be terrifying. Imagine the diapers. Homer heads to the toy shop to buy Lisa a birthday present, but accidentally drives into Krusty. Luckily for him, Lego pieces don't feel pain and can literally just put themselves back together. I'm guessing Dr. Hibbert's out of a job. Meanwhile, at Springfield Elementary, Milhouse brings his skunk in for a show and tell, but the stinky little critter escapes. While trying to find it, Bart, Milhouse, and Willie accidentally remove too many bricks, and the whole school comes crashing down. As there's no chalkboard for Bart to write lines on, Skinner gives him this punishment instead.
We're going to rebuild every brick of this school. Age guidelines are conservative, and everyone knows it.
Trusting Bart to build the school? Really? There'll be more booby traps in the opening of Indiana Jones. At the toy store, Homer asks the comic book guy for a Perky Patty's Princess shop, but seeing it gives him a flashback of his normal reality. He remembers building the kit with Lisa and actually enjoying her company. Yep, Lego is some magical stuff, alright. But of course, this was just a good old-fashioned product plug.
Parents play with their kids? They don't like it. But this is
intolerable.
That's right, parents. Buy lots of Lego and you'll enjoy the company of your kids. Homer soon shoots back to Lego Springfield and tells Marge all about his weird experience. Marge tries to put his mind at ease by telling him it was probably just a mini stroke. Aww. She knows exactly what to say. She goes on to tell him the Lego world is the only reality and tries to take his mind off it by bumping bricks, if you catch my drift. But unfortunately, he just can't shake these weird visions.
Oh, brick me. Why don't you go back where you came from?
I have as much right to be here as you.
Homer's definitely getting the out-of-date hot dogs next time he goes in. He rushes to the only place he thinks it'll cure his craziness, Moe's. But after his beer turns to liquid and the guys at the bar turn into fleshy people, he thinks he's completely lost his marbles. Meanwhile, Bart is already bored of rebuilding the school, taking a more creative approach. Sure, Terminators are cool, but they'll soon get bored of hearing, "I'll be brick." Dang it, I think the jokes in this episode are rubbing off on me. Homer soon realizes that he's not going crazy at all, as his hands turn into fleshy ones and everyone sees it. He rushes back to the comic book store so he can touch the Perky Patty set again and travel back to the other dimension.
Hey, look what I found in the Arts Weekend obituary section of the...
We gotta enter our mini Springfield. We're a great team!
Wait, if the human people have Lego bricks, does that mean the Lego people have human body parts in their toy boxes? Oh, this should have been a Treehouse of Horror episode. Homer is excited about the competition, but Lisa makes plans to watch a movie with her new older friends. Homer is upset that his little girl has chosen to ditch him, but decides to take their Lego version of Springfield to the competition anyway, finally revealing the reason for the strange Lego world.
Little Springfield. Everything fits together and no one ever gets hurt.
The real Homer fears losing his daughter's love. Nothing will ever change.
Well, it's a good job he wasn't hit on the head with a Mackinac sculpture. Everyone to be robots. Wait a minute, that sounds awesome. Homer realizes that he can literally just live in his fantasy world and hang out with Lisa all the time. Man, he must have really banged his head hard. He thinks he's living in paradise, but realizes that in a world that never ages, he will never truly get to see his kids grow up.
Marge, I made a terrible mistake. Grow up is what makes time with them special.
I wish you'd told me that before I bought all these groceries.
Don't worry, Marge. The beauty of Lego food is that it never goes bad. It's a little chewy, though. Homer heads back to the comic book guy so he can go home, but it turns out he's actually the part of Homer's mind that wants to stay in Lego world. In an attempt to keep this reality going, he sends a horde of classic Lego minifigures after him, including pirates and ninjas. While it looks like Homer's about to leave in a box, and I don't mean the one with the manual, Bart shows up to save him.
This is strangely exhilarating.
No!
Sure, Bart's robot is cool, but good luck putting all those pieces back in the right boxes. With the Perky Patty set back in his hands, Homer returns to the real world and wakes up from his crazy dream. Lisa is there to see if he's okay, and her dad encourages her to go to the movies as he doesn't want to stop her from growing up. And while this episode isn't terrible, I'd say it's a far cry from the type of humor and plot style fans loved in the earlier seasons. It's sad to think about how The Simpsons used to be compared to how it is now, but let's face it, the format couldn't stay the same forever. In the golden era, the show was super 90s, reflecting the politics and culture of the time. But since then, society has moved on, and sensitive subjects are approached way differently. If you dare approach a sensitive subject at all. The Simpsons wouldn't have survived if they didn't adapt. Whether that's a good thing or not, I'll leave that up to you. That's just a tiny bit of the show's history, too. Now let's take a look at the evolution of the Simpsons couch gags. From a grounded shot of the family racing to the couch, to Homer becoming a full-blown 80s action hero. The Simpsons couch gags have come a long way since their debut in the 90s. Well, today, I'll be showing you everything, from its humble origins to some of the weirdest, darkest, longest, and of course, controversial couch gags ever. Now let's start from the very beginning. Surprisingly, the very first episode of The Simpsons TV show didn't actually have an opening sequence.
Ooh, careful, Homer!
There's no time to be careful. We're late.
No couch, no TV. We go directly from the title screen to hearing Homer's beautiful voice. Sure, the show needed an intro, but Matt Groening didn't exactly like the idea of long opening sequences. It would have required more budget, which, well, wasn't ideal at the time. So he came up with this clever solution to cut animation costs by integrating the short couch gag opening sequences, starting with the second episode of Season 1. It was a rather simple opening, except for the part where Bart popped up into the air, of course. But what's truly interesting is that the very first couch gag wasn't supposed to have any twist or turn whatsoever. Yeah, no surprises, no chaos, absolutely nothing. So they moved this relatively boring opening sequence to the 7th episode instead. For the first few seasons, the couch gags remained brief and pretty much the same. Of course, they kept on making things a little bit interesting by making the couch fall apart, or by showing an Egyptian dance sequence. But it wasn't until season 4 that the couch gags finally broke free from their usual routine and truly became a standalone identity. The first episode's couch gag, for instance, surprised us with a totally unexpected and awesome crossover. And trust me, the creativity didn't stop there. The couch gags that followed in the 4th season cranked up the craziness even further by letting the couch stand up for itself. Or by going full-on head-turner with this one. Interesting? For sure. But the real game changer was the circus line couch gag in season 4. It was at this point that the creators realized, hey, we can get as creative or goofy with couch gags as we want, and, well, fans will absolutely love it. There are several creative gags that have now become all-time classics. The 5th season alone gave us some great variations of the couch gags. We see the Simpsons getting flattened like teeny tiny insects. Next, we see them finally getting the spotlight they deserve on a popular talk show. But the most standout one from season 5 was definitely the 3 takes couch gag.
Take 2. Take 3.
Couch gags aside, season 5 also delivered some banger episodes. While there's hardly any bad episode in the season, Marge and the Lamb surely stands out as one of the best or most memorable ones. The episode that has Homer getting stuck in not 1 but 2 vending machines. How? Well, ain't that obvious? It's all for a free can of cola and a box of candy.
This may be hard to believe.
Sure, Homer. Trapped in vending machines. Okay.
Unfortunately for Homer, he got into the situation when he was supposed to take Marge to see ballet. So Marge does what every wise woman should do. She goes out with her rebellious friend who stole her ex-husband's car. And, well, this girl's night out turns even more adventurous with a high-speed police chase.
We're in pursuit of 2 female suspects and has a lot of blue hair.
It's Marge!
That's clearly not the kind of girly fun Marge is looking forward to, but hey, it's still a lot better than hanging out with Homer.
I'm sorry about the time I tried to make gravy in the bathtub, and I'm sorry for the whole marriage up to this point.
You're right.
Look at that. Homer admits he's a terrible husband for the 100th time. Of course, he doesn't get any better, because, it's Homer. But he still stops Marge from becoming a criminal, so say that's a little win. Anywho, cutting forward to a few years, The Simpsons gave us several memorable couch gags that were not only extra long, but they were standalone episodes in their own right. The evil monster couch gag, for instance, very well deserves a full-length episode. I mean, who wouldn't want to see Homer being chased by the couch he loves so much? Yeah, there's nowhere to hide, Homer. Then there's the Future Family Portraits couch gag, which basically predicts a dark, eerie future for Homer and his family. If you ask me, I never want to see this future come true. Of course, not every couch gag needs to be long. Sometimes The Simpsons very smartly double down on all the fun despite being the usual length, like in this one. Moving on, the family goes into full cowboy mode by saddling up for a ride to the Wild West in this next one. They also become part of a real-life whack-a-mole game in season 8. This next couch gag from the 8th season even tries to be somewhat educational, if you consider color coordination a useful lesson. Do kids these days even know what TV static is? This gag might not make a lot of sense to them, but there's one couch gag that does make a lot of sense and makes you think. Like, really think. The couch gags also throw in some sneaky references every once in a while to make fans go, hey, I know that one. This gag, for instance, honors a popular comedy television series from the 1960s in the most Homer way possible. Not exciting enough for you? Then how about The Simpsons going full-on Dark Knight in season 15? Or how about a reference to not one, but several popular anime series in the same season? Speaking of references, season 15 also gave us one of the craziest Frankenstein references in the Treehouse of Horror episode. Several great things happened in this episode, starting with Homer killing people like flies after becoming the Grim Reaper.
Pardon me, coming through. Rest in peace. You're dead. Take a dirt nap.
Yep, he killed people even though they weren't on the death list. The man clearly didn't read the memo. However, the episode segment where Professor Frank reanimates his father's corpse has definitely taken the cake here. And why exactly does Frank do that? Well, so that his father could see him win the Nobel Prize for creating a hammer with a screwdriver on the end. Yeah, that's stupid on a whole nother level. However, instead of being grateful, this Frankenstein version of Frank Jr. starts stealing other people's organs because juicy brains are what monsters crave. Frank Jr. realizes that he created a monster, so he makes things right by kicking his undead father right in the crotch.
You're dying again.
Man, that kick to the groin was definitely personal. Moving on. Some couch gags are funny, some are dark, and some are even controversial, but there's only one that takes you on a nostalgic ride. Yep, I'm talking indeed about the couch gag for the 500th episode of The Simpsons, which, well, it's basically a love letter to everything that came before it. Now it's time to discuss some of the very best crossover couch gags, because believe me, there are a ton of them. And yes, all of them are absolute gems. And I'm going to start with the Robot Chicken crossover, which gives the entirety of Springfield an action figure makeover. And Homer, let's just say he gets a little too into the whole action thingy.
What the? Ah! Oh no, I'm an action figure.
Articulated neighborino?
This reality ain't all bad. Activate!
Yes, the first thing Homer does after activating his weird power is kill a bunch of people. The worst part, he's just getting started.
Homer, this isn't the way to the mall.
Tokyo Drift.
The only thing Homer is probably worried about is that he can't eat this chicken. Anyway, between the donut carnage and the murder of poor Ned Flanders, it's a totally glorious stop-motion madness of a couch gag. Next, we have the Rick and Morty crossover.
Oh my God, Morty, what did you do? You killed the Simpsons, Morty! Oh my God, Morty! You killed the entire Simpsons, Morty! I'm just a kid, I don't want to go to jail! Relax, Morty, calm down, we'll take care of it.
I guess Rick and Morty took crashing the party a little too literally. And vial of Simpsons goo? Really? At least show some respect, you old geezer. Yeah, why don't you cook yourself dinner while you're at it? I mean, you're clearly the one doing the heavy lifting, right? Wait, hold up. Was that really a photocopier? Huh. So reviving the dead is that easy, huh?
Looks like you got a spaceship in your... Who are you?
Seriously, what did Ned Flanders ever do wrong? The dude was just being nice.
Rick, I'm back! Wake up! Don't clean DNA vials. Let's go. I'm driving this time.
So all that trouble for this. But hey, who cares? If you ask me, this new version of the family is not so different from the originals. Alright, next in line, we have the couch gag that takes the Simpsons straight to the land of ooh. That's right, the Adventure Time crossover.
Jokes written on signs at Simpsons.
Honestly, who would have thought that Homer could pull off that shape and size so well? And that kick in the end? Absolute perfection. Now, from one weird world to another, we have the crossover where Homer casually drops in the Bob's Burgers opening sequence.
keep him? Can we keep him?
No. Wait, why would I be Bob number 2 or no name? I am Bob.
Yeah, you can. Somebody did it to you.
That's true. It is kind of nice to have someone in the restaurant.
Yeah. You're overthinking it, bro. Just go anywhere.
Why are you so freaked out, Homer? You're at a burger joint. Just have at it. Eat all the burgers you want. I'm sure the Belchers won't mind. All right, let's shift gears to the Breaking Bad crossover. The iconic intro, blue cupcakes, and a huge pile of cash. The sequence has everything to make it criminally good. About this couch gag screams Heisenberg. And seriously, it's about time that Walter White and Jesse Pinkman realize that there's another great cook in town. Now let's move on from blue crystals to blue bloodlines. You guessed it, my friends, it's the Game of Thrones couch gag that turns Springfield into Westeros. Unpopular opinion, but this couch gag alone was much better than the Game of Thrones finale. Finally, it's time to ice things up with the Frozen couch gag. The Disney-esque vibes just fit perfectly for a Christmas special episode. Also, now I know if Homer were ever made of food, he'd eat himself, so that's knowledge I now have. Now, the next couch gag boldly goes where no couch gag has gone before. Space. That's right, it's the Star Trek couch gag, where Homer embarks on an intergalactic mission only to get dominated by furniture. Of course, Homer's ship is shaped as a donut because you know why not. Oh, and yes, resistance against the couch is futile. Sadly, Homer learned this the hard way. Okay, now we're trading starships for superheroes for the X-Men couch gag in season 28. But we also witness an incredible special cameo in this one.
There's nothing too short.
Every crossover couch gag is amazing, but honestly, nothing beats the Hobbit couch gag that takes you to Middle-earth. The Simpsons head out on an unforgiving quest, but for what? There's your answer. They're about to go through a lot, and I do mean a lot, of trouble just to sit on the damn couch. Poor Mo. He can't ever catch a break. The guy stays lonely and sad no matter what realm he's in.
What the?
Stealing gold when it's being guarded by a frackin' dragon? Yeah, that's next level stupid, my friend. There you have it, dragons, icy mountains, and the comfy couch. It's the perfect fantasy saga wrapped in Springfield charm. Okay, so I've discussed a fair share of crossover couch gags, but now let's get a little more classy. Believe it or not, there are several opening sequences that are nothing short of art pieces. And I'm going to start with this couch gag from season 18. It's downright evolutionary. See it for yourself. Alright, so the dinosaurs go extinct, but Homer survives. Well, of course he does.
What took you so long?
Yeah, this man just evolved from a single-celled blob to a medieval man to a slightly smarter modern man. All just so he can sit on a couch, watch TV, and get obese by eating countless donuts. That's what I call the survival of the laziest. The next couch gag is pretty simple and short, but it sort of catches you off guard with the amazing clay art. The clay makeover does look good on The Simpsons. It's oddly satisfying. And of course that cameo from our green bendy friend Gumby seals the deal. Moving on, things get a little weirder in the John Crickfalusi's couch gag from season 23. The animation is so unhinged yet so accurate in depicting the strange Simpsons family. From wild colors to over-the-top expressions, this one has absolutely everything you'd expect from the man who gave us Ren and Stimpy.
Beer! God, I love to watch that woman get beer.
A whoopee cushion? That's all we need to piss you off? Real mature, Homer. Real mature. Alright, be ready to get a little bit emotional in this next one. Bill Plimpton's first couch gag hits hard with its beautiful animation, but it also tells an amazing love story between Homer and, well, the couch. They do look lovely together, right? Now we know why Homer's so deeply attached to this piece of furniture. There's a history between them. There's young love, betrayal, and a love triangle. Moving ahead, this couch gag from season 25 is pure aesthetic. The French-style animation from Sylvain Chomet gives The Simpsons a European glow-up. Everything starts normally at first, but what follows next feels straight out of Triplets of Belleville.
Maggie! Maggie! Boy, Maggie!
If you see a snail, pet it, not eat it, Homer. Next, the LAZ writer couch gag from season 27 takes us straight back to the retro-soaked glory days of the 80s. It starts off simple enough. Homer sits on the couch and puts on sunglasses, but what we see next feels less Simpsons and more like an action blast from the past. Yes, that's indeed Ned Flanders so gracefully flexing the Tommy Vercetti look from GTA Vice City. We call that perfection.
Damn reruns.
I mean, we just saw Joe Kaczynski going full-blown action hero against Ned. Absolute masterpiece. The next couch gag from season 27 tries to get experimental with the rotoscoping animation style, but hey, there's no harm in trying something fresh. But of course, Homer doesn't like it one bit.
It's rotoscoped, Dad. A noble experiment that failed.
Well tried, Lisa, well tried. But what can you do? Your father can't recognize art unless it's something he can eat. Now it's time for Bill Plimpton to make his grand return with the noir couch gag, the one that feels like a dark vintage crime drama.
Little.
That's right, it was all just a simple misunderstanding. But Maggie? Well, we now have a pretty good idea about who's the most gangsta member of the family. Okay, so it's best that you probably buckle up for this next one. It's one of the most surreal, twisted, and mind-bending couch gags ever. The Don Hertzfeldt couch gag in season 26 shows Homer moving through time itself.
No, Emily.
Wait, Homer did all that with a TV remote? Honestly, I'm both scared and impressed. Right? That's trippy on another level. It feels normal when Homer goes back to 1987, but the future? Well, it feels like a full-blown fever dream. Oh, and talking about being not ready, you are certainly not ready for the final couch gag for this segment. And this couch gag comes from season 29, and it doesn't exactly feature any complicated story. It's basically just Homer singing Your Face. So to sum up what we just saw, the show is called The Simpsons in the future. Marge is a devil worshiper, and Homer is an alien-like creature. I don't know about you guys, but I'm certainly not ready for that future.
Singing a cappella, no line will rhyme. Loving you only.
Unsettling? Oh, absolutely, but in some weird, twisted way, satisfying to watch. Okay, so we've seen enough of the classy, artistic, and elegant couch gags. Now it's time to dim the lights and shift the tone towards some of the most gruesome and disturbing opening sequences. And I'm gonna kick off this segment with the couch gag from season 7, which, well, is way too dark to air on primetime TV. It's short and it doesn't show any blood or stuff like that, but still, it's horrifying on an entirely different level. I get it, it's for a horror-themed episode, but come on, really? The entire family killing themselves is not Halloween scary, that's therapy scary. Okay, so the next couch gag may seem normal, but trust me, it's haunting when you watch it as a kid. No skin or flesh, yet they move in like it's another Tuesday. If the skeleton one didn't make your skin crawl, then you're probably an adult. But we've got this gag from season 9, and it'll definitely do the job. Okay, so we've seen some weirdly disturbing stuff, but this next couch gag from season 6 cranks it up to 11 by turning the entire Simpsons family into monsters. So yeah, that's the Simpsons family with all their body parts stitched together, and I'm not gonna lie, I might not be sleeping tonight. Definitely not the kind of body horror movie I'm excited to see, that's for sure. Alright, now let's bring in the big guns with the couch gag from season 25's Treehouse of Horror episode. This opening sequence is filled with so many pop culture and horror references that it'll simply blow your mind. Oh, and did I mention that the opening sequence is so long that it feels like a standalone episode? Between all the killing and the monster chaos, this man really decided to take a breather and feed the crows. Sure, that'll definitely fix everything. That's right, we just saw Hellboy and Blade in the same universe. Seriously, I would have been more happy if this gag finished right here, but guess what? There's actually more. Yeah, zombies, mummies, demons, vampires, aliens, kaijus. Basically everything that you could ever imagine within the horror genre, this couch gag has. Lisa falling into the underworld only to find Homer and Marge as the rulers? Yeah, sounds like a perfect ending to me. Okay, now let's get to our controversial segment where I'll discuss the only couch gag that made the headlines for all the wrong reasons. I'm talking about the Banksy sweatshop couch gag that didn't land well with so many people. Before I discuss this couch gag, a little bit of context, and for that, let's rewind back to season 4. The 6th episode of that season, Itchy and Scratchy the Movie, gave fans an inside look at how American cartoons are made, using cheap labor in South Korea. And let's just say that it didn't show an ideal situation for the animators.
A year when you might have seen Al Capone to give you a first-hand look at how American cartoons are made.
Exaggerated? Oh, for sure, but still, it was extremely controversial because a South Korean studio had been contributing to the show from the very get-go. Anyway, maybe people forgot about it, maybe they didn't, but then, 18 years later, The Simpsons decided to revive the entire sequence. The couch gag from season 22 gave us an even darker look at a Korean sweatshop. Exhausted labor and animal cruelty? This couch gag ain't making any friends. It's dark, bleak, and of course, brutally honest. Alright, it was definitely a fun ride, and we sure watched a lot, and I do mean a lot, of couch gags together. Funny, horrifying, emotional. If you're hungry for more cartoon madness, why not click on the video you'll see on screen right about now? And as always, thank you for watching, y'all.